This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Are you saying that a disaster will strike Spring City in 3 days, and the temperature will drop to -60 or -70 degrees Celsius? Yes. Do you want to get a brain CT scan? In the ward, Jiangqi's head was wrapped in gauze, and 4 drip was hooked to the back of her hand, and she looked like she was about to vomit. The nurse said, "You have a mild concussion, so you feel a little nauseous and want to vomit. If you feel your symptoms worsen, call the nurses immediately." Jiangqi subconsciously wanted to nod, but the pain only worsened. She could only say thank you. After the nurse left, the ward quieted down. Jiangqi exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of surrealism. She was 24 years old, an orphan. After graduating from college, she worked for 2 years and saved over 100,000 yuan, which she used as a down payment on a 60 square meter, second-hand house in Spring City. Though small, the Sparrow possessed all the necessary facilities. She should have lived a simple yet happy life in this small house. But all this was shattered by a survival game. 3 days later, on May 10th, a survival game called Infinite Train selected Spring City as its dungeon location, sending 100,000 novice players there for a month-long survival challenge. By then, the temperature in Spring City had plummeted from the mid-20s to -60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Those 100,000 players frantically stockpiled supplies, viewing the native residents of Spring City as rivals and targets for their rage, slaughtering and looting them wantonly. Meanwhile, the people of Spring City, facing a shortage of essential supplies, turned to fighting among themselves. Unfortunately, an invisible barrier seemed to surround the city, preventing those inside from leaving and those outside from entering. Communications were completely severed, making rescue impossible. For a month, Spring City descended into a living hell. Jiangqi was one of those struggling to survive in this hell. Luckily, she had killed a player and, through some strange twist of fate, acquired their identity. Not only did she survive by relying on their supplies, but at the end of the month, she was summoned to the train in their place for the next survival challenge. However, she was ultimately an imposter. After completing 3 dungeons, the train conductor discovered her true identity, threw her off the train, and died. Unexpectedly, she opened her eyes again and found herself back in Spring City, 3 days before everything had happened. Thinking of this, she checked the time, May 7th, 6:33 p.m. Less than 3 days had passed. She used her consciousness to activate the player panel, but all she heard was a crackling sound. The player panel is 67% damaged and cannot be opened. Yes, the player panel she had stolen had somehow returned with her, but it seemed to be of no use other than causing her brain to ache and causing her to lose consciousness. It was because of this thing that she was unable to dodge the out-of-control car that hit her, and she managed to end up in the hospital. Jiangqi pondered silently. The game's arrival was inevitable. Even if she left Spring City, other cities would be chosen for dungeons one after another. The disasters in future dungeons would be even more difficult, and the players who descended would be higher level and more powerful. Though she hadn't witnessed it herself, she had learned a lot during her time as a player. Once a planet was chosen as a dungeon location, there was no way to escape before its value was fully exploited. Everyone was a lamb to be slaughtered. No place was completely pure. No one could escape. She could only face the challenge head-on. Taking advantage of the fact that the players in Spring City were new and easier to deal with, she could seize their identities, join the game on their behalf, and seek opportunities in other dungeons. This was the only way out. But her past life experience had taught her that she couldn't do it alone. Even if she managed to sneak onto that train, she was always in danger of being exposed. She needed help, she needed comrades. The future of this world couldn't be changed by her alone. Jiangqi made a decision, report the advent of the game, but the awkward part was, she had no channels to report it. Not only did she not know anyone important, she didn't even know the village committee members. Should she go online and complain? Or find a hotline and keep calling? Can we ask you something? 2 traffic police officers walked in, one tall and thin, a bit handsome, the other stocky and honest. Jiangqi's eyes fell on the handsome traffic officer's face, and her pupils twitched slightly. She had a memory of him. After the temperature dropped in Spring City, snow and ice blocked the roads, keeping most people home. So the government organized door-to-door delivery of supplies. That day, players robbed a supply truck, and this young man was stabbed to death while trying to protect his companions. As for how she knew about this, it was because the incident took place right outside her residential complex, and the players, who committed the crime were actually lurking in her neighborhood. They rushed out with ferocity, killed someone, and returned triumphantly with their loot. She witnessed it all from upstairs. The handsome young man's face, stained with blood, gradually froze in the snow. This was the first dead person she had ever seen, and it had a profound impact on her. It was then that she was certain that players were all demons, and if they didn't become stronger, they would die. She looked at the man's uniform, hesitated for a moment, and said sternly, "I have something very important to report to the leadership, but you must not leak the information." She didn't mention the players, only the sudden drop in temperature in Spring City. And then, the initial conversation took place. The two traffic police officers stared at her speechlessly, then exchanged glances. The sturdy one went out to get a doctor. "Doctor, can a concussion cause hallucinations?" Jiang Qi, She knew it was hard to convince people with just words. How could she prove her words were true? She could only continue to forcefully activate the player panel. The player panel is 67% damaged and cannot be opened. Jiang Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Open the player backpack." She struggled for a long time, the pain in her head growing more and more chaotic. Finally, she opened one of the 8 backpack compartments. A small hole. Seeing her face grow increasingly grim, the handsome traffic officer frantically called out, "Ms. Jiang." He was about to call a doctor when Jiang Qi grabbed his arm and, extending his right hand, a jet-black scimitar made of Zerd shell materialized from thin air. She stared him in the eye. "I'm not talking nonsense. Chuncheng is truly doomed to disaster. Report this immediately to the right authorities." After she finished speaking, her brain exploded, sending a stinging pain through her limbs. The player panel is 70%, 80% damaged. Energy material detected in the player's backpack. "Do you want to repair the player panel?" Jiang Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Repair?" The next moment, Jiang Qi's vision went black, and he fainted completely. Late at night, Jiang Qi woke up again, in a new ward. The person guarding her bedside rang the bell upon seeing her awake. Less than half a minute later, a group of doctors rushed in and examined Jiang Qi. They confirmed that her vital signs were normal, she was conscious, her thinking was clear, and she could hold a normal conversation. Then, a smartly dressed woman entered and showed Jiang Qi her ID. "Jiang Qi, I'm Liu from the Secretariat. Can I ask you something?" Clearly, Jiang Qi's scimitar had drawn attention, though not a great deal, otherwise it would have been more than just a secretary. But it was enough. She took a deep breath. "Yes." Liu pulled out a photo, the one of the scimitar. 5 hours ago, you conjured the scimitar made of unusual materials out of thin air in front of traffic police officer Louis and told him that Spring City was about to experience a significant drop in temperature, correct? "Yes." "Can you elaborate?" Jiang Qi nodded. "I only gave a brief explanation. This story begins with a survival game called Infinite Train. It's a survival game created by a higher dimensional civilization. It selects players from lower dimensional worlds and designates some worlds as dungeon zones. Then, it sets up various disasters in these dungeons and drops players in to challenge them for survival. Our planet was chosen as a dungeon zone." Liu's lips curved slightly as she stared at Jiang Qi, listening intently. Her expression was impeccable, yet she wondered if the girl was truly suffering from the aftermath of a car accident. How could such a thing happen? But the appearance of the scimitar was indeed somewhat bizarre. Lu Yi's body camera clearly captured the moment it materialized out of thin air. Preliminary expert testing revealed the scimitar's material to be unusual, and it had already been sent to a laboratory for analysis. Could it be some kind of advanced magic trick? Spring City was the first city chosen. Around 8 a.m. on May 10th, the dungeon arrived, and Spring City began to isolate itself from the outside world. Then, players arrived. Jiang Qi watched Liu's expression remain unchanged, knowing she didn't believe him. Feeling somewhat helpless, he thought for a moment, and something suddenly appeared in his hand. A mask. "Liu, surprise!" Jiang Qi put the mask on her face. It fitted perfectly, and then her features changed, gradually transforming into Liu's appearance. "Liu, surprise!" Jiang Qi. Every player is automatically equipped with this versatile mask. Using it, players can adapt their faces to the features of the dungeon's native inhabitants, seamlessly blending into the dungeon world. They can even impersonate a particular inhabitant directly. So, we must plan ahead and identify their location and identity the moment they arrive. Otherwise, once they blend into the crowd, they'd be difficult to find. A few minutes later, Liu emerged from the ward, looking dazed. The person waiting outside asked, "How's it going?" Liu swallowed and said, "Quick, report it." This isn't something we can handle. Watching Liu leave, Jiangqi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could talk to someone who could make the decision. She leaned against the headboard. Her head still ached slightly, but it felt much easier than before. She summoned the player panel. No, that shouldn't be called the player panel now. The information on the panel read, Name, Jiangqi. Identity, Train Conductor. Level, Intern, 0/100, Number, question mark. Train number, question mark. Every passenger is a potential conductor. Those who encounter a unique opportunity will have the chance to receive this ticket. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the hidden mode of the player panel, the conductor panel. Now that you obtained your internship qualification, every time you perform a conductor's duties, you accumulate corresponding internship experience. Work hard and become a true conductor. Note, the conductor can smell the scent of others of their kind within a kilometer. Keep your tail hidden until you're ready to challenge the conductor. After all, a train can only have one conductor. Jiangqi clenched her fists as she read these words. Although she didn't know why, her player panel had returned with her, but now, after being shattered and repaired, it had become the conductor panel. This gave her another opportunity for advancement. Become a conductor, the master of a train. Thinking of the conductor who had so easily abandoned her on the train, Jiangqi gritted her teeth. Most importantly, the conductor has many privileges and even vacation time. Then, she have a chance to return, of course. She still has to hide in the early stages. She found a hidden button on the panel and clicked it, turning the entire panel black. In this state, the conductor couldn't detect her. She looked at her backpack again. The player backpack had become the conductor's backpack. All 8 slots had been used to repair the panel, and now they were empty. Backpack slots are difficult to expand or increase. In her previous life, she hadn't found any relevant materials after 3 dungeons, but now she had the conductor's backpack. Later, if she snatched a player panel, she'd get a player backpack. This meant that her backpack naturally had twice as many slots as everyone else. Furthermore, the infinite train had a very unfortunate rule. Every time a player returned to the train after completing a dungeon, the conductor had the right to designate a player's backpack slot and take a portion of it as fare. Higher class carriages gave more, lower class carriages gave less. This was simply exploiting the players. And from now on, she could put her important belongings in the conductor's backpack. It would be absolutely safe. Thinking of all these benefits, Jiangqi couldn't hide his excitement. Chapter 2. In the capital, a special department. Several high-ranking officials gathered, watching 2 videos. In the first video, a girl's hand suddenly appeared, holding a black scimitar made of a strange material. In the second video, the same girl's hand suddenly appeared, holding a mask. At first glance, the mask looked like ordinary rubber, but once placed on her face, it automatically formed a new shape. Then, the girl's face quickly transformed. The 2 videos played repeatedly, and a moment of silence fell over the office. Are you sure the video is correct? Yes, the filming equipment was all official, there's no trace of editing, and all the footage is genuine. Everyone thought it was a fantasy. But even if the scimitar and mask could be conjured up through magic, how did they manage to transmogrify a living person? Is there a human involved? We thoroughly investigated. Jiangqi is an orphan, abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage shortly after birth. She never left the orphanage until she was 7 years old. After enrolling in school, she studied diligently and excelled both academically and morally. From elementary school to university, she never did anything out of the ordinary, not even skipping classes or exams. Her teachers gave her high praise. Even after starting work, she's always behaved properly, and her social media accounts are clean. This is someone who has never been outside public scrutiny. Her social circle is clear and unadulterated, and she hasn't come into contact with anyone special. She's a perfectly normal person, raised under the red flag. There's no chance she suddenly go off the deep end and try to defraud the country, and theoretically, she shouldn't suddenly possess special abilities. Unless something truly miraculous happened to her. Survival game, players, dungeons, extreme cold. A senior official muttered these words, his brow furrowed. Finally, he made the final decision, immediately form an investigation team, and set off for Spring City. Good morning, how are you today? When Jiangqi woke up in the morning, he saw Liu again. Or rather, she hadn't left all night. And there were more guards outside the ward, both to protect and to monitor Jiangqi. Jiangqi didn't care. This matter was of grave importance, and the country couldn't be more cautious. She smiled, I'm doing well. I think I should be able to be discharged. Then let's have breakfast first. After breakfast, a doctor examined Jiang Qi and confirmed that she had recovered well. Her concussion had completely healed, leaving only some minor injuries from the accident. She was indeed fit to be discharged. Li Yu led her to a seemingly ordinary sedan, escorted by other vehicles. 20 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in a discreet courtyard. Jiang Qi was led to a meeting room. Several people were already inside. One of them, a man in an executive jacket, she recognized. He was the mayor of Chuncheng, whom she had seen on the news. But judging by the seating arrangement, the mayor could only sit at the very edge. The others were gathered around the Zerg scimitar, chatting. Li Yu was about to introduce Jiang Qi when a middle-aged man in black plainclothes waved his hand and introduced himself. Jiang Qi, I'm from the capital's special military region. Zhang Zhentian will be in charge of your liaison. Jiang Qi shook him. Hello, Commander Zhang. Zhang Zhentian then introduced the others. Some professor of material research, some meteorological expert, all top figures in their fields. This lineup also demonstrates the importance attached by the nation's top leaders. Zhang Zhentian said, You said that Chuncheng was chosen as a dungeon zone for a survival game? Yes. Jiang Qi had already explained the details to Li Yu, and was simply reiterating them. Do you know who those 100,000 players are? They come from a world with a similar level of civilization to Blue Star. All or some of the world's population was chosen by the Infinite Train to become players. They were assigned to different trains, with each train initially full of 120,000 people. Chuncheng was their second novice dungeon, and the other 20,000 died in the first. Jiang Qi spoke seriously about what he knew. So, they already experienced a battle, and everyone has accumulated a certain amount of experience. Their ferocity has been aroused. Do players fight among themselves? Yes, there are 3 novice dungeons, and each one eliminates at least 20,000 people. Plus, space is limited on the train, especially in 3rd and 4th class carriages, where it's almost packed. Everyone wants to avoid competition. Furthermore, upon death, players typically reveal the supplies in their backpacks. If we really want to steal player identities, how many do you recommend? It's best not to exceed 1,000. The train conductor has the necessary detection methods, and he noticed if there are too many fake passengers on board. I have a question. How do you know this? Jiang Qi paused for a moment before saying, Because I've been reborn. In my previous life, I stole a player's identity and personally visited the train. After speaking for nearly half an hour, Jiang Qi demonstrated the effects of the versatile mask again, then was politely asked to rest. The atmosphere in the interview room was momentarily tense. An expert, who had been silent the entire time, said, There's not a trace of lying. This child is telling the truth. At least, she believes it to be true. Zhang Zhentian. So, either she's having a strange hallucination, or this is all real. The professor of material research picked up the scimitar and gently scratched a piece of metal, leaving a deep scratch. The story may be imaginary, but this knife can't be. Zhang Zhentian fell silent. Now, it seemed that, while absurd, the survival game might be real. He said, I need to consult with my superiors. 5 minutes later, he returned with, Superiors have authorized the establishment of a command center on site. National resources can be mobilized freely, and Chuncheng must be ready for battle by May 10th. He looked at the mayor of Chuncheng and said, Mr. Zhao, next, I ask the Chuncheng authorities to cooperate with the command center. The mayor said, all arrangements will be made by the organization. Jiang Qi rested for less than an hour before being called to another meeting. This time, they were in a conference room with a large round table. Dozens of people attended, seated in 3 circles. Some wore jackets, some wore military uniforms, and some were in plain clothes. Soldiers stood guard at the door with guns. Jiang Qi had always been a commoner, so she had never had the opportunity to attend such a meeting. But fortunately, she had fought in 3 dungeons before. Stay calm, stay composed, and don't act like a naive person. Jiang Qi let out a slight breath, mentally telling herself. She was wearing a mask, which made her appear more calm. Wearing the mask was Zhang Jingtian's request. He hoped Jiang Qi could conceal her identity. If it weren't for the fact that she was the only one who could use it, Zhang Jingtian wouldn't even want her to show up. Jiang Qi sat in the front circle, looking up at the large slide showing the Spring City Survival Game War Preparation meeting. As the overall commander, Zhang Zhentian briefly outlined the crisis that Spring City would soon face. Everyone present, ? Survival game? 100,000 players? Extreme cold challenge? How could this world be so magical? Were they dreaming or hallucinating? So, Jiang Qi had to demonstrate the mask again, changing his face several times in a minute. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief, and they chatted. Zhang Jingtian didn't give them much time to digest the information. Clapping his hands, drawing everyone's attention, he got straight to the point. This preparation for war will be divided into 4 steps. Step 1. Bring it in. Starting from the morning of the 10th, Spring City will be isolated by an invisible force, effectively a complete lockdown. Spring City has a population of 2.135 million, and its existing supply can only sustain it for the first week. We must bring in sufficient supplies, including but not limited to food, medicine, daily necessities, and winter gear. Every player has backpack slots, each capable of holding a large quantity of the same item. They're all very generous and love to stockpile. Therefore, Spring City must at least prepare enough supplies to sustain its inhabitants for 6 months. The relevant personnel immediately took notes. Zhang Jingtian. Step 2. Get them out. After Chuanshan's lockdown, the temperature plummeted within 3 days, reaching -60 to -70 degrees Celsius within a week. Even with adequate warmth, elderly, children, the sick, and pregnant women would struggle to withstand these temperatures. So, these individuals must be moved out of Chuncheon as quietly as possible. Everyone frowned. Move these people? That's a huge number. How could they possibly accomplish this quietly in just 2 days? Step 3. Build. We can't move everyone out, so we need to construct winter-proof safe houses in Chuncheon. Those who can't be moved and can't withstand the extreme cold can be moved in before the temperature drops to its lowest point. Step 4. Sneak in. The 100,000 players have all experienced bloodshed. Some have lost their humanity, while others possess extraordinary powers. In their eyes, the people of Spring City are mere NPCs in a dungeon. As a result, they will act without restraint, even resorting to murder. We must treat them with the utmost malice. Therefore, we must deploy elite troops, disguised as ordinary people, to infiltrate Spring City and protect the people. Someone raised their hand and asked, why not evacuate all the civilians? Since the players are so dangerous, ordinary people are powerless against them. I believe the entire city should be relocated. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Jingtian pressed his palm downward and said solemnly, this involves a very important matter. We cannot let the players, or rather, the survival game, know that we have foreseen anything. Because Spring City is just the beginning. There's a high probability that all cities on Blue Star will become instance dungeons one after another. If we're discovered or caught in advance, future instance dungeons will likely become more difficult, potentially leading to even greater disasters. All our actions must be conducted discreetly, or under legitimate pretexts. Jiangqi glanced at him. Unless the entire city was evacuated, all actions had to be conducted with extreme caution. Besides wanting to avoid the survival game's detection, the more important reason was that they wanted to quietly seize the player's identity. But Zhang Jingtian clearly had no intention of speaking publicly about this. The crowd was in an uproar. Spring City is just the beginning. Is this a crisis for all of humanity? How is that even possible? Someone couldn't help but ask, if this is a protracted war, how can we cope with this crisis from a higher dimensional civilization? Or can we always get advance warning of the dungeon's landing location? Zhang Jingtian evaded the point. So, in this Spring City battle, we must gain sufficient experience. We must interact with and analyze the players, gaining a deeper understanding of this survival game. Someone raised their hand. If we just need a legitimate reason, can we evacuate everyone from Spring City under the pretext of a possible earthquake or radiation leak, and then send our troops in disguised as ordinary citizens? Zhang Jingtian shook his head. First, there's not enough time, and second, it's too drastic. Another said, then I suggest we only evacuate those most in need of protection, such as patients who need medical equipment, young children, and pregnant women. These can be put off for a while. After all, we can't find a reason to send every child, pregnant woman, and elderly person in the city away. Someone seconded, that's right. As long as we have enough supplies and energy, we can build a few more rooms with normal temperature. They only last a month, so it shouldn't be a problem. But someone disagreed, saying, if we can evacuate them, it's best to evacuate as many as possible. Players are an uncontrollable factor. The more elderly, weak, women, and children left behind, the more vulnerable we become. The meeting lasted a full 3 hours, with people constantly rushing around to make arrangements. At 12:30 p.m., everyone dispersed, leaving only Jiangqi and Zhang Jingtian. Jiangqi took off his mask. Captain Zhang, regarding the seizure of player identities. This matter cannot afford any mistakes. We can't let too many people know. The higher-ups are already selecting the most outstanding individuals in terms of ideological awareness, combat capabilities, and other qualities from the various military regions. Once they arrive, we discuss this matter in detail. Zhang Jingtian said sternly, especially your identity as a train conductor. It's of paramount importance, top secret. That's why I asked you not to reveal your true identity. Chapter 3. May 8th, 2 p.m. A primary school in Chuncheon dismissed students early. A little girl ran to her mother, who had come to pick her up. Mom, the teacher said we're going on a 2-day spring outing tomorrow. The mother was surprised. Spring outing? It's already May. Where are we going? To Haicheng. There's a warship exhibition there, and a lot of schools are going. How much does it cost? The teacher said it's free. How can it be so good? Is this a scam? Our whole school is going. It's definitely not a scam. Mom, I want to go too. In a certain village, the village committee used a loudspeaker to announce the opening of a new hot spring resort in a certain city. To promote the event, admission is free for seniors over 60. Sign up now, and leave early tomorrow morning. All the elderly in the village were excited. Elderly man A, it's all free. Transportation, food, and lodging are all covered. Wanna go? Elderly man B, you're kidding. Such a good thing as possible? Elderly man C, what good is there in cheating us old men and women? We're old bones anyway, what's there to be afraid of? Elderly man D, free hot springs. Come on, go ahead, sign up. We're a bunch of old folks, so how can we get away with this? Spring City's largest tertiary hospital. With a loud bang, the hospital's power distribution room exploded, affecting many equipment and causing lights to flicker throughout the hospital. Soon, all inpatients were notified that the hospital would undergo a comprehensive overhaul. Because it was a hospital-related issue, they would be responsible for transferring patients to the neighboring city hospital. Not only would the transfer be free, but their medical expenses would also be reduced. The patients were bewildered. Although they didn't understand why such a serious transfer was necessary, the news of reduced medical fees eased their anxiety and the hassle, and they even looked forward to the transfer. Outpatients were asking if they could also take advantage of this benefit. At other hospitals, senior management also began discussing transfers with critically ill patients. XX Hospital recently launched a support policy. With your condition, you get a significant discount there. XX Hospital has a specialist coming soon. You might consider going there. We help you arrange a transfer right away. A certain welfare home. The director delighted the distinguished guest. The visitor, whose face was etched with the slogan I'm rich, took off his sunglasses and said, our company is holding a charity event and is inviting all the children from the Chuncheon Welfare Home to visit Wancheng. Pack up and leave tonight. The director, If she hadn't been accompanied by the mayor and the police, she would have thought they were scammers taking the children to some strange place. Chuncheon Disabled Persons Federation. Staff members called each person one by one, saying, hello, is this XXX? Have you ever been interested in a job? There's a boss in Licheng who wants to open a factory staffed entirely with disabled people. Would you like to interview? The boss isn't a bad person. This is an opportunity our Disabled Persons Federation worked hard to secure, so we're directly involved. Don't worry, if you don't make the interview, your travel expenses will be covered. Meet tomorrow morning, and the Disabled Persons Federation will arrange a car to take you there. At 6 p.m., the darkness gradually deepened. The streets of this southern city were bustling with traffic and people as usual, but there was something slightly different. Buses, cars, and silent ambulances rolled out from various parts of the city, some filled with the elderly, some with children, and some with the disabled and the sick. They drove along the highway, heading out of Spring City. On the roads leading into Spring City, large trucks, vans, sidecars, cold chain trucks, and semi-trailers rolled in continuously. These trucks looked like ordinary civilian vehicles, but if you could peer through the windows, you see that the drivers were all young, crew-cut men with a strong military aura. A truck driver squatted by the roadside at a highway service area, filling his water tank. He watched the trucks passing by and uttered a strange huh? That's strange. Why are there so many trucks coming into Chuncheon today? Another driver chimed in, yeah, they've been coming in like a ton since this afternoon. A truck mate of mine said it's similar on the national highway, with lots of trucks heading to Chuncheon. Wow! Not only is there a lot of cargo coming in, but the traffic out is also much heavier than usual. It was a constant stream of traffic. When had this highway ever been so busy? At a dock in Chuncheon, cargo ships arrived. As the cargo was unloaded, construction teams disembarked, heading off with the cargo to various locations in Chuncheon, quietly beginning construction work. A close observer would have noticed that these construction teams followed orders with remarkable efficiency, clearly former construction soldiers. At the same time, at Chuncheon Airport, planes landed one after another. The bellies of seemingly ordinary aircraft were filled with special cold weather materials and survival supplies. Groups of passengers emerged from the covered bridge, men and women young and old. Their appearance and clothing didn't reveal anything special, but a closer look revealed a remarkably bright and powerful gaze. Even teenagers possessed an unusual composure. After emerging, some boarded buses, some took taxis, and some gathered on tour buses, quickly leaving the airport. Half an hour later, they all arrived at their destinations. Some set up stalls outside shopping malls, some took over struggling pharmacies, some parachuted into community service centers, and some pretended to be patients at hospitals. The city had lost some people, and continued to do so, and these newcomers quickly filled the void. They scattered throughout the city, like drops of water merging into the ocean, without causing a ripple. Then, quietly from their positions, they observed the city with their eyes and ears, waiting for any unusual individuals to appear. High-speed rail stations, railway stations, long-distance bus stations. That night, all the transportation hubs of Spring City were bustling with activity, a turbulent undercurrent surging through the city. May 9th, early morning. Jiangqi took off her glasses and rubbed the corners of her swollen eyes. She hadn't rested much the previous night, recounting almost everything she knew in detail. Liu looked up at her. Have you finished? Yes. Liu turned the laptop towards her. Take a look and see if I'm remembering correctly. Jiangqi looked at the tens of thousands of words in the document. Liu didn't just write down what she had said, she also polished Jiangqi's words in a more systematic, written manner. From how to steal the player's identity to the various events on the train, she categorized each key point in a detailed and comprehensive manner. Jiangqi took a quick look and said, that's basically it. She didn't need to check, because Liu wasn't the only one taking shorthand. The entire team present had listened to Jiangqi's speech all night, each of them typing away, some even leaving mid-sentence to give reports. In the adjacent offices, even more professional teams were creating and executing various action plans in real time. The efficiency was astonishing. Liu stood up and said, nothing else for now. You should go and get some rest. Jiangqi asked, can I go home? Liu, I'm afraid not. Jiangqi nodded, not forcing her. Although he had said everything he needed to say, he still couldn't verify everything she said. It was reasonable for him to continue monitoring her. Just like Liu, because she knew so much, she couldn't move freely for now, and could only stay here and work. Liu asked, is there anything I can bring from your house? Jiangqi shook his head, that's not necessary. She simply missed her home after finally being reborn and wanted to return to her own bed for a good night's sleep. But since the circumstances didn't allow it, she didn't force it. She found a lounge and took a nap. An hour later, Jiangqi was awakened. Liu apologized, sorry for waking you. We're moving to the command center. Jiangqi stood up quickly, let's go. The command center was located underground. It was like an underground city, interconnected in all directions, with functional rooms one after another, a huge central control area, people bustling about, and truckloads of supplies being brought in. The entire space was enormous. Jiangqi was a bit shocked. Has this been built a long time ago? Liu explained, this was converted from a wartime air raid shelter, and it's being put to good use this time. For the next month, this will be the Spring City headquarters. Passing by a room under construction, a large new screen had just been erected. It lit up, displaying surveillance footage. The station, the airport, the road, the shopping mall, the residential area. Sitting here, one can see everything happening outside. And these surveillance rooms are still being expanded. Are there so many cameras in Spring City? Liu was also amazed. They were just installed. Tonight, the traffic management department, the municipal engineering team, and even our colleagues from the power grid were dispatched. They planted hidden cameras throughout Spring City. As long as players arrive, they won't be able to escape the ubiquitous surveillance. Of course, as the temperature drops, these cameras will inevitably be damaged. We hold out for a few days. Jiangqi breathed a sigh of relief. Reporting to the state was indeed the right decision. The state machinery took action, and the efficiency was unparalleled. She almost felt like a player about to walk into a trap. At this rate, if we continue today and tonight, will we be ready for everything by tomorrow morning? If nothing unexpected happens, we can. A deep voice rang out, and Jiang Qi turned to see Zhang Jintian. Captain Zhang. Come, Jiang Qi, let me introduce you to two people. Jiang Qi looked at the man and woman behind him. The man was tall and straight, giving off an air of stability and reliability. The woman was heroic, sharp, and awe-inspiring, exuding an indescribable sense of courage and strength. Both men were under 30 years old, their steps swift and sharp, like ferocious beasts ready to burst forth and inflict harm at any moment. Their gazes were so fierce that Jiang Qi felt as if he were being pierced through, and his breathing became slightly stagnant. Zhang Jintian introduced them. These two are Cui He and Dong Shengfeng. They are outstanding warriors carefully selected by the nation. They have made countless contributions to the country. Their personal strength is outstanding, and their loyalty to the country and its people is unquestionable. You too, this is Jiang Qi, the person you will be protecting on this mission. Both men saluted Jiang Qi, who followed suit. Then he asked Zhang Jintian, protect me? Yes, you have a conductor's panel and must perform the duties of a conductor. You also eventually become a conductor, so you need someone to protect you and coordinate your operations. Both Cui and Dong Shengfeng have extensive mission experience, and each command an elite team. They are the perfect people to assist you. Furthermore, they will each command a portion of the 1,000-man team that will board the train. In other words, these two not only protect Jiang Qi, but also serve as a linchpin for him and the 1,000-man team. After all, with Jiang Qi's experience and abilities, it's unrealistic for her to directly command that 1,000-man force. Moreover, just in case, her identity as the train conductor must be known only to a few people. Jiang Qi nodded, not rejecting the arrangement. Since she had reported everything to the state, she naturally trusted it completely. Having these two people help her was a win-win situation. She said to them, from now on, I be troubling you too. Dong Shengfeng, the female warrior, said, although we've seen the written report on how to steal the player's identity, we still have some questions that require a face-to-face meeting with you. Jiang Qi was a little surprised. She expected these two to harbor doubts about her. After all, they looked powerful, and wouldn't such people be unruly? Unexpectedly, they immediately appeared to be discussing a battle plan. That was fine. She smiled and nodded, okay. 3 minutes later, in the office, Jiang Qi sat at his desk, pen in hand, drawing a player profile on paper. Cui He and Dong Shengfeng sat opposite him, with Zhang Jintian also sitting nearby. Every player has a profile. At the moment of death, the profile flashes. To the average person, it appears as a ball of light suddenly appearing from their body. At the same time, the items in the player's backpack will likely burst out. We need to seize this moment, to catch this flash of light in time. If we're even a little late, the profile will disappear. Jiang Qi drew a portrait in the upper left corner of the panel. There's a portrait in the upper left corner of the panel, a half-length portrait of the player. I accidentally bumped my face into the portrait on the panel, and the next moment, the panel merged with my face and entered my mind. Cui He asked, since it's just a fleeting flash of light, how can we determine where the upper left corner is? Jiang Qi shook his head. I only had experience seizing a panel once, so I'm not sure. It might just be a matter of luck. My suggestion is to let someone seize the player panel and become the player first. Because from a player's perspective, other players' panels are clearer. Those who become players first can help others capture their panels. The three nodded, believing this was indeed the right approach. Jiang Qi continued, because we need to select 1,000 players from the 100,000 players to seize their identities. The selection of these 1,000 is crucial. There are 5 types of carriages on the survival train: special, first, second, third, and fourth class. Generally speaking, special class is a 4-person sleeper, accounting for approximately 0.5% of the total number of passengers. First class is a large, open-plan room with individual beds, accounting for about 5%. Second class offers slightly more comfortable and spacious soft seats. Third class offers cramped hard seats, and fourth class has no seats. These seats are determined, in part, by the amount of supplies a newcomer brings with them upon boarding, and in part, by the battles and gains from the previous dungeon. Thus, generally speaking, those who qualify for special and first class carriages are quite capable, and the train conductor will pay close attention to them, making them less likely to impersonate. I suggest targeting players in the second, third, and fourth class carriages. However, our people aren't going to die once they're on the train, so they can't act incompetent all the time. Therefore, we can't choose overly cowardly, incompetent targets to capture, otherwise their transformation later on will be too dramatic to explain. Zhang Jintian continued, This requires us to observe the players for a while and screen them. He spoke coldly, as if he wasn't selecting targets, but rather picking the right ones to hunt. But Jiang Qi and the other two had no objections. Players who descended into their world were unequivocally outsiders, invaders. This was a matter of life and death. To be kind to the players would be to be cruel to their own people. Jiang Qi continued, another thing, we need to blend in with 1,000 people. The larger the number of passengers, the less likely we be discovered. So, we need to ensure that as many of these players survive as possible in this dungeon. We don't want them to be discovered and need to kill them en masse. So, when selecting people, it's best to look for lone rangers. And when we capture or kill them to seize the panel, we must avoid being noticed by other players. Chapter 4. This meeting lasted a long time. Initially, only 4 people participated, but more and more people joined. These included the teammates of Cui Dong and his team, as well as elite personnel selected from across the country to replace the players. When the 5th person entered, Jiang Qi once again donned his player mask, becoming unassuming, which startled both Cui Dong and his team. She sat quietly to the side, as if she were just a special agent. Afterward, she said little, mostly looking down at the documents, matching them with the people. Almost all of these elite personnel were military veterans. Some were currently serving, exuding a strong military aura. Some had retired years ago, looking like seasoned veterans. Some specialized in undercover work, perfectly capable of impersonating a player. In addition to these individuals, representatives from the entire logistics team, responsible for monitoring, screening, and profiling the players' personalities and psychology, also joined the meeting. Compared to yesterday's meeting, today's meeting was attended entirely by classified personnel, and the discussions were of the most confidential and core matters. As the number of attendees grew, the conference room had to be resized, and the plans became increasingly detailed. Jiang Qi spent almost the entire day in the conference room. Zhang Jingtian offered her a break, but she refused. Even if she didn't need to provide any more clues, the stakes were high, and she needed to be fully aware of their plans and actions, even for her own sake. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, and everyone dispersed. Almost everyone was assigned somewhere in Spring City, living as natives. Zhang Jingtian stopped Jiang Qi and said, Jiang Qi, do you want to go back home tomorrow? If possible, that would be great. I also want to be up close and personal with the players. Jiang Qi lived in an older residential complex with lax property management and low rents, resulting in a mixed crowd. While surveillance was ostensibly non-existent, there were also large supermarkets nearby, offering convenient transportation. Many players, when they first entered the dungeon and were penniless, would prioritize places like these. Thus, that community had welcomed a large number of players in her previous life, eventually becoming a player base. The player whose identity she had seized in her previous life had lived next door as a tenant. Now, that community and similar places have been perfectly organized by the authorities, with many of their own personnel stationed there, just waiting for players to move in. Zhang Zhentian said, for your safety, it's naturally best to stay at the headquarters. But if you really want to go back, you can, but only if you agree to one thing. What is it? Dong Shengfeng approached, bag in one hand in his pocket. If you go back, you have to be my roommate. I protect you. Cui He lagged behind, standing silently not far away, not saying a word. Jiang Qi glanced at Cui He first, then at Dong Shengfeng. Although she was a woman, she was at least 1.72 meters tall, with short hair and handsome, androgynous features. If she had put a little more effort into her attire, she could have passed for a man at first glance. Jiang Qi seemed to understand something, a hint of surprise on her face. Seeing she understood, Dong Shengfeng smiled approvingly. Not only will we be roommates for the next month, but once we get on the train, I also have to protect you and help you pass on messages and such. So, we need to have a legitimate relationship. Are we pretending to be sisters, best friends, or lovers? You choose one. Jiang Qi, lover or something. Dong Shengfeng tilted his head slightly. You can also choose Cui He and pretend to be siblings, lovers, or even husband and wife. Jiang Qi, not really. To properly portray the players, it was confirmed in the meeting just now that each player should be replaced by a player who resembles them in some way, including height, build, and appearance. So, there can't be a man pretending to be a woman, or a woman pretending to be a man. That would be too easy to expose. In other words, whoever Jiang Qi chooses now, he have to play the same script with them, and they continue to play the same script. She scratched her head. Then I go with you. Just best friend, confidant. As if he had known she would choose this, Chui he nodded. Then I'd be leaving. See you tomorrow. Dong Shumfeng waved at him, then smiled, putting her arm around Jiang Qi's shoulder. Alright, we have to fine-tune the specific characterizations later. Let's cultivate our chemistry as best friends tonight. How? Jiang Qi soon found out. That night, she was assigned to share a dorm with Dong Shumfeng. That was fine. For those who had lived on campus, sharing a dorm with someone else was not unacceptable. Jiang Qi thought so, but after lights out, she lay in bed, clearly hearing another breathing nearby, which made her feel uneasy. In a trance, she seemed to be back in that crowded and chaotic carriage, the rumbling of a rushing train, the air filled with all sorts of foul odors. In the dim shadows, countless people whispered, the sound of turbid breathing rose and fell, and glances of gloating and scrutiny were cast at her from all directions. An old man in a train conductor's uniform approached her, smirking, and grabbed her. Okay, it's you, you stinking rat without a ticket. He flung open the door and flung Jiang Qi out. She couldn't move. Jiang Qi's eyes widened. No, she couldn't die. She didn't want to die, but she still fell into the ravine. The green train quickly receded before her eyes, leaving only the whirring of the wind in her ears. Jiang Qi. A figure leaped from the train, chasing her like a meteor. A thin hand struggled to grasp her. Jiang Qi, Jiang Qi. A woman's voice called out, and someone gently nudged her shoulder. Jiang Qi jerked awake, her body reacting faster than her mind, and she lunged for the man's throat. Dong Shumfeng quickly raised his hand to block the blow. With a snap, the pain in his hand brought Jiang Qi back to consciousness. She opened her eyes, and saw that it was Dong Shumfeng beside her bed. Dong Shumfeng looked surprised. Having a nightmare? You almost broke my throat. I didn't expect you to react so quickly, or have so much strength. Jiang Qi stared at her blankly, subconsciously wiping his brow. His hand was wet. It was sweat. She stared at her sweaty hands absent-mindedly, sitting up and breathing softly. Who was the person who chased her out when she was thrown from the train in her dream? Why didn't she have any memory of it? In her previous life, she had only been on the train for a little over 10 days, plus the time spent in 3 dungeons, a total of only a few months. She remembered always working alone, avoiding any interactions for fear of revealing her identity. She shouldn't have known anyone, but that person had called out her real name, and even jumped out of the train to save her. Should she know someone like this? Jiang Qi held his forehead. She seemed to have forgotten something important. Dong Shumfeng frowned at her. You don't seem right. Should we call a doctor? Jiang Qi whispered, No, I just had some bad dreams. She unsteadily got out of bed, and went to the bathroom to wash her face. The cold water splashed on her face, slowly calming her emotions. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her face, untouched by the ravages of survival games, exuded a youthful aura, even a touch of innocence. But now, her eyes were filled with worry and fear. She pressed her temples. Were the memories in her dreams real? If she had truly forgotten something, could her current memories still be reliable? She closed her eyes and rethought her past life experiences. Everything felt so real, there was no way it could be wrong. 3 minutes later, Jiang Qi emerged from the bathroom, her emotions in order. Dong Shumfeng looked her up and down. Are you okay? No. I now believe you truly experienced those survival games. Jiang Qi asked her, so you suspected I was lying? Dong Shumfeng shook his head. You acted too calm. You're an ordinary person for over 20 years, dragged through hell for several months, and then you come back without crying, making a scene, venting, or complaining. It's as if you were telling someone else's story. It doesn't feel real. Now you're much more normal. Jiang Qi smiled wryly. After so many times between life and death, even the most delicate and complaining person could become a diamond. It's still early. Eat something. After breakfast, it was still early before 8 o'clock, so Jiang Qi started training with Dong Shumfeng. Her physical condition was still too weak. She was a complete weakling, panting after just a few moves. Dong Shumfeng was surprised. That shouldn't be the case. That attack you used when you woke up was quite impressive. Jiang Qi wiped his sweat from his forehead. Maybe it was just the stress you were experiencing. Dong Shumfeng still had some doubts. In your past life, weren't you really a master? Jiang Qi shook her head. After just a few months, all you could do was swing a stick. Your survival was all due to luck and a knack for survival. Dong Shumfeng looked her up and down, patted her shoulder. Don't worry, practice with me. I guarantee you become a master. Thank you. At 7:30, Zhang Jingtian notified them to go to the control room. The core leaders of the command center were all there, staring at the surveillance screens. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. Jiangqi also looked at the screens. These were the surveillance cameras for the roads in and out of Spring City. Although it was still half an hour before 8 o'clock, all roads in and out of Chuncheon had been secretly sealed off. The sparse traffic on surveillance cameras, bearing license plates from various regions, was in fact all official vehicles, driven by experienced drivers. Toll booths, gas stations, and service areas were staffed by specially assigned personnel, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Several roads were deliberately blocked by traffic accidents to make them appear impassable. As for the villages on the border of Chuncheon, they had long been cleared out under various justifiable pretexts. Zhang Jingtian looked at Jiangqi. Whether it's true or not, this is the moment. Jiangqi, if you deceive the country? Jiangqi met his gaze. I also hope this is a lie, and that the disaster won't happen. If the replica hadn't arrived, she would have spent the rest of her life in prison, but she trusted her memory. Even though she seemed to have forgotten something very important. 7:40. On the highway in and out of Spring City, vehicles drove along as normal. A truck driver observed the roadside and said into his headset, "Everything is normal at the moment." At the toll booth, a staff member with a familiar smile handed the driver a card with both hands, watched the car pass, and then greeted the next car, taking a moment to report into the invisible microphone on his collar. No abnormalities at the moment. In the emergency lane, a car broke down. The owner kept calling for help, looking anxious and helpless, but in fact he was reporting to the other end of the line. Everything is normal. At Spring City Airport, one runway was under repair, while on the other, a plane had a malfunction during takeoff and was forced to stop on the runway. With only 2 runways for takeoff, all subsequent flights were delayed, causing widespread complaints from passengers. Standing in the control tower, the airport leader looked at the planes outside, then at the digital clock as the time ticked by. The tense corners of his mouth betrayed his inner anxiety. 7:50. The runway was finally cleared, and a plane slowly taxied toward it, then gradually gained speed and took off. The airport officials stared at the plane. Only they knew it was actually an unmanned cargo plane, with no one aboard. Because they had been told that it would be unusual if no planes took off or landed around 8 o'clock, they had arranged for some drones to take off and land. These drones represented the nation's most advanced technology, each worth tens of billions. Now, they were just for show and to cover up the scam. 7:55. All land and shipping routes in and out of Spring City were placed on alert, and all personnel involved were elite military and police officers. Command Center. As the clock edged closer to 8 o'clock, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Jiangqi stared intently at the surveillance screen. In reality, she had no idea what would happen at 8 o'clock. At this time in her previous life, she had probably just woken up and was about to go to work when she checked her phone on the way to work and realized that all videos outside of Spring City were unavailable. She had assumed there was a network problem. When she arrived at the office, she vaguely heard about a series of car accidents on the highway. Then she heard about a plane crash. It seemed that a plane had taken off from Spring City and disintegrated in midair for no apparent reason. Watching the video at the time, it looked as if the plane had hit something midair. She later learned that it had actually hit the dungeon barrier. Anyway, as I recall, that day was a chaotic one, with all sorts of confusing news. The internet was down, phone calls to Spring City were unavailable, and the boss, unable to reach clients, lost his temper at work. Then, in the afternoon, snow suddenly fell from the sky, something unprecedented in Spring City. The temperature dropped sharply over the next few days, catching people off guard and leading to a panic buying of cotton-padded clothes, quilts, and food. At this point, word spread that Spring City was trapped by a strange energy. Many people, unconvinced, drove to escape, but were stuck in traffic. All the roads leading out of Spring City were completely jammed with cars, causing a deadly traffic jam. The temperature plummeted, and many people practically froze to death in their cars. After that, people died every day, some from illness, some from starvation, some from freezing, some from panic suicide, and many more from homicide. When Jiangqi heard about the deaths, he was horrified and assumed it was people killing each other for supplies. Later, he realized it was the players at work. She clasped her hands together, her fingertips digging into the backs of her hands, and lowered her eyes to the ground. Suddenly, she cried out, "What's going on?" She looked up, and the images on all the screens froze, then blurred, as if covered by layers of snow. This process lasted for over 10 seconds, and no matter what the technicians did, they couldn't fix it. Jiangqi pulled out his phone, which showed no signal. 10 seconds later, the phone signal returned to normal, and the surveillance footage returned, but people were treated to a horrifying scene. On the highway, a pickup truck collided with an invisible barrier, its entire front end crushing it and flipping violently. Over the airport, a black unmanned cargo plane struck an invisible obstacle. Driven by its excessive speed, its entire fuselage instantly disintegrated and exploded. A river running through the border between Spring City and the neighboring city suddenly and mysteriously sank, as if an invisible blade had cleaved a natural chasm. The surrounding ships were sucked in, and the next moment, they crashed violently into an invisible barrier. The people at the command center watched in horror. Block. This is the dungeon barrier. The dungeon has arrived. Chapter 5. The giant screen, divided into grids of surveillance footage, unfolded a startling scene in nearly every frame. The river parted like Moses parting the sea, and the jungle seemed to be ripped apart by a hurricane. In the suburbs, invisible gusts of wind blew away sand, rocks, and dead branches. In the sky, flocks of birds screamed and fled, but many were swept in by unseen forces, twisting into puffs of mist. Even houses on the border were shattered and collapsed, and mountains inexplicably slipped. All of this happened simultaneously, clearly announcing to everyone that a terrifying, vast, invisible, and dangerous barrier had descended, encircling Spring City and locking it down. For a moment, the monitoring room was so quiet that even breathing could be heard. Everyone's mind was filled with a single voice. The dungeon has arrived, and the survival game is real. The ensuing disasters, even a massive crisis that threatens the entire blue planet, will come in the future. Although I've been mentally prepared, the moment still feels magical when it finally arrives. Zhang Jingtian was the first to calm down, taking a deep breath and speaking in a deep voice. Everyone, you've seen it all. The dungeon is real. The survival game is real. So, the real test begins now. For the next month, we must brace ourselves and fight the extreme cold and these players to the bitter end. Our mission is, first, protect the people of Spring City from harm from the players. Second, ensure they survive the extreme cold. Third, seize the players' identities, return to the survival train in their place, and enter other dungeons to gain more opportunities, resources, and technology, strengthening the blue planet to face greater challenges ahead. He swept a stern gaze over everyone present. These were the core members of the command center, possessing the utmost loyalty and professional competence. For the next month, they would gather information from across the city from this underground headquarters, then disseminate directives to keep the city moving in the right direction. Everyone stood to listen to him, their heads held high and chests puffed out, the atmosphere filled with solemnity and awe. Jiangqi's heart surged as he observed the determined expressions of those rushing to the front lines, braving death before the onset of war. Zhang Jingtian, I won't say any more. You all understand the gravity of this matter. Now, each of you must perform your duties according to the plan. Everyone immediately set to work. Soon, reports began to flow in one after another. Communications between Chuncheng and the outside world have been cut off. Intersection 1 is blocked. Intersection 2 is blocked. The entire Chuncheng is sealed off. The signal within the city has been restored. The city surveillance system has been fully activated. No strangers have been sighted anywhere. The current city temperature is 21 degrees Celsius. Zhang Jingtian issued orders one by one, notified the Shuangqing authorities, and gradually spread the news to the public that Chuncheng is under suspected attack and the city's periphery is extremely dangerous. All schools, hospitals, factories, and other places are temporarily closed, and all roads are temporarily blocked. All target points, relax controls. The surveillance department has instructed me to keep a close eye on them. If any player is spotted, immediately create a file and track them. Telling the public that Chuncheng is in trouble will cause panic, while controlling the movement of people will prevent the entire city from suddenly becoming chaotic. A city that was chaotic in its rhetoric, but not completely chaotic in reality, would make the arrival of 100,000 players more conspicuous, yet still offer a safe haven for them, making them easier to monitor and capture. Jiangqi looked up at the map. Countless routes, large and small, across Spring City had changed. Some roads had turned red, indicating complete closure and no access. Some had turned yellow, indicating partial control. Still, some remained green, indicating unimpeded access. Once players arrived, they would naturally follow the green roads and flock to the destinations command wanted them to go. Those locations were so-called target points, such as Jiangqi's residential complex, as well as urban villages and rural towns. Those were already attractive destinations for players, and now, With these changes, players would flock even more towards them. Zhang Jintian turned and saluted Jiang Qi solemnly, then shook her hand vigorously. Jiang Qi, on behalf of the organization, I thank you again for your early reporting. You saved the people of Chuncheng from a devastating disaster. It's my duty. Jiang Qi knew he had finally earned Zhang Jingtian's complete trust. The looks from the others were no longer filled with suspicion, only with surprise and gratitude. Using a disaster to prove one's innocence was a complex feeling. Next, we proceed step by step according to the plan. You can proceed to the next step. Since we need to return to the complex, go ahead before the players arrive. I prepared some supplies for you. Pack them up before you go. And this knife, it's yours, take it yourself. Zhang Jingtian brought a box and handed it to Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi opened it and saw the jet-black insect shell dagger inside. Zhang Jingtian patted her shoulder. Take care of yourself. He then said to Dong Shenfeng, Dong Shenfeng, I leave Jiang Qi in your care. Dong Shenfeng saluted. Don't worry, Commander. After Jiang Qi and the other two emerged, Liu waited outside. Come with me to get the supplies. They arrived at a small warehouse. Liu opened the door and went in, pointing to the contents. She said, This is the supplies Commander Zhang has prepared for you. Put them in your backpack, as many as you can. Jiang Qi looked inside and saw many piles of things, each consisting of boxes of the same size. She opened one, and it was filled with weapons. Dong Shenfeng picked it up and examined it. These are new guns. The second pile was the new grenades. The third pile was bullets. The fourth pile was medical kits. The fifth pile was food. The sixth pile was cold weather supplies. Jiang Qi's conductor backpack had 8 compartments, each of which could only hold items of the same type. Guns could only hold guns, and ammunition could only hold ammunition. There were quite a few loopholes. For example, a medical kit could hold multiple types of medicine and equipment. Each identical medical kit counted as one item, and a single compartment could hold up to 99 medical kits. Similarly, a weapons pack could hold several different weapons, and a single compartment could hold up to 99 weapons packs. But it was quite strict. For example, raw food and cooked food were considered 2 different categories, and clothes and pants were considered 2 different categories. They couldn't be mixed. So 8 slots were enough, but not enough either. With Dong Shenfeng's help, Jiang Qi quickly filled all 8 slots. 1 for weapons, 1 for medicine, 1 for cold weather gear, 1 for food, 1 for high-tech communications equipment, and 1 for tools needed for extreme cold weather. The remaining 2 slots were for each of their more important personal belongings. With a month left, there were plenty of opportunities for supplies, so there was no need to pack too much. They would definitely have to repack when they finally left Blue Star. After filling their backpacks, they each put on an ordinary bag, disguising themselves as workers hurriedly leaving their jobs. Liu escorted them to a nondescript car. I keep you posted and provide you with the latest information. I also pass on any orders from headquarters. Anyway, I'm specifically responsible for Miss Zhang's line. If you need anything, please let me know immediately. Jiang Qi said, Thank you for your help. Jiang Qi and Dong Shenfeng were escorted out of the headquarters. In the car, Dong Shenfeng contacted someone and hung up, saying, My team has settled in the community and nearby areas. Everything is normal. 10 minutes later, the two were dropped off near a bus stop. They disembarked, exchanged a glance, and immediately rushed to the bus stop, backpacks on their backs. There were already quite a few people here, coming out of nearby shops, small stores, and factories, all looking anxious and worried. What's going on? I heard there was an earthquake in some areas around Spring City. Will an earthquake send cars flying? Have you seen this video? It's terrifying. That video of the plane exploding in midair is terrifying. My relative filmed it at the airport. Everyone was stunned. My sister in XX village said there seems to be some kind of barrier on the mountain over there, making it impossible to climb over. It's so unbelievable. What day is today? Why hasn't the bus arrived yet? Jiang Qi and his friends stood in the crowd, phones in hand, headphones on, scrolling through the news, looking equally anxious. Actually, they glanced around and quickly spotted the miniature cameras installed on bus stops, billboards, utility poles, traffic lights, roadside trees, and so on. It was truly densely packed. Suddenly, Jiang Qi felt a sense of urgency and glanced to the side of the bus stop. Dong Shenfeng looked in that direction. What's going on? Jiang Qi whispered, They're coming. The next moment, the light flickered slightly, revealing several blurry, cocoon-like figures. Then, the light slowly faded, revealing 3 figures, Dong Xingfeng's pupils shrank. The three men were disheveled, gaunt, with tangled yellow hair and unfamiliar clothing. They looked as if they hadn't bathed or eaten in days. As soon as they appeared, they looked around warily, weapons tightly gripped in their hands. Dong Xingfeng immediately averted his gaze, but his ears perked up. The three men began to chatter. Dong Xingfeng said, Not a word he could understand. Jiang Qi had the train conductor's panel, which came with empathy translation, so he naturally understood. Empathy translation, also known as simultaneous interpretation, empathy, and emotional resonance, can seamlessly convey the emotion, context, allusions, and atmosphere of the original text, regardless of cultural differences. This is a very powerful feature. Person A is saying, "Is this the new dungeon?" Person B, "Looks like the disaster hasn't hit yet. I can relax for a few days." Person C, "Wow, a beautiful woman. I haven't touched a woman in ages." Person A, "Don't be crazy. Things aren't chaotic here yet. Stay put for now. The most important thing is to gather supplies. Once this place is in chaos, how many women will we need?" The three of them were mumbling to each other, but strangely, no one around them reacted to their sudden appearance. Jiang Qi put on his headphones and whispered, "Li Yu, can you see these three people next to us?" Li Yu's voice came through the headphones. "Yes, but they're very blurry, but they're getting clearer." In an office at the headquarters, Li Yu and a team were working. Each of them had several computers in front of them, all monitoring Jiang Qi's surroundings. At this moment, the surveillance cameras were fixed on an open space not far from Jiang Qi. Three distorted and blurry figures had suddenly appeared there. Without careful observation, it would have been impossible to spot them. This strange scene sent chills down everyone's spines. It was a player. A player had appeared. Jiang Qi's voice sank even lower. "Get ready. Find a way to capture these three immediately." Li Yu was startled, but didn't ask why. She simply said, "I report this immediately." Dong Xingfeng was nearby and naturally heard Jiang Qi's words. She even helped shield him from the three players, preventing them from noticing his conversation. After Jiang Qi finished, she asked, "Is it valuable?" Jiang Qi nodded. In her previous life, Jiang Qi had met some people on trains and in dungeons. She had a rough list of those whose identities were worth stealing, and those whose identities were easy to steal. I just didn't expect to encounter three of them right from the start in this life. These three were a well-known trio in the third-class carriage of the train. They were said to have been released from prisons in their original worlds, all solitary and isolated. They were just losers now, but when Jiang Qi died in his previous life, they had already risen from third class to first class, becoming increasingly ruthless and cruel, not only to the natives but also to other players. So, after replacing them, they could still form a small group of three. They didn't have to hide their strength too much, and they didn't have to worry about being discovered by acquaintances. The only challenge was to imitate the criminal's temperament and habits. They were simply the perfect targets for replacement. After a moment, the blurry shadows surrounding the three men faded completely, and someone finally spotted them. A young man said with disdain, "Where did these homeless people come from?" The three men, equipped with empathy translation, naturally understood what was said and became displeased. "See, the most ill-tempered among them," shouted angrily, "You idiot! Who are you calling a savage?" The young man said, "What's that nonsense? Where did these savages come from? See, who are you calling a savage?" He stepped forward to pull the young man away, but the other two quickly stopped him, saying, "Don't make trouble. Wait a few more seconds. God, do whatever you want with this bastard." C swallowed his anger. "Wait. 5 days at most. I go find him." Just then, a burly arm shot out from the side. A burly man, his face practically emblazoned with "I'm a gang member," grabbed C by the collar and said, "Your father, your grandfather, is pissing his mouth and cursing at my brother? You still want to hit me?" C was instantly lifted off the ground like a chicken. He was stunned. A and B were also stunned, and instinctively reached for their weapons. At the same time, Li Yu's voice rang through Jiang Qi's earpiece. "Miss Jiang, that burly man is one of ours. Just step back, and don't expose yourself." Before Li Yu finished her words, Jiang Qi's gaze flicked to the spot where two more cocoon-like figures appeared. Two more players had arrived. Jiang Qi immediately pulled Dong Xingfeng back, like the others, as if afraid the dispute would affect them. She pulled out a blood-stained knife and stabbed the burly man. The burly man's voice rose an octave. "Hack you! You're carrying a weapon!" The people around the bus stop retreated several meters in fear. "Holy crap! He's carrying a knife! Is he a murderer?" There's blood on the knife. How scary. Call the police. Over there, the burly man was already fighting with C. Cook knocked him down in 2 moves, then lunged over and kicked A and B, one after the other. Perhaps fearing they might resort to some unusual player trick, the large man went for the head, knocking all 3 unconscious. Less than a minute later, sirens blared as 2 police cars arrived. Group A, B, and C were unceremoniously bundled into the vehicles, charged with carrying weapons and intending to commit a crime in public. The large man and the bewildered young man were also taken away, leaving the crowd to discuss the situation. Jiangqi breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 players had been successfully apprehended. A good start. Soon, the bus arrived, and Jiangqi and Dong Shifeng boarded. She noticed that the 2 players who had arrived later had also boarded, and were sitting not far behind her, quietly discussing their situation. The older one said, "See? Don't act rashly early on, or you be captured by the NPCs, wasting time accumulating supplies." The younger one said, "I understand, Mom." Dong Shifeng glanced back casually and asked Jiangqi, "Are these 2 a bad match?" Jiangqi shook his head, "Yeah. One of them is too young, so capturing them would be pointless. As long as they can stay together peacefully, that's all that matters." Chapter 6. In the underground command center, in the central control room, everyone nervously watched the surveillance footage at the bus stop. Because time was of the essence, upon receiving Jiangqi's request, they could only notify the nearest person, resulting in a 3-on-1 situation. Thankfully, the trio didn't seem particularly skilled in combat, and were easily subdued. Watching the 3 fall to the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and once they were bundled into the police van, everyone relaxed even more. This first player capture operation was a complete success. This colleague must be commended. Zhang Jingtian beamed. Have the matching department immediately identify those who can be matched with these 3. Someone asked, "Captain, should we conduct an interrogation?" Zhang Jingtian pondered. They had previously discussed how to seize the player's identity, and whether to conduct an interrogation beforehand. Jiangqi's point was that he was concerned that some players might have some way to contact the train. So, interrogating them while they were still alive could lead to the possibility that the other party could capture some information and pass it on, which would be a considerable risk. Therefore, it's best not to interrogate them, but to observe them secretly. But these 3 were captured so quickly that there was no time to observe them. Zhang Jingtian quickly decided, no interrogation, let them sleep, and then, in their sleep, we finish them off. We must first obtain a few player panels. This will facilitate our subsequent work. Yes. A moment later, another person came to report, "Captain, Jiangqi has sent a message regarding those 3 people." Zhang Jingtian quickly took a look. It read, "The specific names of these 3 people are unknown. They were from the prisons of their original worlds. They were all criminals with few relatives or friends. They had made some minor gains in the previous dungeon and were currently passengers in the 3rd-class carriage, considered low-ranking individuals who survived in a group. Their true rise to prominence occurred in the next dungeon, the Zerg Nest. Thereafter, they became known as the 3-headed Hydra. They were fawning and obsequious to those above them, vicious and cruel to those below them, harboring deep hatred towards the indigenous people and possessing various negative habits." Zhang Jingtian pondered. They were indeed excellent targets. Currently, they were minor figures. Their vicious and cruel side hadn't yet fully emerged. Their future rise proved they still had some ability, not complete incompetence. This made playing them considerably easier. Zhang Jingtian said, "Give this information to the matching department. Have them select candidates who are not only similar in appearance and build, but also those with experience with criminals." After saying this, he added, "Pair Jiangqi with a dedicated action team ready for command. She be in charge of all minor matters." "But doesn't she already have Dong Shifeng and his team?" Zhang Zetian waved his hand. "That's not a conflict. Dong Shifeng's people are players, and there are some things they're not suited to deal with. Just like at the bus stop, if you want to start a fight with other players in front of them, you still need a stranger." On the bus, Jiangqi edited the 3-headed snake's message and sent it to Liu. Liu quickly replied, saying that a task force would be assigned to her, with direct command placed in her hands. She could make her own decisions on minor matters and act at any time. She was slightly taken aback. This was a good idea. It would greatly improve timeliness and flexibility. Just then, the bus stopped and another group of people boarded, filling the entire car. Jiangqi looked up and spotted 2 more players among the incoming crowd. Their attire was no different from the people of Spring City, yet Jiangqi recognized them instantly. It was an instinct. Just like when she noticed the players before they even appeared, even before they made their presence known. It hadn't been like this in her previous life. Even after becoming a player, she hadn't been this perceptive towards her fellow players. To be more precise, most of the time, players couldn't recognize one another, which was why some players would disguise themselves as natives to trick other players. This perceptiveness was strange. It could only be due to the conductor's panel. She opened a novel app on her phone, pretending to read while opening the conductor's panel. Name, Jiang Qi. Identity, train conductor. Level, intern, 0/100, number, question mark. Train number, question mark, note. The train conductor has almost absolute control over the passengers, and you can always easily spot a passenger in the crowd. Of course, this is to ensure you get them on the train promptly. After all, it's the conductor's responsibility to not abandon any passenger. The note changed, as if answering her question. Did it change based on her situation? Was it that smart? Jiang Qi closed the panel, and instantly, her sense of the players disappeared. Opening it again, the sense returned with crystal clarity, as easy as finding a glowing stone in the darkness. During this period, she had been keeping an eye on the 4 players in the train. They showed no reaction, clearly unaware of the trainee conductor's presence. She slowly rubbed her fingers, a thought suddenly dawning on her. If the conductor could easily detect the presence of passengers, then wouldn't he also be able to detect the presence of non-passengers? She couldn't help but glance at the 2 players who had boarded behind her. Their backs were facing away, wedged in the crowd, so she could only see half the back of their heads. But as she stared, she suddenly spotted a patch of red hair amidst their black hair. She jumped, her heartbeat beating like a drum, and she immediately averted her gaze. Dong Shenfeng looked at her with concern. What's wrong? Jiang Qi raised his hand to his forehead, actually to hide his expression and lip movements, and lowered his voice. Trouble. She wasn't dazzled, nor were the 2 players wearing wigs. She had seen through their disguises and seen their true appearance. Yes, most of these players had colorful hair, very distinctive, making their original appearance easy to identify. She was just a trainee conductor, not even on the job yet she could see through the player's disguise, let alone the real conductor. The thought of this made her back wet. It seemed she had been overly simplistic. She had to find a way to deal with the conductor's abilities. She pondered for a moment, then whispered to Dong Shenfeng, "We can't go home for now." Dong Shenfeng didn't ask any further questions. You decide. Her first priority was to protect Jiang Qi's safety, and she wouldn't interfere with his decision. Jiang Qi then sent another message to Liu. At headquarters, Liu was also shocked by Jiang Qi's message. Without delay, she reported it immediately. Less than a minute later, Zhang Jingtian saw the message from Jiang Qi and was also shocked. The conductor is so capable. Everyone had discussed how Jiang Qi's disguise had been seen through by the train conductor in her previous life, with various theories, including the possibility that this was the most direct method. But everyone still held out hope. I hadn't expected it to be a combination of aura detection and visual identification. This was a 2-pronged approach. This was truly terrible news. In her previous life, Jiang Qi had hidden among tens of thousands of people, lingering only in 3rd and 4th class carriages, with no chance of contact with the conductor, allowing her to survive for 3 instances. But this time, they were sending 1,000 people aboard, significantly increasing the chances of discovery. Were they going to reduce the number of people? Zhang Jingtian frowned as he continued to read Jiang Qi's application, then relaxed slightly. Jiang Qi said she wanted to meet more players face to face. Firstly, this would allow her to more effectively identify suitable targets, and secondly, she wanted to test the limits of the train conductor's control panel to see if there was a way out. Zhang Jingtian didn't hesitate. Okay, then let's arrange it at the supermarket. We must ensure Jiang Qi's safety. On the bus, Jiang Qi received permission to proceed. Turning to Dong Shenfeng, he said, "We're running low on food at home, and things aren't looking right. Let's go get some food before we go home." Dong Shenfeng agreed. Okay. Then let's get off at Xinyue Plaza. Xinyue Plaza is a shopping complex near Jiang Qi's home, housing a mall, cinema, supermarket, and snack street. It's bustling. This stop was packed with people, clearly all looking to buy food and drinks for home. The 4 players also got off at this stop. Jiang Qi and Dong Shenfeng walked quickly. Once inside the underground supermarket, they found it already packed. Jiang Qi spotted a dozen players in the crowd. Each of them looked like a normal citizen, their disguises impeccable. Jiang Qi stared at them for a moment, their heads illuminating in a variety of colors, more conspicuous than light bulbs, a truly comical sight. If it weren't for the wrong setting, Jiang Qi would have laughed at the sight. A man in a supermarket work vest approached the two men and said, "Please follow me." The two were taken to the office, and Jiang Qi, without a word, changed into a security uniform. He said to Dong Xiaofeng, "I disguise myself as the security guard at the checkout exit, and someone else will guarantee my safety. Your height and appearance are too conspicuous, so don't stay around me." As she spoke, she donned the train conductor mask. Her face quickly transformed into that of an ordinary female security guard. Even her figure changed slightly, and her skin darkened several shades. Dong Xiaofeng affixed a miniature camera to her chest, put a security headset on her, and placed the intercom. "Don't worry about me, I know what to do." After Jiang Qi finished packing, he left the restroom and arrived at the supermarket entrance. Several other security guards also rushed over. After a glance, they confirmed that they were all assigned by headquarters to protect Jiang Qi. The entire supermarket, including cashiers, stockers, cleaners, and so on, were all internal personnel. There were countless cameras everywhere, and the government was backing her up. This was completely Jiang Qi's home turf. If he didn't take advantage of the home field and figure out this conductor's panel, he would have no chance in the future. So, when she saw a male player desperately pushing his way into the crowd, even reaching into someone's bag to steal something, she rushed over without hesitation, yanked him out, and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Stealing." She gripped his arm tightly, staring intently into his eyes. A few seconds later, he gradually shed his Spring City citizen's veneer, revealing tawny hair, blue-tinged irises, a scraggly beard, and distinctly exotic features. His entire figure, like a tattered, emaciated figure, had returned to its former self. The player's disguise faded, revealing his true self. Ding, you saw through a passenger's disguise. This is a basic skill for a train conductor. Congratulations on discovering and using it. You earned 0.001 points of internship experience. A friendly reminder, regularly practicing a train conductor's skills will help you become more proficient in them and increase your chances of earning internship experience. Please strive to become an excellent train conductor. Chapter 7. Jiang Qi stared in shock at the sudden pop-up train conductor panel. Experience. This way she could get internship experience. Although it was only a measly 0.001, it was at least the first step, pointing her in the right direction. Jiang Qi was now incredibly thankful that she had chosen to confront the player head-on, otherwise she would have remained oblivious to the situation. But her distraction was fleeting, and her attention returned to the player before her. In her eyes, this player had become his true self, though he himself was completely unaware of this. Having been caught stealing by an NPC and then arrested, he panicked for a moment, then became furious. He didn't have much money, so he didn't exchange it for dungeon currency when entering the dungeon. Since the dungeon hadn't lost its order yet, and supplies had to be purchased, he could only ask these NPCs for some. How could this be considered stealing? When the dungeon's order collapsed, wouldn't the NPC's belongings belong to the player? He had simply withdrawn his own belongings in advance. He shoved Jiang Qi aside and began to leave. Mind your own business. Jiang Qi was imposing, but her fighting skills were lacking, and she stumbled. Fortunately, she wasn't fighting alone. A nearby security guard immediately rushed over, tackled the fleeing player, twisted his arm behind his back, and pinned him to the ground. The player panicked, struggling desperately. "What are you doing?" "Let me go!" "Do you know who I am?" "You babblers." The rest of his speech turned into a confusing jumble of gibberish, probably referring to something related to the survival game, which was blocked out. After donning the player mask as a disguise, the empathy translation function radiated outward, allowing the natives to understand the player's words. However, any information that was not intended for the natives to know was automatically censored. Jiang Qi said, "What nonsense! This guy dared to steal from our supermarket. We must not let him off lightly. Take him to the security office and call the police." The person apprehending the player immediately understood they were going to arrest him, so they unceremoniously grabbed him and dragged him away. "You dare to arrest me? I won't let you go. In a few days, this place will be a mess. Just wait." The player was taken away, and the crowd of onlookers suddenly quieted down. Several players in the crowd glanced over, their expressions somewhat strange: fear, frustration, anticipation, and disdain. Jiang Qi pondered how to get a few more players in, to see through their disguises face to face, to see if she could get some more practical experience. But she certainly couldn't always pinpoint the player with absolute certainty. That would be illogical. So, looking at the chaotic crowd, she grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone, line up and enter the supermarket in groups to buy things. Don't worry, we have plenty of things, and you won't be left wanting." As she spoke, she directed everyone to line up, even aggressively pulling people to the line. "What's wrong with you? Stand over here. You come over here. And you, line up properly and don't push or shove. Everyone, keep an eye on your children, and don't let go of your valuables." Perhaps because she was so self-righteous and assertive, no one dared to complain. They silently lined up, swallowing their anger, and the players in the crowd followed suit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiangqi pulled the hands of several more players, seemingly casually meeting their eyes. At first, it took her 3 or 4 seconds of staring eyes to recognize a player's true appearance, but as she did so more often, that time gradually shortened. Eventually, a brief physical contact and a moment of eye contact was all it took to see through a player. It was as if her skills were truly becoming more refined. All this while, the train conductor's panel kept chiming in. "Beep, you saw through a passenger's disguise, gaining 0.001 experience points. Beep, you saw through a passenger's disguise, gaining 0.001 experience points. Beep, beep." By the time she sorted through the throng of people at the supermarket entrance, she'd seen through 29 players' disguises, bringing her experience points to 0.029. There were more players on the scene than that, but she could only interact with so many for now. It wasn't nearly enough. Zhang Jingtian's voice came through the headset. "Jiangqi, how's it going?" Jiangqi returned to the office and recounted the situation to Zhang Jingtian. "I need to reach out to more players, and I need to have appropriate physical contact with them." Zhang Jingtian's voice rose a notch, clearly excited. "Great, very good. Improving internship experience is crucial." Then he pondered, "How about this? I have the other nearby shopping malls closed, forcing players to go to Xinyue's supermarket. Then you do this." Jiangqi agreed and waited a moment before the supermarket manager arrived to tell her the arrangements had been made. She went back out and reached the supermarket entrance, where several small tables had already been set up. She sat behind one and, holding a megaphone, addressed the queue. "Everyone, come get a wristband. Each wristband has a shopping time limit. You must leave the supermarket before the time limit." An older woman in the queue nearby asked, "What does that mean?" Jiangqi said sternly, "There are too many people. Each person can only stay in the supermarket for 15 minutes. She pressed a button on the device next to her, and a blue wristband, similar to the ones worn by hospital patients, appeared. She pointed to the time. "It's 9:34 now. You must finish your shopping and check out before 9:49. Look, there's a time on it." The woman jumped up. "How can there be such a rule? The supermarket is so big, it takes several minutes to get in and out." Jiangqi spread his hands. "Auntie, you might not know, but that wholesale market to the east was looted, and there was almost a loss of life. Now the whole market is closed, and other shops are closing one after another. If our supermarket hadn't received the notice from higher-ups, we would have closed too. Now everyone around here has no choice but to come here to buy things. Giving you 15 minutes is really good." As she spoke, she personally put the bracelet on the woman's wrist. "Scan the QR code above when you check out. You can't check out without the QR code, or if the code is expired." "Okay, next." The old lady wanted to say something more, but realizing she only had 15 minutes, she could only glare at Jiangqi and storm into the supermarket. Jiangqi then began applying bracelets to each person, looking up and giving them instructions. This glance and conversation naturally brought them into eye contact. One by one, they passed by Jiangqi. At first, there was only one player among dozens of people. But as other nearby shops closed, ordinary citizens might have been too bothered to come. But players, aware of the impending disaster and forced to stock up on supplies, naturally flocked to Xinyue's supermarket. The proportion of players in the crowd gradually increased, and there were even crowds of people entirely composed of players. Jiangqi's efficiency increased dramatically. The buzzing of the panel notifications in her mind made her dizzy, and she didn't dare turn them off, fearing she would miss any special information. Finally, around noon, she actually heard a new notification. "Ding, you saw through a passenger's disguise and gained 0.001 points of practical experience. You now seen through 1,000 passengers' disguises. Congratulations, you fully mastered this skill. Repeated use of this skill will no longer earn practical experience." Jiangqi's heart stirred, and he secretly opened the panel. It read, "Name, Jiangqi. Identity, train conductor. Level, intern, 1/100, number, Question mark. Train number. Question mark. Note, you have fully mastered one basic train conductor skill. Please explore more skills. So, for this skill of seeing through disguises, you can only gain a total of 1 point of experience. Jiangqi sighed softly. It took him so long to get just 1 point of experience. When would he ever reach 100 points? So he still had to discover new skills to practice? What skills should a train conductor have? Driving? Checking tickets? Inspecting vehicle safety? Also, mastering the skill of seeing through disguises was great, but what she really wanted to know was how to counter it. Another person approached the table. She instinctively picked up the bracelet, but the moment she looked up, she saw the other player's true form. She paused. So now she didn't need physical contact or eye contact with the player. She could instantly see through them with just a casual glance. And what was that thing floating above their head? Second-class carriage, car 06, seat 17. She calmly withdrew her gaze and put the bracelet on the other person. After the person left, she turned back to look at the crowd. For a moment, the same blue text floated above the heads of the players in the crowd. Second-class carriage, car 39, seat 33. Third-class carriage, car 412, seat 11. Fourth-class carriage, car 115. Jiangqi took a silent breath. This was truly. The effect of fully mastering a skill was so potent. Suddenly, she saw the words above a player's head flicker. First-class carriage, car 11, seat 21. The words kept flickering, sometimes disappearing a few words, sometimes completely. She looked closely, but realized she couldn't instantly see through the other person's disguise. Jiangqi narrowed her eyes, immediately realizing that the other person was wearing special camouflage props, attempting to deceive the train conductor. In the crowd, Ayn looked around. She had suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were being watched by some dangerous being. Could a player be targeting her? The crowds on all sides looked like NPCs. No one could tell which one was a player, let alone if any were secretly watching her. She was a player in a first-class car. Carriage rank was often linked to a player's financial resources and abilities. Therefore, those in first-class and special-class cars were the envy of others. But people often hesitate to provoke those in the special-class cars, as the real bosses are usually found there. Therefore, those in the first-class cars become prey for other players. In the previous dungeon, and that was the first one, groups ambushed the first-class car occupants, resulting in heavy casualties. This dungeon will be even more dangerous. Ayn pinched the pendant under her collar, feeling a little more reassured. With this ambiguous item, she supposedly could even fool the conductor, let alone the other players. Even if a player could detect the car's rank, they probably wouldn't be able to see through her identity. Chapter 8. Command Center. Zhang Zhentian and the others were gathered in a small surveillance room. The surveillance footage showed the crowd in front of Xinyue's supermarket, focused on a long-haired girl in the crowd. Zhang Zhentian said, Jiangqi said this girl might have something to hide her identity. She's a player in the first-class carriage. An expert said, players in the first-class carriage aren't our target, and they probably have special means of survival, so capturing them might be difficult. But we must get that hidden identity, another expert said after studying the situation for a moment. Look, this player has been looking around constantly, as if searching for something in the crowd. Searching for companions? No, her eyes are full of vigilance, and her body language suggests a defensive attitude. She must be wary of potential danger. Is she wary of the players in the crowd? She should be, Jiangqi said. Competition among players is fierce, especially among those in other carriages, who are all eager to ambush the first-class carriage. Furthermore, she's touched her neck at least 7 times in the past 5 minutes. The expert pointed to the inconspicuous bulge below the girl's collar. She has something around her neck, probably a necklace with a pendant. This item is very important to her, giving her a sense of security, which is why she touches it so frequently. It could just be a souvenir with special meaning to her, a spiritual sustenance. But it could also be the special item used to disguise her identity. Zhang Zhentian heard this, and spoke into the phone on the table, which was currently on a video call. Jiangqi, you heard me. Pay attention to the pendant around the target's neck. It's likely something special. In the Xinyue supermarket office, Jiangqi leaned against the table, observing the player in the first-class carriage on the surveillance footage, her ears glued to the analysis of the experts at headquarters. After hearing Zhang Zhentian's words, she nodded into her phone. Got it. I find a way to get that pendant. A first-class carriage player? In her previous life, she was too useless to have encountered a first-class player. Or even if she had, she wouldn't have known they were from the first-class carriage. In any case, She had no experience fighting them. Thankfully, the player in the surveillance footage could touch the pendant 7 times in 5 minutes, so he probably wasn't a very deep and powerful character. Being wary of players in the crowd, right? That meant she was thinking a sudden attack from a player was a real possibility. Jiangqi adjusted her mask, and the next moment, she transformed into a completely different person. Short hair, youthful, with sharp eyebrows, she looked formidable. She called the team under her command. I disguise myself as a player and provoke and attack the target. You will pretend to be security guards and customers and act accordingly, preferably taking the target's pendant. Dong Shifeng came in and asked, "What about me? What do you need me to do?" Jiangqi thought for a moment. Play the role of a righteous bystander and find ways to help the target. If we can't take the pendant, or if it's not what we want, you can still approach her by pretending to have helped her. Dong Shifeng smiled. Good guy, bad guy, good guy, bad guy, we played it all, right? Okay, I go get ready. 10 minutes later, Ayn entered the supermarket wearing the bracelet and headed straight for the food section. The place was packed with people. She pushed her way forward, putting whatever she could grab into her shopping cart. Not only did she need to buy enough food for the next month, but she also had to prepare food for when she got back to the train. And in case there wasn't a chance to restock food in the next dungeon, she had to prepare it in this dungeon. 15 minutes wasn't enough. Suddenly, a sharp knife pressed against her lower back. A young man's voice, deliberately lowered, echoed behind her. Waiting for the first train? Hand over everything in your backpack, or I stab you. Ayn's body stiffened, her pupils trembling. How could this happen? Wasn't she wearing a pendant? How could she be seen through? She instinctively reached for her pendant. The young man behind her asked, "What is that?" She reached out to pull at the pendant. Ayn shuddered, her form fading for a moment, then she appeared a meter away. She glanced back at the young man. He was wearing a black windbreaker with a large hood. A tuft of short hair peeked out from the brim. His eyes flashed a ferocious green light, like a hungry wolf. The young man held a short knife in his hand, its tip a sharp black blade, a treasure undeniably found in a dungeon. Ayn instantly realized she was no match for the other man and turned to run. The young man Jiangqi gave chase. Ayn screamed, "Help! Help!" Jiangqi grabbed a nearby customer's basket and threw it over Ayn's head. The various goods inside, large and small, rained down upon her. A bag full of crabs hadn't been tied tightly, and the crabs flew out, crawling all over Ayn's head and body, clawing at her face and neck with their large claws and ruffling her long hair. Ayn screamed, instinctively wanting to unleash flames to incinerate the crabs, but she held back. She couldn't use her powers too conspicuously just yet. She could only flee, frantically scrambling to pick at the crabs, jostled by the throng around her. In her multitasking, she didn't even realize who was jostling around her. It seemed someone was frantically helping her catch crabs. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her. "Come on, come this way." Ayn had no time to say anything, so she ran. Finally, she escaped the crowd. She looked back and saw several security guards rushing toward the young man. Seeing they couldn't help it, the young man gave her a cold look and turned and ran. She breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the person next to her, a tall, dashing beauty. Dong Shifeng asked, "Are you okay?" He even helped her remove a large crab from her hair. Ayn stared at the ugly crab with lingering fear. Thank you. Dong Shifeng, what happened just now?" Of course, Ayn couldn't tell the truth, so she could only piteously say, Someone stole something from me and threw it at me." Dong Shifeng was indignant. "Damn it! How could there be so many scumbags? Beautiful girl, what was stolen from you?" "We report it to the supermarket right away, and we also find out who stole it. We definitely catch them." Ayn thought, perhaps not necessarily. Players can use masks to transform into multiple appearances. How could they catch someone with a different face and clothing? However, she did have a certain fondness for the NPC before her, whose righteousness was etched in his eyes. "It's nothing," she said, "just my wallet was stolen." She instinctively touched the pendant, her whole body trembling. Where's her pendant? Where's her necklace? Jiangqi left the supermarket through a side door and returned to the office. Someone handed him a chain. "Jiangqi, this is what we took from the target's neck." Jiangqi took the chain. A thin gold chain, with a pink blood drop-shaped pendant on it, as if it were a real drop of blood, though slightly faded. Is this something that can conceal one's identity? She could only sense that it was from a dungeon, but she couldn't identify its specific object. But somehow, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. She stroked the blood drop pendant, and suddenly a familiar notification chimed in her mind. Beep, you obtained something from a passenger. Asking passengers to offer sacrifices is a basic skill for train conductors and a symbol of their status. Congratulations on triggering this skill, and you gain 0.001 points of internship experience. Jiangqi, That's alright. Beep, you found the pendant offered by the passenger strangely familiar, as if it were a fateful connection. Oh, so this drop of blood came from a train conductor. Only the blood of a train conductor can deceive another train conductor. Although this drop of blood has faded due to age, its effectiveness has been greatly diminished. Congratulations on discovering a fragment of your predecessor. You glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the train conductor community, and have been deeply shocked and inspired. You earned 1 point of internship experience. Jiangqi, huh? How could she not have known she discovered that this drop of blood came from a train conductor? And how could she have been so shocked and inspired? Why does this train conductor panel seem semi-automatic? Once the relevant plot is triggered, it will automatically complete the process. But it's to her advantage. She stared at the blood drop pendant in her hand. Was it from the blood of a train conductor? Only the blood essence of a train conductor could deceive the eyes of another train conductor? It seemed to make sense. She looked at her hand. Could the blood essence of a trainee train conductor like her have such an effect? But what kind of blood essence is blood essence? The essence of blood? She picked up her phone and dialed. Hello, Commander Zhang, we got the stuff. There's new progress. After a discussion, Zhang Zhengtian decided, Jiangqi, you should go back to headquarters first. Chapter 9. May 10th, 3 p.m., 7 hours after the dungeon's arrival. Jiangqi completed a full medical checkup at the headquarters, and was about to leave again. Zhang Zhengtian asked, Jiangqi, are you sure you really want to leave? Jiangqi nodded. Whether it's seeing through disguises or player confessions, both of these skills were triggered by my interactions with players. To trigger more skills, I need to interact with them more. Stay at the headquarters, and we can arrange various opportunities for you to get close to the players. That's different. I want to live in the same environment as the players. Perhaps I discover something different. Zhang Zhengtian stopped trying to persuade her, and personally escorted her to the car. Be safe, and take care of yourself. Your health is paramount right now. Jiangqi agreed. The car left the headquarters, and took her to a hospital. There, she took a bus, and finally returned to the community. Standing at the entrance to the community, she could already feel the chill. Rain began to fall softly, each drop icy and icy, faintly mingled with broken ice. Holding an umbrella, she walked quickly into the residential complex. She arrived at Building 5, pressed the elevator, and ascended to the 6th floor. It was an apartment building, with over 10 apartments per floor, sharing a common hallway. The hallway was now cluttered with various items, and people busily moved things in and out, cleaning. Jiangqi glanced around, and saw that many people, as if illuminated by a magic mirror, had revealed their true appearances. The seat numbers on the train compartments appeared above their heads, clearly indicating that they were all new players who had moved in. At the door of room 605, Dong Shenfeng was sweeping the floor. Seeing Jiangqi, he immediately waved, Shuqi, you're finally back. Everyone in the hallway looked over. Jiangqi walked over and said helplessly, don't mention it. The doctor gave me a ton of tests, and drew several tubes of blood. That's why it's been so long. What were the results? They said I'm a bit anemic, and they gave me a bunch of blood-boosting pills. Jiangqi picked up a large bag of medicine, and showed it to Dong Shenfeng, and also to the surrounding players. She had had a lot of blood drawn at the headquarters for research, and she would have to do more in the future. This would inevitably cause some physical reactions, and she also needed to focus on blood boosting in her daily diet, so it was better to openly confirm that she was anemic. Jiangqi shook the raindrops off his umbrella, then hung it upside down on the shoe rack by the door. It's been weird in Spring City today, with the temperature dropping unexpectedly. Do we have enough food at home? It should be fine. I bought a lot of things. Dong Shenfeng introduced Jiangqi. This is our new neighbor, Ein. Just now, there were so many people at the supermarket, and I didn't know what to buy. She gave me so many suggestions. Jiangqi looked at Ein as she emerged from 606, smiled, and nodded. Thank you for your help. Ein, not in high spirits, glanced at Jiangqi. Jiangqi now looked her true self, with a calm demeanor and a kind look in her eyes. Naturally, she wouldn't associate her with the fierce young man from the supermarket. Ein forced a smile. It's about helping each other. Chen Jing also helped me at the supermarket. To prevent some players from using their real names to harm others, They use fake names and identities when interacting with other players. Dong Xingfeng's name was Chen Jing, and Jiang Qi's was Jiang Xuqi. Jiang Qi glanced at Ain's empty neck. Without the blood drop pendant, the sign first-class carriage, car 11, C21 was clearly visible above Ain's head, making him look just like everyone else. After talking to Jiang Qi, she went back to her work. There was another girl cleaning in 606, also with a sign blaring on her head, first-class carriage, car 11, C22. Jiang Qi didn't bother to look at her, and went inside. Dong Xingfeng followed her, and closed the door. Jiang Qi took off her coat, and changed into a thicker pair of housecoats. He nodded outside and whispered, "Why is she living next door?" Dong Xingfeng pointed at his neck. After she realized she was missing, she immediately called someone. The guy she shared the room with was the first one to come, and then a few more showed up. They seemed a little suspicious that I had stolen it, so they asked me where I was staying. I said, because many roads are closed, I have no choice but to stay at your place. After that, I turned around and saw that the house next door had been rented. Not just next door, but 601, 602, and 612. They're all acquaintances of the sign. She seems to have quite a network. Dong Xingfeng poured a cup of hot water for Jiang Qi. I tested it, and they can't eavesdrop through walls. As long as we're not too loud, they won't hear us talking in our rooms. Now I can get along with them somewhat. We can be good neighbors for now, getting to know each other. But if you think it's not suitable, we can move. No need to move. This is fine. Jiang Qi took a sip of water, and recalled what he had seen along the way. The people in 601 and 602 are all in first-class carriages. I haven't seen anyone in 612 yet, but I'm afraid they won't be any different. We kind of infiltrated first class, which isn't a bad thing. By the way, I can have them help me with some testing. Dong Xingfeng raised an eyebrow. For example? Next door, 606 was also discussing Jiang Qi and the other two. Ain's companion, Qi Mai, said, "It seems the two people next door aren't players. The one named Xuqi's aura matches the aura in 605 perfectly. She does indeed smell faintly of blood, so she must have just had her blood drawn. No matter how convincing a player's portrayal is, they wouldn't go into this much detail." She finally concluded, "They're just ordinary NPCs. Your pendant wasn't taken by that Dong Xingfeng." Ain rubbed her empty neck. "I think so, but I can't remember who took it." Qi Mai said, "It could have been taken by a player, or by an NPC who was greedy for money and took advantage of the chaos. After all, your chain is the same color as gold, and gold is very valuable in this dungeon world." Ain was dejected. She had thought that the pendant would conceal her identity, allow her to act independently, and allow her to better train herself. She hadn't expected it to be lost on the first day. Qi Mai consoled him. "Now that we're all on this floor, we can look out for each other. Just be careful from now on." "That's all we can do." Qi Mai suddenly asked, "By the way, what did the guy who attacked you in the supermarket look like?" Ain shook his head. "The face was probably fake, but I never forget those eyes. Like a hungry wolf. And his weapon was strange. Very dark, very dark. It felt cold against my waist, and it made me feel dangerous. He was either from the premium carriage, or a lone wolf hiding his strength in the lower-class carriages." As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. The two stopped, opened the door, and were met with Dong Xingfeng's grinning face. Do you have any 13 spice? Can you lend me some? I need to make dumplings, and they won't taste good without them." 605. Jiang Qi, known as the Lone Wolf, sat at the table and took out the zerg shell blade. The jet-black blade shone with a chilling cold light. With a gentle swing, a strange whistling sound echoed through the air. She had obtained this blade in the Zerg Nest dungeon. It could cut through iron like mud, and had ice and low toxic properties. For a newcomer, it was already a very powerful weapon. She placed the knife on the table and took out another item, a speed-increasing ring that increased her attack speed. This was taken from the three-headed snake trio. While she was undergoing a physical examination at the headquarters, Zhang Zhengtian had ordered everyone to remove everything they could from the captured players and bring it to her. In addition to the three-headed snake and the supermarket thief, 7 other players had been captured. All of them had immediately targeted the indigenous people, just like the brainless Chao Xiong. Keeping such people alive was a threat to society, not even worth observing, so they were captured in a matter of minutes. There were 11 people in total, and she took 1 item from each of them. Now, all 11 items were neatly laid out before her, along with a blood drop pendant, all offerings from passengers. She opened the conductor's panel and took a look. Name, Jiang Qi. Position, conductor. Level, intern, 2.012/100. The passenger offering skill probably only yielded 1 experience point. She needed to find a new one. The door opened, and Dong Shenfeng returned with a small bottle of 13 spice. I borrowed it after asking several people. Closing the door, she lowered her voice. None of those players reacted at all. That means they're unaware of my actions, and can't sense these player-owned items before me. Jiang Qi waved and gathered the items on the table. Dong Shenfeng sat down in front of her. Can all these things go in the backpack? Jiang Qi nodded. Maybe it's because they're all player tributes, so they can all be stored in the same slot. That's very convenient. Dong Shenfeng took the mincemeat she bought from the supermarket, poured it into a large bowl, and began adding the seasoning. Jiang Qi, Jiang Qi, are you really going to make dumplings? Of course I do. Since I said I make them, then of course I'm going to make them. Whatever we're portraying has to be lifelike, with a sense of life and details. We give some dumplings to all the players later. It's about building closer ties and fostering friendship. Jiang Qi looked at Dong Shenfeng's grinning face. She was so stressed out that she felt like pulling her hair out, yet this guy could still smile so happily. Never mind. After all, she was the trainee conductor, so she had to shoulder the pressure herself. She took out a notebook and spread it on the table to study. Dong Shenfeng, what's this? What a trained conductor needs to do. Dong Shenfeng craned his neck to look. Something like arranging the crew's duties, handling emergencies during crew duties, and correctly filling out ticket information and monitoring passenger flow. These were indeed the duties of a real-life train conductor, but this is all a bit too formal, isn't it? The train conductor we're dealing with is someone who needs bribes from passengers. I think we should dig deeper into the underhanded methods. Jiang Qi was a little speechless, but had to admit that what he said made sense. She said, later, the community property management will come to register tenant information. Since I'm the legitimate owner, they temporarily assigned this job to me. That way, I have a reason to register the player's information and see if I can trigger any skills. Anyway, try everything. Try everything. Dong Shenfeng pushed the dumpling wrappers over. Here, let's try making dumplings and delivering them. Maybe we trigger the skill of sending warmth to the passengers? Jiang Qi looked at the wrappers with resistance. I don't know how to make them. It's very simple. I teach you. An hour later, the first batch of dumplings came out of the oven, and Jiang Qi came out to deliver them. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet, but it was getting dark, and the temperature was already very low. There was a rustling sound in the wind, indicating the arrival of rice-sized ice particles. Jiang Qi, despite wearing several layers of clothing, still shivered when she came out. She knocked on the door of room 606. Ein came to open the door, and Jiang Qi handed her a bowl of dumplings. We made a lot of dumplings. Please try some. Ein was surprised for a moment, and couldn't help but label Jiang Qi a friendly NPC. She reached out and took the dumplings. Thank you. Oh, you gave a passenger some loving dumplings. Caring for passengers is a conductor's job. Congratulations on starting to understand the responsibilities of a conductor. You gained 0.001 internship experience. Oh, a passenger thought you were friendly. Making passengers feel friendly and approachable is a bonus for a conductor. Congratulations on gaining 0.001 internship experience. Jiang Qi, I'm impressed. Chapter 10. After exiting 615, Jiang Qi's tray was completely empty. All the dumplings had been delivered. She also took the opportunity to greet all 18 players currently on the 6th floor, and received 0.018 points of experience for caring for passengers. As for being friendly to passengers, she only received 0.003 points of experience. Only 3 of the 18 players considered her friendly, while the rest were either perfunctory and indifferent or simply thought she was a silly NPC. Back at room 605, Dong Shenfeng said proudly, I thought delivering dumplings would help. Jiang Qi glanced at the messy kitchen. All the dumplings have been delivered. What are we having for dinner? Dong Shenfeng rolled up his sleeves. Beef hot pot. Let's have it. You need to stay healthy. The commander has instructed me to keep you plump and plump. Jiang Qi wanted to help, but Dong Shenfeng pushed him away. No need for you. I take care of it quickly. Jiang Qi didn't insist. When she emerged from the kitchen, the air conditioner was already on, suffocating the entire room. It wasn't that she craves the warmth, but as an ordinary NPC, turning on the AC is a normal reaction when it's cold. She called Liu and explained the situation. Liu immediately took note. So you discovered 2 new skills? We arranged for you to practice them right away. And so, before they could even start eating the beef hot pot, the community loudspeaker blared. Excited community residents, please note, today's weather is unusual. Strong winds, snow, and even hail will occur after nightfall, and the temperature may drop below 0. Please close your doors and windows and keep warm. For your safety, no one is allowed to go out after 7 p.m. Jiangqi went to the window and listened. The whirring wind outside carried the cacophony of the announcement. Due to the large number of tenants moving into the complex today, we need to register all tenant information. Property management personnel will be arriving soon. Please cooperate. If you have any difficulties, such as a lack of winter clothing, please inform our staff, and we will do our best to assist. Also, please note that all residents in the complex are currently overwhelmed with work and urgently need assistance. Interested residents please report to the Property Management Center in Building 1. Dong Shifeng brought the pot over. Eat something first, there's no rush. The 2 of them ate half their fill and left. The 2 people from room 606 next door peeked in. The one named Qimai asked, "Are you going to the Property Management Center?" "The center?" Jiangqi nodded. "Yes, let's see if we can help. If you have any difficulties, please let us know, and we help you." Qimai smiled and said, "Thank you for your help." She turned back and muttered to Ein, "I didn't expect the NPCs here to be so united. They have such good order and rules." Ein didn't think anything of it. After all, the weather was so unusual. It would be strange if the NPCs didn't respond. But it's all in vain. Order will soon collapse. Jiangqi and the others braved the wind and rain to reach the Property Management Center. Several owners had already arrived, all of them volunteering to help after hearing the announcement. The property manager thanked everyone and began to assign tasks. Jiangqi's task was to assist in registering the tenants in Building 5 and understand their difficulties. She received the registration form and, along with Dong Shifeng and 2 staff members, returned to Building 5, knocking on doors starting on the first floor. "Hello, what's your name? Can I see your ID?" The man living in 101 was a player. He was also skinny and emaciated, but now, covered in layers of clothing, he huddled behind the door and reluctantly said, "Didn't I show it to the landlord when I rented the place?" "Sorry, we need to double-check." The player cursed, went back, and fiddled with something before finally handing over an ID. Jiangqi examined it carefully. It looked just like a normal ID, with the date of birth and place of origin clearly visible. But within 2 seconds of being in her hands, the ID had transformed into a palm-sized piece of fake leather. Damn, you saw through a passenger's fake ID. Some passengers like to use fake IDs to deceive others, and seeing through these fakes is a basic skill for trained conductors. Congratulations on earning 0.001 internship experience. Jiangqi wasn't surprised. Every player has some ability to forge IDs. It's an automatic skill built into the panel, but each fake ID consumes energy. The player's energy is currency, meaning this fake ID costs money. No wonder the player looked so grim. Jiangqi calmly wrote down the information on the registration form, asking, "According to your ID, you're from out of town. Where did you live before? Do you have a job? What are you doing in Chuncheon? Do you know anyone there?" The player reluctantly answered, and Jiangqi recorded them one by one. Ding, you recorded a passenger's information. Filling out passenger information is a trained conductor's job. Congratulations on earning 0.001 internship experience. After completing the registration, Jiangqi gently asked if the other party had any difficulties. The player went on and on about not having enough food, not having enough clothes, and how the room was freezing. Jiangqi took notes. "Okay, we send a quilt over later." The player pouted. "Just a quilt? Aren't you supposed to ensure everyone's safety? I don't even have anything to eat, so what's the point of saying safety? I live in your complex, so you're responsible for me. Otherwise, don't impose a curfew. Restricting freedom and not giving food, what's that?" Jiangqi looked up from her notebook and narrowed her eyes at the other party, hesitating between explaining to him nicely and tearing him a lesson. Although the several skills she activated today were all aimed at serving and being friendly to passengers, she didn't think a trained conductor should adopt this kind of service-oriented, Nani-like approach. "Let's give it a try." Her expression suddenly turned cold. "Giving you a blanket is already very nice. Do you think the ones in the neighborhood were blown in by the wind? If you live here, you have to abide by the rules. If you don't want to follow the rules, get out. No one's stopping you." The player was stunned by her sudden change of expression, then flew into a rage. "What's your attitude? I'm a tenant. I paid? I'm still the legitimate owner of this place. I have the deed. What's so arrogant about you, a short-term tenant for a month? Jiangqi slammed the book shut. Your ID card is temporarily confiscated. If you want to cancel your lease, come to the property management office tomorrow to complete the paperwork. Damn, you scolded a passenger for an unreasonable request. Yes, a train conductor can't just give in to passengers. He must be stern when necessary to maintain his authority. You discovered another key aspect of a train conductor's job. Congratulations on earning 0.001 internship experience. Ding, you received something from a passenger, earning 0.001 internship experience. Jiangqi paused, turned around, and stomped away. The player tried to arrest her, but a staff member intervened. Hey, what are you doing? My ID card, it's mine. Why are you taking it? Maintaining a fake ID costs money. Okay, I return it to you later. No, why? The staff member had no idea why. Their job was to fully cooperate with Jiangqi, so they could only perfunctorily reply, she's the owner. She has the final say. Player, No, are you property management a gang of robbers? Why should the owner have the final say? 102 and 103 are both owners, of course, now replaced by their own people. They just stood there watching the fun, acting as a mood setter. Jiangqi continued walking until he reached room 104. The occupant of room 104 was a female player. Witnessing Jiangqi's overbearing approach, she obediently handed over her ID and answered questions honestly. Jiangqi accepted the ID and said, I bring you a blanket shortly. I take your ID for registration and return it tomorrow. The female player hesitated. Never mind. A fake ID only costs 1 train coin per day, and 1 train coin could only be exchanged for 10 yuan in this instance, but 10 yuan couldn't buy a blanket. Not a bad loss, huh? Jiangqi continued walking, registering people along the way, identifying fake IDs, and confiscating them along the way. After registering all the tenants in Building 5, she personally delivered the blankets. Damn, you brought a warm blanket to a passenger. Caring for a passenger, earned 0.001 internship experience. Ding, a passenger thought you were friendly. Ding, you refused a passenger's unreasonable request. Ding. Ding. After working until late at night, Jiangqi finally sat down to rest. In the basement office of the property management center, Dong Shenfeng brought a box and dumped it on the table. Wow, it was filled with fake player IDs. I collected these from players in other buildings. Do you have any use for them? Jiangqi picked one up. You received something donated by a passenger. Okay. Then take them all. But you're taking them now, and returning them later. Is that okay? Once you take them, they're mine. I'm just giving my things back to the players. Besides, these are fake IDs. Once the players take them back, they'd probably dispel the illusion immediately. No problem. Dong Shenfeng clapped his hands. Then I have other places send some fake player IDs over, bringing the total to 1,000. Jiangqi remained silent, collecting the fake IDs. After a long while, he finally heard. You received 1,000 items donated by passengers. Congratulations, you mastered this skill. From now on, as long as a passenger stands in front of you, even without physical contact, you can teleport to a specific item on their person, except those in their backpack. Note, if the passenger isn't in front of you, but is nearby, and their belongings are within your field of vision, there's a chance you can activate this skill. When activating this skill, you must be thinking of the passenger and the belongings. These are the targets of the skill. Damn, you've seen through 1,000 passengers' fake IDs. Congratulations on mastering this skill. This skill overlaps somewhat with the passenger disguise skill. When combined, the effect is, you'll be able to easily see through a passenger's disguise, most fake IDs, and even some simple disguises on passenger objects. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. It was surprising to see such a detailed skill explanation this time, and similar skills could actually stack, creating a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. Dong Shenfeng asked, how's it going? Jiangqi explained the panel's contents. Dong Shenfeng stroked his chin. As expected, practicing a skill 1,000 times cumulatively can fully master it. And that's an enhanced version. That train conductor's abilities are truly formidable. Jiangqi pulled up his sleeve and held out his hand. Please draw some blood for me, and send it to headquarters for testing. What for? I mastered 2 more skills, and I want to see if there's any change in my blood. Dong Shenfeng frowned and called a doctor to draw Jiangqi's blood, muttering, if I draw blood every time I master a few skills, I'm afraid you won't have enough blood. Jiangqi pressed the needle hole with a cotton swab and tossed it into the trash can. Don't worry, I only draw a small amount at a time. She opened the notebook to the latest page and wrote on it. Dong Shifeng glanced at the skills she had discovered so far. That's 8 already. Complete them all, and you get a full 8 experience points, right? Jiangqi didn't answer. She stared at the words on the paper, her eyes widening slightly as she read, her expression shifting as if she had suddenly discovered something serious. Dong Shifeng couldn't help but look serious. What's wrong? Jiangqi picked up his pen again and added a few words after each skill. The words on the paper then became: see through disguise, skill, completed; passenger confession, skill, completed; discover the conductor's blood drop, spy on the conductor's secrets/weaknesses, completed; see through false identification, skill, completed; caring for passengers, job responsibility, in progress; making passengers feel friendly, bonus, in progress; filling out passenger information, job, in progress; refusing unreasonable passenger requests, job/authority, in progress. After finishing, Jiangqi sat stiffly for a moment, then slowly exhaled. Look, of these 8, only 3 can actually be called skills. Counting the blood drop, the remaining 4 don't actually increase my abilities, they simply help me become a more well-rounded conductor. So? Dong Shifeng was puzzled. To become a conductor, one really should lay a solid foundation and learn everything a conductor should know. Jiangqi's face was grim. But I suddenly come up with a hypothesis. Only 100 points of internship experience are needed. Does that mean I can only explore 100 projects, and completing them will allow me to become a conductor, or a prospective conductor? But the difficulty and depth of these 100 projects actually determine the strength of my abilities as a conductor. For example, if most of these 100 projects are passenger-friendly bonuses, then she only be a passenger-friendly conductor. If most of these 100 projects are related to her job responsibilities, then she become a highly skilled and exemplary conductor. But if most of these 100 projects are skill-based, or involve secrets like blood drops, then her abilities will be even stronger. Dong Shifeng sat up straight. Is that so? That seems reasonable. Then we shouldn't easily trigger these projects, lest we waste our slots? Jiangqi stared at the notebook, his brow furrowed slightly. He didn't answer. His face, cast a shadowy and gloomy light by the overhead light, looked a bit dark and gloomy. If she hadn't noticed this problem and instead been blindly impatient, she might have quickly reached 100 experience points, but the projects she triggered would have been insignificant, effectively turning herself into a mediocre train conductor. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Haste makes waste, she muttered. I was just too impatient. Congratulations, you discovered a major pitfall during your internship and earned 1 point of internship experience. Yes, 100 internship experience points represent 100 internship projects, each of which you trigger yourself. What you gain during your internship determines your future qualifications and abilities. Please note that this involves competition among train conductors. Only the strongest ones can secure their own trains. Chapter 11. May 11th, 2 a.m. The outside temperature was nearly freezing, but the headquarters maintained a comfortable temperature thanks to the constant temperature system. At this moment, the headquarters was still bustling with activity, with those on the night shift steadfastly at their posts. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. The others looked and saw Li Yu, the former mayor's secretary, hurrying past. What happened? This Li Yu seems to be in charge of a special line of work, highly confidential. Stop talking, stop talking. Li Yu hurried to Zhang Jingtian's lounge, and was stopped by a guard. The commander just went to bed. Li Yu said, I have something very important to report to the commander. The guard, seeing her anxious, didn't hesitate, and went in to fetch someone. Soon, Zhang Jingtian emerged, draped in his clothes. What's going on? Li Yu handed Zhang Jingtian his phone. Take a look. Zhang Jingtian's expression immediately changed. Call everyone for a meeting immediately. 5 minutes later, in the conference room, Zhang Jingtian said, This is the situation. Everyone, please share your opinions. A middle-aged man spoke first. I think we should quickly complete our internship experience and allow Jiang Qi to become a true train conductor. Only then can we be sure to get 1,000 people on board. A serious-looking female expert frowned and retorted, Since these 100 projects are related to the ability of future train conductors, we must reevaluate this matter. We can't sacrifice long-term benefits for short-term gains. Another person said, What is short-term gain? Getting our people on the survival train is the most important priority right now. This concerns the future of Blue Star. There can be no mistakes. Another person spoke up. But don't forget, we're eager to make Jiang Qi the train conductor because we need her abilities as a conductor to conceal the identities of 1,000 people. Ultimately, the initiative lies with her. If she cares about the people, she should know the right thing to do. That's not true. If she becomes a weak conductor, she won't be able to help conceal their identities. But as long as she's strong enough, whether or not 1,000 people go on the train won't affect the overall situation. That's not so certain. We send 1,000 people on the train. Who can guarantee that one of them won't also receive a special opportunity and become the conductor? So, to gamble on a possibility, are we giving up the current conductor? Jiang Qi is, after all, just an ordinary person. Isn't it too risky to put all our hopes on her alone? You're biased. Judging by Jiang Qi's performance over the past 2 days, she might not be incapable of the responsibility. The argument continued. Zhang Jingtian listened for a few minutes, then patted the table. All right. Everyone fell silent. Zhang Jingtian, raise your hands if you agree to quickly gain experience points. Everyone looked at each other, and a few hands rose sparsely. Zhang Jingtian, raise your hands if you agree to take it slow and allow Jiang Qi to follow the path of a powerful train conductor. This time, about a third of the people raised their hands. The remaining half remained silent. Zhang Jingtian asked, what do those who remain silent mean? One of that half spoke up, a compromise. Jiang Qi would probably be reluctant to give up her powerful path. Actually, let alone her reluctance, would we be willing to accept it? During the internship period, all you need to do is activate a skill and practice it 1,000 times, and you master it completely. This is pure idiot-proof instruction, cramming. If you don't use this opportunity to develop valuable skills, it's a waste of talent. Jiang Qi's strength is good for our country, our blue planet. Jiang Qi's future ceiling may be the ceiling of blue planet itself. Are you willing to pass up this opportunity to raise that ceiling? Everyone was silent. The man's tone softened, but equally, giving up everything just to support her is inconsistent with the interests of all of humanity. If she dies prematurely on her path to growth, we gain nothing, and it would be a catastrophic disaster for Blue Planet. Everyone nodded silently. That made sense. So, a compromise. Internship experience can be slowed down, and we can explore more valuable projects. On the other hand, the plan to send 1,000 people aboard the train cannot be stopped. Even if we can't send that many, at least dozens or hundreds must be sent. These people are sparks, hope, opportunities, and people who can support Jiang Qi. I think Jiang Qi agrees with this. The conference room fell silent again, and everyone looked at Zhang Jingtian. Now that Spring City has lost contact with the outside world, Zhang Jingtian is the most powerful person in the city, and the final decision will still be made by him. Zhang Jingtian said again, those who agree to compromise, raise your hands. This time, almost everyone raised their hands. Even a few stubborn people still looked disapproving, but they didn't say anything else. Zhang Jingtian said, then it's settled. 3 o'clock in the morning, 6:05. Jiang Qi was awake, standing by the window, watching the strong wind outside, carrying snowflakes, each one hitting the glass with a crisp, shattering sound. She was waiting for news from headquarters. It would determine whether she and their cooperation could continue. Just then, her phone rang. It was Zhang Jingtian, and she reached for it. Commander Zhang. Jiang Qi, headquarters has already reached a conclusion regarding the internship experience. Going forward, we continue to spare no effort to help you become a powerful train conductor. Jiang Qi's brows relaxed. Going the powerful route means being very cautious in launching projects. This means I don't think I'd be able to complete all the projects and gain enough internship experience within the next month. Zhang Jingtian sighed. This is unavoidable. We discussed that once we're on the train, there should be more valuable projects. So, it makes sense to hold back some projects until we're on the train. Wise. He said earnestly, Jiang Qi, you reported the player's arrival to the nation because you trusted the nation. You helped Spring City avoid enormous risks, and you rendered merit to the nation. The nation won't let a kind heart like you be disheartened. Furthermore, your strength is the nation's strength. On this point, your personal interests, the nation's, and all of humanity's interests are aligned. So don't worry. The nation will always be your strongest backing. He paused slightly. But we also hope that even if you can't become a full-fledged train conductor in a month, you still do your best to help others board the train. Jiang Qi smiled. This Commander Zhang truly was a skilled craftsman. Though his words were deliberately sentimental and soothing, they were, to be honest, quite pleasant to the ear. She knew that not everyone at the command center fully supported her and trusted her, But Zhang Jingqian's words were a statement on behalf of the nation, and that was enough. Her face relaxed. It's only natural. I need help on the train, too. I figure out how to conceal your identities. Zhang Jingqian, on the other end, seemed relieved as well. Jiangqi asked, what were the results of the blood test I sent? It's still undergoing in-depth testing, but so far, it doesn't seem to have any significant changes. Jiangqi nodded and asked, how many players have been apprehended so far? 10 more were apprehended later, making a total of 21. Are they all still alive? Yes. Jiangqi looked out the window and said, when you're ready to execute them, please notify me. I do it myself. This, Jiangqi said, killing players might trigger some skills. Also, I have some ideas about how to trigger high-quality projects. I send the plan to Liu later. I hope headquarters can help me arrange it. I'll be taking action tomorrow morning. 3 minutes later, the call ended. Jiangqi sent his prepared plan to Liu, and his shoulders relaxed. This was the best possible outcome. She needed the support and cooperation of the command center, she needed strong allies, and most importantly, she desired a strong and stable blue planet as her rear base. As for the command center and the nation, they were willing to continue investing in her, placing the lion's share of the stakes on her. So far, their relationship remained mutually dependent and mutually beneficial, and they hoped it would remain so. There was a knock on the door, and Jiangqi turned to see Dong Shengfeng standing in the doorway, his coat draped over his shoulders. I didn't mean to overhear. Your door wasn't closed tightly. I just heard you were planning to kill players? But wouldn't that conflict with caring for them? Didn't you say you were trying some unorthodox methods? Dong Shengfeng was speechless. Jiangqi put down his phone. I don't deny there are risks, but triggering the internship program itself is a gamble and a risk. No matter what, she was determined to get a train, to delve deeper into the train survival game, to find her lost memories. For that, any risk was worth it. She leaned over to the window, the side of her face not illuminated by the light a little dark, then suddenly illuminated by the falling snow outside, revealing a cold, indifferent expression in her eyes, apathy for her own safety, and a reckless abandon in her actions. At that moment, Dong Shengfeng suddenly felt that the person before her was quite unfamiliar, at least completely different from the person described in the profile. She had a feeling that Jiangqi's personality was more complex than her background. Could 3 dungeons and months of life and death struggles have changed someone so drastically, or did she harbor other secrets? At this moment, Jiangqi turned completely around and said with a smile, it's getting late. We might be going on a long journey tomorrow. Get some rest early, Captain Dong. Her smile lifted the shadow from Jiangqi, revealing a bit of the simplicity and liveliness expected of a 20-something girl. But a long journey? What new plans are these? After Dong Shengfeng left, Jiangqi opened the train conductor panel. Name, Jiangqi. Position, train conductor. Level, intern, 6.274/100. Note, you have currently completed 5 internship projects, with 4 more currently in progress, namely, you can choose to run between 1 and 10 projects simultaneously. The options are 1 to 10. Jiangqi set the number of projects to 5, then held the blood drop pendant and muttered to himself, when will I be able to make this pendant? How is it made? How can I hide it from the train conductor? After a long conversation, the panel remained silent. She, clearly mumbling to herself, wouldn't trigger any projects, actual action was required. Okay, she set the number of concurrent projects to 4 and went to sleep. The first day of the player's arrival passed relatively uneventfully. At dawn the next day, a flurry of exclamations echoed through the neighborhood, waking the slumbering residents. Everyone leaned out the windows to look out, and wow! All they could see was white. Houses, trees, roads, and vehicles were covered in a palm-deep layer of snow. Icicles clung to the eaves, and frost formed on the windows and walls. Opening a window a crack, the wind felt like a knife cutting their faces, cold and painful. The people of Spring City were stunned. Spring City, let alone such heavy snowfall, hasn't even seen a single snowflake in all these years. Oh my goodness! Is this still Spring City? Or where have we gotten ourselves into? The natives were terrified, but some went out happily to play in the snow. Ein, watching from upstairs, sighed, it's good to be completely clueless. At least we can have a carefree snowball fight. Chimai said, that won't last for many days. At this rate of temperature drop, the whole dungeon will be frozen over soon. Ein looked out the window, worried, we're far from having enough supplies. Unfortunately, there are so few shops open here that I don't even know where to go to buy anything. Chimai glanced at the next door. Why don't we ask them? They didn't get back until late last night. They're still working so late, so they should know a lot. Just as they were about to ask, the community broadcast suddenly blared again. All owners, please gather at the Property Management Center immediately. All owners, please gather at the Property Management Center immediately. Ein and the others exchanged glances. What had happened? Let's go check. As soon as they opened the door, a cold wind blew in their faces. The door to room 605 next door also opened. Jiang Qi and Dong Shanfeng were wearing military coats, caps, thick scarves, furry gloves, and fleece-lined, non-slip boots. They had thermoses dangling from their chests, looking as if they were in a hurry to leave. Ein and Chimai, They looked the two up and down at their outfits. Your clothes look so warm. Yes, seeing them where them made them feel warmer, as if they could withstand freezing temperatures of 40 or 50 degrees Celsius below zero. Dong Shanfeng smiled and said, right? We helped the management a lot yesterday, and this outfit is your reward. She generously opened her coat to show them. There's a lining inside the coat, so you can stick lots of heat packs on it. By the way, our undergarments were also provided by the management. They're made of some self-heating fabric, so they warm you up instantly. The two players, they felt a little jealous. Is this NPC welfare? They really look so warm. NPCs were treated better than players during the disaster. How could they possibly justify this? They could only ask, where can we buy these clothes? We want them, and money is no object. Buy. You probably can't buy anything. Almost all the shops will be closed today. Just stay put. The government won't ignore us. They distribute supplies when the time comes. Ein and the other girl were even more frustrated. They didn't want to wait for supplies to be distributed. They knew there wouldn't be much, so they wanted a chance to buy more. Before entering this dungeon, they gritted their teeth and exchanged their train coins for dungeon coins, but ended up having no money to spend. Jiang Qi watched the frustration on their faces and thought, money isn't a problem? But the money you spent will be nothing but waste paper by the end of the dungeon. Instead of asking you to trade worthless paper for precious supplies, why not just honestly provide your labor and use it as training material for me? She urged Dong Shanfeng. All right, let's go. If we're really going to the docks to move supplies, we'd be late. Ein hurriedly asked, what do you mean by moving supplies to the docks? Jiang Qi vaguely replied, we're not really sure. We overheard something at the property management office last night. With that, he pulled Dong Shanfeng away. Ein was furious. Yesterday, he said this neighbor was a friendly NPC, but today, he was hiding it from them. Was he afraid to get a piece of the action? Sure enough, everyone is selfish, and these NPCs are no exception. Come on, let's follow. Ein pulled Chimai along. There were supplies to be had, and they couldn't leave them behind. Chapter 12. When Jiang Qi and the others arrived at the property management center, a crowd of people had already gathered. All of them were bundled up like bears, their faces flushed and necks thick with anger as they discussed something. The scene was chaotic. While the property management staff were maintaining order, a community worker and a representative of the homeowners were discussing something. The representative excitedly said, how much can we bring back with only 50 people? If we go, all the homeowners should go. The community worker looked helpless. Your XINN community has only been approved for 1 carriage. If all the homeowners go, there won't even be enough for 5 carriages, not to mention the supplies we need to bring back for the return trip. Then give us a few more carriages. You see, the shops outside are closed now, so the government will definitely start distributing supplies in the crowded areas of the city center. It will take several days for our community to reach them. But as everyone knows, the weather is quite strange right now. It's a rare opportunity for us to go to the docks to collect supplies ourselves, so let's go more often. Please send some people. The other homeowners around agreed, so the community worker finally gave in. Then I tried to apply. The newcomer, confused about the situation, asked someone in the know, who babbled, there are many large ships at Joan Wharf, loaded with supplies like coal, grain, and medicine. Last night, several gangs showed up to rob. The armed police were dispatched and opened fire. I heard several people were killed. The government has cordoned off the area and won't let anyone approach, saying they distribute the supplies to the public. But the government is overwhelmed and doesn't have enough manpower. So someone suggested that each community send its own people to collect the supplies. Our XINN neighborhood has been allocated 50 spots. Upon hearing this, one person couldn't help but shout, how can 50 be enough? That's right. Since we have this opportunity, we should definitely bring back more supplies to be safe. Who knows how long we have to wait for the government to distribute the supplies? How much can 50 people bring back? If we divide it up among the entire community, how much will each household get? Another person interjected, those 50 people chosen to receive the supplies might just pocket it all. Anyway, I'm a legitimate homeowner, so I want to go too. Yes, I want to go too. I can even drive there. I'm afraid driving won't work. I heard it snowed so hard last night that many places are impassable. We need to drive to the high-speed rail station and then take the train to EP1 district. The station is only a few kilometers from the pier, which is the shortest and fastest route. The homeowners understood the situation and said they were also homeowners and would go in person to collect the supplies and contribute to the community. The tenants understood, and they refused to do it. They also lived in XINN community. Why shouldn't they get a share of this good thing? Who knew if the supplies the owners collected would be shared with the tenants? The tenants, most of whom were gamers, immediately protested loudly, saying they wanted to go and collect the supplies themselves. The scene suddenly became even more chaotic. Finally, the community leaders had to relax the conditions, and XINN community approved 6 carriages. But this still didn't allow everyone to go, so each apartment could only have one spot. Ein Chimai muttered, we have to get to this dock. As long as we have access to supplies, we have backpacks, so it's easy to hide some supplies. There's no better opportunity than this. They approached the elderly couple living in 607, hoping they would give them their spots there. After much persuasion, even giving away all their supplies, they finally relented. Other players also resorted to various tactics, offering various benefits to the NPCs in exchange for spots, even willing to trade player-owned items. This knife of mine is incredibly sharp. I wouldn't sell it for even 100,000 yuan. Now I give it to you, as long as you give me your spot. Do you know what this is? It's a myopia dropper. Applying it will restore your vision. This dropper is incredibly effective at removing scars. I asked someone to buy it from abroad. Jiangqi watched the players' impressive performances from afar. These players are willing to invest their money and trade anything. Dong Shengfeng said, they think going to the docks is like a rat entering a rice jar. They can quietly pack their supplies into their backpacks, so they're willing to make a small investment for the sake of a big gain. We're happy to use this reasonable method to collect these players' items for research. Jiangqi said, I'm leaving now. The spot for 605 is now yours. Dong Shengfeng sighed. She didn't know how long she would have to remain an undercover agent among the players. 3 minutes later, a car carrying Jiangqi left XINN community first. Soon after, the quotas for the XINN community team were finalized. Cars, one after another, filled with excited residents and gamers, rolled out of the underground garage. The convoy trudged along the road, braving the wind and snow, making its way forward with difficulty. At 8 a.m., Jiangqi arrived at the train station and went straight to his office. He changed into his conductor's uniform and adjusted his features in the mirror. Captain, train S3105 has stopped at the platform. Shall we conduct a pre-departure inspection? Jiangqi looked at her fresh face in the mirror, exhaled, opened the conductor panel, and adjusted the number of concurrent projects to 5 again. Okay, let's go. She see if this conductor cosplay could trigger any internship projects. Before departure, the train's exterior, interior, braking system, and signaling systems needed to be inspected. They also had to ensure the carriages were clean and adequately stocked with supplies, such as drinking water and food. Although this was an intercity route, only a 20-minute drive, requiring no supplies, Jiangqi still had them prepared, meticulously checking and confirming each item. Of course, a pre-shift meeting was also necessary. She convened the crew for a formal meeting, ensuring everyone was properly dressed and had brought their walkie-talkies, ticketing equipment, and other tools. After completing these preparations, the passengers arrived. This train had a total of 16 carriages, 6 of which were allocated to residents of the XINN community, and the remaining 10 were divided equally between the other 3 communities. After manual control, the passengers from the 2 communities were almost entirely players. In other words, players accounted for over 70% of the passengers on this train, and of the remaining 30% of indigenous residents, the majority were official actors, ready to respond to emergencies. In any case, there were few pure passengers. Facing such a large group of people, Jiangqi, acting as the conductor, stood at the ticket gate, ensuring that everyone went through security checks, checked their temporary tickets, and sat down in their seats after boarding. At 8:50, all passengers boarded. Jiangqi walked back and forth on the platform, confirming everyone was aboard. He then entered the cab, ordered the doors closed, and announced into the train, "Hello, everyone. I am the conductor of train S3105. This train departs from Chuncheon South Station and terminates at Jiuwan Station. The journey takes approximately 20 minutes. Please remain seated during the journey, keep valuables with you, refrain from making loud noises, refrain from smoking, and keep the train clean and tidy." Jiangqi recited the instructions from the notebook, his tone not particularly gentle. Upon arrival at Jiuwan Station, please disembark in an orderly manner. Jiuwan Station staff will take you to the dock by shuttle bus. Please note that your purpose for going to Jiuwan Dock is to follow instructions and assist in the loading, unloading, and transportation of supplies. Those who disobey orders will be placed on the government blacklist. As Jiangqi spoke, the announcement from the train in his previous life resurfaced in his mind. Every time they were about to arrive at a dungeon, the conductor would announce in a rough, raspy voice that made one's body ache, "We're about to reach Dungeon XX. Your mission is to survive in the dungeon for 30 days. To achieve this, all means are permitted. Remember, everyone in the dungeon is an enemy. You have no friends, no comrades. You can only survive on your own. Failure will not be allowed back on the train. You will become a wandering soul in the dungeon, lost, forgotten, and abandoned, never reaching the destination." Jiangqi recalled this, his voice still calm and stern, secretly imitating the conductor's pronunciation and accent. "Remember, all the supplies you see and touch belong to the collective. You are merely porters assigned by your respective communities. Do not engage in any ulterior motives. If you are caught hiding or destroying supplies in any way, you will be punished on the spot, disqualified from the return train, and your subsequent collection of supplies will be affected." Inside the train car, Jiangqi's masked voice echoed through the loudspeaker, echoing above everyone's heads, and the players' expressions changed. At that moment, this calm and ruthless voice inexplicably reminded them of the warning from the train conductor on the survival train. The tone and content were distinct, but the sense of oppression and intimidation they brought about overlapped, sending a chill through them, even creating the illusion that they were on a survival train. In the train car, where temperatures dipped several degrees below zero, the players felt their hands and feet growing increasingly cold, their breathing becoming sluggish. In seat 17B of car number 4, Ein's face paled, his fingers curled against his thighs, as he stared at the announcement overhead, as if he had seen a ghost. He imagined the unfamiliar, cold female voice was the train conductor from the survival train, reappearing in disguise, haunting them. Shimai nudged her gently, "Calm down. This is just a normal train, just a normal announcement." She didn't notice that her voice was also strained. That survival train changed all of their lives. Ever since they boarded it, everyone was fighting, scheming, and living in constant fear. Even though they were lucky enough to have brought plenty of supplies with them on their first trip, allowing them to enter the first-class carriage, where the living conditions were slightly better, they were still afraid of the train. In particular, the elusive conductor had thrown disobedient players out of the carriage in front of many players. It was said that the third and fourth-class carriages were even more terrifying. Disobedient players there would be tortured in bizarre ways, their bodies then hung from the roof, swaying like dried bacon as the train moved forward, as a warning to others. On the train, players were somewhat prohibited from killing each other, seemingly safe as long as they followed the rules. However, in the dungeon, players could engage in reckless violence, fraught with danger. But for many players, they preferred staying in the dungeon to returning to that nightmarish train. Dong Shengfeng sat in seat 17A, seemingly oblivious to the changes in the two men. In reality, he had been secretly observing the players in the carriage, noticing that they all seemed apprehensive and fearful. Their earlier excitement had faded, as if they had been doused with cold water, and they had all fallen silent. The announcement was perfectly normal. Could the deterrent effect be so strong? Driver's compartment. Jiangqi hung up the phone, her expression tinged with dismay. Impersonating someone she disliked, old Ding, was not a pleasant experience. She quickly adjusted herself, following the departure procedures with a real, experienced driver beside her, before taking control of the train herself. As the train slowly began to move, Jiangqi's composure gradually subsided. She kept her eyes fixed on the road ahead, operating the train with steady hands. 20 minutes later, the train arrived at Jiuwan Station. Jiangqi picked up the phone again. "This train has arrived at its final stop, Jiuwan Station. Passengers, please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner." As the doors opened and passengers streamed out of the platform, Jiangqi finally heard the announcement on the panel. "Ding, you completed the basic routine of a train conductor's duties, driving the train. And your in-car announcements have caused many passengers to feel stressed and terrified. Congratulations. You begun to embody the demeanor of a train conductor. You earned 0.01 points of internship experience. Jiang Qi's expression suddenly relaxed. This project is great. While it doesn't involve any skills and won't help her improve her abilities, it's a must-do internship and quite valuable. She had a hunch that completing this project would give her some level of proficiency in the event of a rail survival train. However, she only gained 0.01 experience points at a time, meaning she needed to practice this internship 100 times. She looked at the snow on the track. Could she complete these 100 operations in such weather conditions? Chapter 13. After all the passengers disembarked, Jiang Qi drove the empty train back to Chunchengsao Station. A second group of passengers, heavily involved in the player base, was already waiting there. The same ticket check-in and boarding process, the same conductor's announcement, and the same driving routine followed. 20 minutes later, this group of passengers was transported to Jiuan Station again, earning another 0.01 experience points. After confirming that this approach was indeed a way to gain experience points, Jiang Qi quickly adjusted her strategy. First, driving the empty train back was a waste of time. Second, although the players were attracted by the supplies at the dock and were clearly arranged, the number of players who would be fooled was limited. If a single trip could transport thousands of people, after a few trips, there would likely be no one left. So, she had the 16-car train replaced with a shorter train with a locomotive and 1 or 2 cars. This way, only a few more could be transported at a time. Furthermore, players were also arranged to board the train at Jiuan Station. As her request reached headquarters, they sprang into action, mobilizing the vast dispatch and logistics teams scattered throughout the city, along with various scammers, to work at full capacity, using all sorts of rhetoric to trick players into going here for work, or going there for supplies. Due to the slippery roads caused by the snowy weather, and the government's deliberate blockade of other modes of transportation, this high-speed rail line was currently the most convenient and efficient way to travel from the southern part of the city to the northern part. As a result, more and more players were arriving at the station, paying for their own rides. Unbeknownst to these players, they could only buy tickets for Jiang Qi's train. While other trains crisscrossed the line, carrying people and goods, they were constantly busy, but tickets for those trains were completely off-limits to players. Anyway, waves of players flocked to Jiang Qi's train, becoming her tools for gaining experience. Every few trips, Jiang Qi would change the train's appearance, voice, and train, creating a mysterious and ever-changing experience. Though the players were always terrified by the conductor's announcements, they didn't think anything of it, simply assuming the train announcements in this dungeon were just that stern and intimidating. Thus, Jiang Qi began her routine of shuttling back and forth between Chunchengsao Station and Jiuan Station, inspecting the train, opening the gates and checking tickets, the conductor's announcement, driving the train, and finally releasing it at the station. After increasing the speed, the trains ran roughly every 15 minutes, making 1.5 round trips an hour, earning 0.03 experience points. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi could also interact with the players, completing 4 ongoing tasks: caring for passengers, making them feel friendly, completing passenger information, and refusing unreasonable requests. Jiang Qi spent the entire day on the train. By nightfall, she had fully earned experience points in all 3 areas, except for the one for making passengers feel friendly. She also gained 0.26 experience points for driving the train. She also triggered the 11th area, which involved spying on passengers' movements within the train car, the 12th, which involved suddenly appearing behind a passenger and startling them, and the 13th, which involved removing unruly passengers. The first 2 seemed nonsensical, but they were skills. Once mastered, they should be quite useful. As for the 13th area, as someone who had been thrown off a train before, Jiang Qi naturally hated it. However, when it came time to master it, he felt quite good. Jiang Qi was in a state of mixed emotions. Arriving at Jiuan Station for the last time, Jiang Qi slumped down in the driver's seat and sighed deeply. He was truly exhausted after a long day. "Jiang Qi, there are no more passengers for now," said Wang Mingxing, the team leader, who took her orders. Jiang Qi stood up and walked outside. The cold wind made her shiver. She rubbed her fingers. Her hands were frozen and swollen from the day. The platform ceiling crackled with the sound of hail, though fortunately, it was only small hailstones. She gathered her scarf and asked, "What's the temperature now?" -13. "Can we still run tomorrow in this weather?" "Yes, the railway department will clear the tracks and replace the locomotive. Based on the current weather trends, The train should be able to continue operating for the next 2 or 3 days. Jiangqi nodded. She still had to make 74 more trips. The task was daunting. This internship experience was truly not easy to gain. Without a citywide team working tirelessly to assist her, this mission would be practically impossible. She arrived at the parking lot, where Dong Shunfeng stood by her car, waiting to pick her up. As soon as she saw Jiangqi, Dong Shunfeng thrust a warm hand warmer into her hands. Warm yourself up. Jiangqi, hugging the hand warmer, waved to Wang Mingxing. You two should get some rest. You had a tiring day. This team had been assigned to her by headquarters, answering her orders. Today, they had to assist her with her work on the train and protect her safety. They hadn't had a single moment of rest. They were an elite team, like a nanny team. Dong Shunfeng saluted Wang Mingxing. We're responsible for Jiangqi's safety tonight. The two men completed the handover to Jiangqi, just like they were handing over a shift. On the train, Dong Shunfeng asked, You let others rest, but you don't? I heard you're back driving at 6 tomorrow morning? Jiangqi removed her conductor mask, revealing her face. She sighed, as if freed from restraints. The warmth in the train made her feel sleepy, and she mumbled, Well, I only have 2 or 3 days left to drive. I need to hurry and complete my train driving skills. Seeing her like this, Dong Shunfeng handed her a hot towel. Jiangqi took it and covered her face with it. The warm, wet towel comforted her, but also made her sleepier. After a full half-minute of silence, Dong Shunfeng almost thought she was asleep. She removed her towel, pulled herself together, and asked, How's it going at the dock? What else could it be? Those players who arrived at the dock found the management very strict, making it incredibly difficult to smuggle supplies. Besides, they were actually expected to work, and they were all completely overwhelmed. Some simply left, while others stayed to work, stealing supplies and hiding them in their backpacks. If we find someone suitable, we arrest them for theft. The rest will either be driven away or kept a closer eye on. The suitable refers to someone suitable for usurping an identity. Jiangqi listened as he chewed on a piece of dried meat. Dong Shunfeng handed him a bowl of hot soup. Jiangqi took a look. What looked mushy? It smelled faintly of ginger and medicinal herbs. Dong Shunfeng said, It's for warding off the cold and nourishing the body. If you don't give it too much, you might collapse at any moment. We prepared medicinal food for you when we get there. Jiangqi, That's not necessary. Dong Shunfeng continued, According to your plan, we deliberately gave those players some loopholes during the day, and they were indeed observing and scouting the area. Just now, word came in that 3 groups were about to move, aiming to steal supplies from the docks. Are you sure you want them to fight, not just seize the stolen goods? The train was chugging through snow and hail, but the interior was remarkably stable. Jiangqi drank half a bowl of soup, feeling warm from head to toe. She said, If players want to steal NPC items, it's not the conductor's responsibility. But if players start fighting each other, the conductor has the authority and the ability to intervene. In a previous life, on a train, players were hacking at each other in a 4th-class carriage. The scene was so violent that the conductor appeared and pinned everyone to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Some even wet their pants in fear. Jiangqi was also in the 4th-class carriage at the time, over 100 cars away from the scene of the incident, but she also suddenly lost the ability to move, as if an invisible hand were bearing down from above, forcing even her breathing to stop. That feeling was truly like the shadow of death looming, life and death hanging in the balance of a single thought. Afterwards, all the players involved in that incident were severely punished. The conductor used his own strength to demonstrate to the players the dire consequences of violating the rules. So, Jiangqi felt that while the rules on the train do grant the conductor considerable authority and power, they also need to use their own strength to enforce those rules. A conductor who can't control the situation and suppress the players is not a qualified conductor. This was the project she wanted to trigger right now. Dong Shunfeng. So let the players fight each other, and then you mediate? Mediate is too mild. I want control, the kind that doesn't care about player casualties. Dong Shunfeng tooted. No wonder the army even deployed artillery. But this also means the situation will be dangerous. Do you have to be there in person? She looked up and down at Jiangqi's small frame, and then thought about her own limited skills, which made her feel worried. How can I control the situation without being there in person? Jiangqi said sincerely, It's really a stretch to do this right now, so I have to trouble you to provide support and protection. The vehicle soon arrived at a warehouse near the dock, which had been set up as a temporary command post. There, Jiangqi met a military commander. She had met him before at the headquarters. His surname was Zhao, so she addressed him as Commander Zhao. She also saw someone she knew, Cui He. Cui He nodded, and she nodded back. Then, she turned to Commander Zhao and said, Commander Zhao, thank you for your help. Commander Zhao waved his hand. We all see Jiang Qi's efforts, and the pressure he's under. You're the one bearing the brunt of the burden, and we can only offer you a helping hand in this particular area. Commander Zhao pointed to the map on the table, which showed the layout of Jiuan Wharf. According to reconnaissance information, 3 waves of players are gathering here, here, and here. Each wave has anywhere from dozens to hundreds of players. They should enter the wharf from these 3 routes, targeting this warehouse area, which holds a large amount of supplies. Once they enter, our men will surround this area, blocking all their escape routes. Commander Zhao detailed their battle plan to Jiang Qi. Meanwhile, a series of surveillance footage appeared on the screen, capturing the 3 waves of sneaky players in both detail and generality. Jiang Qi examined them carefully. Through the screen, she couldn't tell which carriages these players were from. However, they had already gathered information on these people. One group was from Xianan community, and Ein and Qimai were among them. Jiang Qi raised an eyebrow. So this group is all from the first-class carriage? Dong Shunfeng nodded. Probably. Ein and her friends are basically here. As for the others, I haven't met them, but they look familiar. They're probably from the first-class carriage. As for the other 2 groups, judging by their actions and demeanor, one group is even more impressive than Ein's group, more respectable and impressive in every way. I'm probably from the special-class carriage. The last group seems a bit more mixed, with no discernible style. But I heard Ein comment on it, saying it was a motley crew from the lower-class carriage. Jiang Qi nodded. I see them later and confirm with my own eyes. Commander Zhao continued, don't worry. We made preparations at every commanding height. If any of these people are truly formidable, I doubt they'd be able to withstand a barrage of artillery fire. However, how to get the players to fight remains a problem. Logically, 3 waves targeting a batch of supplies should lead to a conflict. However, since each player's backpack capacity is limited, and they can't carry much together, a fight might not be possible. Jiang Qi said, how about luring them into the same warehouse, setting off some flash grenades, and then attacking them from behind? Commander Zhao looked at Jiang Qi. This girl was also a ruthless person. Okay, let's do it. Let's lead them to this warehouse. Jiang Qi looked at the warehouse Commander Zhao pointed to on the map. It was in a corner, with dead ends to the rear and right, perfect for forcing players inside. The surrounding roads were wide, making it easy to form an encirclement. Commander Zhao added, this warehouse was originally our plan to trap them. There's something buried underground. After figuring out what it was, Jiang Qi pondered, we can try. She thought for a moment and said, but just in case they can't fight, I record another message. What message? Jiang Qi cleared his throat with a cough into the recorder, then motioned for silence. Then, a male voice, thickened by a mask, began to speak in a garbled voice. Everyone, ? Jiang Qi turned off the recorder and explained, this is the common language of the players' home planets. It's basically used to insult people in the special and first-class carriages, and it anger them. In her previous life, she was the only outsider on the entire train. When players were on the train, most didn't wear their masks, so they didn't have the empathy translation function and communicated directly in the common language. Although Jiang Qi always wore a mask, she could still understand what others were saying, but just in case the mask malfunctioned, she had secretly learned some of the players' common language. It would come in handy right now. With this phrase, they would be more likely to fight. Jiang Qi said, can this be put in storage? I can play it when I need it. Chapter 14. Somewhere at Jiuan Wharf, amidst the snowstorm, Ein and her group gathered behind several trucks parked in a sheltered area, staring intently at one of their players. How's it going? The player's eyes glowed a high-tech blue, and before him appeared a virtual image. A stealth owl prop, he was controlling hovering over the dock, using some special imaging technology to recreate the real-time view of the dock. The player said, no, there are too many guards, all armed. Ein stamped her feet and squatted beside the truck, her head nearly dizzy from the fine hail. She said with difficulty, can we lure those people away? Another person interjected, or we can just charge in, burst into the warehouse, steal the goods, and then run away with a different look. Easy to say, but how do we get in? The authorities in this dungeon are no different from the last one. They're really tough. They got the men and weapons, and they arranged everything for us. I worked for them all day for nothing. Damn it! Okay. Stop complaining. The group's leader shouted, "My informant told me that Longsai's gang has also set their sights on this shipment of supplies." "What? That Langsai mother? He has a group of people in this special carriage under his command, right? This is trouble. There's so much supplies, they take theirs, and we take ours. You don't know about those Langsai people. Once they've taken what they need, they probably destroy the rest. Of course, it's possible they're willing to let us take the supplies, but most likely they're just using us as temporary storage bags, and will definitely come back to rob us." A group of people frowned in the snow and rain, the wind and rain bitterly scorching. Suddenly, the man with blue eyes said, "They changed shifts. Great, there's a gap in the guard." The leader ordered, "All right, let's make a quick move. First, fill your backpacks. Second, take as much as you can. Go!" At the same time, the other two groups noticed the gap in the guard and began to move. In the command post warehouse, Jiangqi sculpted a new face and, within the limits of the mask, increased her height and build, barely resembling an average male figure. Then, she donned her combat uniform, a bulletproof vest, a blast helmet, and a gas mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Dong Shengfeng, dressed similarly, was inspecting his gun. "Can you shoot?" Jiangqi looked at the gun on the table. "Yes, but my marksmanship is average." Her marksmanship wasn't even average, it was practically terrible. In her previous life, she had found a gun in a dungeon, but bullets were extremely rare back then, and she only fired it a few times. "Forget it, I'm still going to go gunless, lest I shoot one of my own. If plan A doesn't work, you can give me the gun." Dong Shengfeng, "Okay." After changing into their uniforms, the two of them emerged. A sea of troops had already formed up in the warehouse. Under these combat uniforms were those chosen to become players. Today, they were going to fight players, and they were here to gain experience. Dong Shengfeng raised her hand, and her squad immediately emerged from the ranks, surrounding Jiangqi and protecting her impenetrably. Commander Zhao said from the side, "Dong Shengfeng, your mission for this operation is to protect Jiangqi. Chui He, you be the on-site commander, fully cooperating with Jiangqi. Jiangqi, you have the right to act freely, and have certain command authority, but you must not abandon Dong Shengfeng's team. I will monitor every detail of the operation from here. If I detect any threat to Jiangqi's life, I will immediately terminate the operation and fire at all players without hesitation. Do you understand?" "Yes. Let's go!" The warehouse door opened, and teams of people filed out. Ice and snow clung to their helmets, and the night made vision less clear. Even with warm clothing, the cold seeped into every crack, quickly freezing heat. Jiangqi was surrounded by people, hurrying forward, soon feeling breathless beneath her mask. Dong Shengfeng glanced at her worriedly. They could march all night without issue, but Jiangqi was clearly struggling. Suddenly Jiangqi stopped and looked up at the sky. Everyone around him stopped. Dong Shengfeng whispered, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiangqi, "No, there's something in the sky. Take cover." Dong Shengfeng looked up at the sky. It was pitch black, with nothing but snow and rain. But he immediately ordered his men to find cover wherever they were. Jiangqi was also pulled behind a building. Still looking up at the sky, she saw an owl with glowing blue eyes slowly reveal its movements. See-through passenger disguise versus see-through fake ID skills. Can easily see through passenger disguises, most fake IDs, and even some simple disguises on passenger objects. This cloaked owl was an object disguise. Due to its low level and poor cloaking skills, it fell within the triggering range of these two overlapping skills. Jiangqi pointed to the sky. "It's right there. Can we take it down?" Dong Shengfeng looked carefully. "I can't see it." Jiangqi reached for Dong Shengfeng's gun, but thinking of her poor marksmanship, she gave up. How could she get that thing down? She raised her hand, opened her palm toward the owl in the sky, and activated the passenger offering skill. Passenger offering skill. If the passenger isn't in front of you, but is nearby, and the passenger's items are within your field of view, there's a chance you can activate this skill. But the owl didn't react. Jiangqi frowned, recalling the skill's instructions. When activating the skill, you must be thinking of the passenger and the item, the target of the skill. She quickly reviewed the players she had seen on the surveillance camera and locked onto one whose eyes glowed the same blue as the owl. That had to be it. She recalled the person's appearance, her eyes fixed on the owl. This was her first time using this kind of proactive attacking skill, and she wasn't quite sure how to master it. She could only mentally exert herself, silently reciting her goal of obtaining the owl. To minimize any potential obstacles, She lifted the windshield of her helmet and stared intently at the owl. The rain instantly soaked her face, seeping through her collar and causing her to shudder. She gritted her teeth, and a faint purple light suddenly blazed from her pupils. Awareness, like an immensely long nerve, emanated from her pupils, connecting to the owl in the sky. Through the owl, it traversed the storm and connected to its master. I got you. The purple nerve slapped the player across the face. Give me your all. The player's body jolted violently, and he staggered to the side, clutching his face, a look of horror on his face. Then, Jiangqi's consciousness penetrated his mind. Then, a distant player screamed, and the owl in the sky let out a mournful cry, tumbling several times in the air before plummeting like a kite with a broken string. Jiangqi also stumbled, her head as if struck by a club, her eyes stinging as if from overexertion. She immediately realized that while she had mastered the skills, her current physical and mental state were insufficient to allow her to utilize them with ease. The passenger's giving away skill, in particular, seemed a bit forced to activate. If the opponent hadn't been so weak, she wouldn't have been able to pull it off. Dong Shumfeng held her up. What's wrong? Suddenly, someone whispered, Look up. Dong Shumfeng looked over, and saw a mechanical bird with a wingspan of half a meter appearing out of nowhere in the night sky. It was falling, its two mechanical eyes slowly losing their light, as if forcibly shut down. She was startled. There really was something in the sky. So large, so brightly colored, and it had been so perfectly invisible just now. Jiangqi gasped, momentarily lacking the strength to retrieve the owl. He could only say, It's a prop, similar to a drone. It's turned off. Go get it. Someone immediately went. Jiangqi pointed in another direction. That way, 200 meters away, capture the owner of this item. This was my first time using a skill, so I wasn't very proficient. The other party must have sensed me. If I let them get away, it would be troublesome. At the same moment, 200 meters away, the player on Ein's team with blue eyes screamed and clutched his head. Ah, my eyes. My head. It hurts. The two people nearby were startled. What's wrong? The player's eyes were bloodshot, and two streams of bloody tears flowed. He trembled violently, his face filled with fear and pain. Conductor. I feel the conductor's presence. He's coming. He's taken my owl. The two people were horrified. The conductor can enter the dungeon? It's him. It has to be him. This completely irresistible and terrifying feeling, no one else can do it. Thinking of the conductor's terrifying presence, the three of them shuddered and suddenly looked towards the warehouse. They stayed here to keep watch. The main force had already gone to the warehouse. Retreat. Get them out now. Although they didn't know what the conductor was up to, it was always a good idea to get as far away as possible. They wouldn't have just this one chance to get supplies. Before he finished speaking, several black gun barrels were pointed at their heads, and several men in combat uniforms appeared before them. Before they could say anything, the trigger was pulled, and the anesthetic needle pierced their foreheads, instantly plunging them into darkness. Chapter 15. Somewhere in the warehouse area, a team of players from the first-class carriage moved forward like ghosts in the snow, silently bypassing the NPC guards. One player threw ice balls, disguising them as hail, which destroyed the lights and security cameras around the warehouse. Excellent, keep moving forward. No, we've been discovered. Bang, bang, bang. The players met the NPC guards' gunfire head-on. The barrage of bullets forced them to retreat. Some players, unable to dodge in time or lacking protective gear, were instantly covered in blood. Damn NPCs. Aren't they changing shifts? How did they react so quickly? Release the hallucinogenic bomb. This way. Under the NPC's suppressive firepower, the team was forced to change course and abandon the warehouse they had originally targeted. In another direction, the players from the first-class carriage were also stealthily advancing. Suddenly, the leader stopped and said, Did you hear that? Gunfire. The wind was strong, the snow was heavy, and the hail was pounding. The others said they couldn't hear anything clearly. Where's Miffy? Why can't we contact him? Without Miffy's aerial view, we don't even know what's going on. The leader's face was serious. He looked up and saw that Miffy's owl was gone. I'm afraid something's wrong. The leader hesitated between continuing to advance and cutting his losses. Suddenly, several lights shone from behind, followed by the NPC's stern shout, Who are you? Oh no! We've been discovered. Looking at the huge group of NPCs and their gleaming black spears, the leader didn't want to confront them head-on. Hurry! The team broke into a run, only to be driven into a small path by the NPCs behind them. Meanwhile, a third team of players was also being pursued in a desperate state, stumbling and scrambling for their lives. Fuck. Are these NPCs still up so late at night? Damn. The NPCs in the last dungeon weren't this tough. Looking down from above at the dock warehouse area, amidst the neat rows of warehouses, 3 teams of players were running down dimly lit roads, trailed by heavily armed troops, sporadically firing a few shots and dropping a few grenades, leaving them no chance of turning back. At certain intersections, 1 or 2 robots with blood-red eyes would suddenly appear, raising their arms to reveal Gatling gun barrels, ready to fire at them. The players screamed and fled. The scene truly resembled a flock of sheep being herded by a pack of sheepdogs. The sheep could only be herded into a sheepfold, and these players were quickly herded into a large warehouse. The first wave of players arrived were from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th class carriages. They hurried into the warehouse, panting heavily. Looking up, they saw several containers and boxes of various sizes. There were supplies. It didn't seem like much, but at least they weren't leaving empty-handed. Their joy didn't last long before another wave of people rushed in. Damn, people from the first-class carriage, they immediately panicked. Hey, guys, you know the first come, first served rule, right? The people from the first-class carriage glanced at the containers and drew their weapons with disdain. What first come, first served? We only know the strong prevail. Just as a fight was about to break out, the warehouse door was flung open again, and another wave of people rushed in. The 2 groups in the warehouse turned pale at the sight. The people in the special carriage, when they saw the supplies, they immediately and bluntly said, "You can leave now. These supplies are ours." The people in the lower-class carriages looked dissatisfied, and the people in the first-class carriages also frowned. This was too overbearing. No one was willing to give in. No one was willing to retreat. For a moment, the 3 groups formed a 3-way standoff. Everyone was shivering with cold, even covered in mud and wounds. The rain had soaked their bodies, making them look shabby, but the eyes they looked at each other were full of danger. In the first-class car, the leader, Wolf Sai, suddenly smiled and said, "We're all players, so why bother killing each other? Our enemies are outside, so why not fight them together? As long as we kill those NPCs, all the supplies at the dock will be ours." In the first-class car, the leader smiled and said, "That's true. Why don't you take the lead? After all, the experts in the first-class car are far more skilled than us. They surely be able to take care of those NPCs outside." The people in the lower-class car looked back and forth, cursing inwardly. On one side, there's the old scoundrel in the first-class car, and on the other, there's the wealthy people in the first-class car. These 2 are not to be trifled with. Just as they were thinking this, they saw the 2 leaders looking over. The people in the lower-class car, they're being treated like pushovers. The leader of the lower-class car could only swallow his anger and force a smile, saying, "How about we divide up the stuff in this warehouse? Even though we discovered it first, we're willing to share it with everyone. You take the lion's share, and we just take the smaller portion." They thought they were being polite enough, but the Lang Sai in the special-class car swung the knife in his hand. His wolf-like eyes narrowed as if he had heard something funny, and he sneered, "You scum from the lower-class car, you dare to share my things?" As soon as he finished speaking, several people appeared from behind him. With a wave of their hands, a hurricane swept over, sending the people in the front of the lower-class car flying, crushing those behind them. Outside the warehouse, a team of fully armed soldiers stood silently in the rain, surrounding the entire warehouse. Jiang Qi stood in the protective circle, rain streaming down her blast helmet, obscuring her eyes. The sounds from the warehouse were clearly heard through her headphones, and the small screen on her wrist played the scene. There was a conflict inside. It was just a minor scuffle. The people in the special-class car were beating the people in the lower-class car, who dared not fight back, while the people in the first-class car stood by and watched. This was not what she wanted at all. Seeing the people in the lower-class carriages nearly unable to bear the beating, Jiang Qi raised his hand and pointed forward. Then, the smoke bombs and flash grenades preloaded in the warehouse were remotely controlled and dropped from a height, exploding upon landing. Bang! 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 Puffs of smoke exploded with blinding flashes of light. What the hell? Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. The warehouse was suddenly in chaos. At the same time, a brutal and ferocious voice rang out clearly. Kill these idiots. Skin them and drain them of their fat. Make them look down on us. These words seemed like a signal. The next moment, bullets, arrows, and hidden weapons flew out of nowhere, pelting the passengers in the special and first-class carriages. Amidst the chaos, the sounds of bodies being struck by bullets and arrows and screams filled the air. The passengers in the special and first-class carriages were furious. How dare these low-class bastards plot against them? And how dare they call them pigs and dogs? They're courting death. The low-class passengers nicknamed the special-class passengers golden pigs, referring to their wealthy but foolishly ugly prey. They nicknamed the first-class passengers silver dogs, referring to their ferocious exteriors but fawning interiors, willing to fawn over their masters with meat and bones in their mouths. The implication was that the first-class passengers barked at the low-class passengers, but fawned over the special-class passengers with their spineless mouths. Both nicknames reflected the jealousy, hatred, and covetousness of the low-class passengers toward the two higher-class passengers. Just as those in the higher-class carriages would use all sorts of obscene terms to refer to those in the lower-class carriages, so when the nicknames Golden Pig and Silver Dog came out, no one present suspected any outsider involvement, even those in the lower-class carriages, believing it was one of their own who had shouted them out. The three groups were enraged by this shout, and with the smoke swirling in the warehouse, no one could see each other clearly, and with all sorts of overt and covert attacks, they all threw themselves into a fierce battle. Even those who didn't want to fight couldn't just stand there, because standing still and not fighting back meant being killed. The sounds of fighting emanated from the warehouse door, and Jiangqi knew it was a success. The phrase he had recorded had indeed had a good effect. The people in the special and first-class carriages couldn't remain indifferent to the nicknames Golden Pig and Silver Dog. And the people in the lower-class carriages, knowing they had touched a sore spot, wouldn't take any chances anymore, determined to kill one without losing, and two would profit. In the darkness, the people in the special and first-class cars would take advantage of the situation and start fighting each other, because they already despised each other and coveted each other. She knew these players' natures all too well. And so, just as she had hoped, the place became a complete mess. Of course, this chaos would only last for a while, as the people in the special-class cars would soon suppress the other two groups. Jiangqi called up the conductor's panel and increased the number of simultaneous projects to 10. "Let me see what surprises you can bring me." She turned toward Cui He and nodded. Cui He understood and gestured. A man emerged from the group, a single-barreled rocket launcher slung over his shoulder, and with a decisive pull of the trigger, aimed at the warehouse door. The next moment, the two tall, thick warehouse doors burst open, the shattered panel sending flying the players engaged in the frenzy within. A group of men stormed in brazenly, guns in one hand and high-powered flashlights in the other, enough to turn darkness into daylight. Flanked by Dong Shumfeng and the others, Jiangqi strode in behind, megaphone in hand, warning loudly, "Spring City security team, give up resistance." The players inside were first stunned by the noise of the door being breached, then blinded by the flashlights. They remained huddled together, like dazed roe deer. Jiangqi continued his warning, holding the megaphone. "We are the Spring City security team. You are surrounded. Everyone, lower your weapons, bury your heads in your hands, and get down." Someone among the players shouted, "Damn NPCs. This is a trap. Fight these NPCs." Someone rushed toward Jiangqi. Bang! A bullet struck him. A few more rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. They, too, fell to the ground in an instant. Jiangqi continued to shout, "Stop resisting. Put down your weapons. Shut up. Damn NPC." Another group rushed forward. Jiangqi pressed a remote control without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of electricity shot up from beneath the ground where the players stood, passing through the damp ground and through the players' legs, forming a closed circuit that shocked them into a state of paralysis, twitching and screaming. After a few breaths, Jiangqi turned off the remote control, and the players collapsed to the ground one by one. Jiangqi coldly observed them, waiting for a moment, but heard no prompt from the conductor's panel. The event hadn't been triggered? She glanced at the remote control in her hand. Sure enough, it wasn't that simple. Was this method ineffective, or was it too reliant on external forces? Yes, aside from shouting a few words, she hadn't put in any effort at all. It seemed she had to confront the players head-on. Dong Shumfeng looked at her. Jiangqi raised her right hand overhead, fingers spread, and flipped her palm back and forth twice. If she had clenched her fist, it would have meant the operation had succeeded, achieving the desired result, and the next step would be to wrap it up. But her gesture now meant it had failed, and Plan B would have to be implemented. Plan B was to abandon the overwhelming advantage of numbers and weapons and engage these players in a more dangerous close-quarters fight, requiring Jiangqi to deliver the necessary damage. Jiangqi reached out, and Dong Shumfeng pulled the gun from his waist and handed it to her. Jiangqi was indeed unfamiliar with guns, and her marksmanship was indeed poor, but at this moment, the gun in her hands made her pause slightly. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her, and her body, like an instinct, surged with the urge to raise the gun and shoot. A voice faintly drifted to her ears. "You don't know how to shoot? Then practice more. I'd be your target." She even had a flashback of herself practicing at a target. Bang, 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 from being able to only outline a human figure to hitting the bull's-eye with every shot, from stationary targets to moving ones, even falling leaves, soaring birds, and ghostly enemies one by one fell before her gun. Jiang Qi's body stiffened, her pupils trembling. What kind of memory was this? Dong Shunfeng thought she didn't know how to use a gun and was about to offer a live lesson, but Jiang Qi had already recovered. She neatly removed the magazine, checked it, confirmed it was full, then replaced it and engaged the safety. Dong Shunfeng felt relieved by her smooth movements, which seemed quite competent. She whispered, "It's okay if you miss, just don't shoot at your own people." To prevent accidental injuries, and also to prevent Jiang Qi from having any restrictions that prevented him from killing players. His gun had reduced ammunition, so unless he shot at the head, he wouldn't kill anyone. With so many players, he could probably injure a few with his eyes closed. That still counts as damage output, right? Dong Shunfeng was worried. Cui He also received Jiang Qi's signal and immediately issued an order through the team chat: execute Plan B. Some people immediately switched to less powerful guns, used tranquilizer Q, electrocute Q, or simply drew their knives, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, the players who had been electrocuted stumbled to their feet. Jiang Qi raised the megaphone again and shouted, "Final warning, everyone in the warehouse, you are surrounded. Stop fighting, stop resisting, lay down your weapons, and surrender. We're in numbers, let's kill them. Ah! I fight you." As expected, the players rushed forward again, throwing all sorts of bizarre props. Hallucinogenic, numb, itchy, paralyzing, and instantly debilitating. Of course, there were also those who had no skills or props, and were quickly grabbed and handcuffed the moment they rushed forward, or were thrown around like punching bags by their companions. The scene instantly erupted in chaos. The two sides engaged in a fierce fight. Jiang Qi raised his gun and fired without blinking. Bang! A player, raising a knife to stab someone, was shot in the right shoulder and fell. At the same time, Jiang Qi's mind buzzed. "Dang, you shot a passenger. You violated the principle of passenger care, and will be punished." Jiang Qi's face darkened. "Why? Do all the other conductors treat passengers like treasure? Why can they bully the passengers, but I have to care for them? Is it just because I triggered the Caring for Passengers program? I want control, I want the passengers to obey, I want absolute authority over them. Can I achieve that simply by caring for them? I want to compete with the other conductors. I want my own train. Can I achieve that by being a good person? No, I want to be strong. I want to carve my own path." She continued firing. Bang! A player trying to throw something was shot in the arm and fell. "Ding! You shot a passenger. You violated the principle of caring for passengers. You be punished." Jiang Qi gritted his teeth. "Shut up." Bang! A player leaping for a quick kick was shot in the leg and fell. "Beep! You shot a passenger. This violates the principle of caring for passengers, and you be punished." Jiang Qi sneered. "I'm just caring for them. I told them not to fight. Isn't that caring?" Bang! A player, howling and screaming as if about to transform, collapsed with a bullet in the abdomen. "Beep! You shot a passenger. As long as they all submit to me, as long as all the passengers obey me, they won't dare to cause trouble. If they don't cause trouble, we be safe. I'm using a permanent method to teach them a lesson. How can this not be caring?" Bang! A player, plucking the strings of some instrument, producing a shrill, phantom sound, was shot in the wrist. Protected by Dong Shunfeng and the others, Jiang Qi, oblivious to the danger around him, mentally conversed with the conductor's panel while mechanically emptying his magazine, defying the panel's warnings with his masterful marksmanship. Then he neatly reloaded a new magazine and fired again. Beep! Beep! The conductor's panel beeped again and again. At first, she argued with it, but soon she stopped talking and just kept firing. Afterward, she entered a strange state, a state where she controlled everything with the gun in her hand, a state where she completely disregarded the lives of the players, a state where she looked down upon everything and killed everything. Screams were born from her gun, and blood splattered in spatters. The bullet pierced flesh like a knife through the heart, stealing blood and life. The feeling was intoxicating and addictive. Her blood boiled, and the ferocity in her bones was aroused, making her almost tremble. "Beep! You shot a passenger. Beep! Beep! Beep!" The conductor's panel beat for a long time, as if it were malfunctioning. Dong Shumfeng watched in amazement as Jiang Qi's shots never missed. Is that what you call marksmanship? And then, there was her expression. Well, behind the helmet visor, only a pair of eyes were visible, cold, cruel, and merciless, like a beast choosing its prey. Dong Shumfeng felt a chill in her heart, unsure if Jiang Qi was acting or genuine. Just as she hesitated whether to remind Jiang Qi heard a new announcement echoing in his mind. Beep, you wounded 20 passengers in a row. Your ruthlessness towards them proves that you already met the qualifications to be a train conductor. Yes, a train conductor should have absolute power over passengers' lives and deaths. True care for passengers isn't about small favors, but about complete control over their lives and deaths. Beating them is to sober them up, punishing them is to make them realize their mistakes, and killing them is to end their suffering. Ruthlessness is compassion. The absence of love is universal love. Congratulations on understanding the true meaning of being a train conductor. You earned 1 point of internship experience. Jiang Qi nearly stumbled, but this far-fetched declaration sobered him up, his seething fury gradually dissipating. I hadn't realized this train conductor's panel even had Yandera and dark attributes. No wonder the conductor's mental state seems off. Why did she say all? With a tremor, the bullet still pierced a player's arm. Ding! You wounded a passenger, hitting him precisely in the vitals. Depriving someone of their ability to move at the minimum cost is a fundamental skill for a train conductor. Congratulations on earning 0.001 internship experience. Great, we're back on track. Finally, a decent project has been triggered. At this moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the side. A player leaped high from the crowd, like a whirlwind, sweeping everyone away in his path, and pounced on Jiang Qi. That speed was simply beyond human capability. Dong Shumfeng immediately fired, but the bullet pierced through his body and hit the wall. Dong Shumfeng was startled. He reached out to grab Jiang Qi. Be careful. In Jiang Qi's eyes, the person who pounced on him transformed into a shaggy wolf in midair. This must be the bloodline-related potion or inheritance he obtained in the previous dungeon, granting him the wolf's talents. The bullets missed him, and his body emitted a faint, illusory glow. Was this a shadow wolf? The shadow wolf possessed the characteristics of both a shadow and a wolf, its form ethereal and dreamlike, like a shadow, resistant to many physical attacks, and incredibly fast. Jiang Qi immediately recalled what he had heard in his past life. A powerful individual in the special carriage, possessing the bloodline of a shadow wolf, a figure not to be provoked. That individual's original name seemed to be Tusai, but after acquiring the shadow wolf bloodline, he changed his name to Langsai. When Jiang Qi first heard about this, he wondered why he hadn't just changed it to Tulong. That's you. In his past life, the very sight of that person was a delusion, and now he appeared before him, disheveled yet ferocious, with a desperate air, ready to take his life. Jiang Qi felt calm, not fear. Perhaps it was because she had just realized the true meaning of a ruthless and loveless train conductor, or perhaps it was the confidence gained from injuring over 20 people, or perhaps it was because her arrogance hadn't completely subsided. In short, she was unusually calm at this moment, even possessing a hint of superiority. She simply stared at the other person, capturing his movements. Then, in her view, the other person seemed to slow down. Beep! A passenger unleashes his racial talent to attack you, and you, as a trainee conductor, dismiss it with indifference. Because in the eyes of a conductor, the passenger's so-called full-strength attack is as ridiculous as a cat trying to stretch out its claws and snarl. Congratulations on triggering the conductor's contempt, gaining 0.001 internship experience. Beep! A passenger unleashes his racial talent to attack you. He's so fast, yet you still see his trajectory clearly. His speed is slowed down in that moment. Congratulations on triggering the conductor's mystic eye, gaining 0.001 internship experience. Two notifications sounded almost simultaneously, but Jiang Qi had no time to listen carefully because the shadow wolf was already right in front of him. Dong Shumfeng screamed, and countless bullets of various types pelted the shadow wolf, but to no avail. Just as the shadow wolf's massive claws were about to claw at Jiang Qi's face, Jiang Qi's insect armor knife materialized from thin air. He raised it with a swish, the blade grazing across the shiny, rounded semicircle. With a clang, it collided with the shadow wolf's blade-like claws. The shadow wolf froze. Disbelief flashed in its ferocious wolf eyes. Jiang Qi's lips curled up. While this shadow wolf bloodline was powerful, it was still relatively fragile in its early stages. For example, a shadow wolf currently possessed a significant limitation. it could not be forced to materialize. A shadow is invisible, and cannot be captured or blocked by anything. If it were, its power would be broken, and it would be forced to revert to its physical form, leaving its shadow state. Jiangqi continued to exert force, and the sharp insect armor knife sliced through the wolf's claw, splitting it in two. A streak of bright red blood spurted out. Ah! Amidst a shrill scream, Jiangqi stabbed the knife back, piercing Shadow Wolf's neck. The next moment, Shadow Wolf flew out, fell to the ground, and transformed into a human again. The man with his right hand cut in half, and a bloody hole in his neck was none other than Wolf Sai, the leader of the special carriage. He rolled over twice on the ground in agony, his screams inhuman. This was not only from his injuries, but also from the backlash Shadow Wolf suffered from his broken power. This backlash was a pain that directly affected his soul. Damn, you injured a passenger, struck a vital point with precision, and disabled their ability to move. Congratulations on earning 0.001 internship experience. Jiangqi lowered his eyes, and flicked the blood off his knife. He couldn't help but clench his teeth silently. Damn, I used too much force on my arm, it hurts like it's going to break. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. The players were stunned. The amateur players were just watching the excitement, only realizing that their strongest was easily defeated, and clearly badly injured. The experienced players, however, understood exactly how formidable the Shadow Wolf had been. It was this very talent that had earned Wolf Sai a prestigious position in the special carriage. But in just one encounter, his power was broken, his true form revealed. This only meant that the one who defeated him was even more powerful. They looked at the figure standing upright, the knife still dripping with blood in its hand, and shuddered. Then, they looked at the Shadow Wolf player on the ground, where ice crystals were gradually forming on his wound, a dark blue hue. That knife had an icy, poisonous property. It was a player's knife. An NPC had obtained a player's knife? And such a powerful one at that. Lang Sai, lying on the ground, breathed heavily and glared at Jiangqi. Player! You're a player too. The others were all shocked, staring at Jiangqi in disbelief. This person is also a player, but how did he get mixed up with the NPCs? A player who infiltrated the NPC camp, and seemingly even rose to a high position. Oh my god, no wonder the NPC camp is so powerful. No wonder the NPCs ambushed the players. No wonder their actions are constantly being hampered. It turns out there's a traitor. What the hell? Jiangqi neither admitted nor denied. He stepped forward and slowly scanned the expressions of the players, finally landing on Lang Sai. Shadow Wolf bloodline, nothing more than that. This statement implicitly admitted that she was indeed a player. Lang Sai's eyes were bloodshot. Jiangqi looked at the crowd again. Put down your weapons, put your heads in your hands, and squat down. Who still wants to resist? The players looked at each other, at the surrounding NPCs with guns, then at the miserable Lang Sai, and finally their eyes fell on Jiangqi. This guy was definitely an extremely powerful player. Losing to a player, and not actually begging for mercy from the NPC, seemed, perhaps, not particularly shameful. Everyone was conflicted, but in the end, they dropped their weapons, and squatted down with their heads in their hands. Ding, you successfully resolved a conflict between players, and made all the players feel fear, awe, and submission. Yes, a train conductor should have such absolute authority. Congratulations on triggering the train conductor's home project, and gaining 0.001 internship experience. Jiangqi let out a long breath. I triggered 5 projects in a row, and they're all of high quality. Tonight's efforts have finally paid off. Chapter 16. As soon as her spirits relaxed, Jiangqi felt a wave of exhaustion, making it difficult to breathe. She forced herself to speak coldly. I leave this to you. Capture them all. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Players, shock. If this had come from an NPC, they would have been indignant and perhaps dismissed it. But coming from a player they considered incredibly powerful and fierce, they knew they meant it. The intimidating power of these words doubled. They dared not speak, much less move, fearing the prospect of their heads exploding. Since the other party hadn't killed them, it probably meant they had no real intentions. It was best to remain quiet for now. The players surrendered one by one. Even the few who rebelled were handcuffed, blindfolded, and given an anesthetic injection, unable to think of anything. Jiangqi completely relaxed. Commander Zhao's voice came through the headset. Well done, Jiangqi. You return first. Leave the scene to them. Jiangqi turned and walked out of the warehouse. A car drove up outside, and Dong Shanfeng helped her into it. After the door closed, they drove away. As soon as Jiangqi got in, She removed her helmet and visor, her heavy clothing. Her inner clothes, soaked by the rain, clung to her body. Her lips were black and blue from the cold, and her hands and feet were shaking, whether from the cold or from exhaustion. Seeing her like this, Dong Shumfeng reported it to Commander Zhao, who immediately said, "Everything is ready here." As soon as Jiang Qi stepped out of the car, she was wrapped in a warm blanket and escorted to her room. The room was warm and cozy with underfloor heating. A tub of hot water, steeped in some inexplicably medicinal herb, and a bowl of steaming ginger soup warmed her whole body. After all that, she felt completely refreshed. Finally, she curled up on the sofa in her fluffy pajamas, letting someone blow-dry her hair. She fell asleep to the hum of the hairdryer. Dong Shumfeng dimmed the lights in the room, walked out, and said to Commander Zhao, "She fell asleep. She's overtired." Commander Zhao nodded. "Let her sleep. We can talk about it after she wakes up. Her health is the most important thing right now. If she were to fall ill from exhaustion, that would be a serious problem." Jiang Qi slept for a full 7 hours, but she struggled to wake up, still worried about the many things she had to do. She opened her eyes to find daylight. She lay in bed, blinked, and then suddenly sat up. "We're supposed to be driving today. What time is it?" Dong Shumfeng walked in, awake. "Are you feeling unwell? What time is it? Why didn't you wake me?" "We'd be too late." Dong Shumfeng said, "It's 6:30 now. Don't worry. The first train is scheduled to leave at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock? Didn't they say 6 o'clock? Jiang Qi got out of bed and immediately looked for clothes. The warm floor beneath her feet made her realize she had underfloor heating. As a southerner, this was her first time experiencing underfloor heating, and it was incredibly comfortable. The tiles, which should have been cold, were actually warm, almost making you want to roll around on them. No air conditioning could compare to this. No wonder she slept so deeply and comfortably. Dong Shumfeng brought her clothes, saying, "Don't worry. The trains run all day today, until 9 o'clock tonight." Jiang Qi's movement slowed down a bit. "So late?" "Yes, we have to match the players' off-duty times?" "What off-duty?" "Oh, by the way, Commander Zhao is waiting for you, and Commander Zhang is also ready for a video call at headquarters. You need to report to them on the gains from last night's operation." Jiang Qi didn't dwell on the off-duty time and nodded. "Of course I should. Aside from last night, I should report everything we gained all day yesterday." As soon as she nodded, she felt a little dizzy and her nose a little stuffy. Was she having a cold? But after all the trouble she'd been going through yesterday, it was only a cold. She thought she was definitely going to have a fever. Dong Shumfeng asked, "Do you want a doctor to see me?" "Okay." Dong Shumfeng opened the door, let the doctor in, took Jiang Qi's temperature, and examined him. The diagnosis was a cold, which he said would be fine with some medicine. His right arm had some soft tissue contusion and muscle strain from the repeated shootings, and his fingers, toes, ears, and cheeks had some frostbite, but otherwise, he was fine. Although these were minor ailments, to ensure they didn't affect subsequent operations, I had to take my medication and apply my ointment as needed, without any slacking. Jiang Qi ate a hearty breakfast, bundled up warm, and headed for the meeting with a handful of ointment. She sat at the table with Commander Zhao. Zhang Jingtian and others from the command center were on the screen. Jiang Qi greeted everyone. "Sorry for the wait. Let's get straight to the point, starting with the train. During the entire day of train operations, I triggered 4 projects, namely. During last night's warehouse operation, I triggered 5 more projects, namely. The one on the truth of ruthlessness and lovelessness was completed in one go, and with the one left over from before, I currently have 9 projects underway." After some discussion, Zhang Jingtian asked, "What do you think of the train conductor's contempt, demonic eye, and home-ground items?" Jiang Qi said, "These 3 items are very special. I think they're more than just skills. They're more like talents or additional attributes for the train conductor. Contempt allows me to remain fearless and face danger calmly. Demonic eye supposedly allows me to see through enemy weaknesses and analyze their attack paths. As for home ground, it should make me invincible in my home ground, or provide a strength bonus or something like that." Jiang Qi shook his head. "That's all I can guess at right now, but I believe that maxing out these 3 items will bring substantial improvements and are extremely valuable." In fact, Jiang Qi was quite surprised to have triggered all 3 items. "These 3 items are difficult to farm." Jiang Qi nodded. "For Contempt and Demonic Eye, I need to fight against players, preferably those who activate their innate abilities to attack me. For Home Field, I probably need to earn experience by suppressing player brawls. There are still 28 days left, so I don't think I can fully farm these 3 items, so there's no need to rush. My plan is to fully farm the 5 items other than these 3, and the precise strike to the passenger's vital points within the next 2 or 3 days, and then trigger the other items. The staff at the command center were scribbling notes, when an expert spoke up. Jiangqi, I have some questions that might be a bit presumptuous of me to ask you. The large screen cut to Jiangqi, who looked at the expert. Go ahead. First, you triggered a total of 18 projects, 9 completed and 9 in progress. Do you feel any significant changes in your body or abilities? Second, you claim to be average with your gun, but last night in the warehouse, you were dead on. Are you hiding something from us? Third, you seemed a bit off when you were shooting at the player last night. Can you elaborate on that? Fourth, you showed considerable strength by taking down that player named Langsai with a single blow. Can you elaborate on that as well? Jiangqi thought to herself, they really studied her thoroughly. While she was asleep, they probably pored over every angle of the surveillance footage from the warehouse last night. However, she didn't mind. Rather than harboring suspicions, it was better to ask questions directly. Just like when she needed help from command, she would openly ask. This straightforward approach maximized efficiency. However, there were some things she wouldn't reveal, like those sudden fragments of memory. She remained expressionless as she answered each question. As for any changes in my body, I don't think my physical condition has, but my mindset has definitely changed. This is primarily reflected in my greater confidence and my ability to look down upon the players. As you probably know, I activated my skill last night and acquired a drone. She pulled the owl prop from her backpack and placed it in front of the camera on the table. Everyone stared intently. This item is a drone, currently powered off. I used the player submission skill to snatch it from a player 200 meters away. Through the successful activation of this skill, I can sense that my awareness completely surpassed the players at the time of activation. This is probably the main reason for my stronger mentality. Jiangqi handed the mechanical owl to Commander Zhao, asking him to find someone to study it. He continued, I entered the warehouse in this state, so I was full of energy and confidence at that moment. After discovering that plan a wooden trigger, I immediately prepared to engage the player myself, but my close combat capabilities were almost non-existent, so I could only rely on my gun to attack the player. And when I picked up the gun, the momentum I felt made me feel pretty good. After I fired a shot, the conductor panel immediately notified me that I had harmed a player and violated the principle of caring for players. Jiangqi recounted her argument with the panel. To be more precise, she unilaterally refuted the panel's point of view, continuing to shoot despite being punished. That situation was very unique. I felt like the conductor, and my word was final. My mentality and strength must have been strengthened, which is why I was able to hit every shot accurately. In the end, the panel relented and triggered a new project for me. An expert at the headquarters said, does this mean that because you insisted on your choice, the panel opened up a new path for you? Even the explanation of care has evolved from a small favor to a so-called great love that controls life and death. Jiangqi nodded. That should be the case. The experts murmured again, likely confused by this panel. In the end, I can only conclude with this, choices determine outcomes. For this panel, there are no wrong choices, but when the direction chosen later conflicts with the previous one, that itself presents a hurdle. Congratulations, Jiangqi, you successfully overcome this hurdle. This should be considered an advancement. From caring for passengers as a primary responsibility, to even killing passengers as caring. In other words, from a servant of truth, goodness, and beauty, to a superior with no taboos. Taking a step forward opens up a new world. This is undoubtedly a transformation. Jiangqi nodded in agreement and continued, the reason why my shooting state was a little abnormal, and why I seem to have become stronger against the wolf race, is all due to this. At that moment, I was influenced by the panel, entering a state of supreme trained conductor, even enjoying the battle and the slaughter a little. She wasn't lying. That was indeed how she felt. The experts quickly took notes. The trained panel might have a certain influence on Jiangqi's personality and temperament, and they needed to closely monitor her mental state. They didn't want to end up with a dark-minded trained conductor. Well, a little dark around other players was fine, but around her fellow players, they hoped she would always maintain a pure heart. Afterwards, everyone asked a few more questions, and Jiangqi answered them one by one. Then they made plans for the next step. After the meeting, Jiangqi had another blood test drawn, and sent back to headquarters for analysis. Then she rushed to the train station. Sitting in the car on the way, she looked out at the scene outside. The snow had already fallen heavily. Only 2 lanes of the road had been cleared, and the ice on the other side was knee-high. Today, May 12th, the third day of the dungeon's arrival, the temperature has already dropped to over 20 degrees Celsius below zero. I wonder how life is for ordinary people. At this time in her previous life, she seemed to be huddled in her room, shivering all day. Even if she mustered the courage to go out and look for food, it only added to her frostbite. Thankfully, the government soon began distributing supplies, and she managed to survive until she killed her player neighbor and found another way to survive. Jiang Qi's past life now feels so distant and blurry, but no matter how blurry it is, it can't be so blurry as to obscure a vital living person, right? Who was the person who offered to be her target and practice shooting with her? He and the one who jumped off the train to save her must be the same person. Jiang Qi couldn't clearly see their face in the fragmented memories, not even knowing if they were a man or a woman, but she sensed they'd been with her for a long time and were very important to her. How could she not remember anything at all? She looked down at her hands, red, swollen, and itchy from frostbite. These were once hands that never missed a single shot. To develop such marksmanship must have required considerable hardship. Even last night, relying solely on muscle memory that didn't exist in her muscles, she'd been able to instantly dispatch a whole group of people. Could such survival skills be forgotten? A terrifying thought suddenly occurred to her. In a past life, she must have spent more than a few months in that survival game and gone through more than 3 dungeons. She might even have come into contact with other train conductors, otherwise she wouldn't have felt that all train conductors were abnormal. But she had forgotten everything that happened afterward, along with the people she met and the skills she learned. That's not right. If she had met that person later, how could he have jumped to her rescue when she was thrown off the train? Jiang Qi clenched his hands, sighed, and shook his head, his mind filled with questions he couldn't answer. Soon, they arrived at the train station. She put aside all thoughts and threw herself into her experience-earning task. At 7:50, she stood at the ticket gate and saw a group of listless players in the waiting hall, holding brooms, shovels, and other tools. Jiang Qi, ? What's going on? Did you hear? Hundreds of players were arrested at the Jiuan district dock last night. Hundreds? I heard it was thousands. Anyway, it was a lot. I heard they went to steal supplies, but were wiped out. There were even people in the special carriage. Near where I live, a group of players went to rob last night and were caught. The NPCs in this dungeon are incredibly powerful. So I say, if there's a chance to work in exchange for supplies, hurry up and get it. Every bit of money counts. That's right. The enemy is strong, and we're weak, so let's just keep our tails down for now. Jiang Qi listened to the players' chatter and glanced questioningly at Wang Mingxing. Wang Mingxing silently handed over a form. This was the list of players to be transported by all the trains today. The first group this morning was to clear snow from a certain road. The second group was to clear ice from power lines in a certain area. The third group was to dismantle high-rise billboards and other things. The fourth group was to harvest crops in a certain place. There were also fish farms to be urgently harvested, coal yards to be produced at certain locations, and garment factories to be processed for heat packs. Her mouth twitched. They really were treating the players like labor, weren't they? No wonder Dong Xiangfeng had said they had to accommodate the players' off-get-off-work schedules. She glanced at the last train for the night on the schedule. The players being transported were returning from the evening shift at a certain factory. It was perfectly planned, with details like which group would take which train, when to gather, when to call the roll, and when to check tickets. Every detail was clearly laid out, ensuring that every train Jiang Qi took was full and on time. Jiang Qi asked, "How do you manage to make the players so obedient?" Wang Mingxing, "Those who are willing to work in exchange for supplies are generally relatively honest players. And since they're frightened, they naturally follow our instructions." Yeah, the thousands of players captured last night do sound pretty scary. Okay, we won't have to worry about the experience farming tools for the entire day. Looking at this diverse group of player laborers, Jiang Qi's mood inexplicably brightened. So, having a strong and reliable support network is really a relief. That day, from 8 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., a full 13.5 hours, thanks to the station's impeccable scheduling, Jiang Qi didn't waste any time at all. He drove a full 20 round trips on the railway and earned 0.4 points of practical experience in the train driving project. With no other work scheduled at night, Jiang Qi slept through the night and continued driving the train the next day. It was a little after 7 p.m. when she finally heard the announcement on the control panel. Ding! You completed 100 train driving runs. Congratulations on mastering this skill. When you see the survival train, You know how to drive it. Congratulations, you're one step closer to becoming a true train conductor. Keep working on it. Jiangqi smiled brightly. Great. Just as she imagined, she could drive the survival train. With that, she had completed all 5 tasks she needed to complete. The only remaining tasks were the train conductor's contempt and the precise targeting of passengers' vital points. 5 minutes later, Jiangqi changed into the train conductor's clothes, changed her face, and left the station, feeling liberated and like she graduated. She didn't want to return to the station for a while. Dong Shenfeng came to pick her up again. Congratulations, you accomplished another difficult task. Jiangqi smiled. Congratulations. The food's in the thermos. Let's eat first. Jiangqi sighed. Another herbal meal? Yes, but there's a snack today. Let's eat in the car while we go. Tell me about any new developments over the past 2 days. You're so rushed, why don't you relax? Well, let's take a break for a meal. In the car, Jiangqi opened the small table and began to eat the nutritionally balanced and delicious herbal stew. The meal was over before the car even reached its destination. The wind and snow were stronger today, the roads were slippery, and the car was driving very slowly. Jiangqi wiped his mouth, scooped himself a bowl of sweet soup, and looked at Dong Shenfeng. Dong Shenfeng, Her workaholic nature was quite admirable. Dong Shenfeng read the materials to her. We captured a few more players over the past 2 days, bringing our total to over 1,000. Over 200 of them have been identified as suitable candidates for identity theft. Because you've been busy these past few days, and you requested that the player killings be carried out personally, the first identity theft operation is scheduled for tomorrow morning. The location will be at the command center, and you be there. Also, we be holding these over 1,000 captured players in separate cells, completely shielded from information, smell, and sound, and monitoring them day and night. Dozens of them likely possess so-called innate abilities. You might consider using them to master the contempt items. The blood sample you drew the day before yesterday, after extensive testing, is indeed different from the previous ones. It seems to contain a strange component, but we're not sure what it is yet. The owner of the Owlbird drone you asked us to pay special attention to is Mi Fei, a second-class passenger. He accidentally acquired it in the previous instance, and it's his only real asset. Because of this, he was recruited by the first-class passengers. After waking up, Mi Fei kept yelling that the conductor was coming. Jiangqi had been listening quietly, then looked at Dong Shenfeng. Dong Shenfeng understood and elaborated. We then interrogated Mi Fei. He seemed to be convinced that the conductor had taken his owl. In other words, he believed you were the conductor. When he was captured, he was accompanied by 2 other players. Those 2 players were both from the first-class carriage, and were close associates of Lao Shi. Lao Shi was the leader of the first-class car team yesterday. At the time, these 3 were jointly responsible for keeping watch outside. The other 2 heard Mi Fei shouting and believed it. Jiangqi stirred the soup in his bowl with a spoon. None of these 3 can be released. Dong Shenfeng nodded. That's what headquarters said. If they went out and shouted about the conductor's appearance in this dungeon, whether the other players believed it or not was secondary. If the news got back to the train and the real conductor learned of it, it would be troublesome. So, they couldn't return to the train. Only those who had their player panels stripped away could not return. In other words, these 3 people were doomed. Jiangqi asked again, why did he think I was the conductor? He said he was slapped in the face by the conductor from a distance, and felt a terrifying aura. Jiangqi pondered. So, when activating this player tribute and other skills, one also needs to be careful to conceal one's aura. How can this be achieved? Well, let's practice on Mi Fei. 20 minutes later, in a basement, Jiangqi met this Mi Fei. She watched him through the one-way glass. He had been imprisoned for 2 days, and his spirits were dispirited and his face was haggard. He leaned against the wall, scratching at it, mumbling to himself. Dong Shenfeng said, according to your instructions, we drained almost everything from his backpack, but we didn't take everything from him. The wallet next to him is his, full of money. There's our money, and so-called train coins. Jiangqi nodded, thinking about activating the passenger tribute skill, his eyes fixed on the wallet. The next moment, consciousness, like a neuron's axon, stretched out, long and thin like a silk thread, piercing through the glass and reaching for Mi Fei. Jiangqi glanced at his own reflection in the glass, and noticed a faint purple glow emanating from the depths of his eyes. Activating a skill also has a cosmetic effect? Chapter 17. Jiangqi looked at her own eyes, glowing purple, in the mirror, somewhat surprised. She asked Dong Shenfeng, Were my eyes also purple when I caught that owl the night before last? Dong Shunfeng looked at her eyes. What purple? Your eyes are normal. Jiangqi touched her own eyes. You can't see? Is this purple light visible only to me? She suppressed her doubts and continued to probe Mi Fei in the cell. Sensing and imagining, she seemed to see her consciousness, like a streamer, floating in front of Mi Fei. She manipulated it to circle around him. Mi Fei, as if sensing something, raised his head, looking around in confusion and a touch of surprise. Who? Who? Yes, he could indeed sense her presence. Jiangqi tapped Mi Fei's left shoulder with his consciousness. He immediately looked to the left. He tapped his back with his consciousness, and then he immediately turned around to search. She controlled her consciousness, withdrawing it and floating quietly above him. He once again began to look around in confusion. Jiangqi began adjusting the strength of her consciousness, then judging by Mi Fei's reactions to see if he could sense her movements. After testing this for a long time, until Mi Fei was on the verge of collapse, she finally mercifully slapped him on the forehead, severing his connection with the wallet. With a flick of her finger, the wallet, as if guided by a command, flew out of the open ventilation vent and landed in her hands. Mixed with pain, Mi Fei clutched his head, stunned for a moment, then excitedly shouted into the air, Master Conductor, is that you? Please save me. You want money, right? I give you all my money. Everything I have. Jiangqi ignored him, opened his wallet, and took a look at the contents. It was country C currency. Needless to say, a handful of familiar banknotes were mixed in with some train coins. These train coins were all silver coins, varying in size from large to small, with values ranging from 1, 5, 10, and 100. The front of each coin featured a train logo, with a string of characters below. Translated into country C, it read Cunning Snake 270144, representing the train number. The back featured a stick figure, a silhouette of the train conductor, with 2 characters below, representing the conductor's honorific title, which also translated to Cunning Snake. Yes, no one knew the name of that shady conductor, but his honorific, or nickname, was Cunning Snake. It was said that carrying train coins would bring the conductor's protection and blessings, so the more train coins one had, the more blessed one would be. Of course, Jiangqi completely disbelieved this nonsense. At best, it simply meant that the richer one was, the more blessed one was. However, there's also a rumor that some train coins carry the conductor's spiritual imprint, and if the player carries too many, they can be affected, unknowingly becoming the conductor's puppet or slave. Later, this rumor was attributed to the poor in the lower-class carriages, who, out of hatred for the rich, deliberately fabricated rumors to stigmatize the train coins and annoy the wealthy in the higher-class carriages. But some people do believe this. In her previous life, Jiangqi was quite wary of this. Fearing her identity would be revealed, she dared not carry a single penny on her person, and as a result, she remained extremely poor. Thinking of those years of extreme poverty, Jiangqi's lips twitched. To this day, she wondered if she'd been fooled. So, could this train coin really bear the conductor's spiritual imprint? She looked left and right. With her limited qualifications as a trainee conductor, it looked like just an ordinary coin. She asked, have you studied the train coin? What have you discovered? Dong Shunfeng replied, we have. All we can confirm is that these coins are made of a metal that doesn't exist on Blue Planet. Nothing else has been discovered. Jiangqi thought for a moment and adjusted the number of concurrent internship projects from 4 to 5. She wondered with some anticipation if a project related to the train coin would trigger. Just as she finished adjusting it, Mi Fei called out again, Master Conductor. Master Conductor, please save me. Dang, a passenger sincerely addressed you as Master Conductor. You earned their approval. While passenger approval isn't crucial, it's still a form of affirmation. Congratulations, you earned 0.001 internship experience. Jiangqi read the sentence carefully, his face darkening. So what's the point of this project? If passenger approval doesn't matter, why even have such a project? She slapped her hand. Rotten hand, asking you to start a project now. What a waste of a project. Dong Shunfeng? ? Jiangqi sighed, scratched his head, and looked at the train coin in his hand. It felt a bit unlucky. He put it back in his wallet, and handed it to Dong Shunfeng. Forget it, let's take a look at this Mi Fei companion. This was a secret base. Besides Mi Fei's 2 companions, dozens of players captured from the warehouse were also held captive. The main reason they weren't imprisoned here was because they were worried that if too many players were imprisoned in one place, they would unite and rebel. As for stronger players like Lang Sai, They were imprisoned in more secure areas, not here. Jiangqi tested the player submission skill on each of these players. 2 hours later, she finally figured out that when using this skill, as long as her speed, movements, and technique were fast enough, the opponent wouldn't notice her attack, nor would they sense the presence of the train conductor. They would simply be momentarily distracted, and then the item would be taken. It was like a skill thief, stealing without leaving a trace. She also discovered that no matter which skill she activated, her eyes would glow purple, visible to the players. This seemed to be a telltale sign of the train conductor exerting force. Using this skill too often would not only make her head spin, but also cause eye pain, blurred vision, and even temporary blindness. It was as if her skills were primarily activated through her eyes. She fiddled with the mirror for ages, nearly blinding herself, but there was no way to hide the glow. Finally, she gave up and had someone get her some cosmetic contact lenses that would block it. The next morning, Jiangqi returned to the headquarters. Zhang Jingtian was startled by her bloodshot eyes. "What's wrong with your eyes? Have you seen a doctor?" Jiangqi rubbed the corner of her eye, which was slightly swollen. "It's nothing. It's just from overusing my skills." "Zhang Jingtian, I heard you practiced your skills for a long time last night. Don't rush, take your time. You can't get fat overnight." As they spoke, they arrived at the laboratory. The headquarters was still warm as spring. People in white coats were bustling back and forth in the laboratory, performing various tests and research. Jiangqi was led to a lab. "Zhang Jingtian, they're doing an in-depth analysis here, analyzing your blood." Jiangqi looked at the shelves of test tubes with different labels, centrifuge tubes, and petri dishes. They were kept in incubators at different temperatures, under different lighting conditions, and in different instruments. "This is Dr. Shuihe. She's a hematologist, and will be responsible for analyzing your blood." A woman in her 40s removed her gloves and shook Jiangqi's hand. "You are Jiangqi. I've been wanting to meet you in person for a while. The blood you recently sent was very interesting. I heard you made some progress in the past 2 days. Do you mind if I draw your blood here?" Jiangqi, really direct. She asked, "Interesting? How do you say that?" Dr. Shui led Jiangqi to an instrument. This is a super-resolution fluorescence microscope with a resolution of 20 nanometers. Its greatest advantage is that it can observe the dynamic molecular processes within living cells. Look at this image. Jiangqi looked at the computer screen connected to the microscope and saw several biconcave, disc-shaped cells. Having studied biology, she immediately recognized them as red blood cells, though they appeared somewhat active. This is the red blood cell we're familiar with. Look closely inside. As the image zoomed in further, Jiangqi vaguely saw a shadow within the cell, one that seemed to be moving. Her eyes widened slightly. "What's this? Red blood cells shouldn't have nuclei, right?" To be precise, mature mammalian red blood cells lack nuclei. When mammalian red blood cells mature, the nucleus and organelles are expelled to make room for hemoglobin, which in turn transports oxygen. So, the shadow we're seeing now is a substance that shouldn't be present in red blood cells. This substance wasn't present in your 2 previous blood tests. It only appeared in the blood you sent the night before last, on the evening of the 11th. Your red blood cells appear more active than before, and more active than the average person's. We believe this substance is the cause. Dr. Shui led Jiangqi to another, even larger microscope. This was a scanning electron microscope, with an astonishing resolution of 0.05 nanometers. It could observe atomic structure, perform elemental analysis, and generate images. On the computer here, Jiangqi saw even more complex images, and various elemental and textual analyses that she couldn't even understand. Thankfully, Dr. Shui didn't mean to embarrass a layman like her. She explained it in simple terms. The gist was that they had analyzed the substance in the red blood cells and found it to be something unprecedented, possessing a peculiar, constantly changing structure, and the property of remaining inactive under almost any extreme conditions. It also seemed to contain some strange energy. They now called it qi matter, yes, named after Jiangqi. We can only observe this substance, not extract it, so I'd like to draw another tube of blood from you. If the level of substance qi in your blood increases this time, it would essentially prove a positive correlation between this substance and your internship progress. Then our research direction will become clearer. Jiangqi suddenly realized, I understand. Thanks for your hard work. Now let's draw blood. So, Jiangqi drew blood for the 4th time. Leaving the lab, Jiangqi, Dong Shangfeng, and the others followed Zhang Jingtian to another area. To reach this area, they had to take the elevator down to a lower level. Exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a chilling atmosphere. Pristine white light illuminated the entire space. Within the one-way, transparent cells, players were imprisoned. Some slept soundly, some banged their heads against the walls, shouting in anger, and some drew strange symbols on the walls with their own blood, then smiled sinisterly and twistedly. Several armed guards stood motionless beside each cell. Furthermore, men in black combat uniforms and green research coats milled around the cells, observing, recording, and discussing. Countless cameras, pervasive in every corner and location, recorded everything. As Jiang Qi and his companions entered, everyone turned to look, then quickly formed into two lines. "Hello, Commander Zhang." "Hello, Jiang Qi." Zhang Zhengtian introduced Jiang Qi. "These 20 players are the ones who will be undergoing identity theft today. Based on their appearance, experience, and personality traits, we selected 40 matching individuals." Zhang Zhengtian pointed at the 40 people in black combat uniforms, men and women, tall and thin, each with 1A, 1B, 2A, and 2B plastered on their chests. This meant one player was paired with two others. If the first person failed to seize the identity, or if something unexpected happened, the second person would immediately take over. Each of these 40 people had written a suicide note, prepared to sacrifice themselves in the process. Jiang Qi had been quite calm, but looking at these fearless faces, he suddenly felt a little nervous. Each of these individuals was a select few, absolutely loyal to their country and their people. Their lives were important and precious, yet they stood here today to participate in an experiment with an unknown outcome. Yes, an experiment. This was their first identity seizure, and no one knew what would happen. Jiang Qi suddenly felt a little regretful. He had practiced his skills too much yesterday, and hadn't been in top form for today. Zhang Zhengtian led her to a cell. "This is today's target, Lai Rong." He started preying on single women the day after arriving in Chuncheng. Our officers promptly apprehended him, and brought him to the Public Security Bureau. We interrogated him, as a normal citizen, and discovered he has a serious sexual addiction. He raped and murdered at least dozens of men and women in the previous instance. Jiang Qi, He's so unisex? Jiang Qi was puzzled. How could such an extreme person be chosen as a target? Playing him is difficult. She glanced at the two men with the numbers 1A and 1B on their chests. They were handsome and dignified. Wasn't it too much of a burden to play such a role? The two young men looked a bit embarrassed when she glanced at them. They were quite shy. Zhang Zhengtian said, "It's mainly because his other qualities are quite suitable. Third-class carriage, strong physique, great strength, strong endurance, quick reflexes, decent intelligence, and he's also a loner. He might even have been a mercenary, with some military traces on his body. And when he's not acting out, he's quite normal. The sexual addiction stems from his mental illness, which can be addressed with the right excuses." Jiang Qi nodded. It sounded like that, but it certainly made sense. Since the expert panel has deemed it suitable after their analysis and review, there should be no problem. Zhang Zhengtian added, "I'm telling you this to let you know that this man deserves death." Jiang Qi was stunned. Zhang Zhengtian looked at her and said slowly, "You said that in each rookie dungeon, 20,000 players must be eliminated. There were 100,000 players arriving here, and only 80,000 at most will leave. Of those, 20,000 are destined to die here. Whether they die at their own hands, in the harsh climate, or at our hands, it makes no difference. You don't need to feel any psychological burden." Jiang Qi's expression was a little strange. "Actually, I don't feel any psychological burden. These players are invaders, not a species like us, and I never considered them my own kind. I'm very clear on that. Even if they are kind-hearted, it doesn't prevent us from having different opinions. We must kill them if necessary. If you insist on making their killing appear more righteous by singling out the worst among them, I think that's putting the cart before the horse. It will only harm our interests and hinder our subsequent actions." Zhang Zhengtian, The other experts who leaned over silently, That's not wrong. It could even be considered a very clear understanding. But players are just like us, after all. If you truly feel completely free of any burden, then we really need to worry about your mental health. It's really frustrating." Zhang Zhengtian helplessly patted Jiang Qi's shoulder, as if addressing a junior. "Just think of it as a matter of concern for the mental health of all of you. Killing a kind person and replacing him, killing an innocent person and replacing him, that's a completely different feeling. For this group of people embarking on this survival train, there's no telling what adventures they face, what ugliness they experience. Like a drop of water dropped into ink, it will sooner or later be stained by the stain. Useless means are inevitable, and killing countless people is possible. Ruthlessness and cruelty will become their daily routine. Maintaining integrity and justice would be courting death. But Zhang Jingtian hoped that a core of their nature would remain unchanged. Their player identity is the foundation of their future. If they seize this foundation, they will be tainted with original sin, which can be extremely destructive. Jiang Qi looked into Zhang Jingtian's eyes, and vaguely understood what he meant. Simply put, when we're on the survival train, we kill for survival without any choice. But now that we have a choice, we should kill the worst and replace them, focusing on justifying our actions, and occupying the moral high ground to maintain a firm moral core. But she was a little confused. If they did this, wouldn't they worry about everyone constantly playing the role of criminal inmates or psychopaths, ultimately causing themselves to suffer from split personalities? She asked, so, for the next month, we can't kill any good players? Killing is fine, but we must be cautious when seizing their identities. Jiang Qi, Alright, you're the boss, you have the final say. 10 minutes later, everyone was ready, and the scene was cleared. Only Jiang Qi, the two guys 1A and 1B, Dong Xingfeng's 7-man team, and Cui He's 5-man team remained. The former protected Jiang Qi, while the latter provided support. Everyone else left, observing remotely through the surveillance cameras. Jiang Qi picked up his gun and said, "Open the door." The door to the cell holding Lai Rong slowly opened. The man inside immediately tensed, his muscles flexing, his eyes flashing with danger, ready to charge at any moment. As Jiang Qi watched his reaction, he thought back to the time in his past life when he had seized the player's dashboard. In his past life, that player's neighbor lived in room 604. The dungeon had been there for who knows how many days, and it was so cold that the player's food supply had run out. Although Jiang Qi's family didn't have much food left, as a native, her food reserves were somewhat better than those of the newly arrived players. Her main challenge was the inability to start a fire, and the lack of ready-to-eat foods. However, she still had some rice, flour, and oil at home. When that player had come to her, begging for food, she hadn't had the heart to spare, and had given him a bowl of rice. Thinking back, it was all her own fault. The player probably thought she still had plenty of food at home, and since she lived alone, it would be easy to target her, so he planned to kill her and inherit her food supply. That was the first time in Jiang Qi's life that she had faced the naked murderous intent of another. During the scuffle, she luckily deflected the knife he was about to use to kill her, and stabbed him in the heart instead. At that moment, blood splattered, accompanied by a flash of white light from the opponent's head. Because they were so close, she happened to bump into the white light. Then she heard a message: "Player is about to die." Detection: new organisms can inherit the player's profile. Do you want to inherit? And so, unknowingly, she inherited the player's profile, along with the other person's name, and the backpack of a player so poor that he only had a few tatters. Although the starting point was low, one had to admit that having a backpack was really nice. Whether it was collecting firewood scraps, digging snow to melt for drinking, moving, etc., everything could be stored directly in the backpack, freeing up hands and not weighing down. It was incredibly convenient. The door before them swung open completely, and the male player inside spotted 3 people standing at the door, and lunged forward. He didn't know how many people were outside the cell, so he planned to take one hostage. Clearly, he chose Jiang Qi, who looked the weakest. He was so fast that he instantly split into 2, and attacked Jiang Qi from both sides. Jiang Qi's eyes flickered slightly. This person actually has a talent, he's never shown it, he's been hiding it quite well. Split into 2, is this a talent related to clones? At the same time, her eyes suddenly glowed purple. Seeing through disguise via seeing through fake ID. You will be able to easily see through the disguise of the passenger with your naked eye. In an instant, she realized that the figure on the left was illusory, that was fake, while the figure on the right was solid, that was the real one. She stared at the figure's trajectory, and then, in her eyes, its movement slowed down. Ding! A passenger unleashed his racial talent to attack you. You used the conductor's magic eye to see his trajectory. Congratulations. You earned 0.001 internship experience. Jiang Qi raised his gun and delicately squeezed the trigger. The next moment, the bullet struck the player's thigh. He fell heavily to the ground, looking up in disbelief at Jiang Qi's eyes, which glowed purple. You? Ding! You wounded a passenger, striking a vital spot with precision. 0.001 internship experience. You are the conductor. Lai Rong's eyes raged. Ding! A passenger addressed you as the conductor. 0.001 internship experience. No, impossible. Lai Rong mentally shouted at the player panel. She's not the conductor, she's a fake. I'm reporting the conductor. I'm using the summons card. A card condensed in his hand. Jiang Qi's heart trembled, a sense of danger surging up her spine. She quickly stepped forward, pressing the muzzle of her gun to Lai Rong's forehead. Bang! A stream of blood spurted from the back of Lai Rong's head, and he fell backward. At the same moment, a flash of white light emerged from his head. In Jiang Qi's eyes, that flash of light vaguely resembled the outline of the player board. She reached out and grabbed the waiting 1A guy, shoving him directly towards the player board's portrait. Chapter 18. Everything happened in an instant. The cell door opened, and Lai Rong rushed out, followed by 2 gunshots. Quickly, before anyone else could react, Jiang Qi had already grabbed the 1A player by the collar and pinned him over Lai Rong's body. Both the 1B player and the Dong Chui team were waiting at the door. They could see no panel, no white light, only Jiang Qi's slender arms, holding the tall man in a strange position. Soon, the 1A player stiffened, his face a look of pain, and he clutched his head tightly. Jiang Qi watched as the player panel completely penetrated the 1A player's head before releasing him. He immediately rolled on the ground, clutching his head and howling. Jiang Qi said calmly and gently, "It will be painful. Hold on, and try to accept that panel." In reality, it wasn't painful, but rather an excruciating pain, like having your head split open. Jiang Qi remembered fainting from the pain in her previous life. Fortunately, no one came to her house during that time, and she lay peacefully on the ground until she regained consciousness. Jiang Qi continued, hold on a little longer." Her conductor panel suddenly popped up again. "You killed a passenger. You're demonstrating the absolute power of life and death over players, earning 0.001 internship experience. You're helping the indigenous people seize a passenger's identity. You're poaching from a conductor. You're challenging the conductor's authority. You're violating the rules of the survival train. This is a very dangerous act." Jiang Qi paused, holding her breath to hear what the panel had to say. Was it another punishment? Okay, corners are meant to be dug, the conductor's authority is meant to be trampled upon, and rules are meant to be broken. You're very courageous, so I award you 0.001 internship experience. Jiang Qi, You're having a good time, aren't you? Suddenly, I'm itching to pull out the control panel and give it a good beating. However, from the conductor's perspective, the player equals the passenger, and the player panel equals the identity document. To hide this from the conductor, it seems they have to tamper with the player panel. She glanced at the 1A guy, whose struggles had weakened, and squatted down to examine the hand of Lai Rong's corpse on the ground. Just now, a card seemed to have appeared in this man's hand, and then she felt a strong sense of crisis, as if killing him any later would cause him to reveal the secret. Finally, she found a ball of powder on the corpse's right hand. Is this card powder? Cards are a broad category of player items. After use, they turn into a pile of powder, but if they are forcibly broken before use, they will also turn into powder. So, has it been used or not? And, what kind of card is this? Finally, 1A calmed down and forced himself to get up from the ground. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled out of the water. Veins popped out from his forehead, neck, and arms, and his eyes were bloodshot. Jiang Qi gave a thumbs up. You didn't faint. That's impressive. Can you sense the player panel? 1A gasped for air and tried hard. A player panel slowly emerged, floating before him. He exclaimed in surprise, did it work? Jiang Qi also saw the panel, but couldn't see the details. He smiled and nodded. Yes, it worked. You obtained Lyron's player panel. From this moment on, you're a player too. The person guarding the door hurried over, eagerly asking what was going on. 1A exclaimed happily, I saw the player panel, right in front of me. Others, I can't see anything. Jiang Qi said, check the item usage history to see if there's any card-related records. 1A hurriedly did as she was told, fumbling for a moment before finding the history. Yes, there's a message card usage record, but it says use interrupted after it. Jiang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. It was interrupted. She then asked, can you see who's bound to the other end of the message card? That's the person Lion wants to communicate with. It doesn't show. Is that so? Well, using use interrupted means the message wasn't successful. But this was only the second dungeon, and Lion had already obtained such a rare message card. She was truly surprised. In her previous life, card-related items only appeared in official dungeons. It seems no player can be underestimated, Everyone has the potential for adventure. Suddenly, beep! As the train conductor, the player corpses you kill will automatically be converted into resources, earning you 0.001 internship experience. Jiangqi was startled. After understanding the meaning behind this, she suddenly turned to look at the player corpse on the ground. White smoke rose from the corpse, and then it slowly dissolved. A moment later, only a few shiny, round, large and small train coins remained on the ground. Jiangqi took 2 steps back in shock, staring at the train coins in disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? Train coins transformed from player corpses. At the same time, a sharp pain pierced her mind, and a series of dim and blurry images surfaced. Several people seemed to be gathered, drinking amidst the clamor and bustle. One person said, "I heard you received another batch of new recruits. At least 20,000 people die in each dungeon during the rookie period, so you're making a killing again." Another said, "TSK, what's a little brat worth? And they're always making such a fuss and messing up my car. I'd rather just keep bringing the elderly." Fewer people means higher quality, less worry, and the more powerful the ones, the more energy they generate after they die. Another said, "Ultimately, the dungeons with the most natives are the most profitable. Even if one native only gives you 10 coins after their death, with millions of them, that's a lot." Jiangqi groaned and covered his head. The image began to shatter, and the world before him began to shake. Who was it? Who were these people talking? Were they all train conductors? She strained her eyes to see their faces, to hear more, but a sharp pain shot through her mind, and the images shattered completely. She went black, and her body uncontrollably lost strength. Jiangqi. Dong Shengfeng's exclamation reached his ears. And, the conductor's panel. Ding, I noticed you unwittingly obtained the secret of the train coin's origin. This is industry insider knowledge reserved for official conductors, yet you learned it beforehand. Congratulations, and I award you 1 internship experience point. Half an hour later. In the headquarters meeting room, everyone gathered, their faces solemn and serious, as they took turns examining the 11 freshly minted train coins, placed in a transparent box. The front of the coin featured a simple image of a train, and the back had a gray outline of a head. After everyone had examined it, a currency expert commented, "This train coin has several differences from the other players' train coins. First, it doesn't have a train number on the front. Second, the head on the back is gray, likely indicating it doesn't have an official head yet. Similarly, the spot where the conductor's title should be engraved is blank. From this, we can conclude that these 11 train coins belong to Jiangqi. It's just that because she's still in her internship and doesn't have her own train or her own title, these 11 coins are still a work in progress." One person asked, "So, where did all those train coins in the player's hands come from?" No one knew the answer to this question at the moment. Zhang Jingtian asked, "Is Jiangqi still unconscious?" "Yes, she's still comatose. The physical examination shows everything is normal. I don't know why she can't wake up, and the doctors don't dare to force her." Zhang Jingtian frowned. "They can't force her to wake. Let her wake naturally." Then, returning to the topic, everyone continued to discuss the unexpectedly created train coins. "So, every player who dies drops coins? Haven't we killed a few players before? A lot of people have died in player-to-player fights, and those bodies were normal, they didn't drop. This Lai Jun dropped 11 coins, but the values are different. The total value is 241. Do different players drop coins with different denominations?" As they spoke, everyone looked at one another. "Xiao Zhou, what do you think?" Xiao Zhou, the 1A colleague, sat there, feeling a bit embarrassed. What did he think? He just got in the player panel, and hadn't figured it out yet. What could he possibly know? He could only say, "I inherited Liajuan's player panel and his assets." He also had 1277 train coins hidden in his backpack. Everyone, Okay, you only stole the player panel, you can't know anything higher. Everyone was at a loss. Without Jiangqi, they were suddenly blind, completely bewildered by many things. At this moment, they realized once again that without a vanguard charging ahead, they would have no chance of understanding the train conductor's level of intelligence. Jiangqi's limit determined theirs, and this statement was completely true at this moment. Someone else asked, "So, the train conductor generates train coins with his personal imprint by killing players, and then uses these train coins as currency for players. What's his purpose? Is it true, as Jiangqi had previously rumored, that the train conductor uses train coins to control players?" At this moment, a faint voice rang out, "It's not control. Train coins don't control players. Everyone looked towards the door and saw Jiang Qi, pale as a wisp, appear, supported by Dong Shanfeng. Everyone stood up. Jiang Qi's awake. Jiang Qi is here. Zhang Jingtian asked, is Jiang Qi okay? He quickly asked for a chair to be brought for her. Jiang Qi sat down and said, I'm fine. I just learned a few things from the conductor's panel. It might be a little early for me to know these things, given my current level, so my brain is a bit overwhelmed. She took a deep breath and said seriously, the conductor's purpose is actually very simple, to accumulate energy. To put it more bluntly, it's to make money. She looked at the box of train coins, and someone immediately passed the box to her. She looked at the 11 train coins and said, the essence of train coins is energy. A conductor can generally obtain train coins in 3 ways. First, they can kill players themselves. The player's body will automatically convert into train coins. The more powerful the player, the more train coins they will generate after death, and the greater their total value. Second, after a player dies, before the energy in their corpse completely dissipates, the train conductor must proactively transform their body. Third, she paused, her eyes heavy, her words struggling. She looked at the crowd and said, third, after a native inhabitant of the dungeon dies, the train conductor transforms their corpse into train coins. Everyone paled in shock. What? Someone stood up, knocking over a chair. Natives can also be transformed into train coins. Zhang Jingtian's question was more crucial. How does the train conductor transform natives into train coins? Jiang Qi pressed his aching forehead, took a breath, and delivered the answer no one wanted to hear. After the dungeon ends, when players return to the survival train, the train conductor will come to the dungeon and transform the corpses throughout the dungeon, and in doing so, reclaim the train coins that players have spent on the dungeon. She said hoarsely, this is the train conductor's legitimate, legal income. They make money this way. Quiet. The entire conference room fell silent. A few seconds later, a flurry of shouting and cursing erupted, along with the sounds of slamming tables and kicking chairs. Damn it! They're not even leaving a whole corpse. What about player arrivals? What about instance arrivals? They're actually just harvesting the instance's inhabitants. They're using this seemingly legitimate method to kill all our people, so the train conductor can harvest their energy. Damn that beep. That beep. I'm saying this beep. This game is full of beep. Evil. I'm going to kill that beep. These people usually looked impressive, but when they started yelling, each one got louder than the other, using banned words one after another, giving Jiang Qi a headache. Finally, Zhang Jingtian slammed his fist on the table and sternly shouted, everyone calm down. Is this the time to get angry? If you all keep shouting, will the conductor not come? Everyone could only swallow their anger and remain silent. Zhang Jingtian, all right, sit down, let's get back to the meeting. Our mission is to respond to crisis and solve problems. After everyone sat down, Zhang Jingtian asked Jiang Qi calmly and seriously, Jiang Qi, are you saying that the conductor will definitely come to our spring city after the dungeon is over? Jiang Qi nodded. If it's a more challenging and complex dungeon, the conductor might even be among the players and come along. But our spring city is a novice dungeon, posing no challenge to the conductor. Theoretically, there are no variables. Therefore, there's a 99% chance that they come after the dungeon is over. Damn it, conductor. Someone cursed under his breath. Zhang Jingtian continued calmly. So, when the train conductor arrives and discovers that we haven't suffered many casualties in Changcheng, and there aren't enough bodies for him to convert, what will he do? Jiang Qi sighed. First, we must understand that most train conductors are self-sufficient. Compare them to truck drivers. They first need a large truck, then find cargo from the platform and haul it, earning the freight. After deducting postage, tolls, vehicle wear and tear, and personal transportation expenses, the remaining portion is the profit. The same is true for train conductors, except that they don't buy their own trains. Instead, they obtain the qualifications of a train conductor and then obtain approval from the survival game, or they compete with other train conductors to obtain them. The players they transport are also chosen through a lottery in the survival game, matched by the game. They transport players, take care of their food, drink, and toilet needs on the train, and transport them to each dungeon entrance, all of which consumes energy. So how do they profit? Besides receiving some compensation from the survival game, when a dungeon ends, that's when they profit. They come to that dungeon and convert the energy from the corpses there into train coins. Some of these coins are used as currency by players, but ultimately, ownership belongs to the train conductor. Because there are too many novice players, some must be eliminated to reduce the burden on the train and allow the conductor to reap the benefits of this period. Therefore, there is a rule that at least 20,000 players must be eliminated in each novice dungeon. These 20,000 people, 20,000 corpses, are the conductor's guaranteed income. As for the income from the indigenous people, that depends on luck. Jiangqi paused. This information, partly from memory fragments and partly from the conductor's panel, was essentially correct. It was precisely because she had received this information, known only to the official conductor, that she could not bear the shock and fainted suddenly. She thought absent-mindedly that in a previous life, she must have truly infiltrated the conductor's inner circle, otherwise she wouldn't have known so much. The only sounds in the conference room were those of people recording her words with various instruments. No one spoke to interrupt her. Jiangqi continued, some copies have no natives, some have fewer, some have stronger natives, and after death, they have more energy in their bodies, generating more train coins. In some copies, the opposite is true. Therefore, the train conductor's assigned dungeon isn't his decision. But correspondingly, after receiving a dungeon's address, the conductor will receive a rough estimate of the number of indigenous people in the dungeon and their general skill level, allowing him to estimate the potential profit after the dungeon ends. The conductor himself can't directly harm the indigenous people, but he might have expected to earn tens of millions. But upon arrival, he discovers he's only earned tens or even hundreds of thousands. Faced with this psychological gap, what the conductor will do is unpredictable. Especially with this cunning conductor we're dealing with, he's a treacherous and vindictive type. Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened, and the conference room grew even more depressing. After a moment, Zhang Jingtian asked Jiangqi, "So, Jiangqi, what do you think we should do?" Jiangqi, holding the warm cup of water, said, "After all, we can't allow a large number of indigenous corpses to appear in Spring City just to satisfy this conductor, right?" "Of course. Let alone a large number. Even a small number wouldn't be allowed. If Spring City weren't isolated from the outside world, they could have fetched corpses of people who died of natural causes from elsewhere and faked them. We can't allow horrific player casualties for our plan to get people on the train, right?" "Of course. Regardless, getting people on the train is paramount. If all the players were dead, how could they possibly profit from the situation?" Jiangqi spread his hands. "So, this is a dead end. The conductor's wrath is inevitable. So, the most important thing to consider now is, don't let him see any clues. The conductor has the right to report. If the other party discovered something fishy about the dungeon, and reported it, the entire blue planet would suffer." Zhang Jingtian was silent for a moment, then made a decisive decision. "Our next step is to vigorously build crematoriums." Everyone looked at him. Zhang Jingtian, starting from the temperature dropping to minus 50 degrees Celsius, we have reports of people dying from illnesses spread from all over the place. The government will dispatch vehicles to take the bodies to the crematorium for immediate cremation. Since there won't likely be many bodies in the end, let's justify it by giving them a legitimate reason. If they die, they'd be taken away and cremated on the same day. That's perfectly normal and reasonable, right? If you, the train conductor, come back and find no bodies, it's not our fault. We're a civilized city, so of course we cremate any bodies immediately. Otherwise, how could we leave a mess of corpses? That way, at least it's justifiable on the surface." Everyone nodded. Zhang Jingtian, all departments must cooperate and ensure this is done with utmost sincerity. Although it's freezing cold, we must ensure the setting up of the mourning hall, the mourning, the rituals, the cancellation of household registration, and any inheritance disputes. Don't be careless. I want to see the entire city covered in mourning, with 9 out of 10 houses empty. Understood. With a direction for action, everyone immediately engaged in heated discussion, and the meeting room came alive again. As for how furious that cunning snake would be when it arrived and found no body, no one mentioned it for a moment. Perhaps they knew it was pointless to bring it up now. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do here for the time being, Jiangqi prepared to leave, glancing at Zhang Zhentian as she stood up. 3 minutes later, Jiangqi met Zhang Zhentian alone in his office. "Captain Zhang, I actually have an idea about the cunning snake coming to Spring City. After the players return to the train, which is when I arrive, perhaps we can try to start it. The cunning snake will surely sense something and rush back, probably leaving them with no time to do anything about Spring City." Zhang Jingtian raised his hand to interrupt. "No, if you do that, you'll likely be in direct conflict with them. Your foundation isn't strong enough, so you're no match for them." Zhang Jingtian addressed Jiangqi with utmost seriousness. "Jiangqi, the more formidable the enemy, the more important you are. You must not expose yourself until you're strong enough. We definitely find a better solution. You must keep going, so you can protect more people in the future. Jiangqi was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Zhang Zhetian added, Jiangqi, we're here, don't worry too much. The pace over there remains unchanged. You should keep crafting and collecting train coins. They're only semi-finished now, but once you become a train conductor, they surely be finished. Train conductors are a deeply detestable and hateful existence to the indigenous people, but precisely because of this, they on Blue Star desperately need a train conductor from their own faction to fight against those despicable and hateful individuals. To achieve this, they use any means necessary, regardless of the cost. Zhang Zhentian brought up another matter. This Lai Rong has a hidden talent for clones, and a hidden summons card. He's much stronger than he lets on. If you hadn't been here today, our operation would have been completely thwarted. These players' cunning shouldn't be underestimated. And if Lai Rong has a summons card, then other players might have similar cards. We must be even more cautious going forward. That Mi Fei must be eliminated, as must anyone who suspects or speculates about the train conductor's presence, lest there be more trouble. Can you do it yourself? At this moment, Zhang Zhentian was no longer the worried leader, who had worried about Jiangqi's mental state not long ago, treating her like a precious child. He looked at Jiangqi bluntly, demanding that the young woman shoulder her responsibilities. Jiangqi said, of course. Zhang Zhentian nodded in satisfaction, patted her shoulder, and said solemnly, I officially named your operation Operation Departure. From this moment on, you will be the team leader, responsible for internship projects, player replacements, and other tasks. Your authority is only one level lower than mine, and you can coordinate all departments to cooperate with you. Jiangqi, the future depends on you young people. Chapter 19. Jiangqi returned to the lower realms, leading the team to continue seizing the panels of players 2 and 3. With the increasing pressure on their shoulders, everyone became more silent, their actions more efficient and smooth. After a full day, all 20 player identities were successfully seized. These 20 newly minted fake players would immediately enter a training phase. They would attend various acting classes, practice pronunciation and speaking with incomplete player language materials, imitate the player's behavior and lifestyle based on videos of the player before his death, and practice using player masks to create the original player's face and appearance. Once these lessons were fully mastered, they would take the scripts prepared by the writing team, leave the headquarters, and, assuming the identities and appearances of players, play their survival games throughout Spring City. Then, they would interact with real players, intentionally or unintentionally, to familiarize themselves with their current selves, and immerse themselves in the atmosphere of real players. Watching them salute and leave, Jiangqi relaxed. Killing 19 players in a row, helping 19 people seize control boards, hadn't been easy for her. Dong Shumfeng approached and asked softly, Do you want to rest for a while, or should we leave now? They were going back to deal with Mi Fei and his men. Jiangqi looked down at her hands. From today on, she'd probably have to kill more people every day than in her previous lives combined. Let's go now. Dong Shumfeng, seeing how hard she was working, couldn't help but say, Actually, you could have someone else do it. The commander isn't forcing me. Jiangqi looked up and said, I understand. But now that we know the situation is tense and every player can help me build strength, I must maximize their benefits. Currently, only players she personally killed could be converted into train coins, which also allowed her to earn experience points for related projects. How could she possibly pass up such an opportunity? Dong Shumfeng said nothing more. After that, Jiangqi traveled from place to place every day, helping to seize identities, and occasionally working on other internship projects. For example, she would challenge talented players to fights, mediate conflicts between players, practice her skills with them, and then, once they sense her aura as a train conductor, kill them. She killed many players every day, and soon her hands were full of lives. Her backpack gradually filled with semi-finished train coins of various values. Then she discovered that carrying too many train coins did have a certain effect. Sometimes, she felt as if she wasn't carrying coins, but a bag full of players' relics. Looking at those train coins, she seemed to see ghostly eyes glaring back at her, ghosts roaring at her in anger. However, she didn't shy away from interacting with these train coins. Sometimes, she would even stare at them for ages, using them to stimulate her nerves, trying to awaken more fragments of memory, but unfortunately, nothing happened. On May 15th, a new event was triggered. On May 16th, 3 more events were triggered. On May 18th, the accurately hitting passenger vital points event was maxed out. On May 20th, 2 events were maxed out, and 3 more events were triggered. On May 21 ST. On May 23, the being called Train Conductor event was maxed out by players. On May 24, she killed 1,000 passengers, and the Cultivating Train Coins event was maxed out. Her power against other players had reached a new level. She could even take the lives of weaker players with a single blow. On May 25, the 16th day of the dungeon's arrival, all members of Dong Xingfeng's team received player status, including Jiang Qi. The process of obtaining her player profile was still excruciating for Jiang Qi, but her endurance was much stronger than in her previous life, and she didn't faint from the pain again. She rested for a long time in her lounge before recovering. She leaned her face against the table, feeling a little listless. Unwilling to move for a moment, she took out 2 piles of train coins and placed them on the table, one for the cunning snake train coins, the other for her own. She simply watched silently. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Dong Xingfeng arrived, wearing a new face. Leaning against the wall, he asked in a cheeky tone, "Dear, did you miss me?" Jiang Qi looked up and saw a face both unfamiliar and familiar. Its features had a neutral, sharp intensity, a head of spiky golden hair, and exaggerated eye makeup, reminiscent of the Willow youth. It felt unfamiliar because it was someone else's face, but familiar because its true owner had recently died at her hands. Jiang Qi silently averted her gaze, feeling her eyes hurt. Dong Xingfeng, oh, why are you so cold? Don't forget, our new identities are lovers. We need to love each other. Hurry up, put on your new face too, so I can get used to it. Jiang Qi held her forehead. She really didn't want to play lovers, but after all, the players matched with them by the headquarters were a same-sex couple. They go crazy when they're away from each other, but act perfectly together. When they're together, they're incredibly sweet, but when they argue, they can strangle each other to death. These are the kind of half-crazy, ruthless people. Based on these 2 characters, the writing team tweaked their overly crazy and ruthless attributes and gave them a new character design. Separated, they're incredibly powerful. Together, they're a mutually beneficial combination. With love in their hearts, love conquers all, they said, perfectly suiting them. In fact, it was quite suitable, mainly because this character has a high ceiling. After all, they're already in love, so any kind of outburst for love is normal. So, despite being a bit corny, Jiang Qi accepted it. She said helplessly, "Doesn't it say in your script? Your current identity is a poor lost lover, frantically searching for me. Even if we're in love, we have to wait until you find me first. That won't stop us from rehearsing." Dong Xingfeng plopped down across the table. "The script says not only will I be frantically searching for you, harassing other players, but I also go to various funeral homes every day to uncover the dead, fearing one of them is you. We also cause a scene at the funeral home in the north of the city, and let the players see for themselves that the place is indeed filled with dead bodies, so they can serve as witnesses." Jiang Qi, "I know. It's planned for the day after tomorrow, right? When the scene starts, it'd be perfect for me to grind for the home event. I look forward to your performance." Dong Xingfeng laughed heartily. "I'm not afraid of playing a half-mad person." Only then did she see what was on the table, and her expression shifted to a strange one. She leaned back and said, "I didn't feel that way before, but now that I've become a player, I feel uncomfortable looking at your train coins. It's like countless voices are screaming in my ears. Because they're semi-finished, they still carry the aura of the deceased. You can interpret this as resentment, so they have a greater impact on fellow players." Jiang Qi pushed Cunning Snake's train coins over. "Look at this pile of finished coins. Don't you feel that way anymore?" Dong Xingfeng compared them. "That's true. So, are you okay carrying so many unfinished products around every day?" "Not bad." Jiang Qi put away his pile of train coins one by one, saying nonchalantly, "These train coins are a bit cowardly. As a train conductor, facing them, I just feel a bit noisy." She placed the last train coin in her palm, clenched her hand, and it all vanished, stored in her backpack. Dong Xingfeng's ears suddenly quieted. She felt a chill in her teeth as she watched Jiang Qi's indifferent, downcast eyes. She followed Jiang Qi every day, witnessing every change in her, and watched her grow more indifferent day by day. After completing so many internship projects and killing so many players, she was visibly growing stronger, but also seemed to be losing popularity. Jiang Qi looked up at her constipated face and asked, "What's wrong?" Dong Xingfeng shook his head. "Nothing's wrong. You rarely get a break. What could possibly bother you? Oh, by the way, you should acclimate to the cold. It's been delayed for days, hasn't it?" The very mention of this gave Jiang Qi a headache. She was incredibly busy every day, and acclimatizing to the cold would put her at risk of frostbite and illness, significantly disrupting her work. So, until now, she'd mostly been working in a roomy environment and traveling in a heated car. Everything she wore and used was high-tech, with built-in air conditioning. But as a player, she wouldn't have the same level of meticulous care in the future. The thought of braving the icy cold alone filled her with resentment. This was clearly how she'd gotten through her previous life, but perhaps it was because she'd been so well taken care of over the past 2 weeks. It's easy to say it's hard to go from extravagant to frugal. To protect her from frostbite from the extreme cold, Command had specially arranged a curriculum for her. Simply put, it meant she undergo various training in sub-zero temperatures. The instructors were all arranged, and they were very capable. But because she couldn't spare the time, the class kept getting delayed. She puffed her cheeks and said helplessly, "No more delays today. Class starts in half an hour." Dong Shafeng felt a surge of life in her, smiling. If you could trigger a program to improve your physical fitness or your cold resistance, you wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Jiang Qi also wanted to, but unfortunately, such a program has nothing to do with the job of a trained conductor. How can you trigger it? I rather gain a corresponding ability as a player. For example, a fire talent. Jiang Qi thought of the players with special abilities currently being held captive, and his eyes narrowed. At that moment, the overhead light flickered. Jiang Qi looked up. Dong Shafeng said, "It's voltage instability." The outside temperature had already dropped to over 70 degrees below zero. Numerous lines and equipment were damaged, and communications within the city had largely collapsed. The power supply to this small underground base was also unstable. Sure enough, not long after, the person in charge came over and said, "Team Leader Jiang, the voltage here is unstable. We need to deal with the over 10 players we're holding as soon as possible, or we might not be able to hold them." Jiang Qi immediately said, "I understand. Let's postpone the low-temperature class and deal with these players first. I'll be there shortly." The people held in this base all possessed racial talents. Jiang Qi had already used them to gain a lot of experience, and he was keeping them around to try to steal their talents. Dong Shafeng quipped, "You're just trying to avoid it." Jiang Qi argued confidently, "It's called prioritizing. You go ahead, I get ready." Prepare for what? Of course, I'm going to assume my player identity and go over there. After Dong Shafeng left, Jiang Qi called up his dashboard. On the left was the conductor's dashboard, now a faint purple. Name, Jiang Qi. Identity, conductor. Level, intern, 30.86/100, ID, question mark. Train ID, question mark, note, you have triggered 34 internship projects, 29 of which have been completed. Keep working on it. On the right was the player's dashboard, a consistent light blue. Name, Sando. Identity, passenger. Train ID, Cunning Snake 270144. Car, third-class carriage, car 19, seats 58. Wealth, 273 train coins. Upgrading to a second-class carriage requires 10,000 train coins. I'm quite poor. But at least, it was significantly better than the one she seized in her previous life. She hid the conductor's faceplate and donned the player's mask. She first sculpted Sando's face, then changed into an outfit emblazoned with skulls and covered in thin chains, exuding a melancholic, yet stylistically chic, look. She also added some depressing manicures and an exaggerated, eye makeup style almost identical to Dong Shafeng's. After all, Sando's aesthetic was just that way. It was said that after arriving in Spring City, she became obsessed with getting her own manicures. Because a shop didn't do her job to her liking, she murdered someone. If it weren't for the official elite who came to the rescue, it would have been a complete genocide. The player's mask wasn't as advanced as the conductor's. It only allowed for 5 faces and 5 different body shapes, and the faces and shapes weren't particularly natural. But that wasn't a problem, because every player was like this. Many didn't even show their true faces from the start. Everyone wore a stiff fake face every day, and no one was to blame. Jiang Qi looked at herself in the mirror, confirmed she was satisfied, and then recorded her appearance and saved it in the player panel, so she could just put it on next time without having to tweak it. Next, she changed her face. As Sando, it was only natural to wear a mask when doing things. As for her costume, there was no need to change it, nor to hide her manicure. After all, Sando wouldn't think of or bother with such details. She arrived at the place where the players were being held. The first person was Lang Sai. She said in a strangled voice, "Hey, you're still alive?" Lang Sai's hair had grown considerably longer than it had been 10 days ago, and he was covered in a beard, his cheek sunken, and he looked quite dejected. Lang Sai glanced up at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi had completely lost his player aura, and his gloomy, grotesque style was uncharacteristic of a Native American. Lang Sai immediately recognized him as a player. He murmured, "Who are you? Where's that guy?" The guy he was referring to was, of course, Jiang Qi, the pseudonym for the big-time player who infiltrated the NPC hierarchy. Lately, Jiang Qi had frequently used that pseudonym to challenge Lang Sai for sparring and experience. Lang Sai was always outmatched, livid and helpless. Jiang Qi admired his manicure and said casually, "Our boss said you're getting weaker and weaker. We can knock you down in one round. It's boring. You're no match for him anymore." Lang Sai glared at her fiercely. Jiang Qi tossed his hair again. "Why are you glaring at me? Isn't that the truth? You're considered a master in this special carriage, but that's all you can do. Now, you have two choices. Die here, or serve us, the masters." Lang Sai scoffed. "You want me to be your lackey? Dream on. That's a shame, but it doesn't matter. There are plenty of people who want to serve you, the masters." She clapped her hands. Dong Shengfeng and a member of her team, now a player, arrived, wearing black helmets that covered their faces and acting mysteriously, escorting a red-haired player. Jiang Qi said to the red-haired player, "Kill Lang Sai, and you become our master's dog. Oh, by the way, Lang Sai possesses the bloodline of the Shadow Wolf. If you can steal it and make it your own, you'd definitely be one of the top players in this special compartment." The red-haired player's breathing immediately became heavy, and he looked at Lang Sai with green eyes, as if he were looking at a piece of fat meat. Lang Sai immediately sensed a sense of danger, and was also shocked by the implication of Jiang Qi's words. A gifted bloodline could be stolen? The red-haired player also asked, "Can a gifted bloodline be stolen? How?" Jiang Qi thought, "How would I know? But it is true that gifts can be stolen." In her third dungeon, she heard that someone in this special compartment had done it, but she didn't know who it was. Since it was someone in this special compartment who had done it, she let two of them demonstrate it to her. In a life-or-death situation, perhaps enlightenment would come. She said, "Try it yourself, and you know." She bent slightly and spoke to the red-haired player in a malicious voice. "Of course, you two have a gifted bloodline. What if you fail to take theirs, and yours is taken away instead?" Seeing the player's eyes widen, she smiled and waved her hand. The cell door opened, and the player was pushed inside. Then, thick alloy walls descended around the cell, leaving only a small observation window to glimpse what was happening inside. Jiang Qi suppressed his expression and stood by the window, watching the two men inside test each other maneuvering. Then, Wolf Sai transformed into a shadow wolf, and the red-haired player's skin turned to alloy, and the two engaged in a fierce fight. Dong Shengfeng removed his helmet and watched from the window. Can they really steal the other player's innate bloodline? Jiang Qi shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, I record all their actions as a lesson. She whispered, in the last few days of a month, dungeons will randomly drop Easter eggs. Those eggs contain rare items, like innate bloodlines. If we can't steal a player's innate bloodline, we go grab the Easter eggs. But there are very, very few of them. So, if we can snatch a few innate bloodlines from a player, that would be best. After more than 10 minutes, the battle ended. The shadow wolf bit through the red-haired player's throat, and the alloy layer on the player's skin gradually faded. At this moment, the shadow wolf suddenly opened its bloody mouth, tore off a piece of the red-haired player's flesh, and began to devour it in big mouthfuls. Jiang Qi and Dong Shengfeng were both shocked. Jiang Qi discovered that the shadow wolf was eating alloyed skin. As the shadow wolf consumed the skin, its fur also showed signs of alloying. Is this stealing talents? It actually worked so well. Was it so smooth? Is this Lang Sai some kind of chosen one? Jiang Qi and Dong Shengfeng exchanged glances. This situation was beyond her current player status. She immediately stripped off her outer clothes and shoes, removed her manicure, and pulled out another outfit from the conductor's panel. She donned it, simultaneously switching to the conductor's mask. Her figure instantly grew taller and wider, her face, hands, skin color, and hair rapidly changing. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a man, none other than the big boss player, and quickly donned two pure black contact lenses. Seeing Lang Sai about to devour all the alloy skin, she shouted, "Open the door." As the door swung open, she dashed in and grabbed Shadow Wolf's neck. Precision strike to the passenger's vitals. When you control a passenger's vitals, there's a high probability of temporarily incapacitating them. Shadow Wolf was instantly immobilized, pinned to the ground. Jiangqi ripped a bloody piece of alloy skin from Shadow Wolf's mouth. Ding! You gained a passenger's innate ability, alloy skin, 1/3. Jiangqi punched Shadow Wolf in the stomach. Kill passenger skill activated. Your attack deals burst damage to the passenger. Shadow Wolf howled, vomiting the flesh and skin it had just devoured. Jiangqi picked up the blurry mass of alloyed flesh. Ding! You gained a passenger's innate ability, alloy skin, 2/3. Jiangqi looked at Shadow Wolf, stamped on its stomach, forcing it to vomit further, then reached into its throat and pulled out the last piece of flesh. A pile of flesh spun in Jiangqi's hands, undergoing a startling transformation. Bit by bit, the flesh was removed, and finally, the silver alloy transformed into a perfectly round silver ball, seemingly solid yet liquid, swirling slowly and emitting a faintly dazzling halo. Ding! You gained a passenger's complete innate ability, alloy skin. The conductor can't directly strip a passenger of their innate abilities, but you clearly found a loophole. Congratulations. You further mastered the essence of meanness and cunning, and earned 1 internship experience point. Warm tip. A conductor can be mean, insidious, shameless, and vicious, but don't be too petty, or you'll be looked down upon. You're not even going to let go of these little tricks on the passenger? Jiangqi, This conductor's panel is getting more and more annoying. When they were dealing with that thief-like player's gift of skills, why didn't they say it was petty? Why didn't they tell them not to go after the passenger's meager possessions? She felt it for a moment, but she hadn't gained any abilities from this project. She still didn't know how to deprive others of their innate abilities. It seemed the panel really didn't encourage trained conductors to do this sort of thing. Jiangqi felt a little depressed. These meager gifts were exactly what she needed right now. She asked the panel, "You said before that rules are meant to be broken. Shouldn't trained conductors have no inhibitions? Isn't your sudden sense of integrity a bit off?" She'd been talking to the panel a lot lately, and 8 out of 10 times it ignored her. This time, it finally paid attention. A panel conductor should have some sense of propriety. Player gifts are fun, but baring their teeth and tearing at players' abilities is just too unsightly. After saying this, it fell silent. "You're such a jerk." "I'm just so petty." "So what?" Jiangqi, helpless, let go of Shadow Wolf and kicked him away. Shadow Wolf, reverting to his human form, lay on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably, but all he vomited was blood. Lang Sai vomited in agony, glaring at Jiangqi angrily. "It's you! It's you! It's you again!" Every time he faced this guy, all his tactics were useless, and this time, he was completely paralyzed. Who the hell is this person? Is there such a hidden master in this special carriage? Jiangqi stood up, gathered the alloy ball in her hand, and looked at Lang Sai with scrutiny. Over the past few days, she had seen players kill other players, even players eat other players, but never before had anyone taken away another's innate abilities simply by eating them. This guy is truly something. Suddenly, as she looked, the scruffy, bearded face before her matched the faces of those who looked like trained conductors in a fragment of memory, and the face of a person in the corner nearby. Jiangqi was startled. Could this guy be a trained conductor in the future? The fastest way to become a trained conductor was to replace the conductor of his own train. In other words, if she hadn't intervened, this person would have very likely replaced Jiasha. This was interesting. If she couldn't confront Jiasha head-on, could she find someone else to cause trouble for Jiasha? Like this person in front of her. The thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. With only 2 weeks left, she was still struggling to figure things out herself. How could she spare the energy to help Lang Sai acquire the necessary abilities? She spoke in a calm, male voice. "Thank you for helping me acquire a gifted ability. You truly deserve to be the best in the special carriage." Lang Sai realized he'd been taken advantage of, and trembled with anger. "You're despicable. Give me more praise." Jiangqi walked up to him, and said condescendingly, "Lang Sai, you're truly stronger and more useful than the average player. I'm almost reluctant to kill you. How about it? Do you want to follow me?" Dong Shunfeng, who had already put his helmet back on, glanced at her. Jiangqi's alias portrayed him as a mysterious and powerful player, not only able to mobilize NPCs, but also gathering a number of mysterious players under his command. There were many players who formed cliques like this, and Lang Sai had previously been one of them. It's just that Jiangqi's alias was the most sophisticated, projecting the strongest power. So, her desire to subjugate Lang Sai seemed perfectly reasonable to the players. As expected, Lang Sai had no doubts, merely a refusal to accept them. "You're dreaming." Jiangqi sighed. "That's such a shame." While she spoke of regret, her eyes remained silent. A gun materialized from thin air in her hand, and she raised it, aiming it at Lang Sai's head. Lang Sai's pupils constricted, and in a thousandth of a second, he activated his Shadow Wolf state. Almost instantly, the bullet pierced Lang Sai's shadow head and impacted the ground. Lang Sai rolled twice, fleeing his original position, gasping for air, his wolf face etched with terror. Just a fraction of a second, and he'd be dead. He looked up at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi stood there, gun in hand, his pure black eyes devoid of any human emotion, like an icy machine. He lowered his gaze, as if he were looking at a piece of insignificant garbage. He truly intended to kill me, and he wouldn't waste a single word. Chapter 20. Lang Sai's breath hitched. He was familiar with that kind of gaze. He treated weak players and NPCs like trash. But he never imagined that one day, such a gaze would fall upon him. At that moment, being stared at like that by this person, the feeling of being pinned down at the top of the food chain filled him with a chilling chill, and he couldn't even muster any thought of resistance. Jiang Qi tooted, a hint of impatience. She brought the gun closer, ready to fire again, but Lang Sai found himself paralyzed under her gaze once again. Utter fear gripped Lang Sai's heart, and he shouted, "I listen to you. I follow you and do whatever you say." As he shouted this, besides fear, he felt a sense of unspeakable grievance and anger. Is this the attitude one takes when recruiting people? He's a person of some importance after all. If someone wants him to join them, shouldn't he persuade him, refuse, then offer him benefits, refuse again? And so on for several rounds? He actually wants to kill him over a disagreement, without holding back. He wasn't even this aggressive when he was recruiting people. Jiang Qi looked at him indifferently for a moment, seemingly unsurprised by Lang Sai's choice, as if she wouldn't be happy or sad no matter what Lang Sai did. Very good, you be grateful for your choice. Lang Sai gasped for air, as if he'd been pardoned, crouching on the ground as if his spine had been torn out. A sense of frustration and humiliation finally gave way to confusion. Who are you? We're all on the same train, so how could this person be so powerful? Jiang Qi didn't answer the question. Your next mission is to seize the innate abilities of the other players imprisoned here. When you complete that, I let you out. After saying this, she turned and left. Dong Shengfeng and the other man silently dragged the red-haired player's body out, then silently brought in a meal and water, diligently playing the role of the player's underlings. The cell door closed again. Lang Sai looked at the best meal he had received in days, his eyes flashing with humiliation and resentment. Everything else is illusory, only life is real. As long as I can survive, dignity and other things are unimportant. A real man endures humiliation for a while. He convinced himself this for a while, licked his cracked lips, crawled over, grabbed the food, and ate it. Back in the lounge, Dong Shengfeng took off his helmet and asked in confusion, "Why did you let him live? Just so he could seize his innate ability?" Jiang Qi removed his mask and placed the alloy ball in a specially made box. Wolf Sai wasn't a target for the control panel, didn't know I was the train conductor, and hadn't done anything extreme that would harm the indigenous people. Killing him wasn't necessary. Besides, his abilities are truly powerful. Keeping him might be useful for other purposes. What if he feigns submission and then retaliates against us? Don't worry. Although I don't have the means to completely control him right now, with me around, he can't cause any trouble. He's a smart man. Since he's already surrendered, he won't risk my death by doing anything reckless. Jiang Qi handed her the box. Send it for research. Also send the video footage from the cell. Among those who have become players, some are exceptional researchers. With the player identity, studying these players' stuff is much easier than studying them. Dong Shengfeng took the box, looked at her, and said with emotion, "You are becoming more and more majestic as a superior. Just now, you scared that Lang Sai so much that his face turned pale." Jiang Qi took off her contact lenses in the mirror, feeling a little embarrassed by what she said. It's half acting, and half the effect of randomly scaring a passenger and being called a train conductor. The former grants her the ability to intimidate passengers, and after maxing out the latter, she gains the ability to unleash a high-level, crushing intimidation on players. Of course, the effectiveness and duration of the intimidation depend on the strength difference between the enemy and her own. So, this skill is actually quite valuable. It's just that it strains her eyes. Indeed, her eyes are red and sore. Dong Shengfeng was a little confused. Is it acting? Then if he hadn't dodged that bullet with your brutal attack just now. That's what he deserved, Jiang Qi said nonchalantly. It turns out this guy has a knack for escaping difficult situations. No wonder he had the chance to become a train conductor. It's actually a form of luck. People with luck seem to have a tendency to succeed in everything they do. Maybe they can even give that cunning snake a hard time. Dong Shifeng, eh? Dong Shifeng looked at her completely nonchalant expression, as if keeping Lang Sai alive was just a casual move, and his death wouldn't matter. He thought, maybe that cold, murderous look just now wasn't all an act. Maybe it was just a reflection of her true self, though she didn't seem to realize it yet. Jiangqi said again, all right, send it over. Let's study it quickly, and see if it can be used by our own people. If it works, that'd be great. If not, we find another way. He then reapplied his manicure. What are you doing? I borrow some wolf race's trick and see if I can tear off a talent myself. If I can't get a talent as a trained conductor, I try as a player. Jiangqi changed into Sando's vest again and chose one with scaly skin from among the other imprisoned players. They were all skin-based talents, so they should be similar. She entered the man's cell and, with considerable effort, overpowered him, but she never felt the opportunity to seize his scaly skin. She even prepared herself mentally and, despite her nausea, bit him, but it had no effect. Jiangqi, pa. This job is truly not for the average person. The doctor in charge of her health grimaced at her and handed her another glass of mouthwash. You're really biting. Aren't you afraid of some virus on the player? Jiangqi rinsed his mouth several times, his mouth still thick with the taste of blood. His stomach was queasy, and he was exhausted from the tossing and turning. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? How did Lang Sai do it? Is it because he's in Shadow Wolf form when he bites the player? Or is it that she simply lacks Lang Sai's luck? Could it be Lang Sai who successfully stole someone else's talent in her previous life? He couldn't be the only one to have done it. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked at the door. She looked up and saw her cryogenics teacher, Instructor Wang. Instructor Wang was a dashing woman in her 30s. She had previously served as an instructor in the military, one of the few female instructors there. Seeing her, Jiangqi felt as if she were seeing her former homeroom teacher, and instinctively wanted to shrink. Instructor Wang smiled and said, Jiangqi, although the commander said you have a lot of freedom and asked us not to restrict you, there are some things that can be done by others, and some things that can only be done by you. Your schedule says you must travel as a player before the 20th. There are less than 5 days left. If you don't acclimate to the cold, your physical condition will be difficult to recover in such a short time. Isn't that right? Although Instructor Wang smiled, Jiangqi was a little intimidated by her. Scratching his head, he chuckled dryly, I understand. I go to class right away. The doctor was a little sympathetic, but still said, Team Leader Jiang, can I have a blood draw? If you get sick from acclimatizing to the cold, it might affect your chi substance. Just in case. Jiangqi calmly extended his hand. Okay, go ahead. We probably need to draw more this time. Dr. Shui is trying to extract the chi substance and needs more samples. It's okay. Come on. It wasn't a lot, actually, only 400 cubic centimeters was removed at once. After all, Jiangqi's workload was immense, and no one dared to let her lose too much blood at once. Jiangqi watched her blood flow into the blood bag. In her sight, the bright red blood had a faint purple halo. The strangest thing was that while the blood was inside her body, she felt nothing, but after leaving it, it felt as if it had come alive. She could even sense it. It was as if this blood bore her own imprint. Is this the change brought about by the chi substance? Watching the doctor carefully place the 2 blood bags into the incubator, Jiangqi followed. Even after the box was closed, the sense of connection remained. It was a strange feeling, but she didn't reject it. Instead, she found it quite comfortable. Instructor Wang watched the entire process. Seeing Jiangqi lost in thought, he said, Rest for a while. We resume class in an hour. Jiangqi came to his senses and pulled down his sleeves. No need to rest. Let's start now. We've been putting it off for ages. 10 minutes later, Jiangqi, wearing only thin clothing, stood in a room at -10 degrees Celsius, shivering. Instructor Wang, the outdoor temperature has now reached -72 degrees Celsius, which is extremely cold for humans. Skin exposed to the air for just a few minutes can cause frostbite. Failure to properly keep warm can lead to life-threatening hypothermia. Frostbite-related amputations and emergency treatments are already common, and respiratory and cardiovascular diseases are surging. You missed the first week of the drop in temperature, the best time to acclimate to the cold. You'd definitely not be able to withstand the sudden extreme cold now. We help you acclimate starting at -10 degrees Celsius. Jiangqi tried to control her shaking. I understand. Instructor Wang, Okay, let's get moving now. Get your breathing in check. Jiangqi tried to stand straight, pretending she was an ice cube. As long as she didn't feel cold, she really wasn't. Thankfully, after the training began, her body gradually warmed up. For the next 2 days, Jiangqi devoted most of each day to hypothermia classes, rapidly increasing temperatures from -10 degrees Celsius to -20 degrees Celsius, 30 degrees Celsius, and even 40 degrees Celsius. The course even involved burying her in snow, swimming in icy water, and doing endurance training in freezing fog and strong winds. It was a truly 360-degree torture. Sometimes she felt like a frozen salted fish in a cold storage, her brain frozen solid. Thankfully, the 2 faceplates were somewhat effective, or perhaps the medicinal food she'd taken had paid off. However, Jiangqi felt that the main reason was that the qi substances were subtly improving her body. In short, her physique was much stronger now, and her recovery had improved. All she had was a fever for 1 night, and after taking the medicine, she was almost fully recovered the next day. Instructor Wang, seeing this, felt more confident and bold in training her. When she wasn't in class, Jiangqi watched Lang Sai seize other players' innate abilities. Of course, she went as Sando. Lang Sai defeated another player and broke off their teeth, 2 vampire fangs. Lang Sai transformed back into human form and sat on the ground, panting heavily. Jiangqi picked up the 2 fangs and examined them closely. After being detached from the body, the bloodstains on the teeth gradually faded, revealing their original white color, resembling a cold jade, much like the vampire fangs in the movies, long and sharp. She released her grip, and the 2 teeth didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they hovered in the air, slowly spinning, enveloped in a halo of light. Like any other gifted ability, they returned to their original state after being released from the body. Lang Sai coldly watched her take the fruits of his labor, licked his teeth, and seemed eager to pounce and bite her neck off. He suddenly asked, "Where's that man? Why hasn't he been here these past 2 days?" "Jiangqi?" asked the master. "He's very busy. He doesn't need to personally oversee such a trivial matter." When Jiangqi mentioned his alias, he used the masculine he to avoid being exposed by the empathy translation function. Lang Sai was unconvinced. He fought every day. How could this be a small matter? He asked again, "Do you know where he went?" "Jiangqi, I think so." "What rank do you have under his command?" Jiangqi finally averted his gaze from Fanya, squinting at him proudly and saying, "Of course, he's his most trusted confidant, a very capable person." "Why are you asking that?" Lang Sai looked up and down at Jiangqi's ghost fire makeup with disdain. "Is that all? A capable person?" He was probably just flattering himself, but then he thought, even if he wasn't a capable person, at least he could earn that person's trust. In comparison, with his own formidable abilities and immense contributions, he wasn't even worthy of a second glance. He had submitted to another player, only to not even be able to earn a spot on their team. The thought of it was infuriating. He began to ask, "What's his name? I can't keep calling him that." "Jiangqi. You can call him Lord E." Jiangqi used the player language to pronounce a name. E? E country? Lang Sai racked his brains. E country was the most powerful nation on their planet. This person was using the name country as their title. Could that be the country they were from? He began to search for powerful players from E country, but quickly gave up. E country was the most powerful and populous, accounting for almost a third of the planet's population. Consequently, a third of the people on the train were probably from E country. This was impossible to pinpoint. Jiangqi saw him making the relevant associations, and smiled faintly. Fabricating an identity, solidifying it, and convincing players that a mysterious boss truly existed on the train. This was essentially a play on the strength of the situation, providing the indigenous people with a compelling reason to suppress the players, while also creating a powerful character for Jiangqi to use when she needed to display her might. Jiangqi placed the fangs in the box and said, "Rest today. There are only 3 players left. Tomorrow, we finish them off in one fell swoop, and you be free." With that, she was about to leave. Lang Sai asked, "Will you really let me go? Or will you just keep me here for free?" Lang Sai, Lang Sai, didn't Lordy ask me to follow him? "Yes, we find you when we need you." Lang Sai, It turns out he's not only out of position, but also a peripheral member who can be summoned and dismissed at will. Damn. After leaving the cell, Jiangqi handed the box containing the fangs to the person next to him. "Send it for research." Dong Shifeng went to survive as a player. The person accompanying Jiangqi temporarily replaced him. He took the box and said, "The research department just heard that the previous alloy skin and other abilities are almost certain to be usable. Team Leader Jiang, would you like to pick one? Jiang Qi shook his head. None of those abilities have what I want. You can assign them to the appropriate people. The person who obtained the gifted ability could then become her opponent, allowing her to gain experience for magic I can tempt. It's a good deal. By the way, when accepting abilities, you must be careful. If you lose control of your abilities, you might hurt yourself and others. Never mind. The research team will definitely understand better than me. I pass on your message. Jiang Qi packed up and prepared to leave. Today, she was going to the main event. At 11 o'clock, there was the temporary security point. At 11:30, there was the square where supplies were distributed. At 12 o'clock, there was the hospital. At 12:30, there was the North City funeral home that Dong Shengfeng had mentioned. At 4 p.m., there were 12 consecutive player conflicts. In each of these conflicts, some players were on the same side, instigating and fanning the flames, creating so many conflicts and allowing Jiang Qi to gain experience. Jiang Qi needed to prepare 12 skins. Thankfully, the logistics team had prepared a portrait for her. She only had to follow the data, sculpt the conductor mask to match the design, and then put on the corresponding clothes. Sitting in the car, next to her was an acting instructor, who was holding a stack of materials and explaining. The first character is a young female police officer. Your voice should be high-pitched. You should look directly at people and exude a sense of righteousness, but not be aggressive. Your movements should be clean and sharp. The second character is a middle-aged male community worker. Your voice should be deep and slow. Your language should be more lifelike and colloquial. Call people sister or brother. And your movements should be gentle and patient. The third character is a doctor. You should act like a doctor, wearing a white coat, a pen in your pocket, a stethoscope, and a medical record in your hand. When you see a patient feeling unwell, your first instinct is to check their condition. You must master basic physical examination techniques. Jiang Qi listened and learned, then began practicing the few lines she was given, working on her speaking speed, tone, accent, and emotions. These are basic lines. She definitely needs to adapt her speech accordingly. For the past 2 weeks, she's been practicing with her instructor almost every time she's gone out under a fake identity. She feels her acting has improved significantly, and now, with a new role, she's quickly mastered and nailed it. However, her instructor pointed out a clear problem. Her acting is a bit stereotyped. She portrays a certain demographic, often in a stereotyped way. If she's asked to add details, she unconsciously becomes more herself, revealing something that's Jiang Qi. So to be safe, let's stick with the stereotype. For this reason, her current persona, Master Yi, and her everyday persona, Sanduo, are so different, she tries to avoid confusion. Jiang Qi is studying on this side, while Instructor Wang sits on the other side. Yes, she's also tagging along. Today is also the outdoor cold weather acclimatization session, so of course she's tagging along, keeping an eye on Jiang Qi's condition and reviewing the results of the past 2 days of training. Seeing her working so hard against the clock, she sighed inwardly, truly not easy. Soon after, they arrived at their first destination. Jiang Qi gazed out from the car. The world was a blanket of white. The buildings along the street were encased in solid ice, and the roads were also covered in a thick layer of icy ice. Only specially built sleds and modified vehicles could still be used. The entire world of ice and snow was a bone-chilling chill. Especially with the icy fog that filled the air, visibility was extremely low. No one wanted to go out unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Qi looked at the houses again. Many were draped with white cloths, and many were empty. It truly looked like a place where people were dying. In reality, the owners of the empty houses had all been moved to secluded, cold-weather shelters. Jiang Qi wasn't wearing her life-saving air-conditioning jacket today, but rather her normal winter clothing. Instructor Wang patted her shoulder, and she nodded, took a deep breath, and quickly exited the vehicle. The cold wind instantly whistled against her face like a knife. Even though she was dressed warmly, she shivered uncontrollably. Every breath felt like a knife slicing through her airways, especially as the oxygen seemed so thin, her heartbeat pounding. Someone was waiting to meet her and take her to change clothes. When she emerged, she was a policewoman, dressed in her official winter clothing, an oxygen mask, and thick spike-soled boots. She was fully armed. She and her team ran to the temporary security post. This temporary security post was set up to prevent any incidents in the surrounding area. Essentially, it served as a convenience and protection for the public, housing numerous guns and daily necessities. At this moment, a group of players were surrounding the area, attempting to force their way through. Jiang Qi drew his gun and fired into the air. Stop, Everyone, stop. Beep, you successfully resolved a conflict between players. The train conductor's home turf. Gain 0.001 internship experience points. Second match, beep, you succeeded. Third match, beep. The train conductor's contempt. Fourth match, beep, you triggered. Jiangqi rushed around, barely having time to breathe. At 4 p.m., she arrived at the funeral home on time. In the freezing weather, darkness fell quickly, and by now it was already gloomy. The closer they got to the funeral home, the more hearses they could see converging towards it. Some were slow-moving modified cars, some were handcarts, and some were wooden planks that were both pushed and pulled. Each cart held one or more bodies. These were the real dead. In the vast city of Spring, no matter how well we took precautions against the cold, people still died every day. On ordinary days, the bodies taken to the crematorium were mostly frozen pork and the like. But today, to get players to testify that there were indeed many deceased, half the city's dead had been brought here. Among them were also some players' bodies. After all, it was important to let everyone know that players' bodies were being burned without discrimination. And the Chengmei Funeral Home had indeed hired many players to work today. Jiangqi, now a social worker, leaned against a cart, struggling to push it. The cart held the bodies of several players. Instructor Wang, standing next to her, whispered, "Keep your breathing rhythm. Don't breathe through your mouth, or your throat won't be able to handle it." Jiangqi closed her mouth and covered her nose and mouth with a scarf, trying to slow her breathing. But she felt the lack of oxygen worsening. Her lungs ached as if they were exploding, and snowflakes pricked her face like needles. The cold ached even between her bones. "This damn weather is killing me." She looked at the people pushing carts around her with genuine admiration. Most of them were government personnel, strong and relatively resistant to the cold. However, to portray ordinary people, they didn't have any high-tech clothing. They weren't just acting for a day or two, they were constantly running around the city, busy with various tasks. Furthermore, some of them were real relatives, and seeing their loved ones off was no easy task. Arriving at the funeral home entrance, players came to lend a hand. Many players were also working outside the funeral home, clearing snow and ice. It was heavy labor, but they all wore official winter clothing and received decent meals. Nowadays, many players were working for supplies and a bite to eat. Jiangqi looked above their heads. There were players in every carriage, even in the special carriages. She even saw players with frozen fingers. It seemed like players were really not doing well. She also saw someone familiar. I'm from 606. She had been captured with them in the warehouse that day and released after being held for a few days. She had lost a lot of weight and looked lifeless. Jiangqi averted her gaze. After waiting in line for a while, we finally entered the lobby, where the sound of sobbing, high and low, filled the air. The atmosphere was oppressive. The funeral home manager hurried over and asked, "Are all these bodies without family members?" Jiangqi brushed off the ice on his body and rubbed his swollen hands as he replied, "Yes, they all died on the streets, and their identities are unknown." "Another unknown person?" the manager muttered as he registered the names of the deceased. "Our Spring City is truly possessed by an evil spirit. Strange things keep happening one after another, and there are piles of unidentified people. I'm afraid these people are the cause of this disaster." The players froze upon hearing this, looked at each other, and then resumed their pretense of being busy. 2 weeks passed, and the NPCs in this dungeon accepted the fact that Spring City was completely sealed off, unable to contact the outside world. They began to investigate why this had happened. Unidentified players naturally became suspects in this situation, so when players continued to disappear, the players were not surprised. They must have been captured by the NPCs. At that moment, the players in the lobby were secretly thankful they'd gone to the trouble of spending train coins to create a fake identity that would withstand scrutiny, and their disguise as an NPC was incredibly skillful. Otherwise, they have been captured too. Compared to those players who were captured, whose whereabouts were unknown, and who were likely being tortured somewhere, working for NPCs now didn't seem particularly shameful. It couldn't be helped, the NPCs in this dungeon were simply too powerful. I'd poured ginger soup for someone who had just entered the lobby while listening to the players' murmurs. "I heard the NPCs in this dungeon are so difficult to deal with because they're collaborating with a super powerful player." "NPCs can collaborate with players? What collaboration?" "That player must be disguising themselves as some powerful NPC figure. Not only does that player know the player's affairs, but they can also manipulate the NPCs. It's like having their cake and eating it too." "Then why would that player help the NPC?" "Help? Not necessarily. At best, They're using the NPC's power and influence to suppress us players, and then kill the powerful ones who disobey them. Just think about it, the top players are killed, and the mediocre ones are left behind. If they're so suppressed that they can't even raise their heads, then wouldn't the guy's people be ahead? So powerful? I'm tempted to join his team. TSK, do they think highly of you? I heard they gathered a lot of players under their command. Do you know that Langsai? He's been captured for half a month now, and he's either been killed or subdued. Compared to someone like Langsai, who are we? Well, he have complete control on the train from now on, so we just have to keep our heads down. Covering everything is an exaggeration. There are still many powerful players out there, just not as high profile. I listened silently, still shuddering at the memory of the day they were captured in the warehouse. After they were captured, they were imprisoned separately. Shi and Chimai, who weren't particularly skilled, weren't the masterminds of the theft, and had fake identities that could withstand investigation, were released after a few days. But those powerful players from Langsai were never heard from again. Many of the people in the first-class carriage, including their leader Mi Fei and others, have since disappeared. She was truly terrified, no longer daring to think anything else. She worked when there was work, and hunkered down when there wasn't, living on government relief food, hoping to survive the next month. Leaving alive was the best outcome, and she no longer dared to hope for anything in this dungeon. Chapter 21. The players were clearly whispering, and Jiangqi wanted to hear what they were saying. She had previously activated and maxed out a skill that allowed her to listen to passengers' footsteps, which was similar to the skill for snooping on passengers in the train compartment. Combined, these two skills gave her a powerful ear, allowing her to sense every move and word of the surrounding players. This skill was perfect for snooping around, so she activated both of them. Then, a myriad of sounds poured in, like 1,000 mouths speaking in her ears. She could hear breathing, farting, grinding teeth, and the sound of phlegm stuck in her throat. Frightened, she quickly deactivated the skill. It was truly terrifying. Her ears had been contaminated. However, in that brief moment, she noticed that while the players were talking, they were all looking in her direction, either openly or covertly. Of course, they were not looking at her, but at the bodies of the players, their eyes flickering with an incomprehensible light. The bodies of deceased players might still hold some valuables. If they're lucky and their player profiles haven't dissipated yet, they might even drop something else. How could the players not be tempted? Jiangqi pretended not to know and continued talking to the manager. The manager, seemingly oblivious, scribbled notes on the registration form and handed Jiangqi a receipt. Okay, the funeral home has accepted these bodies. Keep them here for now, and burn them in a large furnace later. Jiangqi unloaded his work, relaxed, and ran to get some ginger tea. A few moments later, several more carts pulled in, filled with the remains of players. Some even had player items adorning their bodies, and a few train coins peeked out of their pockets. Now, the players in the lobby were even more restless. At this moment, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. "Ah, Sando, has anyone seen my Sando? Is he here? Sando!" In came a woman with spiky blonde hair, looking as if she were wearing a head full of yellow icicles. She rushed in and started yelling at everyone in the lobby. Jiangqi, cough, cough, cough. She nearly choked on her tea. After not seeing her for a few days, Dong Xingfeng's image had evolved again. Dong Xingfeng scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Jiangqi, wearing the social worker mask. Then, she looked away and rushed towards the players. "Have you seen Sando? Have you seen Sando? No, no. What the hell is this psychopath?" Dong Xingfeng thoroughly investigated the players, but they were wary of the NPCs and didn't dare to take action. Then, upon seeing the bodies of the players, Dong Xingfeng roared and rushed over, pulling the cloths off their faces one by one. "Sando! My dear Sando! My darling Sando! You're not here, are you? You must not be here." Jiangqi admired her. She was so engrossed in the role. She stood up at the right moment and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't touch those bodies." Dong Xingfeng lifted the veil and shouted as she stole the player items from the bodies. The other players were furious when they saw this. This guy was simply pretending to be crazy and stupid to steal the items. How could this be? They work so hard here, shouldn't they be the first to get the benefits? How could they let others take away the benefits? A few players rushed forward and shouted with righteous indignation, "What are you doing? Don't touch the bodies." In fact, they pounced on them, quickly looting the players' belongings. Not wanting to be left behind, the other players also rushed forward. Dong Xingfeng naturally refused to give in, shoving and jostling one another. It was unknown who, actually, it was Dong Shifeng who launched the attack. It was unknown who, or perhaps it was one of their own, but a shower of train coins was scattered across the floor, and the players immediately began scrambling for them, fighting each other, and the scene quickly became chaotic. A conflict between players naturally ensued. The funeral home security guard stepped forward to intervene, and Jiang Qi also rushed forward, pulling out the oversized electric baton used by social workers. "Stop it! Stop it! Listen to me! Stop it now, or I be ruthless!" he shouted, savagely and fiercely thrusting the baton forward. "Ziz! Shock one, Ziz! Shock another, Ziz! Send another packing!" After all the players were knocked out, she heard the conductor's panel twitch. You resolved a conflict between players. 0.001 internship experience. This was truly a brilliant, playful conflict. Jiang Qi shook the depleted staff in his hand, completely ignoring the panel's mockery. After all, as long as it gave experience, it meant it was acceptable. Looking at the time, from start to finish, a conflict was resolved in less than 15 minutes. Call that efficient, right? She still had plenty of time to get to the next place. She was about to leave when she suddenly paused, staring in astonishment at the spot where the players' bodies lay. She thought she finally lost her sight after using her skills too much. Where were the piles of bodies? Only the empty cart and gurney remained, a cold breeze blowing through. Jiang Qi was stunned for a moment. The funeral home manager noticed her strangeness, followed her gaze, and was also stunned. How did the bodies disappear? He didn't know Jiang Qi's true identity, only that she was a very important person. Many of the seemingly inexplicable actions over the past 2 weeks were to cooperate with her. Today, his superiors issued a strict order, stating that her orders were paramount while she was at the funeral home. So, his first reaction was that Jiang Qi had made the bodies disappear. But the next moment, Jiang Qi roared, "The bodies! The bodies are gone! It's a curse! They come back to life! Manager, Jiang Qi jumped up and grabbed the manager. "They come back to life! They come back to life! Did you see the bodies just get up and run away?" The funeral home lobby suddenly shook like a drop of water dropped into a frying pan. Jiang Qi took the opportunity to whisper to the manager, "Surround all entrances and exits. The people shouldn't have gotten out yet." The manager reacted and immediately did as he was told, but a shudder lingered within him. The people hadn't gotten out yet. Could it be that the bodies had truly revived and fled on their own? Jiang Qi acted frantically, flitting around with the other staff members in search of the bodies. She scanned the entire hall, glancing at the players in the distance, who hadn't approached her just now, then glancing at the players nearby who had been knocked unconscious by her shock and collapsed on the ground. Interesting. Someone had stolen the bodies of the players right under her nose, taking advantage of the chaos. She lowered her eyes and activated her 2 skills again, listening to the passengers' footsteps and observing their movements, this time with much greater intensity, her whole being absorbed. For a moment, the entire lobby was filled with the player's aura, and every movement, no matter how big or small, surged towards her. It was as if her consciousness enveloped the lobby, simplifying it into a gray-white sandbox. All the natives were automatically filtered out, and all the clutter vanished, leaving only the individual players lingering within. From the loudest sounds of footsteps and conversation to the subtle rustling of fingertips and blinking, everything was crystal clear. Jiang Qi knew without even looking what everyone was doing, their postures, and even guessed at their facial expressions. At that moment, in this space, she was practically an omniscient god. She saw players flirting with each other, whispering, "Did you see that just now? The body ran away? No, it disappeared in a flash. Someone went invisible and stole the body." She also saw players looking at each other suspiciously. "You did it? Bullshit, I didn't even leave here. Whoever did it, come forward. They pissed off the NPCs, and now they're out of work." The players in the distance should be fine. Jiang Qi looked at the player lying on the ground. Someone was breathing irregularly. Oh, it was Dong Shifeng. She had also feigned unconsciousness from the electric shock, and was lying sprawled among a group of players. Hearing the talk of resurrection, she was itching to open her eyes. Jiang Qi's consciousness passed over her, and quickly locked onto another player. The others were unconscious, their muscles relaxed, but this one's breathing was suppressed, her body tense, as if she were extremely nervous. Her heels pressed against the ground, her fingers pressing against the ground, a posture ready to spring up and escape at any moment. "That's you." Jiang Qi regained consciousness, his eyes brightening again, as he turned to look at the player pretending to be unconscious on the ground. A plain, skinny man. A sign popped up above his head. Second class car 32, seat 04. This was the man who had just taken advantage of the chaos to touch the remains, and then, unnoticed, stole them? Where did he hide them? In his backpack? And why did he steal the remains? Oh, a passenger stole right under your nose. This was a complete provocation to the conductor. Fortunately, you found the thief in the crowd with clues, and barely saved the conductor's face. Now, you have a decision. 1. Expose the thief on the spot and teach him a lesson, or 2. Play it safe. Perhaps he's behind a gang of thieves? The conductor's control panel suddenly rang out. Jiang Qi was startled. This was the first time the control panel had given her 2 options. Would different choices trigger different events and lead to different outcomes? However, given these 2 options, most people would probably choose 2. She hesitated briefly, figuring there wouldn't be any pitfalls, so she chose 2. You decided to play the long game. Now you need to mark this nasty thief, so you can track his subsequent movements. Jiang Qi, question mark. Mark? What mark? How? Would drawing an X on his face even work? Or maybe attach a tracking device to him? Tracking and positioning technology wouldn't be very effective in this weather, right? She looked through all her skills, but couldn't find any relevant abilities. She then searched through the player items in her backpack and found a tracking item, a powder that, when applied to the skin, emits a unique scent 24 hours a day. Then, a scent-seeking butterfly is released, allowing it to track the target. Should I use this? Jiang Qi frowned in thought, when her phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket. She took it out, looking away from everyone. The caller ID showed Dr. Shui. The day before yesterday, she had 400 milliliters of blood drawn, which was immediately sent back to headquarters. Later, Dr. Shui called her and said the extraction went smoothly, and the results would be available in the next 2 days. He would notify her immediately. Could it be a result? Jiang Qi hurried to the lobby exit and found the manager. Manager, we secured all the entrances and exits. Jiang Qi interrupted. I found the person who stole the body. It's the male player lying on the ground, wearing a red and black cotton jacket, a black hat, and a gray scarf. The manager reacted quickly. His name is Luo Shang. He came here to work yesterday. Jiang Qi, keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape, but don't let him realize he's been exposed. Then give me all his information, where he lives, who he's been close to, what he's been doing recently, and whether he has a history of stealing bodies. I want to know everything. Oh, and check other crematoriums and funeral homes to see if any bodies have been lost recently. Manager, understood. Jiang Qi, find me a room. I need to answer the phone. Okay. Jiang Qi was led to a lounge. By then, the call had ended, so she called back. Because communication was so bad these days, she had to be transferred twice before she could reach Dr. Shui. As soon as the call was connected, Dr. Shui's excited voice came through. Even though the signal was a little intermittent, her surprise could be heard. Jiang Qi, we successfully extracted the qi substance. Do you want to come back and take a look? Jiang Qi said, I can't leave right now. What does the qi substance look like? Have you discovered any uses for it? In the headquarters laboratory, Dr. Shui looked at a droplet of purple material in a sealed container. It looked like a drop of shimmering paint, and if you looked closely, it would even wriggle slightly, as if alive. She said, the purpose is unknown. All we know for now is that the qi substance contains mysterious and immense energy. Many instruments were even blown up during the final stages. I think only you can figure out its purpose. Jiang Qi leaned back against the wall. How much? Just a tiny drop. Only 1 drop out of 400 milliliters? Because the instrument exploded midway, some blood was lost. If there had been no loss, it would have been more, but at most a tiny bit more. Jiang Qi pondered for a moment. I have a rough idea of one of the uses of the qi substance. Would it be convenient for you to deliver the material to me now? I have a test subject here. Command moved swiftly. Just half an hour after Jiang Qi had received Luo Shang's investigation materials and briefly reviewed them, the material arrived. She said to Cui He, who had come to deliver the material, you're here? So quick. I thought it would take at least an hour. Cui He now had access to the player dashboard. It was unclear what he was busy with. His ability to deliver the material so quickly must have been due to his player abilities. Cui He explained, I happened to be at headquarters, so they sent me here. Jiang Qi paused. At headquarters? Are you preparing to receive some kind of gifted ability? Cui He was a little surprised that she could guess that. Yes, I'm doing an evaluation and matching. Well, this is urgent. You should return immediately. No rush. The commander asked me to see if there's anything I can help with. Jiangqi didn't force him. Okay, sit down and rest. Jiangqi studied the object before her. Inside the small, sealed box was a tiny drop of purple substance. No matter how the box was turned, it wouldn't cling to the wall. Even if it was shaken loose, it would slowly gather itself. Even if left alone, it would still slowly wriggle. Jiangqi could feel her connection to it, a connection 1,000 times stronger than when she looked at her own blood. She was absolutely certain at this moment that this substance truly bore her mark. To put it bluntly, it was like a trace of her soul. Of course, this was pure matter, a renewable substance within her body. Extracting it, consuming it, as long as the appropriate amount was sufficient, would not harm her. She murmured the conductor. What a strange being. The closer she moved toward the conductor, the more terrifying he seemed to her. Now, with only 30-odd points of internship experience, she possessed extraordinary powers, and this mysterious and bizarre chi substance. It was hard to imagine how powerful a true trained conductor could be. She asked the conductor's panel, "Is this the so-called blood essence I mentioned earlier?" The panel didn't respond. Jiangqi frowned, momentarily unsure. Dong Shanfeng, now out of his corpse state, leaned in for a closer look, a bit apprehensive. My goodness, is this what's in your blood? Why does it look like bugs? Didn't that mean you have a lot of bugs inside you? Jiangqi was speechless. It's not a bug nor a living thing. It's a form of energy. Because energy is so active, it moves around. Dong Shanfeng, so they're moving around inside you too? Wouldn't that make you itchy? Jiangqi felt her body, but didn't feel anything unusual. Reacting, she rolled her eyes at Dong Shanfeng. She'd been fine before, but now she made her feel uneasy. Jiangqi opened the box and poured the droplet of substance into her hand. Once it touched her hand, it immediately stopped moving, like a truly gentle drop of water. Dong Shanfeng asked, "Can I touch it?" "Sure." Dong Shanfeng carefully dabbed a little with his fingertip, and the droplet of water began to grow a small tail. Then, the chi substance quickly wriggled back into a round droplet, nestling in Jiangqi's palm. It moved so fast it seemed like it was cursing. Dong Shanfeng suddenly realized, "You're the only one who can stop this thing from moving. It's truly miraculous. How does it work? I can't quite explain the principle, but I roughly know it can be used for tracking." Dong Shanfeng immediately understood. "You're going to use it on Luo Shang? Don't you have that tracking powder? Only one drop of this stuff comes out of 400 milliliters of blood. Isn't it a waste?" Jiangqi shook his head and pointed at the documents on the table. Luo Shang has been stealing bodies for a long time, and he's been doing it everywhere. He and his companions even ambush players and kill them just to get their bodies. They're not out to get player items or simply to steal players' backpacks. They're just collecting bodies. Aside from the trained conductor, I can't imagine anyone else being so interested in player corpses. Dong Shanfeng and Cui He were both shocked. Cui He asked, "Do you suspect the train conductor is behind Luo Shang?" Jiangqi was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Probably not, at least not directly. Luo Shang obviously stole the bodies, because there were so many crematoriums in Chuncheng, and he knew if he didn't steal a few quickly, he'd end up with nothing. If the train conductor was directly behind him, then it wouldn't be as simple as stealing 1 or 2 bodies. The train conductor wouldn't be so petty." Jiangqi paused, realizing he used the panel's words. But the truth is, if the train conductor were really here, he should have at least done something to stop the cremation. Even if Jiangqi put himself in his shoes, there were many ways to change the situation, rather than just stealing a few things behind the scenes, which would be shameful enough. Then why did Luo Shang do this? Jiangqi leaned back in his chair, looking at the two of them, and said, "What if there's someone whose abilities aren't that strong, who can't change the situation, but who knows the conductor needs bodies? What would they do?" Dong Shanfeng said solemnly, "They'd probably collect some before they're burned, and then try to curry favor with the conductor." Jiangqi closed his eyes and nodded. Luo Shang is only in the second-class carriage, and his abilities are limited. His only skill is stealing, as you can see in the early surveillance footage. He doesn't seem like someone who could know the conductor's secrets. He must have someone behind him, a player who knew the conductor needed bodies, and then arranged for someone to collect them. This player's caliber is no lower than that of a wolf race player. I don't think something like tracking fans can hide it from him. Of course, there was another possibility. The train conductor had nothing to do with this whole thing, and it was simply the player behind the scenes who needed to collect the corpses for some purpose. But her intuition wasn't that way. She stared at the drop of enlightenment in her palm. If anyone were to steal it, the truth behind the crematorium would sooner or later be revealed. She had to find the person behind this as soon as possible. On her territory, hiding or stirring up trouble depended on her approval. She grasped the enlightenment, stood up, and left. Dong Shengfeng and Chui, he immediately followed. Luo Shang was imprisoned in a room. He wasn't being held alone. The funeral home manager muttered something mysterious, saying that the bodies had resurrected, and perhaps their spirits had possessed someone at the scene, so no one was allowed to leave. It was a ridiculous excuse, but in this evil city these days, anything was possible. The manager had forcibly detained everyone and said he would find a master to exorcise them. Luo Shang was furious and helpless. Damn that cowardly and superstitious manager, constantly talking about weird things. Why hadn't he killed him? He sat silently in the corner, watching the other 4 people locked in the room with him, 2 players and 2 NPCs. The 2 players were whispering about whether the bodies had truly resurrected and escaped. The 2 NPCs clasped their hands together and cowed out in various directions, muttering prayers to the spirits to leave them alone. Luo Shang despised these fools, but thinking of the bodies in his backpack, he felt a subtle sense of pride. He could easily fool these people with just a few moves. When he got out, he could hand over the bodies and exchange them for train coins and supplies from that man. Jiang Qi walked to the window, looking at the seemingly honest man huddled in the corner. He raised his hand and gently waved it, and the drop of qi substance flew in, like a light butterfly, silently burying itself between Luo Shang's eyebrows. Luo Shang felt a chill between his eyebrows. He touched it, but felt nothing, so he dismissed it. Jiang Qi felt an invisible connection between her and Luo Shang. Even from a distance, she could tell where he was going. The conductor's panel, which had been playing dead, finally twitched. Ding, you discovered your own blood essence. The essence of your blood, the source marrow the conductor calls it, or what you call inspired substance, and extracted it. This is the conductor's original power, and one of his great secrets. You done well, lowering the barrier to entry to becoming a conductor. Congratulations on earning 1 point of internship experience. Ding, you mastered the use of your own inspirited substance without any instruction. From discovery to correct and efficient use is a watershed moment. You've taken a huge step forward. Congratulations on earning 1 point of internship experience. Ding, you placed the strongest and most powerful mark on the thief. This thief is now completely under your control. The train conductor's absolute control and powerful decision-making ability are first embodied in you. Congratulations on earning 1 internship experience point. Warm reminder, this tracking marker is too crude and energy-consuming, so it needs improvement. Ding, you successfully marked a passenger. Tracking, locking, and controlling passengers are advanced skills that an excellent train conductor must possess. Congratulations on triggering the train conductor's marking project, earning 0.001 internship experience point. Chapter 22. Blood Essence? Marrow? Hearing the voice from the conductor's panel, Jiang Qi's heart settled. The qi material was indeed the blood essence she was looking for. This was fantastic. Next, she could try to help her people conceal their false identities. She took a closer look at the 4 newly triggered items. In her experience, items that gave a full point of experience at once represented breakthrough discoveries, or crucial insights and progress. Those that required completing them hundreds or thousands of times, though more arduous, would grant tangible corresponding abilities. Each had its own advantages. Each was highly valuable. Jiang Qi was delighted, and even began to favor Luo Shang. She stopped staring at Luo Shang and walked away from the window, ordering, "We find a reason to release him shortly." Dong Shengfeng asked, "Have you tracked him?" Jiang Qi nodded yes. With her current abilities, as long as she was within 10 kilometers, she could basically keep up with Luo Shang. "I don't need you here for now. Go do your own things. I just asked Wang Mingxing and the others to come and help me." Luo Shang couldn't release the prisoners immediately. After all, the show had to be complete. If they said they were going to find a great master to exorcise the evil spirits, they really had to do it. So, several masters arrived and performed rituals around the imprisoned people, ringing bells, chanting scriptures, burning incense, and sprinkling sticky rice. After a while, the masters finally declared that the people were free of evil spirits and could leave. Luo Shang was forced to experience the NPC's superstitious activities, feeling dizzy, and leaving the funeral home with a rage. Jiang Qi sensed his every move. Her mind was like a radar, with Luo Shang a bright red dot. When Luo Shang moved, the red dot moved. When Luo Shang stopped, the red dot stopped. Jiang Qi sat in a modified car, eyes closed, sensing Luo Shang's position and announcing the changes in direction. Go east for 200 meters, then turn north. Inside the modified car were several members of Wang Mingxing's team. They pulled out their specialized equipment and, using the information Jiang Qi provided, corrected Luo Shang's position on the electronic map in real time. Then, Luo Shang's trajectory was clearly visible on the screen. After walking for half an hour, Luo Shang stopped. Comparing the address displayed on the map, Wang Mingxing said, according to the map, Luo Shang has returned home. He immediately called a number, a person, who had been staking out Luo Shang's home. Has Luo Shang returned home? The reply from the other end was audible to everyone. The target has arrived home. He opened the door and went in. Everyone looked at Jiang Qi with shock and admiration. Luo Shang's home was over 4 kilometers from the funeral home. It was truly terrifying that someone could, from such a distance, simultaneously detect another person's movements using only their brain. In Luo Shang's home, Luo Shang entered the icy room, which felt like a snow cave. He closed the door, turned on his flashlight, and carefully shone it through the pitch-black room. After making sure everything was all right, he fumbled for the stove and lit it. The flames illuminated the room, bringing a little warmth. He sat wearily on the edge of the bed, shaking his head. It was strange. He'd been feeling this itchy feeling in his head all day. Could he be possessed? He shook his head again, and the itchy feeling disappeared. He didn't pay much attention to it anymore. He sat by the stove, smoked a cigarette, and took food from his backpack, eating while he waited. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Luo Shang went to open it. The person outside, covered in snow, came in. You're finally back. I thought you weren't coming back today. Something happened at the funeral home, delaying us. Have you recovered the bodies? How many? More than a dozen, plus yesterday's, over 20. How about you? Not as many as you, less than 10. That's not bad. With crematoriums everywhere these days, bodies are hard to come by. As the two were talking, a third person arrived, and the three of them went out together, braving the strong wind and darkness. The person keeping watch in the house across from Luo Shang's house saw what was happening and immediately reported it. In the modified car, Jiang Qi spoke at the same time. He's gone out, heading south. After saying this, she told Wang Mingxing, tell the person keeping watch not to follow him. His mission ends here. Understood. After that, everyone continued to track Luo Shang's movements through Jiang Qi's telepathy. Wherever Luo Shang and his two companions passed, they would contact any of their own along the way, asking them to confirm Luo Shang's location and condition. Throughout the journey, Luo Shang remained in their sight. When Luo Shang had traveled more than 7 kilometers, to avoid losing him, Jiang Qi ordered the modified car to start and slowly pursue him. As the modified car moved, the escorting vehicles in front, behind, and on both sides also slowly started. Luo Shang and his companions were moving at a fast pace. An hour later, Luo Shang finally stopped again, having reached his destination. Jiang Qi opened his eyes, rubbed his aching forehead, and asked, where is he now? Wang Mingxing compared the location on the map and said, at the intersection of Shifu Road and Chuncheng Avenue. Jiang Qi leaned over to look at the map. Where is this? What's so special about it? This is Xingqing District. Surrounding it are Spring City's iconic buildings, including the Sports Center, the Science and Technology Museum, the Municipal Museum, and the Municipal Library. Wang Mingxing's expression was solemn. This area was redeveloped later. Compared to the old city center, the building materials and social facilities are more advanced. There are many high-end residential areas and schools nearby, and it's not far from some government agencies. So, the government has set up a large number of cold-weather shelters there. There are many hidden shelters beneath buildings like the Science and Technology Museum. Isn't that a key area? What were Luo Shang and the others doing there? Is the person they wanted to meet there? Jiang Qi immediately said, we'd be there right away. Also, notify headquarters. In an alley near the Science and Technology Museum, the ground was freezing cold, covered in ice and snow. Ice fog shrouded the dark night. With all the streetlights out of service, visibility was extremely low. When Luo Shang and the other two arrived, several players were already waiting. The two sides met, each eyeing the other warily, though neither initiated a confrontation. A moment later, more people arrived. Luo Shang discreetly observed them, realizing they were all, like himself, here to deliver the remains. I wondered what the person behind this wanted so many players' remains for. They paid exorbitant prices for them. They couldn't be just idiots with lots of money, could they? A group of people waited here for a long time until someone finally approached the alleyway. A figure shrouded in a cloak. Everyone was on guard. A familiar voice came from beneath the cloak. Everyone's here. Hearing this voice, everyone relaxed. It was someone coming to collect the bodies. The cloaked figure approached them, holding out something resembling a detector. As usual, let's check you for anything you shouldn't be carrying. Don't worry, we don't have any tracking devices. The cloaked figure continued his meticulous inspection. Be cautious. After checking everyone and confirming they were all in good condition, the cloaked figure began collecting the bodies one by one. One body after another was handed over from their backpacks. The cloaked figure checked and counted them, then put them into his own backpack and paid. One body cost 100 train coins. Luo Shan handed over 21 bodies in one go and received a whopping 2,100. He grinned with joy, his chapped face cracking even more. This business was truly lucrative. He could earn so much in just 2 days. What if he didn't have money to spend in this dungeon? Back on the train, he could buy things there or in the next dungeon. As he was counting the money, someone asked the cloaked man, "What do you want so many corpses for?" The cloaked man coldly warned, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." The man wasn't frightened at all, and even laughed, "We're all players. Why are we being so secretive? If there's a way to get rich, share it with your brothers." As he spoke, several people who were clearly in the same group surrounded the cloaked man, as if they would have nothing to lose unless he confessed. Seeing this, Luo Shang and the others stepped aside. No one went to help the cloaked man, but instead watched the show with some anticipation. If the cloaked figure could just open up and share some inside information, they could also benefit. Some even eagerly drew their weapons, whispering to each other, "This guy must have a lot of money, with so many of us." Luo Shang couldn't help but feel tempted. Who could have too much money? Besides, if they killed him, they could get the bodies back, maybe even sell them to someone else and make another profit. The cloaked figure took in everyone's expressions and sneered, "Looking for death? Heh, who's looking for death? Who knows?" The men attacked the cloaked figure, a flash of swords and clubs. Then, a flash of white light passed, and the players clutched their necks, blood gushing from between their fingers, and collapsed in disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. As they expired, their backpacks exploded, releasing a miscellaneous collection of items. Luo Shang and the others were horrified, incredulous. The battle had barely begun, and it was over. A one-on-many victory was so easy. The white rainbow traced a half circle in the air and returned to the cloaked figure's hand, transforming into a thin, crescent-shaped blade, spinning quietly 2 inches above his palm. The cloaked figure raised his head slightly, revealing a pair of cold eyes beneath his hood. "You don't know what's good for you." The other players, terrified, turned and ran in panic. The cloaked figure flicked his wrist, and the blade instantly transformed into countless smaller blades, flying towards all the players. A sharp, white rainbow illuminated the entire alley. Then, there was the sound of sharp blades piercing throats, and players fell to the ground one after another. Luo Shang, who was relatively far away, saw this scene, and fled for his life, using all his hands and feet, running as fast as he could, pulling everything from his backpack and throwing it behind him, even pulling out a metal bucket and putting it over his head. The zombie's iron barrel protects the head and neck. Even so, just as he was about to run out of the alley, he was stabbed in the back of the head by a blade. Ah! Luo Shang fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, in the modified car rushing towards them, Jiang Qi shuddered, clutching his head, his face pale. Wang Mingxing and the others were startled. Team leader Jiang. What's wrong with you? Jiang Qi clutched his head, trembling all over, his eyes bulging with stars. Luo Shan is dying. The fatal wound was in the head. He was too close to her drop of qi substance, and she had maintained a high level of concentration to sense Luo Shan. As a result, her consciousness was wide open, and she was completely unprepared to be struck by the powerful impact from a distance. It was as if the stab had struck her head, her consciousness, her soul. Wang Mingxing and the others were panicked and at a loss, not knowing what to do. Wang Mingxing said, "Then why don't you immediately cut off contact with Luo Shan?" Jiang Qi hunched over, head lowered, fingers pressed against the back of her head. She felt an excruciating pain radiating from there, her mind churning, the urge to vomit rising in her throat. But amidst this intense discomfort, she heard the faint, painful sound of breathing. It was Luo Shan's breathing, and there were footsteps. Step by step, carelessly approaching on the ice and snow, carrying a chilling murderous intent. Jiang Qi suddenly realized that Through that drop of qi substance, she had shared Luo Shang's perception. Jiang Qi was stunned for a moment, then squeezed her eyes shut. In the alley, the cloaked figure approached Luo Shang. Luo Shang lay face down on the ground, a rusty iron barrel covering his head, his posture absurd. Unfortunately, the barrel didn't save him. The crescent-shaped blade pierced through the barrel and pierced the back of Luo Shang's head, staining the ground red with blood. Luo Shang twitched and struggled. "No, don't kill me, save me." The cloaked figure bent down and mercilessly pulled the blade from his head. Swish! The blade sent up a cluster of blood beads, one by one, like a string of thin, dazzling, bright red goji berries. In the modified car, Jiang Qi suddenly clenched his hands, and the veins on his neck bulged. This moment, in the dark alley, a cold wind suddenly blew in, and the cluster of blood beads flew away with the wind. One of the blood beads, shimmering purple, flew the fastest and most violently, suddenly splashing into the corner of the cloaked figure's eye. The cloaked figure, startled slightly, raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye, looking at the blood on the back of his finger, his expression becoming even colder. He took out a wet wipe and wiped the corners of his eyes, then looked indifferently at Luo Shang, who lay completely dead at his feet. He hadn't noticed that a tiny drop of blood had flown into his left eye, sinking silently into it. Deep within his eye, a flash of purple light flashed briefly before returning to silence. A moment later, when he emerged from the alley again, all the bodies were gone. Even the snow on the ground had been scraped away, removing all traces. In the modified car, Jiang Qi leaned heavily against the seat, breathing heavily. 2 streaks of bright red blood trickled from the corners of her eyes, quickly smeared by the sweat that covered her face. Her pale face, the bright red blood, and the bursting veins made her look terrifying. Wang Mingxing was nearly terrified. "Stop the car! Quick, contact headquarters and call a doctor." The modified car screeched to a stop. Jiang Qi closed her eyes, groping around with her right hand until she felt an oxygen mask covering her face. She gasped for air, finally finding it after a while. She opened her eyes, a dark blood-red hue in front of her, making it nearly impossible to see. Damn, she overused her powers, and she really couldn't see. Her head still ached. "Team leader Jiang," Qi said haltingly, "it's nothing serious. Don't panic. No need to call a doctor. And that's not a serious matter." Wang Mingxing stared at her eyeballs, which were so bloodshot they looked like they were about to burst, but he didn't stop reporting to headquarters. Across the headquarters, Zhang Jingtian was practically jumping up and down. "Bring her back. Bring her back now. Jiang Qi, do you hear me? Stop what you're doing and return immediately. Nothing is more important than you." Jiang Qi's ears were buzzing, but she could still hear Zhang Jingtian's words, and could almost imagine his fury. But she couldn't reply for a moment, as another voice echoed in her mind. "Ding, you successfully marked a passenger, earning 0.001 internship experience. Ding, you remotely controlled the activation material to leave the body of the previous passenger and enter the body of the next passenger, completely undetected. Your control over the activation material is both strong and precise, far exceeding the expected level of internship. In this respect, you have reached the level of a full-fledged train conductor. Congratulations on earning 1 internship experience point. Ding, as of now, you have triggered a total of 40 internship projects, but your overall performance has met the internship passing standard. Congratulations on completing the first internship phase ahead of schedule and entering the second phase. You will have 1 day of rest, during which you will not trigger any projects. Congratulations on receiving an internship medal." A flood of information flooded into Jiang Qi's mind, and her swollen, sluggish brain struggled to process it. After a moment, she finally realized that her first internship period had ended. Are internships actually divided into stages? What exactly is an internship medal? As she thought about this, a green medal appeared before her, and she instinctively reached out to grasp it. Instantly, a refreshing breath, mixed with a strange warmth, flowed from her palm into her body. Wherever this breath passed, symptoms of coldness, dizziness, tinnitus, headache, weakness, and other discomforts were significantly alleviated. Jiang Qi felt her entire body relax, her rapid breathing steady, and she felt like she had emerged from drowning. The bloodshot in her eyes visibly receded, and the bleeding stopped, though her vision remained a little blurry. She sat up, staring at the medal in her hand in a daze. "Jiang Qi, can you hear me?" Jiang Qi came to her senses, looked at the phone in Wang Mingxing's hand, and held out her hand. Wang Mingxing obediently handed her the phone. Jiang Qi said to the other end, "Captain, it's me. I'm fine. Hearing that Jiang Qi was still able to speak, and although his breath was a little weak, he didn't look particularly unwell, Zhang Zhentian calmed down. Jiang Qi, return immediately. Since we locked down the Science and Technology Museum area, the relevant personnel will be investigating. Jiang Qi didn't respond, only saying, Luo Shang was silenced in the alley near the Science and Technology Museum. I injected the qi substance into the murderer's body. Now, he's my target. Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi. I follow him a little further, and see what he does next. Captain, I learned something new from this internship. I tell you more later. I can handle it now. Zhang Zhentian was silent for a moment after hearing her say this. Be safe. Don't push yourself. Maintain the call, and synchronize the information with headquarters. Okay. Jiang Qi returned the phone to Wang Mingxing, took a towel from someone, wiped the blood off her face, closed her eyes, and continued to sense the location of the drop of qi substance. She felt that this time, the qi substance had penetrated the murderer's eyes. Faintly, she seemed to be able to see through his eyes, blurry images. The man is walking east along the path beside the Science and Technology Museum. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, turn south. Based on Jiang Qi's description, Wang Mingxing and the others continued to map out the target's trajectory. Meanwhile, in the command center, the cloaked figure's trajectory was synchronized in real time on the large screen. Many people sat below, staring at the screen. One person asked, this person's speed is very fast. Does he have any means of transportation? Probably not. 2 minutes ago, the only remaining surveillance camera at the intersection captured a fleeting black cloaked figure, without any means of transportation. Purely on foot. That speed is quite astonishing. The alley where this person committed the murder has been searched. No body was found, but a layer of ice and snow had been scraped off the ground, leaving only a few traces of blood in the corner, which was cleaned up very well. He's an expert player. Highly dangerous. Wait a minute, he's been circling this area. Is he looking for someone or something? No, here and here too. This is the entrance to the underground shelter. Is he searching for the entrance to the shelter? Or perhaps, he already suspected it was there, and is just circling back and forth to confirm. People gasped. This player had dug so deep into the situation, it hadn't been a day or two, yet they only just noticed. Zhang Jingtian's face turned grim. The people in Xingqing district are just sitting there doing nothing. Stop him from exploring. So, as the cloaked man was circling, several patrols suddenly appeared, armed with powerful flashlights and accompanied by hounds, patrolling back and forth, seemingly searching for someone. The cloaked man spotted the lights and figures from afar, frowned slightly, and turned away. He moved quickly and stealthily, but he didn't know he had been implanted with a locator, a pair of eyes following him closely. Wherever he went, patrols would appear to block his progress. After a few attempts, he felt something was amiss. How could these patrols seem to predict his movements? He checked himself thoroughly, making sure nothing was amiss. After a moment's thought, he suddenly arched his back, and with a swish, a pair of massive black wings unfolded from his back. He took flight. The night and the icy fog provided perfect cover for him. He sped away through the darkness. In the modified car, Jiang Qi clutched his head again. Assholes. God damn it, what's wrong with these players? How come they're all so powerful? Didn't they just complete the second novice dungeon? Where did all these talented bloodlines come from? And where did such powerful abilities come from? Wang Mingxing and the others looked at her worriedly. Jiang Qi gritted her teeth. She couldn't pinpoint her target's movements anymore. They were too fast. She could only focus and stick to him like a shadow. After chasing him for who knows how long, the cloaked figure finally stopped. He stopped at the window of a building, opened it, and stepped inside. This was a hospital consulting room, and inside sat an elderly doctor. The doctor looked up at him, then checked the time. You're here earlier than agreed. The cloaked figure sat across from him. The NPCs are very active tonight, so we have to retreat. The doctor looked at him. You're seeing blood. Did you kill an NPC? The cloaked figure said, I killed a player. They're so stupid and annoying to watch. The doctor sighed. That's how new players are. But collecting is hard to begin with, and there will be even fewer people available later. The cloaked figure curled his lips, a hint of sarcasm. You control people throughout the dungeon, many of whom are working for you. What are you afraid of? The doctor shook his head. What was your harvest today? 137 bodies. The doctor said, too few. I asked you to investigate. How's your search going? The Science and Technology Museum, the underground of the library, should be the hidden shelter. I suspect that area is full of shelters. The doctor narrowed his eyes, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. As expected, the NPCs. Hiding within one's own family is normal, but hiding so many, and so deeply is problematic. This dungeon has been rife with irregularities from the start. Could it be the influence of you and me forcing our way into this dungeon? But the last dungeon clearly wasn't like that. The cloaked figure didn't respond, simply asking, "When do you plan to act?" The doctor shook his head. Precisely because they're hiding so many people, the entire Xingqing district's security cannot be underestimated. That mysterious player, siding with the NPCs, might have a way to see through the players' identities. If too many players flood in, it will immediately alert the NPCs, causing unnecessary trouble. He said, "There are still 11 days until the dungeon ends. Be patient. Waiting until the last day is the safest option." He looked at the cloaked figure. "As long as I replace Cunning Snake as the new conductor, you will be my #1 subordinate. I will treat you with no mercy." The cloaked figure raised his gaze and met his. A barely perceptible, faint purple light flickered deep in his left eye. Inside the modified train, Jiangqi stared straight ahead, taking in the black and white image that played out in her mind. She watched the elderly doctor smile, with a confident smile, his mouth opening and closing as he uttered startling words. "Jiangqi, shit! This isn't about the conductor, and collecting corpses isn't just to curry favor with him. This guy's father is a colleague of hers, and in turn conductor also coveting the position of conductor." Chapter 23. There's another trainee conductor. He's even come to Spring City. Jiangqi was stunned. From what he said, it seemed he forced his way into Spring City and the previous dungeon by pretending to be a newbie. Jiangqi was stunned. So this fellow was collecting corpses for himself, and he was also controlling many players, all over Spring City. Jiangqi stared. Okay, she couldn't stare any longer, because she realized she was blind. All she could see was pitch black. Jiangqi, shock. She panicked for a moment, but then realized she overused her abilities and finally blinded herself. But it was only temporary, and she recovered. She clenched her trainee badge, trying to draw more energy from it, silently calming herself. To Wang Mingxing and the others, it looked like she was staring straight ahead, lost in thought. Team leader Jiang? Wang Mingxing waited for a long moment before calling out tentatively. At the headquarters, Zhang Jingtian noticed a moment of silence and asked with concern, "What's wrong with Jiangqi?" Jiangqi blinked, finding his voice again. Commander Zhang, I tracked the target down. He's meeting someone else, and I made a rather important discovery. I might need to return to headquarters and report it to you in person." "Okay, you be back immediately." Zhang Zhengtian didn't ask any further questions over the phone. Jiangqi added, "Cease all operations in Xingqing district. Stop pursuing the target. We can't catch up with him." Zhang Jingtian paused before saying, "Okay, we discuss this when you get back." In the darkness, Jiangqi's modified car and the surrounding escort vehicles turned around and left just before entering Xingqing district. On the rooftop of a hospital on the edge of Xingqing district, a cloaked figure stood facing the wind, his figure blending seamlessly into the night. He gazed at the frozen city and waited for a moment. Nothing happened, no one appeared. He frowned slightly. Just now, he had deliberately opened his 5 senses completely. If someone had tampered with him, the conversation in the clinic would have been overheard by the person behind the scenes. But nothing happened. Could he have guessed wrong? Over 2 hours later, Jiangqi finally returned to the headquarters, having changed cars twice. Once, because parts had been frozen and deformed, causing the car to break down midway, and again, because he needed to switch to a smaller, less conspicuous vehicle. And this was because the headquarters wasn't far from Xingqing district, otherwise, the journey alone would have taken an incalculable amount of time. The car stopped in the underground parking lot. Jiangqi, wearing a pair of large sunglasses, got out. Li Yu greeted him. "Team leader Jiang, the original passage is blocked due to a malfunction in the low-temperature access control system. We need to use a new passage to enter the headquarters." Jiangqi nodded and extended his hand. "Oh then, please help me walk." "Li Yu? ? Jiangqi said calmly, "Nothing, I'm just having a little blindness." Li Yu nearly fell to her knees. She turned to look at Wang Mingxing and his group, her eyes filled with a look of confusion. "Why didn't you report such a serious incident?" Wang Mingxing and the others were bewildered. They had no idea. We hadn't noticed anything unusual along the way. While it was a little strange for team leader Jiang to wear sunglasses, it was understandable that he wanted to block out the bloodshot eyes. Who knew he couldn't see? 10 minutes later, Jiang Qi sat in the warm medical room, letting the doctor examine her eyes. Zhang Zhentian paced around, nearly furious. Didn't you say you could hold on? Holding on means you gotten yourself into this. Jiang Qi leaned on the slit lamp's chin rest, her forehead resting on the forehead rest, eyes wide open, letting the light shine into her eyes. She quietly defended herself. Well, it's only temporary. I've been blinded before. You were testing your skills before. You lost control and temporarily lost your sight. But how long has it been this time? Have you recovered? And you kept quiet the whole way there. Wang Mingxing and the others were right next to you, and didn't notice anything unusual. You're such a good pretender. Jiang Qi remained silent. Zhang Zhentian, if you can recover within these 2 hours, you're not going to mention this anymore. Jiang Qi, That was indeed her plan, but who knew that after 2 hours, her sight still hadn't returned. Zhang Zhentian was practically pissed off. After the examination, the doctor said, currently, there's no structural lesions in either eye. The cause of the blindness is unknown. A more in-depth examination would require more sophisticated equipment. Jiang Qi waved his hand. No need for further testing. She recovers soon. I know what's going on. Could you give me a glass of water? Thirsty. Zhang Zhentian personally poured her a glass of hot water. Seeing her eyes, lifeless and red, sitting there obediently drinking, he couldn't bring himself to scold her any further. He turned and scolded Dong Shengfeng. You pretty much adjusted to your player identity. From now on, don't leave Jiang Qi's side. Dong Shengfeng stood at attention, listening to the lecture. Yes. Jiang Qi said, even if she were by my side, it would be useless. She can't persuade me or stop me from doing something. How dare you say that? Jiang Qi chuckled. This opportunity must be seized. If I hadn't taken this risk, how would I have uncovered such a profound secret? She then turned serious. Commander Zhang, call everyone to a meeting. I have something very important to announce. In the meeting room, Jiang Qi first recounted the day's events and accomplishments, then went on to discuss his internship, and finally recounted what he had heard the doctor say. I not only saw the images, but I also heard the voices. I'm absolutely certain. Although I didn't see him face to face, I seem to be quite sensitive to the presence of my colleagues. I'm certain it was a trainee conductor. He collected the bodies for his own benefit. We don't know what he intended to do on his last day in Xingqing district, but it certainly wasn't good. As expected, everyone present was shocked. After the shock came worry and excitement. The worry was that this trainee conductor might bring an even greater, more unforeseen disaster to Spring City. And the excitement was because the scapegoat had suddenly appeared. In other words, this trainee conductor and his subordinate weren't truly new players. They must have used some means to sneak onto Cunning Snake's train and enter 2 instances in a row. An expert said excitedly, from this perspective, they were both accidents. As long as accidents exist, then any irregularities in Spring City, as an instance, can be attributed to this accident. Why are there so few bodies? As a civilized city, the prompt burning of the bodies is one reason. Another reason is that this trainee conductor took them away, and the most amazing thing is, he actually did it. Why are the players so completely suppressed in this dungeon, with almost everyone suffering? Because of this trainee conductor. He wants to replace Cunning Snake, so he naturally has to suppress the players under Cunning Snake's command to maximize his own profits. Similarly, even if it's revealed that the overall casualty rate among the Spring City natives is incredibly low, unreasonably low, as if it were expected, this can be blamed on this person. Because this person is suppressing the players, it will naturally benefit the NPCs. In short, all unreasonable, abnormal, and undesirable situations can be blamed on this person. Even after the Spring City dungeon ends, their country will definitely announce something to the world. Previously, they were worried about not revealing the dungeon and the train survival game, because it wasn't something the dungeon's natives should know. But the situation is different now. They might actually be able to disclose some inside information appropriately. As for the source of this information, it's naturally this trainee conductor. He got carried away, his sense of superiority was too strong, and he let his mouth off, saying things he shouldn't have. Isn't that perfectly normal? The expert grew increasingly excited and delighted as he spoke, even clapping his hands and laughing. The others joined in the excitement, offering suggestions. Then we have to find a way to kill him, leaving no witnesses. Of course, before he dies, we have to expose his identity as a trainee conductor. Jiang Qi listened to everyone's glances and chatter. Although she couldn't see, she could imagine their joyful expressions. She scratched her face. Wasn't everyone so optimistic? She began, but I think this person can't die in Spring City. As soon as she spoke, the whole place fell silent, and everyone looked at her. Everyone was extremely serious. Jiang Qi's opinion naturally took precedence over anyone else's. One person asked Jiang Qi, "Why do you say that?" Jiang Qi said, "First of all, killing a trainee conductor is not easy. For example, if you want to kill me now, I have countless ways to fight back. Even if I'm ultimately defeated, I can still take more people with me." She had only triggered 40 items, and only a few of them were skills, but if she wasn't killed in one blow, her revenge would be swift and bloody. Secondly, this trainee conductor certainly has more experience and more methods than me. From what they said, it seems he's controlling a lot of players, and has them spread throughout the dungeon. If he raises his hand, and so many players go crazy, can Spring City withstand it? Everyone was silent, frowning, a solemn expression on their faces. Finally, I need him to return to the train alive, so I can do something more important. Everyone was curious about what that was, but Zhang Zhengtian understood. He glanced at Jiang Qi and said, "It was mentioned before that after the dungeon ends, the cunning snake will descend upon Spring City. Jiang Qi told me privately that she could activate the cunning snake's train during that time, forcing it to abandon Spring City and immediately return to defend it. But I think that's too dangerous. Jiang Qi has little chance of escaping the cunning snake unscathed, and it might also expose all of our men. So, I rejected the proposal." Everyone suddenly understood. So, if we could have that trainee conductor do this, it would achieve the same effect, but Jiang Qi would also be perfectly invisible? Jiang Qi nodded. That's what I was thinking. Before, she had considered letting Lang Sai do this, but Lang Sai had no experience and couldn't possibly drive a train, so she gave up on that idea. But now, someone 1,000 times more suitable than Lang Sai had appeared. The legitimacy brought by this trainee conductor was certainly important, and being able to conceal the truth was certainly great. But Cunning Snake was the enemy they would face in 10 days. What if, in a rage, he completely ignored all these things and poisoned Spring City, cast a spell, or released some strange little bugs? So Cunning Snake was the top priority. Everyone pondered this, and then someone said, actually, the two options don't conflict. If this person could just start the train and force Cunning Snake to return, he would be exposing his identity to Cunning Snake. This would be more appropriate than trying to expose him to the players. This made sense. Zhang Zhengtian said, then, the key now is, first, to prevent this trainee conductor from causing trouble on the last day of the dungeon. Secondly, to force him to start the train as soon as he returns. Everyone discussed this in detail. Jiang Qi thought they could start with the cloaked figure. First, she was still tracking him, so finding him wouldn't be difficult. Second, she had a strange feeling that this person was someone she could cooperate with. He spoke of the trainee conductor controlling so many players with a mocking tone. Furthermore, during their conversation, Jiang Qi suddenly gained access to his hearing, allowing her to understand the content of their conversation. Before that, she had only been able to see blurry images through his eyes. It felt as if the other party was deliberately letting her win. These two details concerned Jiang Qi. Everyone agreed with her after hearing her say this. Let's start with this cloaked figure, Zhang Zhengtian said, glancing into Jiang Qi's eyes. This person is elusive and incredibly powerful. Only you can find him. But rest well, and let your eyesight recover. Don't use your abilities again until you do. We still have time, so there's no rush. Then Zhang Zhengtian gave the order. Find the doctor. Jiang Qi had identified the hospital and the doctor's appearance during the tracking process. With these two clues, locating the target would be easy. Once they had located the person, they would investigate their relationships and monitor their daily activities. Furthermore, all shelters were closed and placed into a silent state. While Xingqing District remained operational on the surface, no more refugees were being sent there. From this point forward, all personnel entering Xingqing District must be combat capable, and Xuanqing's forces were primarily deployed around the Xingqing District. Jiang Qi listened silently, then offered two suggestions. First, all players on the team should remain dormant and avoid appearing before the trainee conductor, fearing he might be able to see through their fake identities. Since the trainee conductor controlled many players, she was wary of him sharing their senses, so those unknown players should also be on guard. Second, release Lang Sai and support his rise to power. A player with a well-known name and influence would not arouse suspicion if he showed up at this time, and it would also serve to divert the player's attention. If he could get the trainee conductor to attack him, he could also test his strength. Both proposals passed unanimously. May 29th. The 20th day of the dungeon. 2 o'clock in the morning. Lang Sai lay in the corner of his cell, boredly tapping the ground with his finger, counting silently. Day 20. If he could obtain the remaining 3 talents today, he would be free, if that lord he was true to his word. He had been captured on the 2nd day of the dungeon. He had wasted so much time, leaving him with only 11 days left. He had to make good use of them, or else he'd be relegated to a lower car when he returned to the train. How could he, a dignified shadow wolf, endure such humiliation? It's all that damned Master Yi's fault. Someday, when he's stronger than them, he definitely. He pondered this, then looked at the cell again. He wondered what the material was made of. The walls were completely impenetrable. He tried scratching them repeatedly, but after a while, a strong electric current would emanate from them, numbing him all over. Just then, voices rang out from outside the cell, and the door opened. He immediately sat up. A male player he hadn't seen before stood at the doorway. "You can leave now." Lang Sai wasn't pleased. Instead, he frowned. "Didn't you say you were going to take out 3 more people?" The other player, "We don't need you anymore. We have other things to do, and we don't have time to bother with you." He sounded like, "Get out of here. We're not wasting our time watching you." Lang Sai was annoyed. Why were they talking as if he were a burden? But he was also curious. What could have caused these people to so casually discard 3 innate abilities that were about to be acquired? It was only a matter of a few extra hours, yet they had to let him go early. The male player continued, "By the way, Lord, he said that since you helped us steal a lot of talents, we're giving you this information." As he spoke, he tossed over several rolled-up sheets of paper. Lang Sai took a look and saw the text for this dungeon. With the empathy translation function, he could understand it. This was the current addresses of his subordinates. At least half of their names were listed. In addition, there were details about the other players' locations. The last page included a dungeon map. Anyone with a reasonable mind could easily match the locations of the players to the map. He widened his eyes in surprise. This is so detailed information, and this map too. How did you get it? The male player acted as if it was difficult. "Our lord, he can mobilize the NPCs." "Is it that difficult to get this information?" Lang Sai, I almost forgot, that guy is very popular with the NPCs. This information, which players could never obtain, was just a piece of cake for that guy, right? Even so, he couldn't deny the importance of this information. It was like a god's eye view, the entire dungeon layout unfolding before his eyes, the player distribution and movements completely revealed. This information could even make up for the nearly 20 days of imprisonment. Lang Sai's breathing became heavier. Then he thought, so that guy's talk of using him for his own purposes was all a lie, right? In fact, he had already decided to use this information as a reward. He felt mixed emotions, a sense of anger at being fooled, but the resentment had dissipated considerably. "Okay, let's go. We're about to be locked up." Lang Sai stood up and walked out of the cell. Everyone here looked like they were in a hurry to move. He wondered if something had happened to that guy. His men looked like desperate dogs. He pricked up his ears and caught a few words. "How dare they kill our people? If I can accomplish this feat, I'd be the most important person in Lord Yi's sight." The letter Luo Shang sent back before his death. That murderer is no ordinary person. Lang Sai had a rough idea. Someone had killed one of that guy's men, Luo Shang. Then, seeking revenge, he issued a mission to his men. Whoever could retaliate would become a favorite of his. Lang Sai felt a certain glowing pleasure. The murderer was truly brave, having managed to humiliate and anger him. He felt a surge of resentment. Someone could defeat the guy, yet he'd been locked up for so many days. Doesn't that make him seem useless? He hesitated for a moment, wanting to know more about the situation, but as soon as he asked, he was hurried away. "That guy can kill over 10 people instantly. Can you do that? That guy is so elusive and can fly through the air. Can you compare? This has nothing to do with you. So don't get involved. Get out of here." He could only hold his breath and leave the small base. What's going on? He's made to look so useless. Had the other players become so powerful during his time in prison? Lang Sai gritted his teeth and thought, "I must get back at him and prove my strength. Let's start by gathering new players." He stuffed the information into his pocket, dropped to the ground, and instantly transformed into a shadow wolf. After a few leaps and bounds, he vanished into the night. After confirming his departure, the male player, Cui He, suppressed his expression. Just as team leader Jiang suspected, he's been aroused by his competitive spirit. Then he ordered, "Quickly destroy all traces here, seal all entrances and exits, and retreat." Jiangqi awoke and found she wasn't quite as blind as before. The darkness was no longer complete, but it wasn't much clearer either. Everything was blurry, like severe myopia with astigmatism. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was recovering. She didn't dare use her abilities yet, but that didn't mean she had nothing to do. She still had a very important daily task, helping her own people seize player identities. Even with her poor vision, she could still do it. After all, it was just killing people. She spent the entire day doing just that. By evening, the last player had died at her hands, and the 1,000th person had obtained a player identity. As expected, she heard the announcement on the control panel. Ding! You assisted 1,000 people in seizing passenger identity credentials. Your proficiency in this area is comparable to that of a fish butcher who's been killing fish for 10 years. Every passenger identity card that sees you will immediately fall to their knees and beg for mercy. Jiangqi, Jiangqi, can you be more normal? The conductor's panel voice was flat and serious. If you stare at a passenger for a long time, there's a chance that you freeze, reverse, or shatter their identity. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. Translated, this meant she had the ability to freeze, reverse, or shatter a player's panel. With the panel frozen, the player's backpack couldn't be opened, and all player skills were unusable. If the panel is shattered, the player is essentially dead. But what does this reversal panel mean? She touched her chin. She could try it someday. She opened the conductor's panel and squinted at the words. Name, Jiangqi. Identity, conductor. Level, intern, 37.09/100. First phase completed, medal. First phase internship medal, healing attribute, number, question mark. Train number, question mark. Note, you have triggered 40 internship projects, 36 of which have been completed. The remaining 4 are conductor's contempt. Demonic eye. Home field. Mark. Please complete them as soon as possible. You have completed the first phase of internship, and the second phase is about to begin. Jiangqi pulled the medal from her collar and examined it. It turned out to be a healing medal. No wonder wearing it felt like healing. She had it woven into a necklace and hung it around her neck. This medal played a big role in her rapid recovery. However, this medal wasn't omnipotent. After wearing it for a long time, its effects wouldn't be very noticeable. It was better than nothing. She put the medal back in her pocket and pondered what this second internship was all about. How was it different from the first? The break was over in just over an hour, and it was time for her to get ready. During this last hour or so, Jiangqi didn't do anything else but rest up. At 8:30, she returned to the conference room. This time, not many people were in attendance, and the purpose was to share information about the second internship and formulate plans as soon as possible. 8:40. Jiangqi squinted at the time. 2 minutes left. She had just finished her first internship at 8:42 last night. 2 minutes passed quickly, and at 42, the conductor's panel chimed again, perfectly timed. Jiangqi sat up straight, and everyone else looked at her. Beep! Break time was over, and the second internship began immediately. While operating a train, conductors will encounter a variety of extreme environments, including extreme cold, extreme heat, lack of oxygen, complete darkness, swamps, fog, poisonous miasma, cliffs, cemeteries, vast oceans, corrosion, beast tides, ghosts, and fantastical landscapes. As a conductor, one must be both physically strong and able to withstand these challenges, and secondly, able to lead the entire train through, overcome, and escape these difficult situations. This second internship was created to hone your physical fitness and train operating abilities, preparing you for your future as a true conductor. This second internship is essentially a part incentive, part compensation internship opportunity, so it lasts only 10 days. There's no limit on the number of projects. Passing each project moves you on to the next, and each successful project earns 1 point of internship experience. Note, due to current conditions, on-site internships are not possible. Internships will instead be conducted in a simulated environment. Jiangqi was startled. Consciousness? How could they strengthen their physiques? Isn't that contradictory? No, it's a 10-day period. 10 days from now would be 8:40 p.m. on June 8th, but the dungeon ends at 8 a.m. on June 9th. She still has a lot to do. She hasn't contacted the cloaked figure yet, she hasn't dealt with the trainee conductor yet, and she hasn't yet concealed the identities of the 1,000 people. Can this internship be stopped midway? Seeing her expression change drastically, Zhang Jingtian hurriedly asked what the panel had said. Jiangqi was about to speak when, after the panel internship, the gains in the trainees' consciousness would gradually manifest in their bodies, strengthening their physiques. The countdown to the second phase of the internship began. 3, 2. The conductor's panel in front of Jiangqi suddenly shone brightly, blinding her. Jiangqi, shock. So fast. No time to prepare? Everyone, shock. The light was so bright that everyone could see it, a vast expanse of purple that stung their eyes. Dong Shunfeng, who was standing next to Jiangqi, immediately reached out, but was blocked by the light from the panel. What's going on? Jiangqi felt a strange suction, as if her soul was being sucked into the panel. She spoke quickly and loudly. The second internship has begun. I will consciously enter the simulation environment for 10 days, and return in 10 days. As she finished speaking, the light faded, and the panel sank back into Jiangqi's mind. She closed her eyes, and collapsed onto the table. Jiangqi. Chapter 24. It was the 20th day since the arrival of the extreme cold dungeon, and the 22nd day since the headquarters was established. For these 22 days, everyone in the headquarters had been working at breakneck speed. Aside from occasional gains and victories, there had been no respite. Tonight, in particular, the atmosphere was terrifyingly tense, unprecedented. All doctors were urgently summoned to a location, guards cordoned off a certain area, and then all leaders were called to a meeting. Those less senior didn't know what had happened, but they knew that after their superiors returned from the meeting, their faces wore a look of determination, as if they were fighting a desperate battle. It was as if the situation had escalated significantly in just a short period of time, reaching a point of life and death. In the conference room after the meeting, Zhang Jingtian sat for a moment, then slowly rose. That the second internship would cause Jiangqi to fall into a coma was something they had never imagined. They always said there was still time, but now it seemed there truly was no time. A trainee train conductor is lurking in Spring City, preparing to stir up trouble on the final day, forcing the 1,000 established players into hiding. Even without their player masks, they can't show up, fearing their player profiles will be detected. These 1,000 people, who should be the most useful, are being forcibly restrained. A full-fledged train conductor will descend upon Spring City after the dungeon concludes, bringing unforeseen dangers. A powerful cloaked figure, most likely a veteran player, is elusive, and it's unknown where he's hiding or when he reappear and what he do. With tens of thousands of other players, it's unclear what kind of trouble they cause in these final 10 days. Under these threats, the natives could do little. Even if they had powerful weapons, would they dare use them unless they were completely annihilated? Without Jiangqi, they were suddenly plunged into an extremely passive state. They had experienced this feeling of powerlessness the last time Jiangqi lost consciousness due to the train Kuan, but that time she had only been unconscious for half an hour. This time, it lasted a full 10 days. The final, crucial 10 days. Zhang Jingtian made his way through the layers of guards to the intensive care unit, observing Jiangqi on the bed through the transparent glass. She lay peacefully, seemingly sleeping normally, but the EEG monitor beside her revealed a chaotic pattern of brain waves. Sometimes they were flat, as if she were near death, and sometimes they were so active that every brain cell was firing wildly, a terrifying sight. Clearly, Jiangqi's consciousness had indeed entered the simulated environment, and was likely facing a significant challenge. Zhang Jingtian said to Dong Shunfeng and the others guarding the door, "For the next 10 days, even if the sky falls, do not disturb her. If anyone attempts to force their way in, no matter who they are, they will be killed without mercy." Dong Shunfeng and the others saluted in unison. Yes. Zhang Jingtian turned and left. After Jiangqi woke up, they still had half a day. Before the dungeon was over, they still had a chance to turn the tables and avoid a dead end. So, I hope Jiangqi can gain something from this second internship and become stronger. And they couldn't just sit there and wait. They still had to do what needed to be done. Early in the morning of May 30th, Chuncheng took major action. Surviving citizens from all over the country were gathered in evacuation areas. Supplies were no longer distributed to every household, but were instead transported to the evacuation areas. All temporary security posts were disbanded, and the city's armed forces were reorganized and redeployed to the evacuation areas. Crematoriums and funeral homes, which had been operating for 2 weeks, were shut down one after another. The few power plants still producing electricity were also forced to halt operations due to the extreme cold. For a time, the indigenous people retreated into hiding, and the entire Spring City became even quieter, like a frozen ghost town, devoid of life. Some players followed suit and fled to the shelters, while the majority chose to wander outside. Finally free from supervision, they were free to move freely within this dungeon, no longer needing to assume false identities. They recklessly searched for items left behind by NPCs, breaking into homes, shops, malls, and warehouses, looting like bandits. With the help of map data, Langsai quickly found his former men. Some were reluctant to return to his ranks, but no problem, a beating would bring them to heel. He led dozens of men, following the map, and one by one, he approached other player factions, robbing and annexing them. His advance was unstoppable, his power and his men growing larger and larger. News of Langsai's return spread among the players. Some avoided him, others flocked to him, and still others sought his whereabouts during his absence. Even some ambitious NPCs, unwilling to accept mediocrity, joined him, arranged by the command center, their sole desire being to gain even a sliver of the player's extraordinary abilities. Langsai, of course, had no idea how to help NPCs acquire players' abilities, but that didn't stop him from accepting them as his subordinates. He was smug, he now had NPCs to rely on, no less so than Lord E. With the increasing number of players and NPCs around him, Langsai naturally became more informed. He learned who Luo Shang was, and even more so, that he had been ripped off while selling corpses. The person collecting the bodies was a mysterious cloaked figure, the very murderer Lord E was looking for. He became deeply intrigued by this cloaked figure. Not only because of Lord E, but also because he wanted to know his purpose in collecting the bodies. He began to follow, investigate, and track the cloaked figure's whereabouts. He sent people to sell corpses to approach him, hoping to capture him, but they failed. However, he did discover, with the help of command, the old doctor behind him. After several days of observation, he confirmed that the old doctor was a well-hidden player. Although he appeared to be inconspicuous, he had a group of player followers behind him. Damn it, he's clearly a player constantly making small moves, his inner thoughts no less complex than anyone else's, yet he insists on pretending to be indifferent and detached. It's enough to make him deserve a beating. Langsai was furious. Why couldn't he just go all out when he was so pretentious? I can't handle Lord E, so why can't I handle you? So he sent someone to approach the old doctor, only to discover they were incredibly loyal to him, as if they'd been brainwashed. How bizarre. He sent a few more people, but they were also subjugated, one of whom turned out to be his most capable subordinate. Langsai, ? The person assigned to him by command saw this, and began to raise eyebrows. Master Langsai, there's something strange about this doctor. Could he be using some form of mind control? He's so easily controlling your closest associates. I wonder how many others he's secretly controlling. Then, as if remembering something, he said, that cloaked figure is one of this old man's subordinates. He's probably collecting corpses for this old man. Could it be that his method of controlling people requires the use of those corpses? Langsai immediately believed it. The means of controlling people's hearts were eerie, and the act of collecting corpses was equally eerie. It wasn't surprising that the two were connected. He was both apprehensive and intrigued. He was apprehensive that such a powerful player could exist. If this ability to control people continued to grow, he might one day fall prey to it. He was intrigued by the thought that if he could possess this power, he would be even more powerful. In the future, controlling Lord E might even be a piece of cake. He was now completely obsessed with the old doctor, considering him his greatest enemy at the moment. Command Center. Captain, it worked. Langsai has finally decided to kill Mantis. The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Mantis is the trainee train conductor. The Oriole is the cunning snake. These were the code names they had given the two men. Even if a player accidentally overheard them, they wouldn't know what they meant. Zhang Jingtian sighed softly upon receiving this news. After 6 days of step-by-step guidance, they had finally achieved the current situation. Without Jiang Qi, they were unable to directly confront Mantis, and could only rely on Wolf to take over. He looked at the date, June 4th. He asked, how many of Mantis's men have been identified? By screening Mantis's daily interactions, we identified some of his subordinates. Through the connections of those subordinates, we tracked down those even further down the chain. Currently, we identified 112 players suspected of being his subordinates within Qingqing District. These 112 individuals are apparently local citizens of Spring City, with valid household registration information, complete life histories, and some even have happy families and relatives. This provides excellent cover for their identities. We confirmed their identities only after repeated checks, discovering changes in their temperaments, habits, quirks, and professional abilities, as well as the fact that they had secretly taken player items. I'm afraid they killed the players the moment they entered the dungeon and replaced them. Zhang Jingtian closed his eyes in sorrow. They had defended themselves so rigorously, yet the reality was that so many people had been brutally murdered the moment the dungeon opened. This was just Qingqing District, There were countless more such people in other districts. The trainee conductor should not be underestimated. He said, make arrangements around these people, be ready to kill them on the spot. June 5th. Lang Sai launched a surprise attack on Mantis. Discovered, a cloaked figure appeared out of nowhere. Lang Sai engaged him, but was defeated and retreated in disgrace. Lang Sai returned, furious. June 6th. Lang Sai gathered his forces and launched another surprise attack. The cloaked figure reappeared, entangled by Lang Sai and his men. The others attacked Mantis, who immediately summoned more of his men. The perfectly disguised figures tore off the skins of the natives, revealing the players' faces. A fierce battle ensued, with casualties on both sides. Not only was Lang Sai furious, but Mantis was also enraged, determined to make a complete mess of Lang Sai and his men. June 7th. The cloaked figure was sent to assassinate Lang Sai, but Lang Sai fled, gravely wounded, his hatred growing even stronger. The cloaked figure looked in the direction of Lang Sai's flight, but did not pursue him. He turned and walked away leisurely. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, "Sir!" The cloaked figure turned and saw the NPC next to Lang Sai. The NPC emerged from the shadows, looking up at him without flinching. "Sir, our leader wishes to see you." The cloaked figure's face was obscured by the brim of his hat, his expression unseen. His voice was delicate. "The leader of the indigenous people in the dungeon?" "Yes. I have nothing to tell you. What if we have a way to help you resolve your current predicament?" The cloaked figure narrowed his eyes slightly. 10 minutes later, the cloaked figure met Zhang Zhengtian. To be precise, Zhang Zhengtian had come so brazenly to Xingqing district with only a few guards to meet him. The cloaked figure took one look at him, and knew he was the true leader of the dungeon, not just some fake. Zhang Zhengtian said politely, "Please take a seat." The cloaked figure stood there, not moving. "You only have 1 minute." Zhang Zhengtian paused. It was perfectly normal for players, especially powerful ones, to treat indigenous people this way. Even murder is possible over a disagreement. After all, this cloaked figure has a history of killing dozens of players in a row. By daring to confront him, he's already disregarding life and death. Command has already made arrangements, and someone has already taken over his duties. He doesn't care about his own life. If he can get some help or crucial information from him, he's willing to sacrifice his life. He said without further ado, "You're under that person's control and forced to obey his orders, right? He's just an intern now, and you can't get rid of him. Once he becomes a full-time trained conductor, it will be even more difficult. Why don't you cooperate with us? We have a way to help you break his control over you." The cloaked figure scoffed slightly, his voice cold. "You have no right to negotiate with me. A person without any bargaining chips has no right to speak at the table. He can only become a snack." The cloaked figure turned his head, his eyes looking out from under his hat. "But if the person behind you comes, I would be quite interested." He was now certain that his suspicions from that night were correct. Someone had indeed tampered with him, and his conversation with the doctor had indeed been leaked. A person who could tamper with him, track him, and yet he could not detect them must have an unusual background. So, he was not surprised that the other party would see through the fact that he was being controlled. He was just a little puzzled as to why, after so many days, the other party had not made any move. Even if they came to him, they refused to show up in person, instead sending a native, who he could easily crush. This kind of contemptuous attitude was not pleasant. Zhang Zhengtian dismissed the cloaked figure's taunts, saying, "The person behind me has other things to do for now, but he's told me everything. We don't need you to do much. We just need to delay the troublemaker until after 9 o'clock tomorrow night." The cloaked figure coldly rebuffed, "Impossible. Zhang Zhengtian, I swear on the lives of every inhabitant of this instance that I will help you get rid of him." The cloaked figure remained indifferent, saying, "Your oath is worthless to me. If I say it's impossible, it's impossible. Didn't the person behind you tell you? Tomorrow is the last day, and there will be a concentrated drop of Easter eggs. He will end this matter before the eggs drop." Zhang Zhengtian frowned slightly. What on earth will he do? The cloaked figure seemed to see through him. The person behind you is probably gone, or maybe you already fallen out. Then there's nothing for us to discuss. The cloaked figure faded. Zhang Zhengtian hurriedly said, "Please stay." They finally found him near Lang Sai. "You're being controlled by the source marrow, right? We can provide you with a higher quality and more powerful source marrow to help you break free." Hearing the word source marrow, a term unknown to ordinary players, the cloaked figure paused, finally looking Zhang Zhengtian in the eye. He subconsciously touched his left eye. So was it the source marrow? I see. No wonder he felt something strange but couldn't pinpoint it. Zhang Zhengtian continued, I know he needs bodies, but even the official train conductor can't attack the indigenous people directly, and he's unlikely to go too far. I hope you can stay out of this while we try to stop him. That shouldn't be difficult, right? Based on my observations over the past few days, it's still unclear how powerful the mantis is, but this cloaked figure is undoubtedly a significant threat. Especially since the cloaked figure is a player and can attack the indigenous people at will. The cloaked figure lowered his hand. It seems you truly don't understand. For your courage, I tell you, he doesn't want bodies, but living people, passengers to be sacrificed for his first train. Do you know why he didn't leave Xingqing district? He selected the people here and has been secluded, laying out his plans. Unfortunately, 2 days ago, his plans were complete. Now Xingqing district is under his control, and the fate of everyone here is in his hands. You're too late. Zhang Zhengtian shuddered. It was too late. After he knew Mantis was planning to attack Xingqing district, he hadn't evacuated the Xingqing district residents. Firstly, there were too many of them, and the action would be too drastic. He feared the residents would be harmed in the extreme cold, and he also feared alerting Mantis would only lead to more serious consequences. Secondly, even if the Xingqing district residents evacuated, Mantis could easily move to another location and continue its troubles. This would only be a temporary solution, not a permanent one. It would be better to temporarily stabilize him. He always hoped to resolve a crisis with the least possible cost. With Jiangqi around, he believed he could do so. After Jiangqi fell unconscious, they were put on the defensive, and they were even more hesitant to make any major moves. But he hadn't expected it would be too late. The cloaked figure dissipated, and his final words rang out. If you wish to delay, prevent his players from approaching Xingqing district. Their dashboards are the final key to the blockade. Zhang Zhengtian stood stunned for a moment, facing the empty space, then turned and left. The guards hurriedly followed. After leaving Xingqing district, Zhang Zhengtian immediately ordered a comprehensive security presence around the area. The troops previously deployed here were indeed put to good use. He paused. 1,000 men, all except Jiangqi's guards, move out. This was no longer the time to hide. There were over 400,000 people living above and below ground in Xingqing district, with so many people taken away by Mantis, who knew what would happen, and who knew if Mantis's strength would be drastically increased, perhaps even qualitatively, with so many people. The cloaked figure said these were the passengers he would sacrifice for the first train. Was he only one step away from becoming a true train conductor? Therefore, they had to stop him, to buy time until Jiangqi woke up. Over at Langsai, give him orders as Lord Yi. Tomorrow, use all your strength to tame Mantis. A busy night passed. June 8th. 7 a.m. The elderly doctor was in a particularly good mood today. He pulled a drink from his backpack, brewed it for himself, and sat in the clinic, savoring it carefully. After finishing, he stood up and said, "We spent so long. It's time to close the loop." By Hong. A cloaked figure walked in. Doctor. Doctor was the honorific title the trainee conductor had given himself. Soon to become a conductor, he naturally had his own honorific title. He thought the word doctor was gentle, rational, professional, and yet possessed a subtle edge. The knife in his hand could save or kill, which was a perfect fit for his image and temperament. It was precisely because of this codename that he had chosen a doctor NPC to replace him in this dungeon. He said, "Let's complete this 100th internship project. Bai Hong, protect me. My safety is in your hands. Once I complete this project, I help you collect Easter eggs and improve your strength." He stared intently at the cloaked figure, his eyes gleaming a dark red. The cloaked figure's eyes lit up with the same glow. That feeling of being out of control, unable to resist, and wanting to sacrifice everything for the other person returned. However, he could sense something strange in his left eye, as if there was an area there that wasn't under the doctor's control. It was precisely this gap that had made him feel less controlled lately. A higher quality, more powerful source of essence. The cloaked figure's expression remained unchanged, his eyes lowered slightly. "Yes." Satisfied and reassured, the doctor turned and waved his hands. A dark red train conductor's panel appeared before him. He manipulated it, and a larger virtual sandbox appeared. This sandbox was a miniature model of the entire Xingqing district. At this moment, not a single movement in the region escaped his notice. He grinned with smug pride, feeling like the king of this entire region. The only king. However, this region was currently missing a key lock. If it were locked, he could sweep the entire region away, complete with its contents. This was the train conductor's terrifying power. To ensure complete safety, he deliberately delayed the dungeon until the last day. No matter what great masters lurked within this dungeon, they would be powerless to reverse the situation by the final day. Afterwards, as long as he could drag the dungeon to its end, he could return to the train, start it, seize it, and receive his official title. At that moment, even a cunning snake wouldn't be able to defeat him. He raised his hands, muttering like a wizard. Waves of strange energy spread out like water, nearly distorting the entire space. Finally, he shouted, his voice not loud but resonant like thunder, "Return to your positions." At the same time, throughout Spring City, many players raised their heads simultaneously, their eyes gleaming red. Suddenly, their bodies felt like they were no longer their own. They dropped what they were doing, stood up, and as if guided, headed toward Xingqing District. Within Xingqing District, hundreds of people also began to move, heading towards the surrounding areas. These people were under constant surveillance, especially since this morning, when 5 or 6 people were watching each person. So, any unusual activity was noticed and reported immediately. At this moment, Zhang Jingtian wasn't at headquarters, he was at a temporary command post on the edge of Xingqing District. When he received the message, he knew the mantis had moved. It was only 7:20. He didn't immediately dispatch the hundreds of people in Xingqing District. Instead, he waited, waiting for the players coming from all directions, waiting for them to fall into his ambush. Nowadays, few indigenous people were on the move, so those heading toward Xingqing District from all directions were extremely conspicuous. They caught the eye of many along the way, and their identities were confirmed one by one. Those who were close and quick soon reached the edge of Xingqing District and were within range. Zhang Jingtian picked up his walkie-talkie. "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, gunfire rang out from all directions. Those players, who had already entered range, were instantly cut down by bullets. Another wave of special forces descended from the sky and felled them. Their controlled state had precisely slowed their reactions. Even if some remained agile and fought back with the skill of a normal player, they were immediately suppressed by their own players, who had suddenly appeared from nowhere. The players, forced to remain dormant for so many days, shouted, "I've been putting up with you for so long. Die!" As for the hundreds of players in the Xingqing District, their throats were slashed bluntly, caught off guard and unable to fight back. Screams echoed from all around. Only when these players expired did their belongings explode with a bang, and the corpses, their masks no longer working, revealed their true appearance. Only then did the surrounding people realize that these were not their compatriots at all. In the clinic, the doctor wouldn't know what was happening outside Xingqing District for a while, but inside, he immediately sensed the loss of contact with hundreds of his men. He glanced at the sandbox, where the icons representing each player's board dimmed. He was stunned, then nearly frantic. "What's going on? Who did this? Who's blocking me? Whoa!" Glass shattered, as a cannonball hurtled toward him. He was startled, unable to react for a moment. At the critical moment, the cloaked figure reached out and pulled him away. The cannonball blasted a large crater in the wall behind him, sending dust raining down from the ceiling. Immediately, a shadow wolf lunged in, howling, "It's your grandpa!" Lang Sai was utterly frustrated. Lord Yi, who hadn't been seen in ages, had reappeared, giving him a death order. He didn't want to hear it, but the other party had offered him numerous benefits, including powerful player items, and promised him future rewards. Plus, he and the old man were already at loggerheads, so he decided to go for it. He roared and lunged at the doctor. "Grandpa, here I come again. You missed me, didn't you?" The doctor shouted, "White Rainbow." The cloaked figure flashed before the doctor, raised his hand, and a blade flashed like a rainbow, slashing at the shadow wolf. "Fuck you again." Lang Sai was fed up with this guy, yet he couldn't defeat him. However, he came prepared today. He had used a power-up item, and his attack power was unmatched. He didn't dodge or evade. The blade pierced through his shadowy form, and he roared, biting down. The doctor stepped aside and angrily swiped at the control panel. "No one can stop me. No one can." The next moment, the players rushing in from outside Xingqing District suddenly had their eyes blazing red. With a roar, their fighting power surged. Come on! Come on! Break through all obstacles and complete this final step." Just then, with a bang, several more shells blasted in, blasting the entire room to smithereens and twisting the panels. The doctor was furious. Amidst the flames and smoke, several more players emerged. Among them were members of the wolf race, as well as members of his own team. Cui He, half his body covered in a thick layer of sharp scales, clutching a bayonet infused with neurotoxin in his other hand, attacked the doctor along with several comrades, who had also activated their innate abilities. Command Center. Intensive Care Unit. Dong Shafeng was worried about the battle situation in Xingqing District when the equipment suddenly began to beep. She glanced over, and the brainwaves on the screen suddenly distorted like ghostly graffiti. On the bed, Jiang Qi's eyes rolled rapidly beneath his tightly closed eyelids. The indicators on the other instruments were also out of whack. Jiang Qi? She didn't dare shout, and immediately went to call for a doctor. The doctor arrived, but there was nothing they could do. They only knew Jiang Qi was not well, but they had no other options, and dared not use any medicine. Maybe she wake up soon? Dong Shafeng was shocked. 13 hours left. What if she wakes up sooner? Based on our observations these days, her consciousness is extremely active right now, as if she's struggling to break free. You mean, she's trying to break free of the simulation? The doctor shook his head, not sure. But when she wakes up, or even if she wakes up, is not something we can control. All we can do is watch, wait, and protect her. Dong Shafeng looked at Jiang Qi, hoping she would wake up sooner, yet also worried about the potential harm she might suffer. Chapter 25. Xingqing District. In a certain hospital, the outpatient building was a shambles. Dozens of players surrounded the doctor, some attacking from range, some from close range, some flying, some burrowing, hurling all sorts of gadgets and hidden weapons. In addition, long-range snipers occasionally delivered a whizzing bullet. The doctor struggled mightily to defend himself. But every time he was in danger, the cloaked figure would turn back and protect him, making him invincible. Once again, the doctor was slashed. He stared at the cut on his arm, feeling the poison seeping through the wound. He felt a little unwell, and his heart palpitated violently. He was poisoned. It seemed to be a poison concocted by an NPC. He was horrified and panicked. How could an NPC poison possibly reach him? He was the train conductor, a being far more powerful than the players. A mere NPC poison. But he still felt fear, and the result of that fear was utter rage. He unleashed his ultimate. Damn you! You all deserve to die! He roared, his eyes blazing red. The next moment, the players besieging him felt their hearts clench, their bodies unable to move, and a faint crackling sound echoed in their minds. What was that sound? The sound of their player panels shattering bit by bit. They watched helplessly as cracks appeared on the player panels in their minds, each one emitting a dangerous red glow, identical to the glow in the doctor's eyes. Ultimate crisis and fear held their breath. A clear realization emerged in their minds. When the player panel shattered, they would die. Several of Langsai's players immediately shouted, "We surrender. Spare our lives." Langsai, who was locked in a fierce struggle with the cloaked figure, cursed, "You spineless creatures." Then, his body trembled, his shadow wolf form barely maintaining its shape. At the same time, a cracking sound was heard. Cracks appeared on his player panel. A look of extreme terror crossed his wolf face. Damn, what kind of power is this? Invisible, intangible, yet inescapable, unbearable. This is simply not a force the players can resist. It's a sheer dimensionality crushing force. If he had known this old man was so powerful, he wouldn't have bothered to provoke him. Master Yi has done him a disastrous blow. Seeing these players unable to resist, the doctor laughed heartily, his facial wrinkles becoming increasingly pronounced. You ants, you're trying to shake a tree. With a chuckle, a bayonet stabbed into the back of his neck. Chui He had unknowingly arrived behind him, and in his moment of triumph, he thrust his bayonet into the back of his neck, between his cervical vertebrae. Chui He pressed the button on the end of the bayonet, and the needle inside it protruded, piercing the subarachnoid space, where it came into contact with the cerebrospinal fluid. Then, an even more potent toxin was injected. The doctor roared, sending Chui He flying and turning to kill him. The next moment, he felt a rapid loss of sensation and movement from the neck down. He staggered as if treading on cotton, unable to even stand upright. Naturally, he lost control of the player's control panel. The players felt their bodies relax, and they could move again, and the cracks on the panel did not widen. Lang Sai's men immediately turned and ran. Chui He and the others, however, were determined to seize the opportunity to completely subdue the doctor. Ignoring the cracking panel and their own severe injuries, they charged forward. The next moment, a flash of blades shredded their attacks. They were sent flying, their blood splattering onto the snow, quickly freezing. Several white rainbow blades swirled around the cloaked figure, blocking the doctor's path. The doctor's trembling hands grasped the cloaked figure's clothes, his tongue lashing out in anger. Kill them! Kill them! The cloaked figure was about to unleash his rainbow blade, but then paused, recalling his conversation with the NPC leader. Rainbow! What are you waiting for? Kill them! The doctor shouted angrily. The cloaked figure raised his head slightly, his eyes flashing dark red. Understood. The rainbow around him flew out, sweeping across everyone. Just then, several shells flew towards the doctor and the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure grabbed the doctor and dodged. Several heavily armored vehicles smashed through all obstacles, showering the doctor and his companions with heavy fire amidst a shower of shattered ice and snow. A group of heavily armed soldiers rushed in with them. 2 by 2, they lifted Cui He and the others from the ground and retreated, while the rest surrounded the doctor and his companions, firing relentlessly. Several fighter jets flew overhead, circling overhead. The cloaked figure dragged a nearly paralyzed doctor, with nowhere to escape. The cloaked figure flew in a white rainbow, blocking bullet after bullet, and said to the doctor, "Let's retreat first, and find another opportunity later." The doctor roared, "No! Kill them! I kill them! A bunch of bastards!" The cloaked figure said, "Leave this place first, find someplace to hide. We still have a day, and resolving your problem is more important. Maybe if we dodge a little, we can hold out until night," the cloaked figure said, carrying him on his back and running out of the encirclement. The doctor lay on his back, still babbling angrily. A bunch of untouchables. How dare they? How could they? What right do they have? He had endured so many ups and downs, so many challenges and tests, and finally reached the 100th project. If he completed this project, he would be the official train conductor. This was the only step he needed. He could feel the players he controlled losing contact one by one. His blockade was only one step away from completion, but that last step had been completely destroyed. These were clearly just NPCs from the novice dungeon. Why? Why would they hinder his grand plan? His crimson, turbid eyes suddenly turned to the cloaked figure carrying him. "Bai Hong, have you betrayed me?" The cloaked figure paused, then resumed his run. "Why would I betray you? If you die, I die too. If you don't, a single thought can kill me." The doctor, undeterred, said sinisterly, "If there's someone stronger than me in this dungeon, why can't you betray me if you want to find another way out? Your performance today doesn't match your abilities. Cloaked man, you're overthinking it. If there were someone stronger than you, how could they allow you to get this far?" The doctor didn't answer, then muttered, "It's that mysterious player colluding with the NPCs, right? He's behind all this. I won't succeed, right? But why doesn't he do it himself? He must have a reason for not being able to act. He can only use those NPCs to hinder me. Yes, he must be limited by something, or perhaps lacking in strength. He can only force me to retreat, and if I retreat, I truly miss the opportunity." As he questioned and answered himself, he essentially unraveled the truth. The cloaked man felt a chill in his heart. He certainly couldn't be underestimated. The doctor's eyes lit up as he spoke, and he burst into laughter. He closed his eyes, feeling for a moment, then opened them and said, "Take me east." "East?" The cloaked man's eyes suddenly glowed a dark red, almost black. His expressionless face instantly hardened and became as cold as a puppet. "Yes." He paused, and with a swish of wings, he flew up, carrying the doctor, through the blockade of fighter planes and into the distance. Command point. Everyone waited nervously. The screens before them displayed footage of the battle. Then, they saw the cloaked figure take flight, carrying the mantis on its back. Today was a rare sunny day, free of icy fog, wind, or snow. The sky was remarkably clear, even showing patches of azure blue. Only a biting, bleak chill spread across the sky, like sharp thorns that could easily cut a person. The clear view allowed them to clearly see the long, jet-black wings spread across the sky. Just by looking at their shape, they were incredibly powerful, effortlessly carrying the weight of 2 people, and soaring at an incredible speed. "Are they leaving?" "No, they're not heading out of Xingqing District." "No, they're coming our way." This didn't seem like they were trying to hide and recuperate, but rather a desperate struggle. Zhang Zhengtian checked the time, 8:03. They couldn't hold out until nightfall. So let's try to keep them here for good. Although it might be overestimating his capabilities, he still had to try. Zhang Zhengtian ordered all possible attacks to be launched. So, in the sky, the fighter jets pursued the cloaked figure with artillery fire. On the ground, firepower was concentrated, and the players on his side also gathered in formation. The cloaked figure ignored the fighter jets, focusing all his energy on speed, not wanting to fight. At this moment, his speed was almost comparable to that of the fighter jets. In just 2 minutes, he had crossed most of Xingqing District and reached the edge of Xingqing District, opposite the command point, and landed on the roof of a frozen high-rise. Soon, from the sky and on the ground, a siege formed around the high-rise building. Teams of soldiers rushed into the building and headed for the roof. The doctor leaned against the cloaked figure, supporting himself. He paid no heed to the impending attack. He simply watched the troops below, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. A lot of players, and good quality too. Did they deprive the official players of their panels? I met a fellow player. Then we see who's superior. You ruined my plan, killed my players, so compensate me with your own players. He roared, and a massive dark red shadow emerged from above him, forming a massive, translucent form that nearly obscured the sky. An old, sinister face gazed down upon the earth. Below, people watched in horror. What is this? Is this still human? In a distant shelter, citizens leaning against windows, watching this scene, murmured to themselves, is this the legendary Dharma realm? Oh my god, what's going on in this world? Is it the end of the world? Zhang Jingtian stared at the massive dark red figure and ordered, attack. But whether it was artillery shells, missiles, or anything else, hitting the red figure, it was like hitting a giant cotton ball, causing absolutely no damage. The people felt a wave of despair. Is this the power of a trainee train conductor? The next moment, the dark red figure waved his hand, and the fighter planes in the sky were tossed away like a hurricane, flying away. Several crashed directly into buildings, and the frozen river, exploding instantly. The dark red figure laughed heartily, raised his hands, and the players present were uncontrollably lifted off the ground. Simultaneously, the player panels in their minds were ripped out and hung above everyone's heads. Lang Sai, watching from afar, cried out in surprise, and quickly retreated further away. Only then did he realize that the force that had been pulling him up was no longer as strong as it once was. His fur exploded all over his body. Damn, damn, damn! Is this even human? There's no way to resist. The worst is yet to come. With the dark red figure at its center, a dark red glow rose from the ground within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers. This red light then solidified into a chain, effectively locking the entire area in place. The doctor observed this coldly. He had originally intended to take away the entire Xingqing district. After all, the more people sacrificed for the first train, the better. But now that his plan had been shattered, he had no choice but to change his plan and take only this small area. While this would only allow him to take away a few tens of thousands of people, it was enough. Lang Sai realized he was also within the chain. Panic ensued. He immediately transformed into a shadow wolf and ran away, only to crash into an invisible barrier in the air. He howled and clawed, then realized he couldn't escape no matter what. He completely collapsed. He just wanted to watch the fun. Suddenly, the chains beside him began to rattle, and a massive, translucent red pillar with intricate patterns slowly emerged from the ground. It emanated an eerie black aura, and a prominent hollow slot on top perfectly matched the size and shape of the player panel. What was this? At the same moment, pillars like these emerged from the circle of ground blocked by the chains. Hundreds of them filled the entire circle. In front of the dark red figure, hundreds of players were also lifted into the air. The vast majority of them were indigenous players, with only a handful who had been drawn in unintentionally or were simply there to watch the fun. At this moment, they completely lost control of their bodies, their player panels being ripped from their consciousness bit by bit. Before the train conductor, players were like meat on the chopping block. And the indigenous NPCs, like Zhang Zhengtian, could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. An indigenous player hovered in midair, the player panel above him more than a meter away. The intense pain threatened to make his head explode. He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and spoke into the walkie-talkie on his chest. Captain, Captain, kill us! He wants the panel, we can't give it to him, kill us! If they died before him, the panel would disappear, and that guy would get nothing. They also had their own trainee conductors, and they had all interacted with them before. They didn't know what a full-time conductor was like, but they knew there were definitely limits to what a trainee conductor could do. Since this guy still holds the title of intern, he's no exception. I don't believe he has inexhaustible power to repeat such earth-shattering actions over and over again. So, kill him now. The cloaked figure stood atop a tall building, watching the player suspended in midair, his eyes a gleaming red, unfocused. Deep within his left pupil, a shimmer of purple light quietly blossomed, growing brighter and brighter, abruptly piercing a gap through the red light. The cloaked figure's pupils took in the scene before them, then, through this shimmer of purple light, transmitted it to a certain dimension. Jiang Qi stared at the horrific black and white scene before him, watching people she knew suspended in midair, stripped of their control panels, and on the verge of death. With a surge of anxiety, she tore even harder at the spiderweb-like, tenacious restraints surrounding her. She was now trapped in pitch darkness, surrounded by similar restraints on all sides, leaving her with nowhere to exert her strength or move, completely unaware of the escape route. She looked up and shouted, "Let me out. I'm stopping my second internship." A steady, cold voice echoed, "Once the second internship begins, it cannot be stopped until the end of the 10 days. Jiangqi, then it shouldn't have started now. Or you shouldn't have given me that day off, even if it was just half a day earlier. You know how important things I have to do. The procedure is like this. You just met the criteria to start the second internship, and you're injured. You must be in good condition to enter the second phase. Rest is essential. Considering the dungeon's end time, I didn't give you any more rest time." The voice replied calmly, "This is your luck. Did you want to enter the second phase of your internship on the train, right under the conductor's nose? Or sleep for 10 days in some other dangerous and unfamiliar dungeon? Jiangqi, but I'm needed outside. If I don't go out, the whole army will be wiped out. Even if all 1,000 players were killed, even if more than half of the Spring City natives were killed or injured, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. What matters is your future, and at most the future of your country, isn't it?" Jiangqi gritted his teeth. "Without everyone's help and support, how could I have achieved what I have today? I can't abandon them. You know, forcing. There's a price to pay for terminating the second internship." Jiangqi took a deep breath and said calmly, "You already told me, and I know full well. I can afford this price, and I can double it later. But if I don't leave now, the situation outside will be irreversible." The voice was silent for a moment, then continued, "If you leave now, you'll be facing the enemy head-on. Can you handle him? He's a near-trained conductor who can already unleash his source body. The source body, the external manifestation condensed from the original power, requires a very powerful realm to achieve. It has the power to lift the sky and split the earth, move mountains and seas, and also consumes a huge amount of energy. However, based on the cultural influence Jiangqi had been exposed to since childhood, she prefers to call it the Dharma realm. In the context of cultivation, this is a state of insight into the universe and the unity of heaven and man." Jiangqi looked at the black and white image before her. The Dharma realm on the doctor's body, so massive that it seemed to hold up the sky. Even without being there, she could feel its terrifying pressure. However, precisely because Jiangqi had the concept of the Dharmakaya heaven and earth, and understood the profound significance of the unity of heaven and man, a realm only imaginable, she now felt only crudeness and inferiority in the sight of this ferocious Dharmakaya. A strange sense of superiority seized her, and deep down, she felt no fear of the other party. She remained calm. "My body can't handle it, but my consciousness can. After these 9.5 days of training, my consciousness has grown tremendously. It's just a source body, so who can't release it? Besides, what's wrong with being a quasi-trained conductor? As long as he doesn't remove that quasi-character, he's my equal. Who's afraid of whom?" She looked up at the inky darkness above her, her voice resolute. "So let me out." The voice paused. "As long as you can break free on your own, I won't stop you." "You said it?" Jiangqi stared at the scene before him, his body transforming into a vast purple sword, slashing forward. "Command Center. I see you." Dong Shunfeng trembled as she stared at the EG. The waveform suddenly became too abstract to read. Jiangqi grew increasingly restless in the bed, nearly opening her eyes several times, but always seeming to fall just short. Dong Shunfeng didn't dare disturb her, and could only anxiously bite her fingers. Someone hurried in from outside. The sound didn't reach the ICU, but Dong Shunfeng was the first to notice. She immediately looked outside. Her team member at the door had heard something. Their expression paled slightly. She walked over and asked, "What's going on?" The team member whispered, "Xingqing District is about to collapse. Command Center has activated the special procedure. According to the order left by the commander, we must retreat with team leader Jiang." The command center was still too close to Xingqing District. Dong Shunfeng was shocked, but not surprised. "It's come to this. The helicopter is ready. Should we move immediately?" "Dong Shunfeng, team leader Jiang is unstable. We're not sure if he can be moved." She returned to the bedside and looked at Jiangqi. "You're suddenly so restless and want to wake up. Are you sensing danger? Will moving you now affect you?" Dong Shunfeng was torn. The people outside were already urging her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Come help. Get him and the bed out." The bed under Jiangqi was movable, and the equipment beside it could be moved with it. As they approached to move the bed, the EG monitor suddenly went off. Everyone was startled. Then, the other equipment connected to Jiangqi went black. Jiang Qi's body trembled in the bed, and his eyes suddenly opened. Dong Shumfeng was surprised and delighted. Jiang Qi. You're awake. How are you? Xingqing district now. Jiang Qi looked around, then grabbed her hand, his eyes sharp. I know. I want you to do one thing. Take my body and rush to Xingqing district immediately. What? Take my body? Why does that sound so strange? My consciousness will leave my body. I must return to my body within half an hour. Also, call all our players to gather in Xingqing district. I'm going to mark everyone as hidden. Do you understand? Dong Shumfeng, I understand. I do it. Jiang Qi, okay. Jiang Qi finished his words decisively, closed his eyes, and fainted again. The doctor rushed forward and exclaimed in shock. No breathing or pulse. The doctor was still trying to administer emergency treatment, but Dong Shumfeng ripped the wires from Jiang Qi's body, picked her up, and said to the team, Let's go. As she walked, she ordered someone, notify headquarters immediately. Have all our players head to Xingqing district, the sooner the better. Although, by this point, their own players should already be in or around Xingqing district. They rushed to the helipad at lightning speed. Without even explaining anything to anyone, they climbed aboard the helicopter and said, Go to Xingqing district. The pilot said, The commander's order is? This is the latest order. Team leader Zhang's order. Dong Shumfeng signaled, and one of her team members immediately pulled the pilot aside and took the cockpit. The spinning blades roared loudly, and the helicopter lifted off the air, tilting its fuselage toward Xingqing district. At the same moment, Xingqing district. Dark crimson chains and giant, dark crimson pillars encircled an area 4 or 5 kilometers in radius. A faint, dark crimson shroud could be seen in the sky, its strange, smoke-like patterns flickering and disappearing like serpents. From afar, the entire shroud was emitting a dark aura, appearing dangerous and terrifying. Those outside could not approach, and those inside could not escape. Inside the shroud, the ground trembled and shook, the ice crumbling inch by inch, as if the entire area were about to be dug up from the earth. In this area, those above and below the ground hunkered down indoors, in the safest corners possible, fearfully awaiting their impending fate. Some brave enough even crouched at the windows to gaze upon the crimson statue. It resembled a grotesque, hideous beast, its hands raised, each holding a handful of dark crimson threads, each wrapped around a person. Those people were forced to float in midair, their player panels practically materializing above them, as if a brain had been ripped out of their skulls. Everyone's expression was contorted with agony. They looked like they're dying. Have their brains been ripped out? This is horrible. Are we going to die? Everyone's heart was filled with panic and despair. Zhang Jingtian's eyes were tearful as he gazed at the people suspended in the air. Everyone there was an elite hand-picked from across the country. They were supposed to represent the country and fight in other worlds. Their lives weren't supposed to stop here. The surrounding red light reflected in his eyes, and in the eyes of every Chuncheng resident below, like flames of rage and hatred. Everyone gnashed their teeth, helpless. Veins bulged in Zhang Jingtian's neck. Fire! The next moment, artillery fire swung towards the people in the air. The doctor looked down and snorted coldly. You're overestimating yourself. If you didn't need someone alive, he would have killed them long ago. With a gentle flick of the Dharmadhata's right hand, the shells changed direction mid-flight, shattering several buildings. Some of the buildings still held people, and screams erupted. The doctor frowned. Bai Hong, go destroy those weapons. There were already too few survivors. He didn't want to lose any more. The cloaked figure moved immediately. But after just 2 steps, he abruptly stopped. A strange woman's voice suddenly rang out, as if whispering in his ear, Lend me your eye. The cloaked figure's expression was dazed for a moment, then he suddenly regained consciousness. He felt an indescribable sensation in his left eye, either icy or burning, which suddenly intensified into excruciating pain. A blazing purple light emanated from his left eye. He covered it, but soon, unable to withstand the immense and terrifying energy, his entire eyeball exploded. He suddenly raised his head and roared. A vast, brilliant purple light erupted from his left eye, soaring into the sky. It then violently reverberated across the heavens, shattering the clouds and transforming them into a dazzling icy mist. Then, a massive purple hand appeared out of nowhere, whizzing down like a mountain, instantly crushing the dark red shroud. At the same moment, chains and giant pillars all cracked and crumbled. The doctor's eyes widened in horror, and his Dharma image shared a similar expression. What was going on? The Dharma image hurriedly released the red threads it was holding and raised its hand to block the downward pressure. A purple hand crushed the two red arms, crushing them like rotten wood. Then, the hand landed on the Dharma image's head. A sinister, hoarse voice echoed in his ears. "Who are you, you rat? How dare you play tricks on this driver's territory?" This voice, the doctor's pupils trembled violently, a chill running through his feet. His face turned pale with fear, and he even forgot to resist. Seeking death? The purple hand completely crushed the Dharma image's head, then his body. The entire Dharma image shattered, like fragile red glass, like a tragic and mournful rain of flowers drifting through the air. The doctor screamed, and his body flew backwards, hitting the rooftop railing and falling back. Already unable to move from the neck down, he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. And with this fall, his disguise was completely ripped off, revealing his true form. An old, ugly man. A purple hand landed on the rooftop, but instead of destroying the entire building, it evenly distributed its purple light upon contact, forming a cushioning platform in the air that caught the players falling from the sky and brought them safely to the ground. Where the hand dissipated, a figure appeared. The doctor struggled to look, only to be met with a pair of eyes as terrifying as poison. He trembled all over. Sly, Master Sly's snake. How could the train conductor appear before the end of the dungeon? He was finished. All his actions were exposed to this man. A train conductor would show no mercy to someone who infiltrated his train and attempted to seize it. He screamed, telepathically transmitting to the cloaked figure, "Kill him!" Then, wiggling his neck, he leaped off the rooftop. Jiangqi, disguised as Sly Snake, reached out, and a smaller purple hand instantly arrived, engulfing him. Due to inertia, the doctor's head slammed against the edge of the rooftop, instantly knocking him unconscious. Jiangqi's eyes flashed as the cloaked figure approached. The hood of his cloak had fallen off, and his left eye was bloodied, staining half his pale face and body red. His right eye shone red. Like a senseless puppet, he attacked Jiangqi, intent on a shared destruction. Jiangqi's heart trembled. This was how he controlled people. He could actually make them lose their minds and risk their lives. She dodged twice, found an opening, and raised her hand to touch his forehead. A pale purple mist sank between his brows. The next moment, a twisted, dark red face emerged from the back of his head. It screamed shrilly and fled, seemingly seeking the next person to parasite. Jiangqi reached out and grabbed it, crushing it into a wisp of smoke that completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The cloaked figure fell violently to the ground, gasping for breath and trembling all over. Jiangqi approached him, thought for a moment, and waved his hand, transforming into the image of Lord Yi. The cloaked figure looked up at her, and Jiangqi looked down at him. One stood calmly, the other knelt at her feet in a panic. Jiangqi said calmly, "In the future, I will compensate you with an eye. I know you were stalling for time, but failed. As agreed between you and the NPC, I have helped you break the guy's control over you. Unfortunately, in the process, I inevitably left a small mark on you." The cloaked figure's intact right eye shrank. Jiangqi added, "I have no intention of controlling you. If you do me a favor tomorrow, I will immediately erase that mark. Now you can rest." She raised her hand, and he instantly collapsed. What happened next wasn't for him to know. And certainly not for the other players either. With a quick sense, she could sense the positions of all the players in the entire area. Most of them were her own, but a few others were nearly crippled. However, a large wolf was hiding in the distance. She looked in that direction. A shadow wolf, poking its head in, shuddered. Master E, he's spotted me. He's spotted me." He let out a howl, lost his balance, and fell from the height. He clawed at the ground, scrambling several times before finally getting up, tail between his legs, screaming as he scurried away. Jiangqi, Okay, that saved her from knocking anyone unconscious from so far away. She grabbed the cloaked figure, and the doctor in each hand, and reached the edge of the rooftop. Looking down at her own players, barely able to stand, and Zhang Jingtian and the others, who were looking up nervously with wide eyes, she jumped down. Chapter 26. The moment the hand appeared in the air, Zhang Jingtian and the others knew something was wrong. Combined with the color of the hand, they had an excited and surprising thought. Jiangqi had arrived. Then, the situation changed so quickly that they had no time to react. Mantis's blockade was easily shattered, Mantis's Dharma image was reduced to rubble, and the hundreds of captured players were successfully rescued. The enemy that had crushed them to the brink of death was thus defeated, and the situation was instantly reversed. Still, they dared not relax, their hearts still holding their breath. Until Jiangqi, carrying a person in each hand, leaped from the rooftop, landing gracefully and easily in front of them. Many people knew Jiang Qi's image as Master Yi. Seeing her at this moment, they knew that it was Jiang Qi who had come to save them. Their last bit of worry was completely dispelled, and they even felt the urge to cry with joy. Zhang Zhentian stepped forward quickly, looking at Jiang Qi excitedly. Great! 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 Then he thought, isn't it time yet? Jiang Qi said, I explain later. She placed the two people on the ground, tapped the doctor's head, and made a mark. Then she said, neither of them will wake up for now, so lock them up first. And as for the cloaked man, have someone treat his eye wound. Zhang Zhentian said, okay. Instantly, someone came and carried them away. Jiang Qi looked at the injured players again. Let's find a large space nearby that's shielded from prying eyes. I need to treat everyone, and there's no time to lose. Zhang Zhentian pointed to the building behind them, the one Jiang Qi had just jumped from. What's it like there? There are no residents there, but the lobby on the first floor is quite large. Jiang Qi nodded. Okay. She continued, call all our players over here. I'm going to mark everyone as hidden. Also, Dong Shifeng is coming with my body. Please send someone to help. Zhang Zhentian was startled, looking at Jiang Qi in horror. Her body was with Dong Shifeng, so where was she now? Jiang Qi, I'm in a state of mental distress. I can only hold out for another 20 minutes, so we need to act quickly. Zhang Zhentian, okay. Okay. He didn't know what else to say except okay. The injured players were moved into the building as quickly as possible. At the same time, the area around them was cleared, and a heavily armored force surrounded the building, ensuring no one could enter or disturb them. Jiang Qi looked at the players sitting or lying on the ground, his eyes slightly purple as he examined their control panels. Their control panels had returned to their brains, but they still emitted dark red and black smoke. The entire panel was extremely unstable. Everyone's face was still filled with hidden pain, and some in the most serious condition were bleeding from all 7 orifices. She also noticed that Cui He and the others were not only severely wounded, but even had noticeable cracks on their faceplates. Their condition looked dire. Yes, they had engaged in direct combat with the doctor and the cloaked figure. She walked over, extending her hand toward them. A purple mist emanated from her palm, enveloping the most seriously injured. At the same time, she raised her other hand and released a similar purple mist toward the players in the lobby. This purple mist was her source energy as the train conductor. During the 9.5 days of her second internship, her consciousness had experienced a full 11 projects in the simulated environment, overcoming one extremely difficult and challenging situation after another. Because she was pure consciousness, she wasn't constrained by her body, nor did injuries slow her progress. All her reactions and movements were incredibly agile, almost spontaneous, allowing her to advance through the levels at a remarkable speed, her consciousness undergoing an intense tempering. Not only that, the bonuses and skills gained from the previous 40 internship projects had been integrated into her, becoming instincts she could use with ease. That's why she felt confident enough to confront the doctor head-on. But after actually engaging in combat, she discovered she was even stronger than she imagined. Just as a single slap had defeated the doctor, a single finger had broken his control over the cloaked figure. Now, she could heal these people as well. Her power evenly spread, enveloping each player's faceplate, forcibly washing away the marks left by the doctor and repairing the cracks. As time passed, everyone's faceplate gradually returned to its original pristine, intact state, and their expressions gradually regained their composure. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Qi withdrew his hand and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if his body had been drained. Zhang Zhentian, who had been guarding the door, finally entered. Is it all right? Jiang Qi nodded. Their panels are fine, but they'd definitely be weak for a while. Has Dong Shifeng arrived? He'd be there soon. As he spoke, the sound of a helicopter could be heard from outside. Jiang Qi immediately went outside and looked up at the helicopter. Her body was approaching. In a flash, she appeared inside the helicopter, still high in the air. The people inside were startled, and Dong Shifeng was about to retaliate. Jiang Qi spoke in his own voice, "It's me." Dong Shifeng felt a sense of wonder as she gazed at the face of Master Yi and heard it utter Jiang Qi's voice. She held a Jiang Qi in her arms, and another Jiang Qi appeared before her. And the one before her looked like a real, physical entity, not the translucent, airy form of a spirit leaving its body. How did she do that? Jiang Qi ignored her startled thoughts and looked at her own body, held in Dong Shifeng's arms. Pale face, eyes closed, motionless, she truly looked like a corpse. Looking at herself from this angle, she felt so strange. She lifted her hand, It was icy cold, her body chilled from having been out of her consciousness for so long. She slit her wrist and drew blood. Dong Shumfeng exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Jiang Qi replied calmly, "It's necessary for marking." Although she could mark directly with her consciousness, that wouldn't last long enough. Using the tangible qi substance, the source marrow would be more permanent and stable. Therefore, she needed the blood from her own body. Blood was drawn from the wound on her wrist and enveloped by Jiang Qi's invisible force. The resulting image was a blood ball growing larger and larger in her palm, a rather frightening sight. Dong Xingfeng's eyes twitched. "It's too much. Can your body handle it? Also, you said you had to be back in half an hour, and it's already been 22 minutes. Why don't you come back first?" Jiang Qi said, "Once I'm back in my body, I won't have that much strength." Finally, the helicopter landed smoothly, and Jiang Qi stopped drawing blood. Holding a large ball of blood in his hand, he said to Dong Shumfeng, "Put my body down. All of you, follow me and mark it." She turned, jumped from the helicopter, and rushed back to the lobby. Dong Xingfeng's team followed. Dong Shumfeng was about to say something to Zhang Zhentian, but Zhang Zhentian quickly said, "Go quickly. I guard this place." Dong Shumfeng didn't bother to say anything else and rushed into the lobby with his team. It was a dark mess inside. Hundreds of players were crammed into the several hundred square meters, practically shoulder to shoulder, and people were constantly entering through other entrances. Jiang Qi stood at the front, the blood pool suspended in front of her. With a wave of her hands, she extracted the qi substance from it. She clearly wasn't supposed to know how to extract it, but perhaps it was her state of consciousness that made her mind particularly agile, her comprehension exceptional, or perhaps some key insight clicked in the nick of time. Even so, she extracted the fluorescent purple substance from the blood drop by drop. Like fireflies, strands of qi substance danced around the blood pool and between her hands. She reached a higher point, looked out at the dense crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Those outside who haven't entered yet, please wait. Come in groups. Now, everyone inside, sit down in the front rows, stand in the back rows, and everyone summon your player panels and face me." No one in the hall made a sound, so Jiang Qi's words were clearly heard. Then, the people in the front rows sat down in unison, while those in the back, without being told, squatted, half knelt, and bent over. Like waves, rows of heads lowered, forming a perfectly aligned slope. Then, everyone summoned their player panels. With the same tacit and efficient coordination, the front rows lowered their panels, while the back rows raised them higher, ensuring that all panels were within Jiang Qi's field of vision, facing him directly. So, in Jiang Qi's eyes, it was a whole player panel, even neatly arranged, the pale blue light dazzling but not chaotic. Jiang Qi, This feeling of strict discipline, of all commands being executed efficiently and accurately, was truly strange and refreshing. With a wave of her hand, purple fireflies flew towards the panel, like ethereal moths. Upon contact, they merged with the human portrait in the upper left corner, quietly inscribing a strange rune before disappearing. This mark wasn't so much a concealment of identity as a correction of it. With this mark, they became real passengers in the eyes of the conductor. Beep! You marked a passenger with an identity correction. 0.001 internship experience. Beep! You marked a passenger with an identity correction. Beep! Hearing this familiar, rigid voice from the panel, Jiang Qi frowned slightly. Not wanting to be distracted, he continued to concentrate on manipulating each firefly to form the mark. 1, 2, 10, 20. The marked players also sensed something and immediately ducked, backing out of the doorway to make room for the outsiders. People left and entered simultaneously, the entire process coordinated and silent. Jiang Qi felt the strength in her body begin to rapidly drain like a deflated ball. Partly because of the immense consumption, and partly because she had been out of her body for so long time was running out. She gritted her teeth and persevered. Almost there, a few minutes later. Beep! You marked 1,000 passengers. You become a master at marking passengers, whether directly on the body or on the dashboard, tracking or correcting their identities, all at your fingertips. You can continue exploring more types and uses of markers. Jiang Qi withdrew his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was done. From then on, he had basically accomplished everything he needed to do before the dungeon ended. She relaxed, her body swaying slightly, her gaze wandering, her form less solid, finally revealing a hint of her inauthentic form. Dong Shumfeng immediately rushed over and supported her. "Let's go, get back." He lifted her up and rushed out like the wind. Zhang Jingtian personally led his men to guard the helicopter, looking at his stopwatch, anxiously glancing into the lobby. Seeing Dong Shenfeng carrying Jiang Qi out, he shouted, "Hurry! Hurry! 1 minute left." Dong Shenfeng rushed into the cabin. "How do we get back? How do we get back?" Jiang Qi looked at her increasingly gray complexion, reached out a trembling hand, and tapped her forehead. Then, from her fingertips, her entire body dispersed like a wisp of quicksand, disappearing into her brow. Dong Shenfeng looked at his empty hands, then at the reclining Jiang Qi, his eyes filled with anticipation and eagerness. "Jiang Qi, are you okay? Open your eyes." Zhang Jingtian squeezed in from behind. "What's going on? Why aren't you waking up? Shouldn't you wake up soon?" For the first time, Dong Shenfeng felt her leader's noise, which only made her even more anxious. Thankfully, the unconscious man finally moved. Jiang Qi shuddered, took a long breath, and opened his eyes. Dong Shenfeng and Zhang Jingtian were overjoyed. "Awake! Awake!" Jiang Qi glanced at them, twitched his lips, and then, with a wow, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The two men screamed in fear again. Jiang Qi found it a bit amusing, yet he couldn't quite hear what was going on. More people seemed to be around her, more voices echoing, trying to save her. A needle pierced her veins, pumping some unknown medicine into her. Someone wrapped her in a warm blanket to raise her body temperature. The helicopter took off again, bound for an unknown destination. Jiang Qi ignored her, didn't ask. All her strength had been drained from her. Her body seemed completely stiff, and endless exhaustion and weakness engulfed her. A voice suddenly rang out in her mind. "Do you regret this?" Jiang Qi knew what he meant. If the second internship ended as planned, her consciousness would return smoothly to her body. Over time, her body would be strengthened by her consciousness, until their strength matched. This meant that she would first take advantage of her consciousness's unfettered control, challenge more projects during the internship, and gain greater rewards. After the internship, she would also be able to strengthen her body along with it. This wasn't just 1 + 1 = 2, but greater than 3, greater than 4. This was a blatant opportunity to take advantage. So, the second internship was half reward, half welfare. The benefits it could bring to interns were truly enormous, practically a standard free bonus. But Jiang Qi ended her internship early. Not reaching the end of the program meant she didn't reap the biggest and most fruitful rewards at the end. So, it was impossible for her body to grow stronger along with her consciousness. The voice in her head continued, ending the internship early, without receiving most of the internship rewards, will lead to a subsequent mismatch between consciousness and body. This is one of the reasons. After completing my internship, I didn't return to my body immediately, but instead left it. This consumed a great deal of energy, almost completely depleting it. This is the second reason. My consciousness was away from my body for too long, causing my body functions to cease for half an hour. This is the third reason. The voice spoke almost coldly. Your current condition is very serious. You may even have damaged your foundation. Self-destruction, that's all. Jiang Qi closed his eyes and muttered in his mind, I know everything, but at least my consciousness has truly become much stronger. I'll be fine once I recover. And my body can be restored with various tonics, metals, and the like. What about Spring City's greatest threat? Don't forget the cunning snake. In your current state, if the cunning snake wants to attack Spring City, you'd be powerless. So what's the point of saving so many people? Jiang Qixin thought. Even if she hadn't been injured, she couldn't have fought against cunning snake, right? She was well aware of the gap between trainee conductor and official conductor, and she wasn't confident enough. Considering the dire consequences of her being exposed, she couldn't possibly have fought cunning snake head-on. That's why I spared the doctor and the cloaked man. I was confident cunning snake wouldn't attack Spring City. She grew increasingly exhausted as she spoke, slowly falling into a deep sleep. Okay, panel, stop nagging me. Remember to wake me up 3 hours before the end of the dungeon at the latest. As she fell asleep, the conductor panel in her mind flickered a few times, and after a moment, a faint sigh rang out. If I'd known those people were so important to you, if I'd known you make this choice, I wouldn't have given you a single day off. Entering the second internship blind, even if I only managed 1 or 2 projects, would have been better than this. Immediately, the conductor's panel also went dark, lurking quietly within Jiang Qi's consciousness. The green intern badge on Jiang Qi's chest dimly lit up, emitting a continuous healing energy that enveloped her. Jiang Qi was sent back to the headquarters for treatment. Also sent in were the unconscious doctor and the cloaked figure. Because Jiang Qi had said they wouldn't wake up for a while, everyone was very bold. The leaders of the laboratory department even rushed out and took the people away, conducting various studies while they were unconscious. The doctor, in particular, had a significant amount of blood drawn for research. These three, arguably the strongest in the Spring City dungeon, now lay in the headquarters. As for Wolf Race, who was supposedly the fourth strongest player, his panel had cracked, and he was frightened by Master E. He was now hiding like a frightened bird. The remaining players were basically just weaklings fighting each other. Although the doctor's commotion spread throughout the player community, frightening everyone, no one paid much attention to the Easter egg after it dropped. Everyone joined the Easter egg hunt. The so-called Easter egg means that from this moment on, anything a player obtains in a dungeon has the potential to reveal an Easter egg. The best Easter eggs might reveal rare talents, life-saving elixirs, or powerful weapons. The worst ones might reveal train coins, survival supplies, or even garbage. The number of Easter eggs is small, and they are hidden in a variety of ways. You might find an Easter egg by rummaging through trash cans. You might even find an Easter egg by opening a piece of bread in a corner of a store. Opening an abandoned car might reveal a glittering Easter egg under the back seat. Chiseling through thick ice might also yield an Easter egg. Finding an Easter egg is entirely a matter of luck. But once a player grabs the Easter egg, a small firework explodes into the sky, alerting all nearby players to the game and rushing to grab it. A fierce battle ensues between players. Jiangqi naturally alerted the command center, so when the first firework went off, the Spring City players also joined the fray. Of the 1,000 players, over 500 were nearly deprived of their power due to the game's control panel and are currently weakened, but the rest are still doing well. With the command center's overall leadership and the support of a vast human resource base, these 400 or so people are swift, efficient, and reap a bountiful harvest as they scramble for the Easter egg. Jiangqi's sleep was restless, as he kept dreaming of the second phase of the internship project. Over 100 degrees below zero, the extreme cold that could instantly freeze a person into an ice sculpture, whole fields of hellfire erupting from the ground, a completely oxygen-deprived enclosed environment, a miasma brimming with poisonous gases, a constant stream of wild beasts, and even bloody, twisted, grotesque, and terrifying ghosts. Several times, she almost gave up. Jiangqi, keep going. Each additional project means more power, more support for the future. You can't stay here, you have to move forward. Who? Who's speaking? Yes, it was her conductor panel. Only after entering her second internship did she discover that, hidden beneath the dry, rigid, mechanical procedures, her conductor panel actually had a faint sense of self-awareness. Though his consciousness was weak, his temper was fierce. He would coldly urge her forward, coldly warn her of the cost of terminating her internship, and coldly scold her for destroying her own strength. 3 hours until the dungeon ends. 3 hours until the dungeon ends. A dry, hard, and straightforward voice from the control panel suddenly emerged, echoing over and over in her mind, like a death warrant, waking Jiangqi abruptly. She opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed, when the person guarding her bed exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake. Let's get the commander right away." Jiangqi tried to sit up, but her whole body felt weak and her head was dizzy. However, compared to the feeling of near death before, she felt much better. She was a little surprised. This recovery was faster than she had expected. Sensing something, she pulled out the internship badge from her collar. Sure enough, it was emitting a faint glow. Has it sensed its owner's distress and activated its own power? She asked in her mind. Control panel? No response. Conductor's panel? Still no response. Why is he ignoring me again? She rubbed her forehead. Footsteps sounded outside, and then Zhang Jingtian strode in, with a look of joy on his face. Jiangqi, you're awake. How are you feeling? Tell me if you need anything. Would you like to eat something first? Jiangqi was helped to sit up, his voice a little weak. I feel fine, and I'm not hungry. Commander Zhang, what time is it now? Zhang Jingtian said, it's 5 a.m. on June 9th. If nothing unexpected happens, the dungeon will end in 3 hours. If you don't wake up soon, we have to find a way to wake you up. As expected, only 3 hours remained. Jiangqi asked, so is everyone ready? Yes, we've been scrambling for Easter eggs for the past day, and now we all return to our assigned positions, doing the final work before departure. Xiao Dong and the others are on their way back. They take you to the prepared base outside, and we be ready to leave when the time comes. Zhang Zhentian continued, explaining the information one by one. The Easter eggs we grabbed contain some valuable talents, items, and medicine. Take a look and see which ones you might find useful. The supplies for your 2 backpacks have also been packed. Take whatever you need. You've been unconscious the whole time. To make your identity as Sando more familiar, I had someone impersonate Sando and show up outside. We also faked being injured while scrambling for Easter eggs. This way, even if you're still weak, it'd be appropriate. We've done the same with most of the other injured people who haven't recovered yet. Jiang Qi laughed. Then most of our group is wounded. Zhang Jingtian sighed. Though still a hint of worry remained, his eyes and expression were relaxed. He looked at Jiang Qi sincerely. It's great, it's great. If you hadn't appeared in time to save the situation, it wouldn't have been just a matter of injured soldiers. Especially after the doctor's success. Who knows if he would have gone mad and wreaked havoc on all of Chuncheng. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and saluted solemnly. Jiang Qi, you saved hundreds of us, tens of thousands of people in Xingqing district, and even the entire Chuncheng. I, Chuncheng's chief commander, Zhang Jingtian, on behalf of all those you saved, the people of Chuncheng, and the entire country, express my sincere gratitude to you. Jiang Qi was stunned by him, and was about to stand. Zhang Jingtian lowered his hand, and pressed her shoulder, urging her to stay still. I know you paid a huge price to be in Xingqing district. Thank you is an understatement. If conditions permit, we should hold a grand celebration for you, award you medals and titles, and solemnly send you off to war. Unfortunately, conditions don't allow it now. We make it up to you when you return. Jiang Qi was somewhat moved, but she was weak and in a state of energy conservation, unable to express much emotion. She simply said, Captain Zhang, you're too kind. However, before we set off, there's one thing we need to do. Are the doctor and the cloaked figure still here? Yes, they haven't woken up yet. They should be awake by then. Captain Zhang, I can't appear before the cloaked figure in my current state. He sees through my weakness. I wake him up, and then you can talk to him. Whether we can successfully trick the cunning snake back onto the train depends on him. Zhang Jitian said sternly, okay. Jiang Qi thought of something. By the way, did you see that Lansai today? Yes, he was looking for you everywhere, and even sent a message from our people saying he wanted to pledge his loyalty to you. We already secured him. But I guess he wants you to help him repair the cracks on his faceplate. I don't have the ability to repair the faceplate right now, but I still need to meet him. I need to let him know what he can and can't say. The doctor's actions were probably witnessed by many players, but her hand appeared and disappeared in a matter of moments. Even players watching from afar probably couldn't see clearly and understand what happened. Only Lansai saw the whole thing clearly. Zhang Jingtian, should we silence him? We might not be able to defeat him, but we can use poison. We prepared it, and it's stealthy. If the doctor could be smitten, then Lansai should be. Jiang Qi shook his head. It's not that simple. He has the blood of the Shadow Wolf, so poisoning him is actually more difficult than the doctor. I'm powerless to subdue him now, and most of our men are already injured. We can't afford to waste our energy on him. Besides, he's already been stunned by me. He's more useful alive. Chapter 27. Over the past day, the Spring City team had snatched some healing items and medicines from the Easter egg hunt, and they were all brought to Jiang Qi for selection. Jiang Qi used some, primarily the body repair potion. After drinking a tube, he felt much more relaxed. Seeing they were useful to her, Zhang Jingtian smiled and said, we saved as many samples as we can of these things. We plan to slowly study them later, and perhaps even try to produce them. Is that okay with you? Jiang Qi said, of course. With so many players here, it's normal for them to leave behind some game items. As long as Cunning Snake can't tell we left them there intentionally, it'd be fine. And if Cunning Snake doesn't investigate carefully, I don't think he'd find them, let alone reclaim such a small, marginal item to him. Zhang Jingtian nodded. Then I have them dispersed throughout Spring City, making it look like they were accidentally lost here. Seeing that Jiang Qi had regained some strength, he took out another sheet of information and 4 small trade boxes. Look! These are the 4 existing talents. Do you want to choose a few? When they were grabbing the Easter egg, a total of 7 talents were unlocked. The other 3 had already been matched to 3 colleagues. These 4, after research, were found to be suitable for Jiang Qi, so they were kept for now. It's a pity that none of these 7 abilities were related to healing. Jiang Qi picked it up and took a look. Innate Ability 1, Scattering Flowers. After merging these abilities, the player's body can transform into petals. One moment a cluster of petals, the next into a human form. They move with the wind, appearing and disappearing like a shadow. Furthermore, when attacked, their body can scatter like petals, directly dissipating the force. The experts also speculated that it would be possible to place one's true form on one of the petals, making it extremely useful for sneak attacks, spying, obfuscating vision, and even escaping. Innate ability 2, Diamond Body. Primarily defensive, it can instantly transform the body into an impenetrable barrier, resisting damage and even allowing a certain degree of invincibility for a period of time. Of course, this invincibility is conditional. If the opponent is significantly stronger, then invincibility will be unavailable. For Jiangqi, this might save her life in a crucial moment, as she will likely face off against the train conductor in the future. The more skilled the opponent, the more likely that a moment of invincibility could turn the tide. Innate ability 3, Firefly Light. A light source constantly radiates light. If a small portion of this insignificant light can be collected and stored, it will, over time, become a new source of light. The same is true for the human body. If a portion of energy not normally used can be stored, it can provide an additional backup force in critical moments. The light of a firefly, accumulated enough, can illuminate the world. Expert panel note: as a trainee train conductor, Jiangqi is better than the average, but not as good as the best. Ultimately, this stems from her shallow foundation and weak power. If she intentionally conserves energy during peacetime, she can both surprise the enemy and prolong her combat effectiveness in critical moments, greatly compensating for her shortcomings. Innate ability 4, Post-God Bloodline. No description, and its effects are unknown. Expert panel note: it's unclear whether the term post-god is a type of god or a post-era term for a deity. If it is a deity, it's unclear what kind of deity it is. It seemed alluring, with unknown risks, but it was indeed the most mysterious of the 4 abilities, perhaps possessing a depth and sustainability unmatched by the first 3. Jiangqi couldn't help but be touched after reading the information. Captain Zhang, you're so thoughtful. She was quite moved by these 4 innate abilities. Zhang Jingtian said, without you, how could we have obtained these? You can keep all 4 abilities. There's no rush to integrate them right away. You can integrate them slowly over time. Jiangqi shook her head, pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked in her mind, panel, are you there? No response. She asked herself, which ability do you think I should choose? After a while, the panel finally spoke, you choose. Jiangqi smiled. You finally paid attention to me. I thought you were angry and refused to talk to me anymore. The panel fell silent again. Jiangqi looked at the information in his hand. Do you know what the post-god bloodline is? The panel said coldly, you shouldn't know things at this stage unless you have a chance to learn them. Otherwise, you shouldn't just rely on others to tell you for free. So strict? Does that mean I have to follow every path step by step, even if I take the wrong one? The panel didn't answer. Then you know the right path, but you can only hold it in. Isn't that suffocating? The panel ruthlessly exposed, it's right to continue your internship. Do you understand? Jiangqi sighed. All right, then I make my own choice. She wasn't disappointed. In fact, she was just using this as a way to test the conductor's panel. She felt like she had found something, but it also seemed like she hadn't. She took a pen, thought again, and decisively crossed out the draw body. While a moment of invincibility was appealing, it wasn't what she needed most right now. Besides, this ability could be achieved through the use of relevant items. Next, she crossed out Heavenly Flower Scattering. This was certainly a valuable ability, but once she recovered, with her current level of consciousness, it would be merely the icing on the cake. She was a bit hesitant about the remaining 2 abilities. Post-God Bloodline was incredibly alluring from the very word itself. The mere mention of God made it practically the most impressive talent drop in a newbie dungeon. But the more alluring something was, the more dangerous it might be. She had to leave for the train in just over 2 hours, so she couldn't risk using this ability now. Firefly Light was indeed very practical for her. She could store unused energy during normal times. It wouldn't affect anything, but that accumulated energy could be life-saving in a crucial moment. There's no more economical and environmentally friendly ability than this. She paused. I keep these remaining 2 for myself. Give the first 2 to the right people. They should be able to fuse before the dungeon ends. Zhang Zhengtian, seeing she thought it through, stopped trying to persuade her. He handed the 2 boxes containing the innate abilities to his assistant, asking him to inform headquarters of the arrangements. Jiangqi only had 2 boxes left. She opened them. Inside lay a colorful goose egg-sized egg. Gently twisting it open, a ball of light floated out. It was a brilliant yellow, a bit like the glow of a firefly. This was the Firefly Light. The ball of light in the other Easter egg was even more mysterious and dangerous, its gray glow swirling with wisps of red. This was the post-god bloodline. Zhang Jingtian asked, Shall we fuse now? Jiangqi looked and saw 2 hours and 45 minutes remaining. Generally speaking, fusing innate abilities takes anywhere from 10 minutes to 1 or 2 hours, barring any unexpected events. Jiangqi pondered for a moment. Let's fuse Firefly Light first. We need to find a more suitable time for the other one. Zhang Jingtian then stood up and left, leaving Jiangqi alone in the room. After preparing herself mentally, she reached out to the suspended ball of light. The light flowed into her fingertips, flowing through her body along certain meridians. The sensation was strange, but not unpleasant. She had heard that some innate abilities can be painful when fusing, like Cui He and the others who had already experienced such an agonizing process, but she hadn't. All she could say was that this innate ability was quite benign and harmless. As this energy flowed, her body became increasingly relaxed and comfortable, and the feeling of chi deficiency and weakness gradually lessened. Her brows twitched slightly. Could it be that her innate ability itself was a potent remedy for strengthening the body? Yes, her innate ability itself was a highly advanced and special energy. She almost regretted giving up her other 2 abilities. But then she thought, bite off more than you can chew. If one person combined so many abilities, there was always the possibility of a conflict. So she let it go. After an unknown amount of time, this energy finally reached the midline of her lower back, opposite her navel, the so-called life gate, and settled there. She closed her eyes, lowered her consciousness, and looked inward, seeing a tiny glow appear at her vital point. She inexplicably understood what it was, and how to use it. Fluorescent pool, a place where energy is stored. She tried to set it up so that it could collect 1/10,000th of the energy in her body at any given moment. Then, she saw several threads, thinner than spider silk, flowing into the fluorescent pool. That was energy. Zhang Jingtian waited outside for half an hour before the door finally opened and Jiangqi emerged. Zhang Jingtian was a little surprised. Jiangqi, you look much better. Did the fusion succeed? Jiangqi smiled, his eyes bright, his complexion indeed brighter. Yes, let's go to the cloaked man. The cloaked man kept calling out, but she didn't know his name. The doctor called him by Hong, but she didn't know if that was his real name. The cloaked man was now cleaned up and lying on the bed, his left eye bandaged. He looked much docile. With silver-gray hair, sculpted features, and fair skin, he was quite handsome, completely different from the flamboyant style of the wolf race players. Perhaps this was because he wasn't originally a player on the cunning snake train, and wasn't from the same planet as them. Jiangqi immediately left after waking him, leaving the place to Zhang Jingtian. The cloaked figure slowly awoke, his only remaining eye piercing like a sword unsheathed, and he sat up abruptly. Zhang Jingtian smiled and said, Master Yi, the one who freed you from control, left for something. He has given me full authority to speak with you. You should remember that he needs you to do something. The cloaked figure looked at the NPC leader, and paused for a moment. Go ahead. Jiangqi, who had listened to a few words from the next room, left relieved. When it came to negotiation and the art of speaking, Zhang Jingtian was far superior to her. As for whether the cloaked figure would obey, she wasn't worried. He still had the mark she had instilled within him. He had been controlled by the doctor, forced to work for him, and he had endured it all. Now, someone more powerful than the doctor offered him freedom for a simple task. Why would he refuse? Besides, didn't he hate the doctor? Didn't he want to eliminate this scourge once and for all? She then went to where the doctor was being held. An old, ugly man lay there, like a pool of rotting flesh. She pulled out a sealed box containing the essence marrow. Dr. Shui and his team had taken advantage of the doctor's unconsciousness to draw a large amount of his blood, following the same method to extract the essence marrow, and they actually managed to extract several drops. The substance had been extracted, but Command was hesitant to leave the train conductor's essence power on Blue Star, so they asked Jiangqi if he could use it. Jiangqi looked at the essence marrow in the box, pursed his lips, and opened it. The doctor's essence marrow, like his Dharmakaya, was also dark red. Dr. Shui speculated, the essence power of different train conductors should have different colors, related to the wavelength of certain light. However, it's not clear whether the different colors have different strengths or are simply individual characteristics. Jiangqi wasn't entirely sure, but she vaguely knew she could control the dark red essence marrow. The panel suddenly spoke. What are you trying to do now? Jiangqi, mark him for death. Panel, You're crazy. Do you know you're in a bad state right now? Jiangqi sighed. Actually, I'm confident this guy will return to drive the train, and I'm confident Sly Snake will return immediately. But I'm not sure Sly Snake will kill him. What if he keeps him alive for interrogation? That would be the end of him. Yesterday morning, I already placed a mark in this guy's mind, but I'm worried I can't kill him, so I'm strengthening it now. Use his essence marrow to kill him. Leave no trace, and Sly Snake won't even notice. Panel, Jiangqi, as a trainee conductor, are there any rewards for killing another trainee conductor? Like transferring his experience and abilities to me? Panel, After a while, he gritted his teeth and said you whatever. Then he really ignored Jiangqi, seemingly driven to isolation by her. Jiangqi scratched his face. So angry, but the target was right here, unconscious, and the weapon was right here, within easy reach. And there was a high probability that he'd be killed without leaving any trace, a perfect execution. It was hard not to be tempted. When tempted, it was hard not to act. Jiangqi was about to act when, looking at the old man on the bed, another sinister thought occurred to him. She could see the player's dashboard. So could she see her fellow players' dashboards, and potentially gain some benefits from them. She put down her source marrow and peered at the old man's head, studying it. A moment later. Ah! A shrill scream erupted from somewhere in the command center, so heartbreaking and horrific that everyone who heard it shuddered, goosebumps covering their skin. In a meeting room, the cloaked figure, Bai Hong, suddenly looked up. Was that the doctor's cry? He quietly followed the direction of the scream, trying to hear more. But after the scream, only whimpering sounds remained, as if someone's mouth was gagged. Is it so brutal? He looked at Zhang Jingtian in front of him. That. Lordy, he's actually not far away, right? Like, perhaps torturing the doctor or something. Zhang Jingtian's mouth stiffened slightly, but he quickly regained a shrewd, polite smile. Lordy said he's out. Whatever Lordy says is true. As for the rest, I know nothing. He felt a little uneasy. What was Jiangqi doing? Could he really be torturing the doctor? That wasn't part of the plan? Bai Hong was silent for a moment. I promise you, I hope that Master Yi will keep his promise and remove the mark when the time comes. Jiangqi walked out of Dr. Guan's room, his eyes wide open, and he rubbed his head with a blank expression. Dong Shengfeng and her team had already arrived and immediately stood up when she saw her. Dong Shengfeng hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" "We heard the pig slaughtering screams as soon as we got back. They said you were torturing someone in there?" She looked Jiangqi up and down. There was indeed a little blood on her clothes, but she had no wounds and didn't look like she suffered any harm. Just her face was strangely pale. She waved her hand in front of Jiangqi's eyes. "What's wrong? Are you distracted? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiangqi looked at her, then suddenly bent over and vomited with a wow sound. Dong Shengfeng was startled, then realized she wasn't vomiting blood, but pure stomach contents. He breathed a sigh of relief and patted her back to soothe her. What happened? She killed so many people without vomiting, and her mental fortitude was incredibly strong, yet now she was vomiting like this. Could it be a stomach upset? As she was vomiting, the doctors in the room came out, their eyes wide open, their gloves stained with blood, and then each went to vomit somewhere else. Dong Shengfeng? ? Incredibly curious, she peeked inside, and saw the old man lying on the bed, his head covered in blood. The sutures were extremely obvious, as if someone had recently smashed his skull to pieces. She exclaimed, "Holy crap! You smashed his head." Jiangqi, She felt so wronged. Unable to see the other person's player panel, she just casually patted his head like a watermelon. She hadn't used much strength, but the old man's skull was so fragile it shattered with a crash. Then a swarm of white bugs swarmed out. God knows she was screaming as the old man screamed. It was so frightening her that her scalp almost exploded. The most terrifying thing was that after the bugs swarmed out, they transformed into tiny specks of white light that pounced on her. The scene was simply unbelievable. She had never had such a terrifying nightmare. The most terrifying thing was that after she came into contact with the white light, she realized that all that was experience. Yes, you heard right, that was internship experience. 0.001 internship experience is just a tiny bug. The doctor had already completed 99 internship projects, so just count how many tiny bugs there were. Jiangqi clutched her head, thinking it might be a mass of white bugs inside, and felt like she was going crazy. She clutched Dong Shengfeng's arm and collapsed. Why did I want to do this? Why did I need to know this truth? Ah, my head hurts. Dong Shengfeng, The train conductor, also suffering from the noise, replied, Jiangqi was eventually taken for an MRI. The results showed no trace of bugs in Jiangqi's head, not even a single egg. But that didn't reassure Jiangqi. Maybe there won't be any? How about opening my head and taking a look? Of course, That was impossible. After all this trouble, there was only an hour left until the end of the dungeon, leaving her no time for further trouble. Seeing her despair, the conductor panel finally spoke kindly. Different conductor panels have different mechanics. The individual's race, combined with the panel's unique characteristics, caused the internship experience to exist in the form of insects. They weren't actually insects, just an appearance. Didn't they transform into energy and be absorbed by you? Jiangqi was dejected. So I'm dirty. I ate a lot of insects. The panel, aren't you just trying to take advantage? Haven't you already taken advantage? You could even say it was a blessing in disguise, a stroke of luck. Jiangqi sighed. Yes, from that perspective, she succeeded, a great success. Of all the insects that swarmed, at least a third spontaneously rushed towards her and were absorbed. They didn't become her experience points, but energy, filling her body and even causing her to experience a bit of indigestion. She was completely bewildered at the time, and it took her a moment to come to her senses. Her mind was both swirling and calm, yet she simultaneously managed to contain the worms that hadn't yet emerged from the doctor's brain, and then allowed the doctors to sew him up. She was afraid that if all her experience points were lost, the doctor would become like everyone else, unsure of how to operate a train. In passing, she used the other person's essence marrow to instill several layers of markings into his gaping head. She felt a little heavy, but this heaviness wasn't weakness, it was a temporary congestion caused by excessive external energy. She knew that once the energy was properly channeled, her mental weakness and physical damage would quickly recover. All in all, she had gotten a great deal. But let's not be so melancholic. She wiped her face and stood up. Hurry up and pack the supplies first. Jiangqi had 2 backpacks, each with 16 slots. Player backpacks could be seen through by the cunning snake, and he could even confiscate any slot at random under the guise of collecting train fares. Therefore, player backpacks can only hold supplies within the reach of ordinary players. She quickly selected 8 categories of items. Ordinary, miscellaneous player items, and weapons seemingly scavenged from scrap. Guns, knives, medical equipment, and even some food and clothing. She quickly filled a backpack. As for the conductor's backpack, it was highly confidential, so naturally, it held the most important items. 1 slot held the post-god bloodline Easter egg. 1 slot held her vast number of semi-finished train coins. 2 slots held high-quality player weapons and items, some obtained through player donations, some from this Easter egg, and others collected by the command center through various channels. She could use them herself or distribute them to others. The remaining 4 slots were each filled with important items. 2 of them were filled with the various costumes she needed for her disguise. It was 7:10, and there were still 50 minutes until the end of the dungeon. Jiangqi said to Dong Shafeng and the others, "Let's go." The group hurried towards the parking lot. Walking in and out of the headquarters, where they had been several times over the past month, everyone felt a pang of sadness, wondering if they would ever return. The staff members they met along the way stood at attention, silently and solemnly watching them leave. Wang Mingxing, Dr. Shui, Instructor Wang. Some of them had worked with Jiangqi over the past month, some of whom Jiangqi had never spoken to, but they all came out to see him off. No one spoke, but the sorrow of seeing someone off, facing death and life 1,000 miles away, still permeated every corner. They might not all know that Jiangqi was the core of the team, but they all had the utmost respect for everyone who set out to fight for their country and humanity. Jiangqi and the others nodded, retracted their gaze, and strode forward. Zhang Zhentian and other leaders were waiting for them in the parking lot. Zhang Zhentian said, "Bai Hong, the cloaked figure, has already left with the doctor. I asked Chui He and the others to follow them." He handed a walkie-talkie to Jiangqi. "This will contact Chui He." Jiangqi took it and said, "I can sense Bai Hong's location, but Chui He? Is his injury healed yet?" "Almost. His bloodline has a strong recovery ability. Chui He's innate ability is the bloodline of some mutated giant lizard, seemingly mixed with gecko blood. It's a bit mixed, anyway. Considering the characteristics of geckos, it's not surprising that they have a fast recovery ability." Zhang Jingtian shook Jiangqi's hand solemnly, then took 2 steps back. Along with the other leaders, he saluted her and Dong Shifeng and the others solemnly. 1,000 words condensed into 1 sentence. Come back alive. Chapter 28. Come back alive. After getting in the car, Jiangqi pondered these words, feeling a mixture of excitement and emotion. Even she herself couldn't guarantee she'd actually come back alive. Who knew what the future held? She gathered her composure and began to dress up, intending to once again assume the persona of Lord Yi. But as she was reaching for her clothes, she paused. Dong Shenfeng asked, "What's wrong?" "Jiang Qi, I don't want to pretend to be a man anymore. I perfected Lord Yi's male body, but I'm only about 1.78 meters tall, not a sturdy build, and not rugged enough. Against a taller man like Lang Sai, I wouldn't be physically superior, but rather vulnerable. Instead of that, why not pretend to be a woman?" Lord Yi was a man, because she played a male armed police officer that night in the warehouse. But that didn't mean she had to keep pretending to be a man. The lack of imposingness was one factor, but mainly, to make it look convincing, she had to recreate certain organs. It's quite troublesome. Dong Shenfeng didn't care. That's fine. If I change my appearance, I can just say I was wearing a mask. Aren't players supposed to have a variety of appearances? Lord Yi can be male or female. Wouldn't that make her even more mysterious? Jiang Qi then sculpted a new face, new hair, and a new body for herself. A moment later, a freshly minted female version of Lord Yi emerged. Jiang Qi thought for a moment. Let's give her a name. Player names are generally two-syllable. She searched through the player text and chose a more pronounced character. Translated into Mandarin, it was Zhen. Yizhen. This became the name of her main character. So, Lang Sai waited and waited, until, at the height of his anxiety, he finally saw Lady Yi again, a woman. Her slightly curly, dark blue hair was almost black, and her features were sharp and aggressive. Her fair fingers dangled on the armrest, tapping each time. Her eyes swept over him with a gentle, indifferent air, a powerful aura of authority. Lang Sai had been wondering who this person was, but his legs gave way to his own, and he asked tentatively, surprised, Lady Yi?" Jiang Qi snorted. Lang Sai was stunned. How could Lady Yi suddenly become a woman? But thinking about it, whether she was a man or a woman didn't seem to make much difference. He had shadow wolf blood, and some of his thoughts and behaviors were inevitably influenced by it. In the wolf world, females weren't considered inherently weak. On the contrary, he suddenly felt that being dominated by a woman was more respectable than groveling and fawning over a man. After all, while one's own failure is painful, the success of others of the same sex is even more painful. Jiang Qi watched his expression shift from one to the next, and suddenly, a hint of fawning ingratiation crossed his face. "Lord Yi, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Every strand of your hair is full of charm. Just one look from you can send a shiver through my soul. If I had known you were so stunning, I wouldn't have needed your instructions. I would have risked everything for you without a second thought." Jiang Qi, ? Dong Shenfeng, standing beside him, ? The two exchanged glances. Was this guy's brain broken? Why did he suddenly act like every bone in his body had been pulled out? He was just short of conjuring a tail and wagging it behind his butt. Or is this guy's shadow wolf bloodline also mutated, mixed with husky blood? Jiang Qi decided to ignore his tantrum and continued his pace. "What do you think about what happened yesterday?" Lang Sai was stunned. "Yesterday, that old doctor, and that red figure?" "Yeah. Well, that guy doesn't look like a player." Jiang Qi curled his lips. "So, do you think I look like a player?" "No, not really." Jiang Qi continued to smile. "Do you want to be like us?" Lang Sai's pupils dilated, and his breathing became a little rapid. Jiang Qi stood up and walked around Lang Sai. "How much do you know about trains? Do you know how big this survival game is? Do you know what players are in this game?" Lang Sai asked subconsciously, "What are they?" At the bottom, consumables, the goo forced together and forced to fight each other, the amusing amusement of the upper levels. Jiang Qi approached him, staring into his eyes. "After observing you for a while, I think you're a good prospect, so I'm willing to give you a chance. Do you want to escape this bottom and climb up?" "Climb up?" "Yes, like replacing Cunning Snake and becoming the train conductor." 10 minutes later, Lang Sai emerged, dazed. His subordinates approached cautiously. "Boss, what's going on?" Lang Sai didn't answer, his thoughts still lost in what had just happened. He was recruited by someone who seemed to have a very, very powerful background. He joined a very, very mysterious and powerful organization. From then on, he became a player with connections, support, and a promising future. "Boss, did you accomplish what you wanted?" Lang Sai came back to his senses. What you wanted to accomplish? Yes, he wanted mastery to repair his faceplate. He saw several players associated with NPCs. They nearly had their faces stolen yesterday, but then, they were full of energy while trying to grab the Easter egg. He knew their faces had been repaired. It was definitely Master Yi's fault. So, he wanted mastery to repair his own too. After all, He'd gone to the old doctor to get his bad luck, under Master Yi's orders. But how had he completely forgotten to mention this? He quickly turned around and went back, but the house was no longer there. Lang Sai stared blankly at the deserted place, feeling a little depressed. Did she just disappear without a trace? That's how the mysterious Master Yi should be. Alas, he had to ask her to repair his faceplate the next time he saw her. Elsewhere, Jiang Qi and Dong Shenfeng climbed out the back window and sped away. After getting in the car and driving away, Jiang Qi took off her contact lenses and said in disbelief, "So easy to fool." Dong Shenfeng was also speechless. At first, I thought he was a powerful figure, but then. The Wolf King's demeanor was distorted, like a husky. But, will he really stop talking nonsense? Jiang Qi, probably. I essentially roped him in, and shown him a path to success. Cunning Snake has become his future competitor, not his manager. To protect himself, he can't reveal anything to Cunning Snake. She pressed her forehead. The deliberate imposing aura she had just released was giving her a headache. The car moved forward on the ice, and stopped at a secluded spot. Jiang Qi and Dong Shenfeng got out, while the others would get off elsewhere. Jiang Qi and the other man went to their temporary resting place, a small, frozen courtyard with a separate entrance. Once the gate and door were closed, they entered. Two people were already inside, disguised as Jiang Qi's player ID, Sando. Dong Shenfeng's player ID, Yadi. They were there to cover for the two men. Dong Shenfeng said, "We're here." Jiang Qi replied, "Excuse me, go back to your place." Without further ado, the two men removed their masks and swiftly fled from the back of the courtyard. Jiang Qi and Dong Shenfeng quickly fiddled with their own disguises. 2 minutes later, they each donned their own masks, identical to their previous disguises, down to the last detail. One wore dark eye makeup and manicure, the other sported spiky yellow hair. They both found each other's exaggerated looks amusing. "You're quite unconventional. It's mutual. I have to find an opportunity to change my image later." Dong Shenfeng pulled several large and small bags from the bedroom. "These are the miscellaneous supplies we, as players, have collected from dungeons, but don't fit into our backpacks. Take a look at yours, or you end up not knowing what's in yours." Jiang Qi inspected the contents of the bag and made a note. Then she asked, "How serious were the injuries you inflicted on Sando?" Dong Shenfeng. "She was kicked 7 or 8 meters away, hit her head, and then crawled for her life. So, the severity of the injury is up to you, whether it's serious or minor, a full-blown concussion, slow reflexes, or you can pretend nothing happened." Jiang Qi, Does crawling for your life have to be so abstract? She glanced at the glittering watch on her wrist. "It's 750. By the way, what an expensive watch. That's your personality. You like expensive, flashy things. You bought this from a luxury watch shop. But expensive things have their advantages. It keeps very accurate even in this cold." Jiang Qi picked up the walkie-talkie and whispered, "Chui He?" The other end quickly replied, "Yes." "What's wrong?" Just now, Bai Hong woke up Mantis. Mantis is a little crazy. Jiang Qi rubbed his brow. Okay, after all, half of his brain has been hollowed out. But those bugs are just experience points, not his actual brain structure. They shouldn't make him stupid. She asked, "Can you still understand?" She had actually placed several markers in the doctor's mind, allowing her to use them to instantly appear beside him, or even. If that didn't work, she would. It's probably okay. Chui He looked over. The doctor, wearing a melon-shaped cap that concealed his shattered skull, covered in sutures, looked terrified. "It's Cunning Snake. He's out to get me. He's going to kill me. My experience points are way off. It's him. He must have taken them." The White Rainbow grabbed his shoulders, repeating, "So, we have to get back to the train and start it immediately. I rescued you while he wasn't paying attention. We have to drive away Cunning Snake's train before he notices. It's our only way to survive." The doctor slowly calmed down. "Yes, it is. It's the only way. I'm going to drive away his train. Can you still start the train?" "Yes. Of course I can. I'm the prospective conductor." "Yes, that's right. Take his car." Perhaps stealing Cunning Snake's car was the doctor's obsession. He slowly calmed down, his mind preoccupied with this single thought, a constant repetition of it. Chui He whispered, "That's it. I think it should be fine." Jiang Qi, "That's good. Contact me if there's anything." She put down the walkie-talkie, sat for a moment, and checked her conductor panel. Name, Jiang Qi. Identity, conductor. Level, intern, 49.05/100, Phase 1 completed. Phase 2 terminated. Medal. Phase 1 internship medal. Healing attribute. Number. Question mark. Train number. Question mark. Note. Phase 1 internship triggers 40 internship projects, 37 of which have been completed, and Phase 2 triggers 11. So, in the end, I didn't even have half 100 internship experiences. After watching for a while, she turned the panel off again, wrapped herself tightly in her coat, leaned back on the frozen sofa, and closed her eyes. After a month of hard work, now, there was finally a result. Little panel, will everything go as we hoped? The panel didn't respond. Jiangqi didn't care. She seemed to be resting, but in fact, her fingers were gently moving, constantly combing the energy in her body. After the combing, she set it into the Yingqi, and streams of energy were stored. Seeing this, Dong Shufeng slowed down his packing, double-checking the bags, carrying what needed to be carried, and carrying what needed to be carried. Then he sat down, his hands resting on his chin, looking at the ice and snow in the yard, waiting silently. Waiting for 8 o'clock, waiting for the dungeon to end. Just like waiting for the dungeon to begin a month ago. At this moment, inside and outside Spring City, everyone who knew about the situation was silently waiting, staring at clocks and stopwatches, ticking towards that exact time. The command center had been evacuated, leaving behind an empty and desolate underground space. Zhang Jingtian and the others moved to another simple, narrow basement. Before them were several screens, monitoring several players, watching to see if and when they would disappear. Several other monitors faced the border of Spring City, watching to see when the barrier there would fall. On the ground, many people, disguised as ordinary citizens, watched from their homes, and on the streets, watching in secret. 7:57, 7:58, 7:59. As the final minute approached, everyone who knew about the situation was sweating with nervousness, and all the players paused what they were doing. Throughout the city, only the uninformed citizens were still grieving, despairing, devastated, cursing the weather and fate, or mumbling prayers to the gods for help. In the courtyard, Jiangqi suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. I'm coming. Dong Shufeng immediately sat up straight, his body tense. Jiangqi grabbed 2 bags and put them on his back, then wrapped the strap of another handbag around his arm. He leaned in and whispered to Dong Shufeng, I might. Dong Shufeng's tone grew more serious as she listened, and she looked at her questioningly. Jiangqi nodded. That's right. I know what's going on. Don't worry. Jiangqi grabbed Dong Shufeng's hand, and their hands clasped tightly. She glanced at her watch, the second hand ticking towards 12 o'clock. 8 o'clock. The next moment, all the players' dashboards shook. A pressure suddenly descended upon their shoulders, transforming into a powerful suction. Everyone was lifted off the ground and vanished in an instant, taking away everything they had on and in their hands. Somewhere upstairs, a man watched helplessly as a player on the street suddenly vanished. On a street corner, a lookout noticed the voices of players in a house suddenly cease. In the basement, several players on the surveillance camera vanished from view simultaneously. Zhang Jingtian tensed even more, his hands clenched into fists. The players were gone. They had left on time. But this wasn't over yet. A greater crisis lay ahead. He glanced at the surveillance camera at the Spring City border. Jiangqi had said she didn't know what the train conductor's arrival in the dungeon would cause, but she was certain the train conductor could only appear within the dungeon. In other words, if the Spring City border was open, the dungeon would be closed, and the train conductor would be unable to descend again. But if the Spring City border remained sealed by the dungeon's power, then Spring City would still be a place where the train conductor could descend at any time. The crisis hasn't been resolved yet. Zhang Jingtian stared at the border surveillance camera. From there, the area surrounding Spring City remained shrouded in a gray haze, as if blocked by a wall, obscuring the outside world. The dungeon blockade remained in place. The dungeon wasn't over yet. He leaned against the table, counting silently in his mind. Everyone in the basement remained frozen in place, daring not to breathe or move, only the ticking of the timer. The entire world seemed to freeze at that moment. 8 o'clock and 1 minute past midnight. A somewhat emaciated figure suddenly appeared above Spring City. A pair of small, cold, snake-like eyes gazed at the city below, a hint of anticipation on his face. Let's see how much we can harvest this time. Where are the bodies? Where are the dead? Why are there only so few? 1 minute ago. Boom! Tens of thousands of people fell to the ground simultaneously. Jiangqi offered no resistance, letting herself fall heavily. Anyone with even slightly brittle bones would have broken them. She immediately checked her watch. Just as she remembered, it continued to tick. 8:11, 8:12. It took 10 seconds to teleport from Chuncheng to here. Next to Jiangqi was Dong Shengfeng. They held hands tightly as they were teleported together. Dong Shengfeng checked her first to make sure she was still there. They supported each other and stood up. They turned around to see a sea of people. They were practically drowned in the crowd. Ah, finally back. Oh, back on the train again. Actually, I really didn't want to come back. At least it's not cold here. I'm freezing this month. Ha, I survived another dungeon. Some players threw their belongings upwards. Some shouted and celebrated their survival, and some squeezed through the crowd, calling out their companions' names. The two of them were jostled around, their heavy clothes and bags, large and small, looking cumbersome at this moment. But the others were dressed similarly, all carrying large and small bags, like refugees. Dong Shengfeng murmured, It's the platform, look. Dong Shengfeng looked in the direction Jiangqi had indicated, and over the sea of heads, he saw the top of a train. It really was a train. From the outside, it was white and green, a bit worn and chipped. It was taller and wider than a typical EMU, and squarer, looking a bit like an old train. The windows seemed covered in thick dust, giving it a dirty, worn appearance. Looking left, there was no end in sight, and looking right, there was no end either. The train seemed to stretch endlessly. That's right, they were in the third-class carriage, and they had appeared in that section. The third-class carriage was right in the middle. Jiangqi suddenly touched Dong Shengfeng's arm. Dong Shengfeng turned to look at her. Jiangqi looked dizzy and said, I feel a little dizzy. Then she leaned against Dong Shengfeng, closed her eyes, and sensed the doctor's location. Found it. The doctor had returned, too, but was a bit far away. That was normal. The doctor and Bai Hong were passengers in the special class carriage, so they would naturally appear in the special class section, closest to the front of the train. At this moment, the doctor stopped where he was, not moving. Wait, why is sensing so difficult? Jiangqi's eyebrows jumped. Cunning Snake was still here. With him here, this was his home turf. Naturally, her own strength would be suppressed. She stopped immediately, not daring to sense again. She could feel Cunning Snake's consciousness scanning the entire arena, a chilling aura like ripples of water brushing over her. In her previous life, she was just an ordinary player, completely unaware that Cunning Snake could scan the entire arena. However, the expert panel had discussed the matter and concluded, once on the train, they should behave like the people around them, absolutely not stand out from the crowd, but blend in with the crowd. She lay on top of Dong Shengfeng, groaning, then complaining about being hot. It was the heat, naturally. Suddenly going from over 80 degrees below zero to a normal temperature was unbearable for anyone, and they immediately felt short of breath. Jiangqi and the other men began to take off their coats, removing hats and other things that were in the way. Everyone around them was also taking off their clothes, making for a complete mess. Furthermore, since everyone hadn't showered in ages, the smell was quite strong. The scanning consciousness paused, as if with a hint of disgust, and retracted. Jiangqi carefully probed, and soon felt a lightness of body. The feeling of being under someone's roof, oppressed by the host, vanished. Has the Cunning Snake gone? She checked the time again. 8:50. She waited a few seconds, confirming that the Cunning Snake must have left. At the same time, the doctor's position shifted. The doctor was moving quickly. The doctor was moving towards the front of the train. Bai Hong was truly impressive. As the train approached the front, Bai Hong, holding the doctor, quickly teleported through the crowd. In a few breaths, she was at the front. This is the train's driver's cab. Perhaps Cunning Snake was overconfident, or perhaps he felt he'd be back soon and didn't want to cause any trouble. Anyway, there was no one guarding this place, so of course, no one could get through. Bai Hong set the doctor down and pushed him forward, and he crossed an invisible barrier. Yes, only someone with the conductor's panel could cross this barrier. Bai Hong, go! The doctor excitedly walked towards the driver's cab, but just as he was about to open the door, he paused, his face filled with struggle. Really? Do I really have to do this? Will he kill me? The struggle on his face turned to fear, and he trembled. He kill me? I don't dare. I can't. Bai Hong, ? Jiangqi, ? Jiangqi was completely stunned. No, big brother. You're here to poach me. You're here to rebel. You're already risking your life by stirring up trouble, okay? Without this awareness, what are you doing? Weren't you quite so impressive back in Xingqing district? Show that same aura. Could it be that your courage has vanished along with some of the worms in your brain? I never expected this moment to fail. Jiangqi checked his watch. 8:01. The cunning snake must have already reached Spring City. Sensing the doctor still dithering, her eyes darkened and she glanced at Dong Shumfeng. Dong Shumfeng understood her meaning and nodded slightly. Jiangqi leaned against her again. Ah, I'm so dizzy. She closed her eyes, and the energy in the yin qi flowed out, driving her consciousness to swiftly leave her body. The next moment, she appeared in the doctor's body. Doctor, shock. What? Jiangqi gritted her teeth. What's going on? This guy's body is so stiff, he can't move. Hasn't the neurotoxin already been resolved? No, he's resisting me. The two trainee conductors' consciousnesses instantly fought for control within this body. Jiangqi was an outsider, but she was filled with murderous intent, charging forward with relentless ferocity. The doctor had the advantage, but he was confused and panicked, cowering in fear. Jiangqi beat him mercilessly, forcing the reins back. Then, she finally regained control of the situation. She was finally able to move, and she rushed into the cab. Then, she saw a multitude of unfamiliar instruments. She gathered herself. She activated her trained driving skill. Then, her mind spontaneously grasped what she needed to do. He stepped forward, grasped the handbrake lever with one hand, loosened it, and then clicked several buttons, pressing his foot on the accelerator. A beeping sound emanated from the cab, signaling departure. Then, the doors of each carriage closed one by one. Under the bewildered gazes of the players, this incredibly long train slowly began to move. The time was 8 hours 1 minute and 20 seconds. Spring City. Cunning Snake hovered in the air, moving from place to place in an instant, searching the entire dungeon. No! No bodies, no energy, no money, and without money, his entire trip would be in vain. Energy costs, tolls, train wear and tear fees, advances for player expenses, and so on and so forth. He lost money. Cunning Snake's eyes widened and turned red, his rage rising steadily. What the hell is going on? He immediately released his consciousness, covering the entire instance. He wanted to see what was really going on. Who was behind this? Don't let him catch me. An invisible and terrifying pressure descended upon Spring City. The wind howled, the sky and the earth lost their color, and the once bright sky suddenly became gloomy. The people of Spring City suddenly felt an intense panic. A shudder came from the depths of their souls, a chilling terror as if the Grim Reaper was crouching overhead, about to swing his scythe. A suffocating feeling as if the world would collapse at any moment. In the basement, Zhang Zhentian and the others could barely stand. He's coming! He's coming! That cunning snake is coming! This terrifying feeling was 1,000 times more intense than the commotion caused by the doctor yesterday. The entire building creaked, and the solid ice surrounding it cracked inch by inch, crashing down. The entire Spring City trembled under the immense force. Zhang Zhentian gritted his teeth. Don't listen, don't look, don't sense anything. Just pretend you're dead. Jiangqi had said that if someone is powerful enough, they know immediately when you look at them, and they know when you sense them. Even if you just think about them, they know. The strong are like gods, no movement can be hidden from them. So, pretend they don't exist. However, with the situation suddenly changing to this extent, it's hard not to look up and see what's going on, right? Will he notice? Discover that so many people are still hiding in the underground shelter? Discover Chuanqing's various tricks? Discover. At this moment, the cunning snake in the sky suddenly sensed something. After a pause, its anger skyrocketed. Who moved his train? He immediately abandoned Chuncheng and vanished into thin air. Chapter 29. On the train, in the driver's cab, Jiangqi held her breath, staring ahead. Through the front window, she could see a long stretch of railroad track stretching off into the distance, into a hazy mist. So this was the view from the driver's cab. The mist seemed to conceal many dangers, both fascinating and terrifying. But she didn't have the heart to dwell on it right now. She only silently prayed for the train to move. Amidst the repeated beeps, the train's gentle tremors, and the low, engine-like roar that emanated from nowhere, finally, the extraordinarily long and heavy train slowly began to move. It worked. The train moved. Jiangqi was overjoyed. So, had the cunning snake sensed it? Was he already on his way back? Looking at the watch, it was 8 hours 1 minute and 30 seconds. If it takes 10 seconds from return to arrival. No, cunning snake is the train conductor, so perhaps he can teleport even faster. How much time does she have left? If she leaves too early, the doctor might wake up too early, and things might get worse. If she leaves too late. Jiangqi gritted her teeth and counted down mentally, 5, 4. She'd leave when she reached 0. But when she reached 3, she felt an inexplicable jolt in her heart, and the conductor's panel suddenly shouted, "Go! Now!" Jiang Qi detached herself from the doctor's body without hesitation. Almost instantly, a dark green pattern suddenly lit up beneath the doctor's feet. In an instant, the entire cab was covered in these patterns, as if a cage the size of the cab had been stretched open. Jiang Qi barely slipped through the gap before the cage fully formed. But even with her quick movements, she was still a little too late. Just as she was about to be trapped by the cage, a force suddenly yanked her away from nowhere. Jiang Qi fell completely out of the cab. Looking down, she saw her left foot burned by the cage, glowing green, and even hissing with corrosion. Corrosive toxin. It could actually act directly on a conscious being. If it hadn't been for that powerful pull, her entire leg would have been broken. A broken leg wouldn't have mattered, but leaving any clues about her would have been disastrous. She didn't dare to pause, and returned to her body as quickly as possible. A moment later, Cunning Snake appeared in the cab and grabbed the doctor by the neck. "It's you, damned rat." The doctor's expression remained vacant as he was being strangled, but then a look of bewilderment, confusion, shock, and fear appeared. "Cunning, Master Cunning Snake." Cunning Snake sniffed the air. "This smell?" "The smell of an intern." Cunning Snake grabbed the doctor's head with one hand and easily pulled out a dark red conductor's faceplate. He sneered, "Interns these days dare to target me. Who sent you? How did you get on my train?" He gripped the doctor's neck tightly, sniffed him again, and licked the air with his tongue. He vaguely sensed another scent. But perhaps because the doctor had just been among the other players, his scent was mixed, and he couldn't immediately distinguish any particular one. He was furious, his eyes turning into vertical pupils, and snake-like scales appeared on his hands. He clenched the panel in his hand and demanded fiercely, "Who's behind you? Did you take the corpse from the dungeon? Tell me." The doctor's face was filled with utter agony, just like the pain on the faces of those players when he was about to strip them of their panels. "No, it's not. It's not me." His face flushed red, blood began to flow from all his orifices, and his pupils began to dilate. Snake let go of him, wanting to hear what he had to say, but perhaps he pushed him in the process, or perhaps he'd been squeezing the panel too tightly, and the doctor had finally reached his limit. With a pop, the doctor's already flimsy head exploded, and a swarm of white bugs burst out like popcorn. A headful of red and white slurry splattered with it, transforming the entire cab into a crime scene. Even Snake got a little splashed on it. A strong smell of blood filled the cab. Snake was stunned. He stood there, his face blank and incredulous, watching the whole thing unfold as if his soul had left his body. With a snap, he dropped the headless corpse in his hands. His cab, his workshop, his sleeping quarters, the countertops and windows he had just cleaned, Bang! The doctor's conductor's panel exploded with his death, bringing with it the thousands of player corpses in the conductor's backpack. The entire cab was instantly engulfed, and Cunning Snake was caught off guard and buried at the bottom. 2 seconds later. Ah! A sound like a groundhog scream erupted in the cab, and a dark green light wave, wrapped in boundless fury, resonated outward. The carriage windows shattered, and the players on the platform were suddenly impacted. The crowd collapsed like a wave of wheat, and those with lighter weight were even thrown back. Jiang Qi returned to his body, trembling all over. It was clearly a poison in the mind, but after returning to the body, it also affected the body. A piercing pain shot through her left foot, followed by a chill and numbness that spread upwards. She quickly broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately, everyone was sweating profusely, so she wasn't noticeable. Dong Shengfeng was shocked, but he didn't dare show it too much. He could only hug her tightly, wiping her sweat to hide the twisted and restrained expression on her face. "Sang Sandu, are you okay?" Jiang Qi struggled to maintain his composure, gritting his teeth and pinching her thigh, pressing the poison into her leg. What a powerful poison! The poison on her insect armor knife, or any other neurotoxin, pales in comparison to this. She mentally asked, "Panel, was that you who pulled me just now?" Panel, yeah. Although it was only a single syllable, Jiang Qi felt that Panel's voice seemed a little weaker. "What's wrong with you?" "Don't be distracted. The doctor's dead, and the danger in Spring City is over. Focus on the present." Jiang Qi looked down at his legs, swathed in layers of pants. He was thankful he was wearing so many layers. If he only worn a single layer, something would have been noticeable immediately. But if this continued, the Cunning Snake would use the poison to find him. During her second internship, She had completed a project focused on toxic gas and learned some techniques for mitigating, transferring, and neutralizing the toxins. The problem was, she didn't have time to put them to use. Before she could come up with a good idea, a groundhog roared in the distance. Everyone's head buzzed, and they all turned in fear. What was that? A green mist rushing towards them, and wherever the green mist passed, carriages exploded, and players fell one after another. Jiang Qi's pupils narrowed. That was the power of the cunning snake. He was so angry that he wanted to kill all the players? No, a train conductor couldn't kill so many players for no reason, let alone silence an entire trainload of players. That was his job description. So, he was simply going crazy? Wait, that shockwave seemed to be poisonous? She looked at her leg again. It was the same poison she'd been poisoned with. Jiang Qi, cunning snake, listen to me, thank you. She released her grip on her left leg, and the remaining energy in the fluorescent pool erupted again. Her consciousness, engulfed by the poison in her left leg, pulled it upwards fiercely. Detoxification is difficult, but transferring it is relatively easy. Of course, transfer here refers to transferring it within the same individual. If it were transferred to another individual, it would be detoxification. And so, most of the poison suddenly rose to her throat. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Qi poked her chest with a finger, rupturing the small and medium-sized blood vessels there and nearby, releasing a massive amount of blood. Every red blood cell contains source marrow, so every drop of her blood also contains source marrow, although it is very dilute when unextracted. With the source marrow outside her body, Jiang Qi could control it. Within her body, she could certainly control it, but it would be more difficult. She controlled her blood, flowing through her veins and tissues, toward the mass of poison, enveloping it. Instantly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, and a salty, sweet taste surged up her throat. At the same moment, the green mist of the cunning snake arrived before her eyes. The green mist was essentially the cunning snake's original power, and the immense impact it carried was self-evident. Before the players could react, they were all toppled. Jiang Qi was knocked down by someone behind her, and blood spurted out. She used a towel to contain it, leaving the blood all over the towel, tinged with a strange deep green that hissed and corroded the towel. This was a portion of the toxin that had been successfully expelled. Jiang Qi quickly tucked the towel into her backpack and stumbled onto Dong Shengfeng. They both fell, and then others fell over. For a moment, the players were pushing each other, shouting in panic. Amid the chaos, Jiang Qi quickly cut open her feet and wrists, wrapped them with absorbent cloth, and silently mobilized the blood throughout her body to detoxify. She particularly cut her left foot, leaving several deep cuts. The deep red and green blood quickly soaked the cloth. At the same time, she grabbed a handful of players' antidote pills from her backpack and stuffed them into her mouth. Dong Shengfeng saw her doing this, helping to fend off the oncoming forces while shielding her. He also dug out some antidote from his backpack and stuffed it into her mouth. Jiang Qi glanced at it, confirmed it was the antidote, and poured it into his mouth. She moved quickly. The crowd, the luggage, and the stripped-off clothing and hats obscured her view. Adding to the panic, no one but Dong Shengfeng noticed her subtle movements. Help! What's going on? Stop pressing on me! My hand! Screams and cries for help echoed. But soon! Dizzy! No strength! My stomach hurts! My legs are weak! Players cried out in alarm, and those who had finally stood up staggered and fell back down. Dong Shengfeng also suddenly felt her strength drain from her. She pushed herself up a bit, then fell back down again. She was startled. What's going on? Jiang Qi looked at her and screamed in a Sando voice, Yadi, you're green. Your face is so green. Dong Shengfeng touched her face, and saw a faint green tinge on her hands. She looked at the other players around her, each one visibly turning green. Were they collectively died? No, were they poisoned? Clearly, the others had noticed something was wrong. Poisoned. We're poisoned. That green mist was poisonous. Damn it, I can't move. Jiang Qi covered her mouth with a towel, feigning weakness as she spat out several mouthfuls of poisonous blood. Poisonous blood continued to seep from her limbs. After a moment, she figured that most of the toxins had cleared from her system, and wouldn't be noticeable anymore. She quickly collected the blood bars on her limbs, and wiped the remaining poisonous blood from the wounds. She threw everything stained with poison into the conductor's backpack, then completely hid the conductor's panel. While doing this, she lost control of the toxins in her body, causing them to spread and quickly manifest themselves on her skin, transforming her into a small green figure. After ensuring she had no flaws, she immersed herself in the role of Sando, hugging Dong Shengfeng and bursting into tears. "Ah, what's happening to us? Are we going to die?" Dong Shengfeng also cried out, "I don't want to die. I finally made it through this dungeon. Jiangqi, quick, do you have any antidote?" This remark alerted the surrounding players, and they began to search their backpacks. However, there weren't many antidotes available, primarily because the first and second dungeons didn't involve many toxins, leaving players with virtually no way to obtain them. Jiangqi had so many because most of them came from Easter eggs, and Zhang Zhengtian had basically given them to her. So, the few players who had antidotes were about to take them, when someone nearby snatched them away and devoured them. Soon, a fight ensued over the antidote. Jiangqi and Dong Shengfeng were inevitably involved in a fight. Jiangqi's manicure was torn off, and Dong Shengfeng's spiky yellow hair was tangled. They also had to be wary of anyone around them suddenly attacking them. The scene was chaotic and undignified. Driver's cab. Cunning Snake crawled out of the sea of corpses, angrily wiping the stains from his face that had been rubbed off by some unknown corpse. He looked back at his driver's cab, now swamped by corpses, and trembled with anger. "It's all that damn trainee rat. He stole all those corpses, leaving me with nothing. He even tried to steal my car and soiled my cab. He overestimated his abilities. He's even rebelling against the Tian gang. How despicable. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Looking back, I saw players rolling on the ground, fighting in a heap. Colorful fur flew everywhere, their green faces twisted into a tangled mess, each one grotesquely ugly. Cunning Snake's vision darkened, and he felt like he was about to explode with rage. "Ah!" A cold, furious aura erupted, his roar echoing through the players' ears. "You piece of shit! You disgraceful creatures! Stop! Shut up! Get out!" Every player, shaken to their core, spat out blood, and instantly became as quiet as quail, their bodies quivering. Jiangqi also followed the crowd and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and detoxified himself at the same time, and then snuggled up with Dong Shengfeng. Both of them had messy clothes and hair, and their faces and bodies were covered with bruises, looking pitiful. Of course, the other players weren't much better off, each one more miserable than the last. Jiangqi and the other man exchanged a glance. That was Cunning Snake's voice. "He's truly back. That means Spring City is safe." Spring City. The sky brightened again, the howling wind died down, and the suffocating feeling of the world about to end also vanished. People cautiously poked their heads out of their houses. Outside, everything was quiet, nothing unusual. So what had just happened? Basement. The surveillance screens were damaged by the terrifying pressure, going completely black. Spring City's remaining communication system was completely paralyzed. Zhang Zhengtian and the others, trapped in the basement, felt cut off from the world, unable to know what was happening outside, let alone whether the dungeon had ended. They waited a moment longer, then carefully opened the door. Outside, everything was calm. On the edge of Spring City, a small team lurking there also quietly poked their heads out, glancing up at the sky and around them. Aside from a shattered ice layer, indicating something truly horrible had just occurred, nothing else seemed unusual. Suddenly, look! Everyone looked over, seeing the strange, gray barrier ahead swaying, like a miasma dissipating, becoming gradually clearer and more transparent. The scene outside was gradually revealed. That is, the blockade, armored vehicles, troops on high alert. That is, the world outside Spring City, outside Spring City. On a hilltop 10 kilometers away, cameras and guns broadcast live coverage of Spring City. Domestic media. Hello everyone, it's the 30th day of Spring City's bizarre blockade. We can see that this frosted glass wall still exists at the border of Spring City. For the past month, the government, the military, scientists from all walks of life, global rescue teams, and even masters of metaphysics have tried countless methods, but none have been able to overcome this frosted glass wall. Spring City seems to be shrouded in a mysterious and terrifying force. No information can be transmitted in, and likewise, no information can be leaked out. We still don't know what happened in this city, and whether the 2.2 million citizens of Spring City are safe. Foreign media outlets are also reporting. Friends from Country XX. This is Spring City in Country C. Over the past month, something very strange has occurred here. The entire city seems to have been wiped off the map. Although Country C has consistently claimed that this was an accident and that they knew nothing about it, according to inside information we have obtained, 2 or 3 days before the incident in Spring City, Country C evacuated a large number of the elderly, the weak, and the disabled from Spring City and sent a large amount of supplies to Spring City. Therefore, It is difficult to believe that Country C's top brass truly knew nothing about this. We cannot help but wonder if some strange experiment is being conducted here. Country C troops have also established a roughly 10-kilometer wide control zone around Chuncheon, preventing any vehicles or personnel from approaching. Is this to prevent the leak of secrets? I hope Country C can give the world an answer as soon as possible. On the mountaintop, a large number of civilians, security personnel, volunteers, and others gathered. There were even large, neatly arranged tents on the mountain for these people to stay overnight. Over the past month, this place has attracted so much attention, and so many people with family and friends in Chuncheon have come here to wait. From the initial anger, worry, crying, and questioning, the families are now on the verge of despair. They stared blankly towards Spring City, at the frosted glass wall that stretched between heaven and earth, praying for a miracle to happen. At this moment, people cried out in surprise. Look, am I seeing things? The wall is moving. It's disappearing. Oh my God! Cameras quickly captured the scene. The frosted glass wall, which had stood for a month, gradually became transparent, revealing the view of Spring City within. A vast expanse of white. It was a frozen world, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, the buildings, all covered in a thick layer of ice and snow. As the frosted glass wall completely vanished, the frigid air, at over 80 degrees below zero, unleashed itself, spreading freely outward from Spring City. Everything around Spring City was instantly coated in white frost, creating a magical and magnificent scene. Just looking at it was enough to chill one to the bone. People were stunned. Is this Spring City? Or an alien world? The team inside Spring City had a clear view of the situation outside. Seeing the familiar troops, the familiar blue skies and green mountains, and feeling the warm air blowing towards them, they couldn't help but drop their weapons, tears streaming down their faces, unable to utter a word. It's over, isn't it? It's over, isn't it? Spring City is finally connected to the outside world again. They stumbled out their hidden flares and released them into the air. Whoosh, bang, a red flare launched into the air. More than one. After confirming the barrier had vanished, all the observation teams around Spring City released their flares. Those inside the city saw the flares and released new ones as well. Like a relay, round after round of flares were launched, relaying the news of the dungeons in throughout the city. In fact, flares weren't even needed. When people saw the clear blue sky above them again, saw the long-lost warm sun, and felt its warmth on their bodies, they knew everything had returned to normal. Their Spring City, freed from its curse, had returned to the world of the living. All at once, people rushed out of their homes, out of their shelters, out of the underground, and stood in the sunlight. After a long moment of stunned silence, they burst into tears. This nightmarish month was finally over. Zhang Zhengtian stood at the basement entrance, gazing at the blazing sun. His eyes stung, but he couldn't bear to look away, tears welling in his eyes. It hadn't been easy. This month hadn't been easy for anyone. Thankfully, it was over, all over. Casualties weren't heavy, most people survived. They had also obtained a wealth of first-hand information, a large amount of player items, accumulated a wealth of experience interacting with players, and even sent out a vanguard team of 1,000 men. Helicopters flying the flag of Country C flew into the sky above Spring City. A loud and clear announcement rang out. To all citizens of Spring City, this is the Country C Air Force. We are here to inform you that Spring City has been connected to the outside world. However, due to the significant temperature difference between the city and the outside world, please remain in your homes for the time being to avoid secondary damage. Rescue troops and supplies will arrive in Spring City shortly to provide you with treatment and physical examinations. All subsequent expenses will be borne by the state, as will any losses incurred by the people of Spring City during this difficult time. Communications in Spring City will be restored as soon as possible to ensure you can contact your loved ones outside. An investigation into this incident will be ongoing. We hope that all citizens will cooperate with the government's inquiries. Finally, welcome back to our arms. From now on, you can sleep soundly. Upon hearing this announcement, people excitedly waved their hands to the sky and shouted, weeping and laughing, their cheers resounding like a tidal wave. Compared to the bright sunshine and renewed hope of Spring City, here on the survival train, it was a dreary storm. Players were toiling away. The cunning snake's shockwaves and roars had shattered the windows of every carriage, even deforming the carriages themselves. The player's task now was to repair the deformed carriages and doors, repair the broken windows, and remove the broken windows and other debris from the interior. The worst-case scenario was that the special and first-class carriages, having received the greatest impact, had been derailed, requiring players from those carriages to carry them back. Lifting carriages, even in their prime, players would have been exhausted, let alone the current state of addiction. Alas, no one had the energy to make a scene, nor the courage to curse, so they could only hold their breath and work. The entire train was filled with the clanging of repairs, and the clatter of lifting carriages. Jiang Qi and Dong Shengfeng were both in third-class carriage 19, Jiang Qi's seat 58, and Dong Shengfeng's seat 59, so naturally they were busy in car 19. Luckily, this carriage hadn't derailed and wasn't badly deformed. They just needed to glue the windows back together. If that didn't work, they could just use some wood or other materials to block it. Jiang Qi held his hands high, supporting a metal plate while Dong Shengfeng and two other players hammered nails into it. This was their new window. The third-class carriage had narrow, hard seats, 6 in a row, separated by an aisle, and the seats were 3 pairs facing each other. Jiang Qi's seat was on the right side of the aisle. The 3 seats to her side were 58, 59, and 60. Player 60 seemed dead, while the 3 seats across from her were 52, 53, and 54. Player 53 also seemed dead. So, after confirming their seats, the 4 players worked together to repair the window next to their seats. Jiang Qi held the hammer for a moment, then his arms began to tremble uncontrollably. He coughed repeatedly, making his chest ache worse. Dong Shengfeng and the other 2 also struggled for a while, before their hammers became unsteady, and they had to stop for a short rest. The other players were similarly forced to rest for a while after every few moves, each panting heavily, like a broken bellows. There was no way around it. The cunning snake wouldn't detoxify them, leaving players with constant physical and mental torment from the toxicity, including weakness, paralysis, palpitations, shortness of breath, abdominal pain, and blurred vision. To make matters worse, the cunning snake froze all players' dashboards, preventing them from accessing their backpacks. Not only could they not detoxify themselves, but they were also left hungry and thirsty. One player desperately asked, "Can someone tell me what's wrong with him?" Another player equally despairingly replied, "Maybe he's just trying to mess with us." "Does he need a reason to mess with us?" A third player also despaired, "If I had known this would happen, I would have died in the dungeon." At that moment, a roar rang out, "Hurry up, everyone! Who's still slacking off?" Everyone looked up hurriedly. Although the conductor wasn't overhead, the voice seemed to be coming from above. Everyone quickly pulled themselves together and continued to work. The roar continued, "A bunch of useless people, you can't do anything right, what's the point of keeping you?" Jiang Qi complained weakly in his heart. The players weren't supported by the conductor, so he was just flattering himself. "I'm so unlucky to have you useless people. I sent you all the way to the dungeon, and in the end, you guys just fucked me up." Jiang Qi continued to complain. The conductor was just doing basic work, but he made it sound like a charity. "Good for nothings. Good for nothings. Good for nothings. You're the worst class I ever led. You might as well just die soon, so I can lead the next batch. Jiang Qi, this is too much. How can you force passengers to die? Where's the professional ethics?" However, she glanced at her blue fingernails, and then at the others. After so much time, everyone had successfully transformed from light green to dark green. The poisoning was clearly getting worse. If they didn't detoxify, they would be left with permanent damage. If no one else detoxified, she couldn't, so they just have to wait it out. Is this damn cunning snake trying to wear everyone down so he can replace them? Isn't anyone doing anything about this? Is it really that infuriating? Jiang Qi was frustrated and speechless. What a complete psychopath. Thankfully, after Jiang Qi and the others nailed down the windows, the cunning snake finally relented and let everyone on board. Leaving in 3 minutes. Anyone not on board is out. The players immediately rushed towards the door. Jiang Qi and Dong Shengfeng also grabbed their bags and squeezed through. They had to squeeze. If they couldn't get on, who knew what would happen? Chapter 30. Don't push me. Don't push me. Put your bags down first, and let's get in. Bullshit. I can't open my backpack, and these are all I have. Let's just find a car and get in. Damn. I just break the window and climb in. The front and back doors of each car were jammed with players, each scrambling to get in. Dong Shengfeng pulled Jiang Qi along, exerting all his might, pushing aside others, and finally squeezing onto the car, leaving none of their bags behind. They stumbled inside, finding seats 58 and 59, and shoved their luggage over and under the seats, clearing the aisle. After doing this, the 2 of them collapsed onto their seats, panting heavily. "Oh my god! This is horrific. More thrilling than the Spring Festival travel rush, Dong Shumfeng whispered to Jiang Qi, "Is your leg okay?" Jiang Qi's left foot was the first to be poisoned. Although most of the poison had been removed, it was still the most severely affected. His left foot, along with his entire calf and part of his thigh, was now completely numb. Jiang Qi didn't even need to pull up his pants to see. He could already imagine that part of his body was probably turning green and black. But she just shook her head. "It's okay, nothing. Didn't you see that there were also those whose legs were numb, and who could only support themselves with their hands?" She was considered alright. She was completely inconspicuous among the half-crippled players. Jiang Qi kept an eye on the time. As more and more people entered the carriage, it became increasingly crowded and noisy. 3 minutes passed in a flash, and each door sounded with a beeping warning sound, and the doors began to slowly close. Her heart tightened. No way. Is the door really closing? Cunning Snake really won't let the remaining people get on? Could the conductor actually abandon his own passengers? "I haven't gotten on yet." "Don't close the door." "We haven't gotten on yet." Wait a minute." Those outside who hadn't gotten on yet started shouting. Amidst the shoving and fighting, several more people scrambled in. But the door slammed shut, mercilessly locking those outside in. The passengers inside stood up, somewhat uneasily, looking back and forth. From outside came banging and shouting. Jiang Qi's window was a single panel, obscuring the view outside. But some windows were transparent, revealing the players rushing towards him, banging on the windows with ferocious, anxious expressions. They grabbed their packages and clubs and smashed them against the windows. Bang! A newly repaired window was smashed, and the players outside climbed in using their hands and feet. Bang, bang! The others followed suit, smashing the windows as well. One by one, they climbed in. Some made it in without incident, while others were pushed out by those inside. The scene was quite chaotic. Just then, the train began to move. The people outside panicked even more. Whoa! Jiang Qi suddenly pulled Dong Shumfeng toward the aisle. The window panel on their side was split open by an axe. After several blows, a hole was created. A player scrambled in and shouted to the two, "Help me! Help me!" It was player 52. Jiang Qi and Dong Shumfeng exchanged glances. Admittedly, player 52 had been quite cooperative when they were nailing the window shut. He wasn't the type to cause trouble. But pulling him would have been contrary to their character. Besides, none of the other players offered a helping hand to the players outside. Never be the first to come forward. The two exchanged glances, then remained motionless. But neither of them tried to stop the other from entering. Number 52 struggled to crawl halfway inside. Bang, 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 bang. The train was picking up speed, and number 52's pants got caught on the spikes in the hole. He screamed, "My foot! My foot!" He gritted his teeth and, regardless of anything else, struggled to get in. Ah! The spikes in the hole cut number 52's leg, and he fell heavily onto the seat. His scream wasn't from the cut, but from... Jiang Qi looked at his right foot. Half of it had turned to stone. A thought struck her, and she suddenly glanced out the window. The players left behind on the platform were screaming and running after the train, their feet turning to stone as they ran. In the blink of an eye, they became stone sculptures, maintaining the pose they had held in their final moments. Looking out the other side of the train, the clear windows gave a clearer view. One player after another was petrified. One player even clung to the window, half of their body already inside, but because their lower body was outside, they were also quickly petrified, completely stuck to the window. Their upper body was still intact, but their lower body had turned to stone. Their face was filled with horror and despair, and in the blink of an eye, they were out of breath. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps tingle, as if a basin of ice water had been poured from head to toe, a bone-chilling chill permeating their bodies. Just like that, at that moment, they suddenly felt that the dangers of the dungeon were nothing. The real battle royale on the train was here. The entire carriage was so quiet that even breathing could be heard, only the relentless clanging of the train. Finally, someone reacted and pushed the player out of the window. Bang! It was the sound of rocks hitting the ground, then like a heavy blow to the hearts, before being mercilessly left behind by the speeding train. Suddenly someone shouted, "Throw out that guy with the petrified right foot. He shouldn't be on this train. He's already been abandoned by this train." For a moment, everyone in the carriage turned their gaze towards number 52. Frightened, number 52 gritted his teeth, chopped off his right foot with the axe in his hand, and threw the half-petrified foot out the window, ignoring the pain as he pleaded humbly, "Don't throw me out. There's nothing petrified left on me." But some players refused to let him go. Number 45. A tall, muscular man sitting across the aisle with his back to the train, approached and tried to pull him off. You have to get off. What if you bring disaster upon the entire train? The other players glared at him. Just then, the train announcement sounded, a cold, chilling voice echoing through the carriage. Dear passengers, the train has departed. Please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Only those seated are protected by the train rules. Everyone shuddered at this voice. Number 45 reluctantly abandoned number 52 and returned to his seat. The others followed suit. Jiang Qi and Dong Shifeng quickly sat down and fastened their seat belts. Player number 52 also tried hard to move to seat number 52 and sat down. Player number 54 rolled and crawled over from the car door, threw himself on the seat, and hurriedly fastened his seat belt. The train car was in turmoil for a moment, then quickly quieted down again. Everyone stared at the ceiling, nervously awaiting the announcement that would come at any moment. The train continued to move forward, its speed increasing, the clanging sound growing more urgent. Players, transformed into stone statues, kept passing by outside the window, making everyone's scalps tingle, and even Jiang Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Cunning Snake had truly abandoned these passengers. How dare he? Are there no restrictions on train conductors in survival games? First, they poisoned the players, then froze their panels, greatly weakening them, and then abandoned some of them, killing them. If a conductor could treat players so carelessly, wouldn't the game be completely unbalanced from the start? She thought of the project she had triggered. Caring for passengers was the conductor's duty, and making them feel friendly was a bonus. Although she later triggered the Ruthless and Loveless project, learning that true care for passengers meant controlling their lives. But this should be subject to certain conditions. It should mean that when a passenger triggers the rules, the conductor can arbitrarily kill them. It should mean that when a passenger is cornered, the conductor can end their lives and suffering. So, this doesn't mean the conductor can kill passengers at will. She lowered her eyes, thought for a moment, and became more certain of her thoughts. Players are consumables and toys in a survival game, but isn't the conductor just a tool for the game? If the conductor isn't satisfied with a group of players, he simply kill them and move on to the next group. This is neither economical nor rational, and it's completely unspectacular. Furthermore, it might even lead to vicious competition between conductors. The train conductor couldn't possibly have that much power, so what was Sly Snake doing? Furious and mad, killing people to vent his anger? Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, to make the surviving players more motivated to perform well in the next dungeon? Or was he truly trying to speed up the elimination process so his players could be replaced sooner? Whatever the reason, it wasn't a good thing. This showed that Sly Snake wasn't afraid of violating his duties as a train conductor. In other words, the lives of these players under his command were truly in jeopardy. The greatest danger came from Sly Snake's own malice. Jiang Qi took a deep breath. She hadn't expected that the loss of a corpse and the theft of a doctor would drive Sly Snake so mad. But even if she had known about it in advance, she still had to do what she had to do. At least, Spring City was saved. With Sly Snake's madness, if he hadn't been brought back in time, Spring City would have suffered. Thinking of this, she felt a little more comforted. She glanced at Dong Shifeng, who returned her gaze, and they both read the relief in each other's eyes. Luckily, we got this psychopath back from Spring City. As for feeling sorry for the players implicated by this, haha, how could that be? There's absolutely no need for such unnecessary worry. If someone is destined to bear the wrath of the cunning snake, thankfully it's you, the unknown players from another world. The only thing the two of them were worried about now was whether their people had all gotten on the bus. They should all be on board. They're all elite, so it's impossible for them to collapse at the entrance. Jiang Qi watched the stone sculptures flash by outside the window, and began to think about the control panel. Was the control panel really weak before, or was it just her imagination? Unfortunately, on this train, she didn't dare call the control panel. Who knows how sharp a cunning snake's dog's nose can be? The train sped up, leaving the platform completely. Finally, the petrified figure disappeared from the window. But as the speed increased, wind poured in through the broken windows on both sides, swirling the entire carriage. Everyone felt like they were in an open-top car, their faces and eyes aching from the wind. The wind was getting colder, and the temperature in the carriage was rapidly dropping, making everyone feel even colder. Add to that the poisoning, and it felt like their blood was curdling. Everyone's face turned increasingly green, a frightening green. After a while, the announcement stopped, and everyone relaxed a little, grabbing clothes to put on. Since seat 60 was empty, Dong Shifeng placed some of their luggage on the seat. Now she rummaged inside and found a hat and scarf for Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi covered her mouth with her sleeve to block the cold wind and coughed softly. Her chest ached, stagnant from the harsh chest massage she'd given herself earlier to detoxify. Since then, her breathing has been sluggish. The more she coughed, the more pain it caused, and the more pain she felt, the more she wanted to cough. Jiang Qi took the hat and put it on, then wrapped her face with a scarf. She then put on a warm vest, a lightweight down jacket, and finally a coat. Luckily, having just emerged from the extreme cold, she was wearing thick clothing. Those who hadn't brought their luggage on board were now in a difficult situation. Dong Shunfeng handed over a thermos cup. Have some hot water. They had taken some hot water with them before leaving Spring City, though it wasn't much. The players had some water in their backpacks, but it was room temperature mineral water, and the backpacks couldn't be opened yet. Jiang Qi took a sip to calm his breath, then immediately screwed the lid back on to prevent the heat from escaping. There wasn't much water left in the cup, and he didn't know how much longer he'd have to drink the cold air. He had to be frugal. Dong Shunfeng saw this with dismay. For the past month, Jiang Qi hadn't suffered any material hardship, save for a few days adjusting to the cold. Everyone wanted to give her the best. And yet, right after leaving Chuncheng, right after leaving the organization, she was immediately plunged into bitter water. She slid another chocolate bar, softened by her body heat, into Jiang Qi's mouth. Eat some, it replenishes your energy. Jiang Qi took it, his hand trembling slightly, and because of his numb fingertips, he almost lost his grip. She looked at her blue hand. Over the past month, no matter how busy, tired, or injured she'd never been this miserable. What a cunning snake! She silently swallowed her anger. Suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze. She looked up. It was number 52, sitting directly across from her. He had just hastily treated the wound on his broken leg. The combined effects of blood loss and poisoning had left his face pale and green, like a ghost who had been dead for days. He stared at Jiang Qi and Dong Shunfeng with a venomous gaze. Seeing Jiang Qi looking over, he lowered his voice and demanded, "Why didn't you help me just now?" If they had helped, he could have gotten in sooner, his foot wouldn't have been petrified, and he wouldn't have been forced to have his entire right foot chopped off. Jiang Qi simply glanced at him, not wanting to say anything. She didn't help him, she didn't help him. There was no explanation, and she didn't owe him anything. She lowered her head to eat her chocolate. Number 52 grew increasingly angry. "Speak up. Why didn't you save me? You were standing right beside me. You could have just reached out and—" Dong Shunfeng interrupted harshly. "You could speak louder, maybe the conductor will be called over." Number 52 was speechless. The other players looked at number 52 with displeasure. The tall, muscular male player number 45 turned and snarled, "Shut up. If you want to cause trouble, wait until we get to the dungeon, and then you can do whatever you want." Number 52 reluctantly shut his mouth, but his eyes still fiercely fixed on Jiang Qi and Dong Shunfeng, clearly filled with hatred for them. Jiang Qi silently sentenced this man to death, ready to kill him if he found the chance. This had nothing to do with his character, nothing to do with the existence of any precedent or consequence. A person with such clear murderous intent towards them could not be allowed to live. She continued to eat the chocolate. The poisoning had weakened her masseter muscles, making swallowing difficult. She could only hold it in her mouth and slowly dissolve it. Then, she felt the distinct gaze again. Who was this? She looked over. Across the aisle, in seat 51, sat a woman, staring intently at the sausage in her hand. If she hadn't been buckled, she looked ready to pounce and snatch it. "Jiang Qi, eh." Her voice was a little hoarse, and she said helplessly, "Sister, it's just a little food. There's no need to look at me like that, is there?" The woman, a little embarrassed, said weakly, "I haven't eaten all day." "Jiang Qi, you don't have any food in your bag?" The woman, "I put all the food in the compartments of my backpack." Now that her backpack couldn't be opened, she was starving. The woman, "Can you give me some food? I pay you back tenfold later." Jiang Qi paused, then asked Dong Shunfeng, "Yadi, do we have any food?" Dong Shunfeng took out a sausage and tossed it to the woman. Of course, it hadn't been warmed by body heat. This food had been brought from Spring City. To make it look more realistic, they brought mostly frozen food that hadn't been thawed yet. So, anyone who knew what it felt like would know. The other players around them glanced at it, but didn't seem to want to grab it. After all, only a few people kept their food in their backpacks, so everyone had at least some food on hand. Of course, they didn't dare make a scene and attract the attention of that insane train conductor. The woman took the sausage, and her impression of Jiang Qi and the others immediately improved. She bit open the wrapping and took a bite of the tough meat, which crunched loudly. She clutched her cheek, her teeth chattering. I didn't expect life back on the train to be even harder than in the dungeon. If I'd known, I would have eaten my fill in the dungeon before returning. Jiangqi sighed. Who said it wasn't? The others also grabbed their food, and the atmosphere in the carriage relaxed a bit. Unfortunately, the relief didn't last long before the announcement came on again. Dear passengers, this is train number 270144. I'm your conductor, Cunning Snake. First of all, congratulations on surviving 30 days in the extreme cold dungeon and returning to the train alive. Everyone here has already gone through 2 dungeons. Next up is the third, the final dungeon of the novice period. The chilling voice echoed down from overhead again, wrapping around everyone's skin like a snake's tongue, sending shivers down the spines of those already frozen. Jiangqi thought to himself that the announcements he made while driving the train weren't even 1% as frightening as Cunning Snake's. Hearing this guy's voice, it felt like a venomous tongue licking my skin, a mixture of fear and discomfort. Due to your outstanding performance in the first 2 dungeons, I feel that the original 3rd dungeon is no longer suitable for your abilities. Therefore, I have specifically requested a change of dungeon for you. The players immediately became wary. Even a fool could discern the ill intention in these words. Jiang Qimei's heart skipped a beat. A new dungeon? In her previous life, the next dungeon was a harsh environment associated with thunderstorms, so they had brought some lightning and electrical protection. If the dungeon was changed, these preparations would be useless, and her memories and experience would be invalidated. So what is the next dungeon? Cunning Snake kept it a secret. It's unlike any other dungeon world dungeon. It's a permanent attraction dungeon, the Underground Ghost Banquet. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Of course, they didn't know what this Underground Ghost Banquet was, but they knew it was dangerous. That doesn't sound like a novice dungeon, does it? Are you asking us to die? Why do we have to change dungeons? What was that originally? Can't we change it back? Everyone was anxious and uneasy, complaining repeatedly. But Cunning Snake paid no attention to their complaints, and continued calmly, your mission remains to survive in this dungeon for 30 days. Because you're still in the novice stage, entering this dungeon comes with newcomer protection benefits. First, you have 2 lives in this dungeon, 1 physical, 1 spiritual. Your true death will only occur when your body dies, and your soul is completely annihilated. As long as your soul survives, your body will be reshaped when you return to the train, returning to peak condition. Secondly, your chances of obtaining ghost-related items in this dungeon are 30% higher than normal, and the frequency of Easter egg drops in the final few days of the dungeon is twice as high as normal. Finally, you gain the benefit of concealing your presence. Yes, that's the toxin in your body right now. After being poisoned by me, your body temperature, heart rate, respiration, and blood flow will be significantly reduced, and your overall aura of life will be suppressed. Ordinary ghosts won't recognize you as a stranger and attack you, though high-level ghosts are exempt from this. Cunning Snake said this in a tone that sounded like, see, I'm so considerate, making everyone furious. Everyone looked at each other's pale faces, felt their own bodies stiff, cold, numb, and weak, and really wanted to spit in this Cunning Snake's face. You poisoned us, but you still did a good deed. Thank you, thank you. Cunning Snake's voice dropped, and he announced in a formulaic manner, Dear passengers, this train departs from the Arctic Dungeon, and its destination is the Underground Ghost Banquet. The journey takes approximately 3 days. Please stay in your seats as much as possible for the next 3 days. Fighting is prohibited in seats. Your seat will protect you if necessary. Because there are only 67,411 people on the train, there are a lot of empty seats. To streamline the number of carriages, we will be reshuffling the seats. Meanwhile, the crew will be collecting fares and providing upgrades. Jiangqi ignored the rest of the conversation. She pulled her coat higher to block the increasingly frigid wind and began to ponder. There were approximately 100,000 players before entering Spring City. 20,000 were eliminated in Spring City, but according to headquarters data, the final number of eliminated players should be around 22,000 to 23,000. So, there should be around 77,000 players returning to the platform. That means nearly 10,000 players were unable to board the train just now. Those 10,000 were completely killed by Cunning Snake. He killed so many people, yet he was still able to function as a train conductor, even switching the 3rd dungeon to one far more dangerous than the novice dungeon. Either this person is truly reliable, or there's something seriously wrong with this Underground Ghost Banquet. For example, Cunning Snake could gain some explicit or implicit benefit by sending players there, more than enough to compensate for and cover up his mistake of killing 10,000 passengers. A long-standing tourist attraction dungeon. These two words combined sound quite complex. She coughed softly, a headache aching. She still knew too little about the train conductor to make any conclusions. But if Cunning Snake wasn't lying, the next dungeon, while dangerous, was also an opportunity. First, items related to ghosts are relatively rare and valuable, representing a completely uncharted territory for both her and Blue Star. If they could get a few more this time and bring them back to Blue Star, they wouldn't be helpless against similar dungeons in the future. Second, the idea that the body can be reshaped as long as the soul survives is quite interesting. Jiangji has been constantly injured, overdrawn, injured, and working himself to death since the end of his second internship. A one-click reshape, erasing all his ailments, would be fantastic. Also, while the death of the body is a loss of life for others, it's a temporary release of a burden for him. But is it really that easy?